Curry drives, scores. He's got 50. A 50-point playoff game for Stephen Curry in a Game 7. Just an amazing performance by one of the best players ever to play. And he's in the conversation for best player ever to play.
Oh, baby! What is happening, folks? Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what's good? Strippers, baby mamas, baby daddies, firefighters, ushers, security guards, you name it. Got Big John in the building. We got Lubman in the building. Spadoni. Going to be a long 2 weeks for you, buddy. That's a promise. That is a promise. And good morning to Joe Shasky as the Warriors dust off the Sacramento Kings. And look, man, it's all about number 30. And we're going to pay our gratitude to the Sacramento Kings and our organization. That was a lot of fun for the last 3 weeks. The first ever I-80 Classic. They should be proud. We were talking about failures on Friday. What's a failure? What's not a failure? For Sacramento, that's a great stepping stone for them. They had a hell of a season. And shout out to Kitty. Shout out to D'Lo. Shout out to Dusimo. Shout out to everybody up there in Sacramento, man. A hell of a season. But Steph was just better. The first player to ever drop a 50-burger in a Game 7. 50. The second oldest player to drop 50 in a playoff game outside of Karl Malone. The Warriors have Steph, and you don't. And that's why the Warriors have another shot to win an NBA championship. Woo!
You know, Bonte, I've gone down the rabbit hole of watching all these 30 for 30s. And do you remember when they did the top 25 athletes of all time on ESPN at the turn of the century?
I do.
I watched all of those, right? And I feel like I'm watching an icon in real time. You know what I mean? I'm watching Joe Montana. I'm watching Wilt Chamberlain. I'm watching Barry Bonds. I'm watching Jerry Rice all rolled into one. I don't know, you know, MJ, LeBron, Kobe, you know, I don't know where he stacks up in that. I just know from my eyes, I'm watching one of the greatest players of all time. Period. And then I look at like Bay Area history. I thought last year for me, he had surpassed Joe Montana. I thought he had surpassed even Jerry Rice and Barry Bonds. I mean, these are guys I hold in the highest regards.
He's there. He's
Steph
on
Curry,
top.
what he did yesterday, elevated himself. Like, he already had the resume and all this. When you do that, with that on the line, 50 in a game 7 at 35 years old when it felt like nothing was going right for them outside of Kevon Looney, right? For the most part. My God. I mean, just snatching the soul. Three-pointer step backs, cooking Malik Monk, cooking Sabonis on the switch, cooking Keegan Murray on the switch, De'Aaron Fox, and Terrence Davis. Whoever they threw in front of him, he was cooking. And then getting to the rim, finishing with the left, finishing with the right, the teardrop, the floaters. I mean, Bonte...
Scored 22 points in the paint yesterday.
He did anything he wanted.
22 points in the paint.
Controlled pace like a Luka Doncic game. It was unbelievable.
22 points in the paint for Stephen Curry yesterday. He pulled up with the mid-range jumpers at will over Malik Monk. We'll get to Mike Brown and how he coached that basketball game. I thought Mike Brown lost that game for the Sacramento Kings. I really do. We'll get to that a little bit later.
Interesting.
I just thought he found something Friday night. He didn't go back to it. He didn't go back to it for whatever reason. He rode down the gravy train of Harrison Barnes at times, and Sabonis. Sabonis may be the most overrated all-star I've ever seen, but we'll get to that a little bit later. We're going to celebrate the Warriors' advance to the second round. Well, they'll play the L.A. Lakers for the first time in a playoff series since 1991. Game 1 tomorrow at Chase Center, 7 p.m., and the Warriors somehow stumble into home court advantage because they're the 6th seed and the Lakers are the 7th. So the Warriors will have home court advantage.
Incredible.
So they'll play LeBron James and company tomorrow. Bob Myers, president of basketball operations. Hey, G, I'm going to go to St. Warriors. Guess what? Uncle Bob said, I need to talk to the roast. He's coming on at 7 a.m. 7 a.m., Bob Myers today on the morning roast, folks.
Bonte, when I think of like great Bay Area playoff performances, right, there's so many that you could choose from, right? There's just so many you could choose from. But like off the top of my head, I think of like Game 7, Madison Bumgarner, to do what he did, and he did it the entire postseason,
right? But
to do what he did in a Game 7 World Series, it doesn't get much higher than that.
No.
I think of Colin Kaepernick having basically like 500 combined yards, 290 passing, 170, rushing. It still lives in infamy. Against what he did against Green Bay, final playoff game at Candlestick. I don't know where you rank this Steph Curry one, but it's an all-timer.
Well, you think about what Steph Curry has just done in less than a year. Game 4, Boston, 43 points. Your backs against the wall, down 2-1.
On the road.
On the road at TD Garden, on the parquet floor with the banners over there. We're at Arbach Court signature. You got his cigar smoke everywhere. Steph Curry drops 43. To me, that's top of the top. That's top of the top. Yesterday, in a Game 7, and he sensed it. Play was off the start. 1 of 10 in the first half. Just didn't have it going. Nobody really had it going when it came to shooting. Andrew Wiggins was struggling. Everybody was struggling. DiVincenzo again struggled from the floor. Steph Curry was super aggressive. His 38 field goal attempts is a career high.
That's crazy to me.
A career high. Now, in the second half alone, a lot of guys will walk out the gym and they'll say, and I'm going to pull up his second half stats in a second. He scored 30 in the second half alone. 30. God. All right? He was 12 of 23 the second half alone.
And they missed a zillion free throws in that third quarter.
Oh, the third quarter
was pain.
It was pain, but that's where the game flipped. So Steph Curry, they went 7 of 16 from the free throw line. However, the offensive rebounding without Kevon Looney, they were 13. They had a 13-1 advantage on the offensive glass in the third quarter. And I thought, when you look at the Sacramento Kings and what they did in the wins, Sacramento was special. In the win, Shasky, Sacramento was plus 33. With points off turnovers, plus 38 when it came to points in the paint, plus 24 when it came to second chance,
Unreal.
Plus 17 when it came to fast break, and plus 18 when it came to offensive rebounding. That was in the Kings' 3 wins. Warriors knew they had to flip those stat categories, and they did that yesterday, Shasky. They did that yesterday, out-rebounded the Sacramento Kings. On the offensive glass, it ended up being 18-14, but really it was 18-11. The Sacramento Kings got some garbage ones at the end of the game. But the field goal attempts, they outshot them. They made more threes, and then they got 50 from Steph. Again, 50. So you want to talk about some of the most iconic Bay Area performances ever? Steph may have 2 of the top 5. Just in the last year.
Yeah.
I mean, Montana against the Denver Broncos, 55-10. Montana was special.
Of course.
The drive against Cincinnati, he was special. But think about that. This kid from Davidson, who's 35 years old,
it's just
in his 14th season as a leader of this franchise, this moribund, decrepit organization that had 1 playoff appearance from basically 1994 until 2012, 2013. Mm-hmm. They had 1 playoff appearance. Mm-hmm. Think about that.
And
nearly 20 years.
One-time All-Star.
One-time All-Star. And Steph has come in and flipped everything. And now, a decade later, After playing, after last playing LeBron James in 2018, we're getting it again in the second round in what feels like a Western Conference final between the LA Lakers. But it's just Steph. It's the shot making, Shasky. It's the dribbling. It's the ball handling. And it's sensing the moment saying, get on my back. We're not going out in the first round.
And how ironic is it that in a game where he controls everything, it felt like the biggest play of the night was to end the third quarter where he tells Draymond, fake screen for me and go screen for Clay because he's the greatest teammate of all time as well. Not only is he the greatest basketball player I've ever seen, just from my eyes, when he did that, and then he kicks it to Clay as Dre sets that little screen, and Clay hits it with the and-1, that felt like that was the moment of, oh, my God, we could take a deep breath a little.
Not only was that huge, because it was a 4-point play to give you a 10-point lead going into the fourth quarter, Malik Monk had hustled to get an and-1 on the other end to cut the Warriors' lead to 6.
He caught it in midair and went right back up.
Malik Monk was great.
Sick.
Malik Monk was sick in this series. By the way, we'll preview the Lakers tomorrow all day long. We're going to celebrate this win. We're going to talk about the Game 7, Steph Curry's performance. We're going to do it all with the callers, 888-957-9570. But one thing that needs to change for the Golden State Warriors if they want to go deeper into the playoffs. It's the bench. Oh, no. The bench was outscored by 94 points in this series against the Sacramento Kings.
Look, DiVincenzo was so bad in this series. And I'm not going to say that everything resets because that's not true, right? But you have an opportunity to reset if you're an individual player. So, like, for example, Kuminga did nothing in the series, all right? Now, he will get a chance early on in this series to guard LeBron or somebody, and he either has to prove it or then he's unplayable as well. DiVincenzo will have to hit an outside shot. Like, I'm sorry, DiVincenzo, you got to hit something. I thought Moses Moody made the most of his tiny little opportunities. And to me, if I'm looking for one silver lining from the first round in terms of the bench,
Moses Moody has confidence.
Moody looks like he's playable.
Moses Moody will play, and Moses Moody was pretty solid in this series. No doubt.
I thought GP2 was solid. There were times they left him really alone, and he has to hit a shot.
Four block shots. Four block shots. The missed layup in the first quarter. I get it. The end of the first quarter, he missed a layup. He's got to finish. A lot of guys missed layups yesterday.
He was good. I don't want to rip him.
But they need Jordan Poole.
Yes.
That's the guy you have to get right here. You have to get Jordan Poole right. How do you get him going? Now, he hit a couple big shots there, timely mid-range jumper in the second quarter. He hit a big three. But Jordan Poole has to get going. Again, the Warriors were minus 94 when it came to bench production, bench points in this series against the Sacramento Kings. That's not good because the Lakers counter with Dennis Schroeder. They counter with Rui Hachimura. They counter with Malik Beasley, who's going to get dusted off. So you have to get something from the bench. But again, you can survive a bench production like that or a poor bench production when you have Stephen Curry.
Yes,
Stephen Curry was all-time great in the series, averaging nearly 34 points a game, 6 rebounds and 6 assists. He was special. He ended up being the best player in the series where there was a debate.
Yes.
Fox or Steph. Well, Fox got outplayed yesterday. He only scored 16.
I know.
You wonder about the finger, but you know what? 5 of 19 it was not a factor.
I mean, look, you get to these playoff games, guys are dinged up. It sucks. It sucks that he is. I think the Warriors have seen enough series with Steph Curry hobbled with some sort of injury to understand, or another player. Like, it just is what it is at this point. Like, I'm sorry. It's not the end of the world. On the JP thing, I want to give him love because there were a couple of times early in the game when he got subbed in. He went on the 2-on-1 layup and got swatted and then fueled a three down the other end. He took a horrible three-pointer that he was looking for a foul call. He misses it. They come down in an immediate pick and roll. Monk to Sabonis, dunk. Then JP answers with a three, and it kind of solidifies and calms him down. He had a huge three also in that third quarter. Klay Thompson, as bad as he baseline shot, and he had a huge three, and then he had the huge three to end the quarter.
Well, he was three or four in the third quarter for 9 points. He had the big baseline, big corner three, big corner, 15-foot, or excuse me, baseline fadeaway for that where he's fading out of bounds against Kevin Huerter. Such a difficult shot.
Teardrop.
Such a difficult shot. Did, of course, the 4-point play to end the third quarter. He stepped up when he needed to. I thought Klay defended his ass off yesterday, fighting through screens, chasing Huerter, chasing Keegan Murray, chasing Malik Monk. I thought Klay Thompson had one of his better defensive games in this series last night. So we'll stall him out because he played. I thought he played really well on defense. Wiggins played well on defense as well.
He was active.
And he was active as hell.
That to me was active. When he almost
underrated.
yammed that dunk putback, I was like, okay, he's feeling it now.
But Jordan Poole, they've got to get him going. And I thought one thing that came out of last night, came out of yesterday's games, was the speech that Steph Curry gave the team on Saturday. And Marcus Thompson, the chefs, and Roddy wrote a great piece in The Athletic where they had their film session happening on the ninth floor of Chase Center. You could see the Bay Bridge, you see everything. And Steph, before the film session, got up in front of the team. Now, he had discussed this with Draymond Green all night long after they got blown out in Game 6. Game 6 was hard to watch. It was hard to stomach. Game 6 was terrible. I was
as frustrated watching that, and then the next day. Well, you know what? You keep going, and we can talk about Game 6.
We'll get to Game 6. But so was Steph. And he stayed up all night, and he saw a text from Draymond Green through 3:45 a.m. And Draymond's like, well, I think I'll talk to the team. I think it's time for a speech, Steph. No. I got this one. Because when Steph speaks, people listen. And when Steph speaks, he doesn't do it frequently, which makes his message even louder. And he basically told the team this Saturday before the film session. If you're not about the team, do not get on that bus. If you don't want to sacrifice, and, you know, I don't care if you're playing, if you're in street clothes, if you play in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 40 minutes. If you're not doing this for the team, if you don't want to be unified and go up to Sacramento, don't get on that team bus. Because if you get on that team bus, then I know you're all in on this team. And that woke everybody up in that locker room. And Steph was locked in. And he played like it. He was aggressive. He was shooting. At times he was chucking. But you know what? You got to go down with your best. And Steph Curry is the best that I've possibly ever seen since Michael Jordan. He may be the most impactful player I've ever seen. And that includes Michael Jordan. What he did off the court to set the tone, to get over Game 6, and what he did on the court is one of the most special performances I've ever seen in my life.
He was spectacular. And the superlatives aren't enough to be able to describe what he's done.
No, it's not.
And look, today's not the day, but all I kept thinking while I was watching him it's the whole time, I'm watching one of the greatest players ever. I'm literally watching one of the greatest players of all time. Wherever you got him stacked up, you don't think he's higher than Magic, fine, whatever. You don't think he's better than Kobe, totally I get it. LeBron, MJ,
whatever.
It's a short list.
It's all subjective.
But Bonte, we're watching one of the greatest players of all time hone his craft. And I just hope that people really, and I know Warrior fans do, I just hope people appreciate him while we have him. Because, look, who knows what ends up happening. Things could change quickly. He is so unbelievable. Right. And not only is he a great talent, in terms of a teammate, in terms of a leader, think of what he's done to empower so many guys. Him and Kevon Looney, the spiritual connection between the two, because I think we haven't talked enough in the early segment about Kevon. Kevon Looney, to me, has already elevated himself to all-time Warrior status.
Well, he had 3 games in the series alone with over 20 rebounds. 20-plus rebounds in this series 3 times. That's the first time that's happened since Dwight Howard back in 2008.
You have
Think about that.
Pumping the Kevon Looney hype train for multiple years now, and I might be a little late to hopping on the bandwagon. I'm all here, dude. Look, all aboard. Kevon Looney, when he caught 2 or 3 of them rebounds, you could see Sabonis and Harrison.
He pumped Sabonis.
Oh, but you could feel the souls being snatched from them.
So we're going to take calls on the other segment. Since we're here.
God, I love Kevon.
Since we're here, and we're going to play some Draymond Green sound on Sabonis. Sabonis is overrated. And I thought Mike Brown, this is where he screwed up. And some people are saying, well, Barnes only played 16 minutes. I understand.
And it might have been 14 too many.
It might have been 13 too many. Early in the third quarter. God dang, Lubman, you got to be that loud? Wow. Jesus Christ, I see the clock.
Wow. That was so loud in my ear.
What's his name? Harrison Barnes.
Yes.
Mike Brown. I get that Harrison only played 13 minutes. May have been 7 minutes too much. Harrison Barnes, early in the third quarter, Mike Brown says, I'm going to pull out Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray played 45 minutes in Game 6 against the Warriors. It was very impactful.
I thought he was awesome.
I
thought he was awesome.
How does Keegan only end up with 27 minutes yesterday and it got to have a game?
When he was one of the few guys hitting shots early.
I mean, Keegan's going to be a star. Keegan's really good. They got something with him. For him to adjust
in series and bounce back the way he did.
He's legit.
As a rookie?
He's legit.
I was very impressed with him.
Here's the other thing. Terrence Davis goes crazy in the first half, and I said, he's a guy where both coaches said, oh, boy, here we go again. Terrence Davis is irrational. He's in the mold of J.R. Smith, but he's a poor man's J.R. Smith. He thinks he's hot all the time, and he's not a good defender.
He hit 3 threes in the first half.
Davion Mitchell did not shut down Stephen Curry, but he made him work. How does Davion Mitchell only get 8 minutes yesterday when Steph Curry's the only guy rolling? He's the only guy rolling. How do you not blitz Steph? How do you not double him?
They waited to double till the late fourth quarter.
Mike Brown stumbled into the small ball lineup with Trey Lyles, Keegan Murray, Malik Monk, De'Aaron Fox, and Kevin Huerter. And he didn't really go to it yesterday.
Game 6, I turned to my brother and I said, Pat, the worst thing that could happen right now is Sabonis being off the floor.
Yes.
Because he's a net negative.
Yes, he helps the Warriors.
Exactly.
The more he's on the floor,
Exactly.
the better it is for the Golden State Warriors. He was MIA. He had the most empty stats. People were going to say, well, 22, 8, and 7. Watch the game. He blew offensive rebound after offensive rebound, did not box out, or Looney just punked him. Looney just wanted it more to Sabonis yesterday. He wanted it more. And then offensively, you see Sabonis at the top of the key. You see him at the free throw line, unsure of himself, can't hit the shot. He's short on the baby hook. He was awful in the second half yesterday. And for some reason, Mike Brown didn't go to the Game 6 lineup. He found something there. But I couldn't believe it.
Well, isn't there an element of you got to go down with the guys who brought you there?
Absolutely. Yeah, there is. But you
I'm
see
just
Game
asking
6
from afar.
Yeah, you see Game 6, and you got to do what you got to do to win a game.
True.
You can't coach to the personality. You have to coach to the guys who can win you a game. I just don't get it.
Well, because they're saying, hey, he's the reason we're this far. You know what I mean? I get. I thought he was really good in the first half. Horrible in the third quarter.
Horrible.
And by the way, the Warriors missed 10,000 free throws in that third quarter. It could have been bigger.
7 to 16. 7 to 16 in the third quarter off free throws.
I thought it was worse.
Well, it felt
worse.
It
felt like Wiggins needed to go underhand. I could hear Rick Barry in my head saying, maybe you shoot these free throws underhand.
Well, we got Bob Myers coming up at 7 o'clock. They were able to give out the Sacramento Kings at 7. Stephen Curry becoming the first player to ever drop 50 in Game 7, surpassing Kevin Durant's 48-point performance in a Game 7. Stephen Curry, all-time great, all-time legend, carries the Warriors to the second round where they'll take on the L.A. Lakers in the second round of the playoffs, and it'll be the first time the Lakers and Warriors meet up in the postseason since 1991. 1991, SoCal versus NoCal. LeBron versus Steph. This is juicy, folks. It's just getting started, baby. But the Warriors get past the Sacramento Kings, and no, the beam was not lit yesterday. That bad boy will be shut down, but we move on with class. It was a great series with the Sacramento Kings. The I-80 Classic was phenomenal. 3 weeks of just fun with Kenny Caraway, D-Lo, Damian Barley, Deuce and Mo, everybody up there in Sacramento. A lot of fun. But there are levels to this, and the Warriors leveled up here to get to the second round. We'll talk to Bob Myers at 7 o'clock. We'll take your calls on the other side. That'll all be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
With all the rain
backcourt of the Golden State Warriors are moving on to round 2 to take on the Los Angeles Lakers. Mike Brown, Steve Kerr with a big hug at center court. Great job by Mike Brown and his staff all year long. Final score, Golden State 120, Sacramento 100. And the Golden State Warriors advance.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
Boy, did Curry quiet that crowd down at the G1C, the Golden One Centers. Tim Roy with the final call there. Warriors blow away from the Kings in the second half. Outscored the Kings 64-42 to win by 20. They were down 2 at the half, 58-56. Again, 35 in the third quarter, outscored the Kings by 12. And then a 13-2 run to start the fourth quarter put this game away as Stephen Curry drops 50. No player ever done that before in a Game 7. Stephen Curry drops 50. He also grabbed 8 rebounds. He also dropped 6 assists. He also made 7 threes. He also hit 3 free throws and missed 2, actually. Missed 2, went 0 for 2 at one point, and I don't think he missed 6. No, I'm kidding, but seriously, he was on fire there. As last segment was brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLimber.com and the Quest for 5. Brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering $75,000. A $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. I got somebody on a special hotline. But first, I want to give RJ the floor for a second in Fairfield. RJ, he was nervous as hell up in Sacramento, but it was a great series.
For calling in.
And I got respect for you calling in, RJ. You're a real one. You should be proud of your Sacramento Kings. What a season for you guys.
Yeah, no, you're right, Vontae. Hey, man, I was nervous the whole, I didn't get a chance to talk to you guys after game on the Friday game, but man, what a series. I think this series exceeded both our expectations. We both picked, you picked Warriors in 6, I picked Kings in 6, and, it went to 7. But, I mean, Mike Brown, why did we put that lineup in there? Just like how you say, Vontae, I think you're hitting all you're hitting all the right spots today as far as what the Kings did and with Sabonis and all that, man. But watching Steph Curry, man, what a magician with the ball. You kind of have to I was just sitting back in the couch with my hands over, my hands curled up and just appreciating. I hated what I saw, but I appreciated it because he's just such a great player, and he was just chewing us up all night, man. So congratulations, Warriors. Man, thank you for shedding some light on some of the Kings' weaknesses, man. We got work to do, and we'll be back, man.
No doubt, no doubt. You got a small market team. You cannot cripple yourself with contracts. Let Harrison Barnes go, and Domantas Sabonis and Kevin Huerter. You got to figure out what to do with them because it's about getting to the next level, not just being a first-round team and a playing team. I'm telling you, Sabonis, there's a lot of empty calories there. You're not. You imagine Sabonis against Anthony Davis and Rui Hachimura? That would have been a mismatch.
I feel like we're, and I'm not saying that you're not wrong with the criticisms of Sabonis and stuff. I do think the Warriors matchup was just a unique one for them that exposed some of their roster flaws. And I'm sure when the Warriors face certain teams, we can identify lots of roster flaws.
Right.
Like, for example, athleticism against the Kings. It felt like the Warriors didn't have a whole lot of athleticism.
Right,
now,
didn't.
we will see in this next matchup size, right?
Right.
I don't think the Warriors have a lot of size. Now, can they overcome it? Big questions. We'll figure that out. But, like, not every team is going to be powerhouse. So, yes, they do need to do some tinkering and whatnot. I walked away. Malik Monk is a monster off the bench.
Resign him.
He was unbelievable.
Keegan-
De'Aaron Fox is incredible.
He's a superstar.
Absolutely.
Keegan Murray
is a rising star.
He's
for
going
him,
to be a player.
For him to adjust midway through Game 4 and to be able to salvage the series and have an impact, I thought they underplayed him in Game 7.
I thought the 3-guard lineup with Davion,
Yes.
Malik Monk, and De'Aaron Fox caused the Warriors a lot of problems.
I agree with you.
We didn't see a lot of that. I don't know how Davion
And then-
drafted him in the first round. He plays 8 minutes. I just don't get that.
And Trey Lyles, I thought, he had the great game in Game 1. He was so good in Game 6.
This is a good fit for him with the
Yes.
Sacramento Kings. He's physical. He can
Yes.
stretch out. He can go to the rack. He is good. Real quick, Jake in New York. Then let's get Papa Shasky. I know Papa Shasky's good and long. Papa Shasky, hang on tight. I want to get to you on the other side because I know you got more to say just in 30 seconds. So we'll get to you on the other side. Jake in New York, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, Jake?
What's up, Bonte Shasky?
What's up, man?
I just wanted to say, I think an underrated aspect of this game was the competitiveness it takes to win a championship because you got Domantas Sabonis, who's an MVP candidate, and you could just feel Looney wanted it more. He punked him late in that game.
Punked him.
if you're not competitive enough to win a championship, you saw it from Looney. Like, that's what it takes. And then for the Lakers series going forward, I want to see a little bit more of Andrew Wiggins, not the offense run through him, but I just want to see him beat up on D'Lo and Reeves in the post. He started doing it a little bit towards the end of the game with Fox and Monk, but you got to wear those guys out. So by the fourth quarter, when they're chasing around Steph and Clay, they're just gassed. So I want to see a little more Wiggins beating them up, keep the physicality up, let the guards run around, and it's going to be a great series. I'm excited.
No doubt.
But Friday night, just a second, I want to reflect because I know we're going to talk to my dad in a second. Friday night, so frustrated, so angry, so disappointed, like all the emotions. And all day Saturday, every single person I saw, Little League, I did a St. Finbar, I was emceeing this event for a fundraiser for them, and like every person I can't, what was that? What was that? And everyone had the same thing. Is this it? Is this how they're going to go out? And I'm not saying that people don't doubt, but like it has to cross your mind. Is this the last we're going to see of Dre and Clay and Steph together? Is this the last of Steve Kerr? Is this the last of Bob Myers? Like everything could be different. It was hard not to think about that.
Well, I kind of got that out of my system. I took Baby Chess to the zoo Saturday. We had a great time.
You ran into Mike Johnson.
Yeah, Mike Johnson.
Yeah, the
and they were asking about Game 7. I said, you know what? They're not going out like this. And I actually woke up Sunday. Now, I wouldn't have been shocked at the Warriors loss. I was like, man, they got the way the season's played out. Who knows how the hell this is going to go?
Yeah, I was a nervous wreck.
But by Saturday, I wasn't really thinking about this being the last game between Dre, Clay, Steph. I kind of just debunked those feelings. I just kind of parked them. And I said, you know what? Let's just see what happens in Game 7. Let's see what happens in Game 7. Let's just play it. Because Sacramento hasn't been there before in that situation. And will they really go back to that lineup? And the Warriors always adjust to the playoff series. They have time and time and time again always adjusted. They always get better in the series.
It's true.
So I was just like, you know what? Let's just see what happens. Are they really going to go out in the first round?
Ponce, it was so bad Friday night.
It was bad.
And
it was
then
all
I kept thinking was, well, they only got like 30 hours to rest.
Yeah,
and that's going to favor the Kings.
We'll get to Malik Monk and what he said.
I think it was a valid point by him.
Yeah,
I really do. I didn't see it as some like slanderous statement. Not everything that everyone says is slander.
It's not slander, but he felt the legs, and they did look dead.
They did.
They looked flat-footed on Friday night.
Look, the Kings destroyed them on Friday night. Like I was there, and I know you're there at all the games. I wanted to get up and scream and yell, and we tried, and there were Warrior chants and everything. The Warriors gave you nothing to cheer for Friday night. No, they couldn't get 2 stops to save their life.
They had answers. Jordan Poole hits a 3, 78-73. Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox go back-to-back threes.
It was unreal.
They had an answer for every Warriors run Friday night.
How about Harrison Barnes falling to the ground, getting the foul call? And that wasn't the reason, but like they were getting everything.
Part of the reason why they won that game was Sabonis got in foul trouble.
Yes.
He got yanked from the game, and Harrison Barnes was out of the game. And I don't know why Mike Brown didn't go back to that. But anyway, it's time for Taking Them to School, brought to you by the San Leandro Unified School District, embracing diversity, empowering excellence, and now offering rewarding career opportunities for teachers in the Bay Area. You belong in SLU. SD, go to www.sluSD.us to learn more and apply today. Stephen Curry. How about this layup?
Little giddy up down the right side. Shoveled it to Draymond. Snapped it off to Curry. Let's see if the Warriors can get a couple of passes on this possession. Curry, underhand scoop, got fouled. It's good! Put him to the line as he face planted in the paint. Number 30 has come to play today.
I mean, he was all-time great yesterday. If you took his stats in the second half alone, Stephen Curry, 12 of 23, 3 of 9 for the three-point line, 30 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists. That's in the second half alone, folks, as he drops 50. No player in NBA history dropped 50 in a Game 7. Stephen Curry drops 50 in a do-or-die game. In a Game 7 on the road in front of that rabid fan base. What a performance. We'll talk about it with Bob Myers at 7 o'clock. On the other side, we got Papa Shasky and Robin in the city. We got Robin as well. We got the MT of the show.
I seen her wearing her Warrior gear.
So
on Facebook.
Was she?
Oh, she was posting some sweet outfits.
Well, are you surprised?
No, because Robin's a real one.
There you go. That's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises.
Give your small
Take it away, Bonte.
I sure will, Steph. 50 points for you, buddy. First time that's ever happened in Game 7. Wow, what a performance. Maybe one of the most impactful players in NBA history. I mean, just otherworldly, God, whatever you want to say. Just I've run out of adjectives to describe this man. I mean, just when I thought Boston was at the top of the top, when I thought, maybe the 2018 NBA Finals or, his Game 6 performance in OKC that gets overshadowed by Klay Thompson's performance. I just...
The game against Toronto when there was no one on the floor.
And 47 points. I mean... Against a box of one. I mean, 50 last night in the do or die game, as the segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Bob Myers coming up in 10 minutes on the Morning Roast, president of basketball operations and GM of the Golden State Warriors. Bob Myers in 10 minutes on the Morning Roast. You don't want to miss that. Let's get to Papa Shasky. Then we'll get to Robin, Trey, and Antonio. Papa Shasky, good morning, man. What's happening?
Good morning, fellas. All is right with the world when the Warriors win, that's for sure. Hey, so there's a couple things I wanted to mention. Just when you thought you saw the best of Steph Curry, he pulls a rabbit out of his hat for yesterday's game. Just absolutely incredible. And what we saw in the third quarter was what we saw the last couple of years when they came off after the halftime. They came out and they blew teams away. In the third quarter, there was a point where we were behind 58-56, and Steph hits the three, and we never looked back. And I looked at Noreen, I go, this is it. They're going to pull away. And they pull away, and they go up by 10 at the end of the third quarter. And I looked there, I go, we need to get another 10. We need to go up by 20. And lo and behold, they go up by 20 at the end. There was a point at the end of the game where he had 47 points, and he looks up to the crowd, and he has this nasty stare, and he goes, and he whispers, I could swear he says this, he goes, I'm not finished yet. Yeah. And lo and behold, he dribbles through the whole team for the layup to get to the 50 points. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Now, if he doesn't score 50 points, Looney's got to be your MVP if they win that game.
Right.
It could be a co-MVP. I mean, absolutely the way Looney played, I mean, just a man among men. Are you kidding me? Just absolutely incredible.
I love watching Kevon Looney. I mean, Steph Curry's obviously the headliner. Kevon Looney has elevated himself. The way that he offensive rebounds is unbelievable. And you could see their faces. Like, they were demoralized with every rebound.
Oh, I mean, you kidding me? It reminds me of Larry Smith when he used to play for the Warriors. Are you kidding me? He had a nose for that ball.
Mr.
And then
Mean.
there was one point where the Brown was telling the team that our team, the Warriors, wanted it more. They were going after all the loose balls, getting all the rebounds, and that absolutely showed. As bad as they played on Friday, they looked old. I'm telling you, they looked old. The other team had a lot more speed. they sure came back and put it to them.
And now you get LeBron and the Lakers, Pops. Come on. LeBron and the Lakers?
That's an NBA dream matchup. I mean, and it was glad that, and I got to say this, it was so glad that the game was taken away from the referees at the end of the game, because nothing worse than have the referees decide who's going to move on, right?
Yeah,
no doubt.
I think it was great for the NBA to see the Warriors come out like that and to show that, yes, they deserve to move on.
No doubt, Papa Shasky, Lakers, Warriors. I cannot wait. Big way to get started. I mean, that's an iconic performance. You seen Joe Montana, you seen Willie Mays, you seen Willie McCovey. I don't think we've ever seen anything like Stephen Curry in the Bay Area. He's one of one. He's one of one, Papa
He just keeps
Shasky.
amazing us. Every game he pulls something out that you go, wow, I just thought maybe I saw the best of him last game, and then this game he pulls some of those shots, some circus shots that he was making, everything in the paint, almost on the ground, throwing them up, the little floaters. I don't know. You said he scored I don't know how many points in the paint, but wow,
22 points in the paint.
Watch him play.
22 points in the paint yesterday. 22 points, finishing with the left, finishing with the right, the soft touch off the glass, the mid-range jumpers from 15 feet. He had it all going. He took a career high, 38 field goal attempts. 38 field goal attempts, career high.
All those shots that he made in the paint, he missed on Friday night.
Yeah.
There was a lot of them that he missed on
True.
Friday night that should have went, that didn't go in. But tonight he made up for it yesterday. Absolutely made up for it. It was just a absolutely phenomenal to watch a player like that. And he got his props from the other guys on the other team, because I think at one point their sphincters got tight because they're watching the best player on the planet play.
The lemon booty did loom large up at the Go to One Center in the city of Sacramento. No doubt about that. Good to hear from you, Papa Shasky.
You guys have a great day.
Bob Myers in 5 minutes.
Bob Myers in 6 minutes. 6 minutes.
Oh,
Shasky.
6 minutes.
Yeah. He may
6
call early
minutes,
though. He may call.
dog, you're on.
He may call early. Golden State becomes the first defending champion. The trail 2-0 playoff series win.
It's incredible.
Or excuse me, to trail 2-0 in a playoff series and win this series. 4 other teams had lost their series. 4 other defending champions. So they're set in history. How about this one? Steve Kerr improves 19-0 against Western Conference teams in the playoffs.
That's wow, 19-0.
19-0 against teams in the West.
They went 2 on the road, and they win back-to-back road games.
When they won 11 games. So that's why the whole road record in the regular season, you could go ahead and throw that in the trash.
I still can't believe that game went down the way it did. Like I had, Bunty, look at how many notes I made. I was losing my mind.
You did your homework. That's what you're supposed to do every day.
Well, sometimes I keep them up here. Sometimes I write them down. In the first 16 minutes, Herter hit a 3.
Yep.
Davis hit multiple threes.
Yep.
Keegan hit multiple threes. Fox hit a 3.
They were hot.
Everybody was scoring for them, and somehow the Warriors galvanized and stabilized the situation. And I felt like they could have ran out of the gym early. And they had a couple of bad turnovers. Clay had a bad turnover. Poole had a bad turnover. Moody had a bad turnover.
But they weathered the storm. And I thought they were really good in the non-Steph minutes to stabilize the game. They didn't get blown out in the non-Steph minutes. They were able to get them rest there and they were able to stabilize the game. Last Warrior to score 50 in a playoff game was Kevin Durant in 2019 against the Clippers. Curry's the 5th Warrior to score at least 50 in a playoff game, joining Wilt Chamberlain, Rick Barry, Sleepy Floyd, and Kevin Durant. Let's go to the lines here,
God,
Shasky.
what a list of names.
I mean, he's an all-time great.
Jesus.
Robin, she's an all-time great caller. What's up, Robin? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, sugars. So you saw me in my Warriors gear. It's just
I did. I liked it. It looked good. I like that coat.
Thank you, sugar. Here's the deal, you guys, and I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer. I'm speaking from a basketball point of view. Let's face it. Yesterday, Steph Curry, the superstar, took over and won because that's what he gets paid to do. Okay? But so does Andrew Wiggins and Klay Thompson. Never mind the fact that they did play defense, but they get paid to play defense. And the reason why I'm saying this, you guys, is because when I look down my timeline, all I see from Warrior fans is that they're always blaming Poole. Now, get this. Is nothing wrong to expect him to play better and to be better. But if you look at it in a broader perspective, when it comes to Jordan Poole, he is a third-year player coming up out the G League that is inconsistent and still developing. To constantly blame him, not you guys, the Warrior fans, and not at the stars. The stars, the big boys got to put their draws on. Steph Curry put all of them on his back, along with Kevon Looney, you understand, and did that. But he can't do that continuously. Warrior fan base, stop blaming the bench. Although we need the bench, although who needs to play better, and all of this. And I don't have enough time to go into a broader perspective. But stop it. The big boys got to put their drawers on, and they got to show up. And if it wasn't for Steph Curry yesterday, make no mistake about it, he earned his superstar status, and the rest of them got to fight.
You know what though, Robin? And I hear everything you said. And we'll dive deeper into it tomorrow when it comes to the bench and Jordan Poole and Wiggins and Clay. But that's why Steph is one of one. That's why Steph is an all-timer, because he has the ability to sense the moment to say, okay, my guys are struggling, shooting. I'll carry the offensive load. Just follow me. Follow my lead. And you know what? They followed his lead, and he dropped 50. That's what the great ones do. That's what they do. On any given night, he's capable of doing what he did yesterday. On any given night. And he was awesome in this series. You want to talk about fourth quarter points? Steph Curry was clutch in this series.
What did he average? I thought you had the number.
No. I got it. No, he had more points. He had more points than Fox. That's for sure. So I'll pull it up there. He had over 200 points in this series. I mean, the records that are just falling.
Here's what I would say about Andrew Wiggins. He played really good defense. I thought they contested shots really well in that second half, as well as Klay Thompson. And they hit big, timely buckets. Clay wasn't great in the first half, but the way that he came out in that third quarter, and he did the same thing in Game 5, he hit big half-court shots at desperate times for this team. And to me, the biggest play of the night was to end the third quarter after the Malik Monk and one. Yeah. He hit that huge three, and that was a brilliant play by Draymond, Steph, and Clay. And then he sinks the free throw at a time when it felt like they couldn't hit free throw.
Well, you go from leading by 6 and possibly give the Sacramento Kings life, and you go up 10 going into the fourth quarter, double-digit lead there. So,
and then they're interviewing Mike Brown at the break, and they're like, oh, you're up 12. I'm like, is there a problem with the score? What happened there?
No, I don't know.
They kept talking 12. You're up 12, and we were only up 10.
No, I don't know. The things you remember, Shasky. I didn't remember that.
Well, I thought the score was off because they kept saying, and then, 10. They do like the after-quarter interview or whatever.
Yeah. All right, well, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on a free
Even on second viewing, I was like, what's going on?
The Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. All right, let's bring in Bob Myers. It's been a while since we talked to Bob, man, the president of basketball operations, a GM of the Golden State Warriors. And Bob was up there in Sacramento, and I'm sure he could hear it this morning because the cowbells weren't ringing as loud yesterday in game number 7. Bob, good morning. What a win. And look, I know we don't have a lot of time with you today, but we have to start with number 30, Stephen Curry. I mean, Steph Curry, I thought last year game 4 against Boston was, okay, that's the one. That's the one. But to see what he did, to become the first player to ever drop 50 in a game 7, you kind of run out of superlatives to describe this young man. Steph Curry does it at 35 years old. 35 years old to drop 50 in a game 7. Unbelievable.
Yeah, man. But before we're going to talk all about Curry. I'm not going to. Don't worry. I'm going to get to that. But somebody bought my family dinner last night, and I didn't get to thank. I tried to thank a guy. It wasn't a cheap dinner. So somebody that's listening, tell him I said thank you. I asked the waiter. I said, "What'd that guy do that for?" He said the Warriors made his day. And sometimes you forget. I forget because it's my job that when we win, how happy it makes people. So that makes me feel good. Because if I'm being honest, guys, happy isn't the right word to describe how I feel. It's relief. It's fulfillment. It's not happy. I wish it was.
Bob, can I ask you about Friday night then? Because me and B were devastated, frustrated, angry, and then I got to go through all day Saturday, and then like the anxiety of Sunday. I mean, I can't even imagine what's it like with you and your family after you lose Game 6, and you got all this time in between until Game 7, and you're out there having dinner with them. Like the dynamic of the family aspect, that's got to be difficult to navigate.
Yeah, man, we could spend a lot of time. I mean, you guys got, family. I got 3 daughters. The best thing about my household, honestly, and I know you guys grew up, I did too, in a big sports household. That's how I grew up. Older brother, my dad was big into sports. My house isn't like that. And you'd think it would be, but it's good for me because my job is just thinking that the world revolves around the Warriors. And that's what happens when you go into the building, and that's all the people I associate with. So when I go home, my kids, my 4-year-old got on Bluey, and my 12-year-old wants to watch some. It's good, though, because I need that. You know, if they were telling me, you need to prove the bench, Dad, I think I'd fall apart. I don't think I'd make it if I walked home and my wife was like, what are you guys doing? What kind of effort was that? You guys going to make a shot? So I don't have any of that at home. It works for me. But you do take the job home with you, guys. I'm sure you take your jobs home with you. I wish I wouldn't as much. But last night we were driving back. My wife brought my 4-year-old to the game. And a funny story about the cowbells. It was like the second quarter, and she goes, Daddy, I want a cowbell. I said, my wife's like, we can't give her a cowbell. I go, no. I go, her name's Rosie. I said, Rosie, no cowbell. I said, if we win the game, I'll get you a cowbell. So Eric Housen, after the game, our equipment guy, basically a fixer and handles everything. He houses. I go, man, can you give me a cowbell?
Oh my God.
He goes, what do you want a cowbell for? I said, my daughter, man, she wants a cowbell. So the whole ride home from Sacramento kind of ringing it. But it was, anyway, we can talk about Curry. Let's talk about Curry.
No, seriously. Bob, it's kind of funny because I took my daughter to the zoo Saturday to kind of get away from everything, and she has no idea what's going on. She just wants to see giraffes and zebras and ride on a choo-choo train, and that was therapeutic for me. So I woke up Sunday, it was like, you know what? It's going to be all good. We got a Game 7. This is what sports is about, and the Warriors have Stephen Curry. And, boy, did he step up and seize the moment. I mean, in the second half alone, he goes 12 of 23 for 30 points. The second half alone. Now, we'll get to Looney. We'll get to Klay Thompson's defense and Wiggins' defense and the bench and all that stuff. But Steph Curry, when you think about all the performances that you've seen, because you've seen all of them, I guess it's tough to rank it. But in terms of impactful in the moment, where do you place that at? I mean, it's unbelievable what he did yesterday.
Well, I'll say this. You guys won't believe me, but I read Marcus Thompson's article on what Curry did on Saturday when he spoke to the team.
Yep.
If you could ask me, you can go back in time and choose to watch the 50-point game or his 2-minute speech. I would have chosen the speech. He never does that. He just doesn't speak to the team like that, and I just wish I had seen it. And I texted him last night. I said, man, when you talk to the team, please, and he knew I was joking, and I was thinking, I had no idea he was going to do that, and I guess it was just the players. He texted me back, it was just the players. I would have loved to have seen that. And the 50 points was
right.
I don't even know what to say.
It's never been done in Game 7, Bob.
I don't. What do I say that you guys didn't say? I suppose what I felt was happiness for one of the good ones. We adore athletes that aren't great people. We do it all the time. We can't help it. And we root for people that maybe aren't decent human beings, whether it's celebrities or athletes. But his character and his talent make it so easy to support someone like that and to wish well things for them. And so I'm just lucky. I get to know him and see him and watch one of the best players that's ever played do it at that stage. I mean, I love basketball like you guys. I try to watch those games and think about how lucky I am to see him live for as long as I have perform like that. Because the people that are listening to watch him, I mean, that's why people go to the games. It's to see greatness. And it's just, I don't know what to say. We're lucky to have him in the organization.
So he's never given a speech like that before?
Super rare. I mean, if it went down the way it did, and I'm going to ask Draymond, because the story said that Draymond said, I'm going to talk to the team.
Yeah, that was funny.
Steph said, I got this one.
Hey, Bob, sit back and read that line where it's like, Draymond's like, yo, I got the speech.
I laughed.
We know what's going to come with that speech. And Steph's like, no, Trey, let me handle this one. You spoke enough. Like, it was hilarious to see that. And then Steph doing that said, hey, if you want to get on that team bus, let's check our egos. Yeah. I mean, that was special.
I mean, I love that line. Like, if you're going to get on the bus, you're getting on the bus with the right attitude. Or don't get on the bus. I just wish. No, he talks to the team, but not in that kind of. I don't know how long it went. He'll say things. He'll pipe in, but it isn't like this floor is yours, Steph. And that's like you guys said. That's usually Draymond, and he's tremendous at it. And I think Curry appreciates that. I think Curry maybe it was Lott from Montana. I don't know, but for Steph to say what he said, I promise you that room, that you could hear a pin drop if he stood up in front of the team, which he did. I just wish I'd seen it. But anyways, I got to see the 50 points like the rest of the world, and that's a hell of a consolation prize. He was unbelievable, and we needed it. I mean, you guys play sports. It's when you have someone like that on your team, it just makes you believe more. That's the strength of those kind of quarterback guys, those point guards, those great players. They make you believe you're better than you are. And he put the team on his back as much as you can use that phrase. If you ever could, it was yesterday with him, and it was loud. I mean, I guess you guys weren't. It was the loudest game of the four, and those Kings fans
really
were tremendous, man. Our fans are tremendous, but I got to give credit to those Kings fans. That organization, what Mike Brown did, those players, they're coming. They are coming, and that was a worthy foe. They're going to be better because of that series, and even playing against Curry like that. So, just a great basketball series. Just high level. There was a year, guys, where we won the Western Conference Finals. Okay, when we had Durant, and we were going to the finals, and the locker room celebration was like, "Hey, guys, like nothing."
Right.
Like we were going to the final, and I remember looking at somebody else like, "We're going to the finals." Like no big deal. We celebrated. I mean, there was a joy last night or yesterday afternoon that we savored because that was hard. That was a tough series for everybody.
I thought Kevon Looney was spectacular in the entire series, and he's been such a great player for this team for a couple of years now. And just to see where he's come, into the league, and he didn't play that first year. He had all those hip injuries, how he's evolved his game, and he's snatching the soul out of the opponent with every offensive rebound, with every rotation, with every little putback, and his ability to facilitate on that pick and roll. He's just... I mean, I know the box score speaks to itself, but he's so much more than that. I mean, 15 defensive rebounds, 22 overall, 7 assists. He was awesome in this whole series, and I feel like Kevon Looney finally getting his just due for the country to see. That, to me, was awesome because I love everything about Loon.
He's unbelievable. There's a great kid story. You guys have heard it, the tortoise and the hare. Looney's the tortoise. Like, he just keeps plodding along and getting better and better. Everybody else stops, starts, goes backwards. Every year, every game, it's kind of like this slow growth that continues, and then you wake up and it's 20 rebounds and 20 rebounds. Yeah. He is a huge part of us, and this is a guy that we drafted. He was injured. We didn't pick up his option. Thank goodness we got him back. Underappreciated because he's surrounded by megastars. But to finally see him get his due for such a decent guy, just a decent team player, he has to be, and I think he is now, appreciated by the fan base in a deserved way.
No doubt.
Because of the effort, right? Everybody loves effort. Everybody loves humility. And his mannerisms, how measured he is. You don't see him complain too much. To not hear his name referenced as much as a lot of his teammates, to feel no envy for any of that, and to finally be on the big stage and relied upon so much. It's such a good story. It's such a good story for perseverance, for working through. And again, he's helping us win. I mean, I don't need to say, you guys are watching the same thing I'm watching.
Right. No, I mean, Kevon Looney, 3 games in this series, he had 20-plus rebounds. I mean, that's a short list. Warriors with 3 or more 20-rebound games in a single playoff series. Wilt Chamberlain 5 times, Nate Thurman 4 times. Now you got Kevon Looney 3 times. I mean, moral compass, the 13 offensive rebounds in the third quarter. And one of our callers, one of our mini roasters, they love Looney so much, Sleprock. His name is Sleprock, Bob, and he said, I'm going to nickname him Windex because all he does is clean up the glass. So I shot that to Looney Friday before the game. It's like, yo, what do you think about this? He goes, oh, I love it. I love it there. So we're calling him Windex from here on out because all he does is clean up the glass. But I want to speak about Andrew Wiggins here. Andrew Wiggins, he misses the time for personal reasons. And you guys respected it. I think nobody really spoke about it. We just hope that he was okay mentally. He's come back in this playoff series, and he's picked up where he left off last postseason when he had that incredible NBA final, the incredible Western Conference Finals. And you look up, and sure, he missed some layups yesterday, but he attacked the glass, 7 rebounds, 17 points. And to come back after missing all that time off and jump into this series against that team against Sacramento and pick up where he left off is just incredible. I think Andrew Wiggins' story, he was flying under the radar in this series.
I mean, he does all. Wiggins' effort, playing huge minutes, guarding usually what is the other team's best player, is not easy. And the shot making will come, I think. He missed the game. He missed 2 months. His legs probably are still coming back. And guarding Fox, guarding Monk, two real tough covers, it's tiring. You see it with the free throws. He made his first 6 and his next 4. And he's going to get his 3-point shot going again. Some of that's his legs, like you said. But another big reason why, obviously, we won it last year and are making it to the second round now is Wiggins. It's just the best thing about his story to me is nobody's talking about him like people used to say, oh, he's got an awful contract and he can't win with Wiggins. And even he had to earn the respect of the Bay Area fans. And he did. And he did it. They don't just give it up here. I mean, there's a high expectation for players that have been through the last 10 years. And to see Wiggins embraced by our fans, by our fan base, by his teammates, by the coaching staff, to become kind of one of us in some ways, good for him. Good for him. Good for his career, because he bounced. He had 4, 5, 6 different coaches. I don't know how many in Minnesota. The weight of being a number 1 pick. I think he's found a home, and it works for him. He had this label. He had to be this number 1 guy. I think some of the things he said about Curry. I mean, the nice thing about the team, and you guys have been on teams, is everybody loved seeing Steph do what he did. The whole team loved it. There was no anybody saying, I should have shot more shots, or why does Curry get all the praise? There's a huge level of support for him because of him. And so Wiggins is just another big part of it.
Bob, I do want to ask you, you spoke about the ride home. You spoke about the locker room celebration after beating the Kings in 7 games. We talked about Steph Curry's speech before the film session Saturday afternoon. But I want to know about the drive up. What was going through their minds? Because, there's so many unknowns happening with you guys or whatnot. And we're not going to get into contracts and who's going to stay or whatnot. But what was that drive up to Sacramento like, getting ready for this Game 7? This was different. A 0-2 deficit. No home court advantage. We know about the road record in the regular season. Now you got to win 2 straight at the Golden One Center. I want to know what the drive up to Sacramento was like. What was going through your head as you got ready for Game 7?
Well, the team took the bus, Monte, and I drove up. Saturday with Dunleavy. My drive up was sweating it out like you guys. Like, what if we lose this game? What are we going to do? And worried about all that stuff. But I can tell you from what I heard about the bus and the players, this is a team with a lot of pride, and we got our what kid. I don't know what you're allowed to say on the radio, but you can fill in the blank on Friday, and that doesn't happen too often to our players at home and our coaches. And I told Dunleavy when I was leaving the game Friday, as bad as it was, I said, if we were going to lose, this is how I wanted to lose. And he's like, what do you mean? I said, no, this is how you want to lose. I said, if we had burned Curry 45 minutes, loses the buzzer, I think that would have been worse. As much as I think people were worried that we got blown out, that we couldn't kind of come back and win, I thought if we were going to come back, it would be better. Not that I want to get blown out.
Right.
I think you guys know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Right.
There's a sting to the blowouts. There's a sting to even Steph and Draymond saying they couldn't sleep. You guys are competitive. You know those times in your life where you get people listening, you get beat bad. You're going to show up with something a little bit more the next time you face whoever it is, whether it's a rival in your high school tournament or college or whatever it is. You get blown out and you're a competitor, that's going to live in you. And if you're one of the people that hates to lose, you're not going to sleep. And you can't wait for that game. And I think there was a lot of that going on out there.
Yeah. Boy, there's a million questions about the ride up with you and Dunleavy. Are you guys talking? What music? We'll get to that.
Dunleavy's cool. I think he picked the perfect partner to ride shotgun with, because Dunleavy is calm, cool, and collected. Yeah. And you probably needed somebody like him on the drive up I-80.
You'd be happy I wasn't in that car.
He was great.
Bob, let me share a story. Go ahead, Bob.
Bob, but as we transition from one series to the next.
No, you're good. I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, no, I was going to let you finish it because I was going to say Shasky Sunday morning. I woke up at about 6:30 a.m.
Bob.
And Shasky was up since 4 in the morning talking about, I clean the entire house.
Anxiety.
I have anxiety.
Horrible.
And for some reason, to me, I felt, okay, I think the Warriors may have this. Shasky's losing his mind, which means that's a good thing for you guys.
I mean, driving up with Shasky would have been tough, I think. I think it would have been hard. I do some of that, though. I vacuum. I like to vacuum.
See?
I'm a little stressed out.
Yeah.
I mean, but I feel like you probably go a little harder than I do on the team.
Yeah.
But,
Cougar or Shasky on the way up? Pick your poison.
Mike played in the NBA 15 years. His dad, he was born into the NBA when his dad coaching. So it's nice to have people to talk to that have been around, played in games. But we're human beings. We work hard. We thought we built a good roster. You want to win. And but no, I mean, look, he said one thing that resonated. We were driving up, and he said, "Well, I'll tell you what." I said, "What?" He goes, "Still got the best player in the series." And that sounds simple.
Yeah.
But that matters.
Yeah.
You guys look at who wins series. The best player is a huge part of it.
Yeah, no doubt. Bob, as we reflect from the series we just had and we look a little forward to Lakers, LeBron, we'll get to that part of it because I know it's personal for you on a variety of levels. Like these role guys, DiVincenzo, GP2, Jordan Poole, Moody, I thought stepping up and giving you great minutes over the last couple. You go from like one matchup where some guys are going to play more, some aren't. Maybe it just doesn't fit. You're not playing well to getting them ready. And not that it resets, but you're trying to try out different things for this next series. How do you get all those role players and figure out who's going to have their number called early on in this series against the Lakers?
It changes. I think after the game last night in the locker room, Iguodala said, for those of you that weren't playing, don't think it's going to stay that way. It's a new series. Steve has said many times, it's a brand new thing. I mean, we've had in the past guys where JaVale McGee would play in a series and then Zaza would play, and obviously Bogut got taken out. I mean, you guys know, you've watched this. Certain players play better. There's series that changes from game to game. Moody wasn't really getting time early on. He got time late. So Steve will kind of clean slate it. And the Lakers are almost the inverse of the Kings as far as style of play, as far as what they do, different pace, different speed, big size team, great defensive team. So it's kind of flipping things on their head. So it'll take a while, maybe for both coaches to figure out how to game plan, but that's what makes it fun. But as far as the roster, I mean, look, no roster is perfect. Ours isn't, nobody's is. So you got to figure out what's the best way, especially coming off the bench, what matchups work the best, what combinations. But that's what gives you guys hours and hours of time on the radio
Right.
to say, you should have played this guy, that guy. Everybody listening, you guys too, we're human beings. I mean, whether it's my mistakes with the roster, whether Steve should have done this or that, I guess rest assured, the care factor is huge. We care more than anybody can imagine. Probably too much, to be honest. And so it doesn't mean we're not trying. We don't get it right, but I do love the passion of you guys, of our fans, of all the people that have supported us. It's just so great to keep this thing going, and it's going to be a fun series. I mean, it's just
the Lakers.
Kerr after the game, Kerr after the game in the locker room. No, Kerr after the game goes, "All right, guys, great job." Blah blah blah, and then he goes, "Hey, what do we got? What do we play?" And somebody goes, "Tuesday." He goes, "Tuesday." Kerr goes, "Tuesday," and so it all comes fast. It all comes fast. So it's gonna be fun.
Today's got to be game plan day for the LA Lakers all day long. Tomorrow night, game one, or Tuesday, game one at Chase Center at 7 p.m. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Lakers, first time the Warriors and Lakers have met up in the postseason since 1991. So. You get Sacramento out the way, the I-80 Classic. That had never happened before. And now you get LeBron in the L.A. Laker uniform against you guys, man. This is great. This is great.
Storybook.
I know. How many times is this LeBron? How many have we gone against him?
This is
already?
the fifth time now. 4 times in the finals, and now once, now second round matchup, which feels like a Western Conference final.
Oh, this could be great.
Man, it's great players find a way to play each other, I guess. Curry and LeBron, they figure it out. They're going to meet great talent, great competitors. So it's going to be pretty fun. I'm excited.
And we owe him one for the play-in game, the 3-rim thing. I mean,
the play-in.
We owe him one.
I don't even count that as a playoff game.
I don't care. No, I'm
you
still
count
pissed.
that as a playoff game? I don't even.
I'm
we
still
always
pissed.
talk about the record in the postseason at Chase Center. And Festus asked me, he goes, "You're not going to count the play-in game?" I said, "No chance."
Well, I mean, look, I was there. That would hurt. He hit a big shot.
Yeah.
That was a right wing. Again, I know you guys joke around and this and that, but I know you guys are real fans, and seeing this guy's the all-time leading scorer ever. To get to see him in a playoff series, I never thought we'd see him again. I just didn't think we'd play against him again. Sure, we want to win, but at the same time, seeing him and Curry battle is it's all time. It's going to be unbelievable.
Yep, no doubt. Steph Curry, the second player at age 35 or older to score 200 points in a playoff series, joining Michael Jordan, who did it in 1998 in both the conference finals and NBA finals. What a performance for Steph. What a win by you guys, Bob. We'll see you tomorrow night at Chase Center. Thank you so much for the time.
Yeah.
It's been a while, but we always love talking
buddy.
to you. We always listen when you're on with Steiny and Guru. So tell the kids we said hi, and she can hopefully put away the cowbell today and just park that thing. Maybe just throw it away. She won't. You know how 4-year-olds are. They forget where toys are all the time.
No, it's going in the garage.
You have a garage in the city? Wow, you're one of the few.
Yeah.
All right, Bob.
It's full. All right, guys, take it easy.
See you, buddy.
Later on, Bob Myers, president of basketball operations at GM of the Golden State
God,
Warriors.
he's
A lot
the best.
there. To drive up with Dunleavy, you got the visual in your head. The team's on the bus. Bob's in a car by himself with Mike Dunleavy Jr. driving up the sack. Who the hell knows what's going on in that conversation? Is this it? Is this it? Are we going to a funeral at the Golden One Center?
Bob would be fun to do a road trip with.
He would be chill.
I think he's super chill.
He would be chill.
Super chill.
I mean, he's got some good times. He was rolling with the O'Bannons and Cameron Dollar and Tyus Edney at UCLA.
He's the kind of guy that I bet his playlist is very eclectic.
What would Bob Myers?
I think it would be all over the place. I think he'd have a little bit of everything.
He'd be one of those guys probably.
He'd be
where it's
like the Dave.
The Bonte. The Dave?
Yeah, the
Dave.
radio station here at
I know.
We could play Bob Marley, and then we could play Tupac.
Right. No,
and then it could be Alice in Chains.
And he'd be asking questions probably about Jay-Z. Because, he did the podcast with J. Cole.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
He also had Steph Curry on one, which was incredible.
All right, we welcome in the Chatty House. We welcome in all the roasters on YouTube, the Comcast Business Text Line.
Bob Myers.
Bob Myers is great. Go download the Odyssey app. Go rewind that bad boy. Bob Myers right here on 95.7 The Game. We'll get back to the calls in a second.
Today's not the day to reflect on like LeBron and the Lakers and how, but in terms of like, you take a deep breath, you exhale, and then you've got LeBron in the foreground. I mean, this is storybook stuff.
It is storybook stuff. When I got off the postgame show yesterday, I get in my car, drive home, and I'm kind of thinking about what happened against Sacramento, and it was crazy. I rewatched the game last night, Game 7. And I'm sitting in bed with Anna, and I was just like, all right, I'm ready to officially turn a page. I know today's not the day.
Yeah.
But my mind this morning was already breaking down the L.A. Lakers, playing out the matchups in my head. And, honestly, Friday night, after the Warriors got trounced in Game 6, I'm like, are we going to come in Monday morning after talking all that trash Thursday and Friday, where we basically said the series was over? We're going to come in Monday morning talking about how the season is over?
Well, no.
How they blew a 3-2 lead?
Bonte, it was going to be 5 months of trade to everyone not named Stephen Looney. That's what it was going to be, because you were going to get opinions all across the board.
Oh, it was going to be.
And you know what? Honestly, at that point, everything would have been fair. Halfway through that first half, every Warrior fan was losing their minds. Jordan Poole, Clay,
I'm not going to lie.
Draymond.
I text you guys in the thread. I said, man, we could be watching Klay Thompson's last game, and he's going out like this. 1-10 in the first half.
I didn't say that.
I said that. I told you I said that.
You know what, though? The thing is with this team, they hung in there, and you look up after that first quarter, it could have been way worse, and they were only up 3, and I was saying to myself, man, everything went wrong. All their role players were hitting shots, and yet you're right there.
Right.
They just need to attack the hoop, and I feel like they settled for threes early in the game, and then that second quarter, they started attacking the hoop, and everything changed.
No doubt. Points in the paint, they flipped that yesterday. Points in the paint for the Warriors yesterday, 42-36. In the 3 Sacramento Kings wins, they were plus 33 when it came to points in the paint. So they're able to stabilize. They stayed patient offensively. They didn't fall in love with the 3 until they needed to there. But the Warriors, they survive a big-time series against the Sacramento Kings in 7. Oh, baby. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. We're getting to the lines coming up. Trey G, Mark, Philmo, Mike, Cooper, a who's who list here on the phone lines. We're getting to everybody. We're reading your comments on YouTube. Read your texts on the Comcast Business Text Line. We'll celebrate this Game 7 win over the Sacramento Kings. Tip of the hat to the Sacramento Kings. First-class organization. They figured things out. They've got a star in De'Aaron Fox. They got a baller in Keegan Murray. They need to re-sign Malik Monk. They figure out what to do with Sabonis, Harrison Barnes, and Kevin Huerter. But they got some pieces there to build off of. A great season for the Sacramento Kings. But like I said, there's levels to this, and the Warriors level up to the second round, and they'll take on the LA Lakers. Game 1 tomorrow night. We'll talk all about it here on the Morning Roast, and that will be brought to you by, drum roll, nobody.
I gotta say, I'm just fired up to be here today.
My French toast sticks are back.
And Curry will bring it up. Curry drives, scores. He's got 50. A 50-point playoff game for Stephen Curry in a Game 7.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
My guy, Steph Curry, man, what a performance. What a performance to bring it home. And the season is still alive, folks. It's still alive. We're not talking about what happened in Mexico City with the Giants. No, we're not talking about a draft in which the Niners select a kicker in what was that, the third round? Jake Moody? Not bad at it.
In the words of Rick Barry, Giants, Niners, I could not care less right now.
The quest for 5 brought
And you
to
know
by,
I love both those teams.
Oh,
I could
the
not
Alameda.
care less.
No, we cannot. We could. Giants lose to Mexico City. Niners have a draft. We'll touch on it at some point. At some point.
Today's
Maybe in
not that
June.
day.
Today's not the day. Tomorrow's not going to be the day. Hell, this week's not going to be the day because LeBron and the Lakers are coming to town. That's what we're going to be talking about. The Quest for 5 brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org today to apply. That's a really cool gig. Bob Myers, we're going to replay that at 9:20. 9:20.
Oh, nice.
Bob Myers, president of basketball operations at GM, and they go to say words. But look, man, we know what we do after games. Day after games is about you, the listener. We talk with you, not at you. Shout out to Matt Steinmetz. Taking the calls. It's all about you. Your recap of Game 7. Stephen Curry. Nice things you want to say about the show, like Mark in Berkeley. What's happening, Mark? What's happening?
Oh, I thought I'd never get to say hi to you. I'm so happy. I can't say anything, but I just want you to break it down at some point because my family members, we don't know anything about the Lakers' new team. I know the best guy's LeBron, and the next guy, and then they say there's the third guard. Is that it?
Yeah, no. We got a lot to break down. Austin Reeves, Anthony Davis, Dennis Schroeder. We got a lot to break down tomorrow. That'll be tomorrow. We'll recap Game 7 today. Let's celebrate it. The Warriors have already moved on. Probably they flipped the page to the LA Lakers. We will do that tomorrow on this show.
Were you surprised, Bonte, that Bob Myers said that they celebrated the way that they not that they didn't you don't celebrate, but the fact that like everything felt very dialed down when they won in 2017, 2018 to get to a finals?
Not really
or maybe
surprised.
It was 2018.
2018. Yeah, they were very subdued. I remember that. They were very subdued because they knew, look, we're the defending champions. We know we're going back to the finals.
Yeah.
Nobody can touch us. Nobody. As Matt Nahegan, our program director, rolls in on his scooter here and a fat cast on his leg. Oh, man, does that mean less tweets? Probably not. But it doesn't surprise me. Yesterday, when you think about Sacramento and the way this could possibly be. Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself. I don't. But this could be their toughest test during this whole entire run.
Oh, I agree with that.
Because Sacramento matched up so well with them, the intel Mike Brown has with this team, the assistant coaches on that roster, quicker, younger legs, a true point guard. The Lakers, who's their true point guard? LeBron James is going to be handling the ball a lot.
Yeah.
When you take on if you take on the Denver Nuggets, you get past the Lakers or the Phoenix Suns. You don't really fear Chris Paul like that, and Denver doesn't really have a true point guard. And the Boston Celtics don't have a true point guard. So that may be, the Sacramento Kings may be their toughest test when you think about their young legs, their athleticism, the way they play offensive basketball, the top team in the regular season. So I do understand why there was so much jubilation in that locker room.
Well, and I'm like, I don't want to break it all down today, but they got a big chunk of flesh taken out of them in this series, and that can wear you down. So, like, we'll just take it one step at a time. But today, I'm just so happy because after Friday night, the range of emotions this one weekend was. I was so angry leaving that stadium Friday night, and a lot of people were. I don't think I'm alone in this. I think a lot of people. Now, are there people out there like I always held that hope? Yeah, I'm sure. That's not how I'm wired. I was so angry because they had an opportunity, and then you contrast that with watching that Memphis Laker game, and you're saying to yourself, that's how you take care of an opponent on the end in the Game 6. You take them out. Right. You don't mess around. You don't play with your food.
Right.
And the way that the Kings manhandled the Warriors on Friday night, I was like, uh-oh, they're old. They're going to have less time to recover. So I was surprised when I looked up and it was a close game at halftime because I'm like, all right, we're right there. We're right where we need to be. Everything was going well for the Kings, it felt like, in the first 16 minutes.
It was unbelievable. But Game 6, going back to Game 6, Kings came out 8-0. 8-0 right away. Now, the Warriors fought back to take a lead at the end of the first quarter. But, a lot of people complained about the crowd. When you turn the ball over the way the Warriors did, when you get out-hustled on the offensive glass and when you don't win 50-50 balls, that's a good way to take the crowd out of the game.
Yes.
And so after Game 6, I just remember being on the post-game show saying, I am stunned. The Warriors usually take care of business at home to close an opponent out, and they weren't ready to play. And I also thought, I said, damn, Sacramento, for a team that hasn't been in that spot before,
right?
Facing an elimination game.
On the road,
and to win that game in the fashion that they did. And I watched them walk out that locker room.
I heard they were talking that talk.
Well, they were talking that talk, but they were not celebrating. They were saying, we got one more to take care of, and now we're going back to the house.
Well,
and you heard Mike Brown say, we're just going to continue to run. And I thought, oh, boy, they're pushing the pace. They're controlling the pace. And they found something with the small lineup. Not playing Sabonis there in that fourth quarter,
totally
him falling
agree.
out was the best thing to happen to the Sacramento Kings.
I totally agree with you on that. And I thought they would go to the Trey Lyles as the stretch five more. I mean, to me, the blueprint was at least Monk and Fox together for 30 minutes.
Right.
At least.
And sprinkle in some Davion.
Yes.
Keegan Murray played 45 minutes Friday night.
He was awesome.
He played 27 yesterday.
Well, and he started off great, which I don't understand.
Well, I thought there was a sub early in the third quarter that told me everything I needed to know about the Sacramento Kings. And I was like, oh, boy, Mike Brown and the Kings are tight. Early third quarter, 2-3 minutes in. I'll look at the game log right now. But 2-3 minutes into the second half, Mike Brown subs out Keegan Murray. And he keeps Harrison Barnes in the game. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know about that. Harrison Barnes was just MIA.
Yeah,
he missed the big shot in Game 4. He was MIA in Game 5.
Did he score 50 points combined all series?
He may not have. He may not have. I
I'm
can pull
dead
that up right
serious
now.
on that.
But no, seriously, he was not impactful at all. And Harrison Barnes only played 14 minutes on Friday night. He was not a factor whatsoever. And for Mike Brown to pull out Keegan so early in that half, I thought to myself, oh, no, Mike's getting tight. And he rolled Terrence Davis a little too long. Even Jeff Van Gundy on the broadcast said, I don't like the matchup with Terrence Davis on Stephen Curry. I don't like it at all.
He was hounding him, but he's a foul guy, and he also takes huge risks defensively, and he was playing on the top side. And once Steph Curry can go around you and you're riding his hip and he's in front, you're done.
Yep.
I mean, you're done.
Harrison Barnes scored 75 total points in that series against the Warriors. Didn't feel like it, but he shot 24% from the three-point line. Shot 37 in the regular season, 24% from the three-point line. Kevin Huerter shot 20% in the series from the three-point line. He hit the 1-3, and he was on the milk carton. And I thought he had regained his confidence after hitting some two big threes late in the fourth quarter to put that game away. I was like, oh, boy, now Kevin Huerter's seeing the ball go through the hoop. Keegan Murray's rolling. Malik Monk could get to any spot that he wants to. Fox, I thought, was an absolute wizard Friday night with the 11 assists and 26 points. And Trey Lyles played big as a small ball five.
Well, on the flip side, it felt like to me Dante DiVincenzo was playing himself out of the game.
Yeah.
Like he couldn't hit the right side of a barn, and it just felt like he passed up multiple wide open threes that 2 months ago he's ripping. No question about it. Everything felt super congested. GP2 gave me a lot of defense. Even offensively, he felt a little limited. It just felt limited when he was out there, and it was frustrating. And so I think a lot of Warrior fans are like, come on, Wiggins, you keep attacking the hoop, and you're just missing these and ones. Then you're going and you're smoking both free throws.
Right.
So,
No
like,
doubt.
there was a tension in that third quarter where I felt like the Warriors, if they don't have an 8+ point lead ending this quarter, we're going to look back and say, all these missed free throws, all these missed opportunities are going to come back to haunt them.
Left a lot of food on the table. Yeah, but that 4-point play
was everything.
I said, okay, they have this.
That was everything.
And then they opened the fourth quarter with a 13-2 run that put it away.
It was amazing.
And Mike Brown's not calling a timeout. When he burns timeouts 60 seconds, and I don't want to crush Mike Brown.
No,
Mike Brown, I saw him
Mike
Friday
Brown
night. He's a good dude. He loves
played
us.
The roster he had.
Yeah, he
as
did.
well as he
but
could.
I thought he made a lot of mistakes yesterday in Game 7.
Look, I hear you on the whole Sabonis thing. At some level, though, in my estimation, Sabonis helped get you there. And I understand there's an argument. You got to do what you got to do to win the game. That is one of their top dogs.
What would Phil Jackson have done? What would Eric Spoelstra have done? What would Steve Kerr have done? What would Greg Popovich have done?
Let me ask you that.
You know what I'm saying?
No, but let's get to that. Game 4, the Warriors last year against Boston, they were better with Draymond off the floor. And then in the crunch time, with 6 minutes to go, he subbed him back in. And you know what Dre did? He responded with like 4 or 5 hustle plays, a defensive strip. Like he was brilliant in the final 6 minutes. But He did yank him, and then he went back to him.
Exactly.
So I don't know.
Steve Kerr made the tough decision of bringing Draymond off the bench in games 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then he went back to Draymond in game 7 saying, I'm going to my trusted 5.
Yeah.
You have to make decisions like that at that level. You know, the Lakers do it. They're not going to feel sorry for D'Angelo Russell if they bench him.
No.
You know what I'm saying? They'll play Rui a lot longer. Malik Beasley was starting.
Yeah, but
now he's not even playing.
But let me just present this. Isn't Sabonis more a part of what they did all year than what those other guys are?
He was. But after seeing game 6, and then in the fashion that they blew the Warriors off the floor.
Looked unbelievable.
And they went small. They said, hey, Warriors, we know you came up with small. Like, the Warriors small ball lineup is winning them championships. With Trey Lyles at the 5. You had Trey Lyles and Keegan Murray in the corners.
And
Malik Monk and Fox at the top.
He
Kevin Huerter.
so brilliantly.
Now you brought Looney out of the paint. I don't think Looney grabs 21 rebounds because he's out of position if he's playing against that small ball 5 lineup.
True.
Maybe he's not even in the basketball game.
It's true.
So I thought Mike Brown didn't go down with his best punch.
I hear you.
That's what I'm saying. And Sabonis, you watch that second half over. Sabonis was just unplayable.
But he was
at
great
times.
in the first half.
Great in the first. He was solid. He was better. He was a lot better.
On the scale of how bad he was throughout the entire series, I thought the first half might have been his best half.
Sabonis overthinking the free throw attempts, not making those free throws, but making those elbow jumpers, I should say. The lefty hook coming up short.
Yep.
Sabonis getting pounded on the glass. Looney punked him in the third quarter.
Well, the offensive rebound where he was face guarding Looney and Van Gundy saying, what are you doing?
What?
Like, box out, dog. Turn around and get a rebound.
So Sacramento has a decision to make. Sabonis is coming back with 1 year left on the deal and $20 million. You max out Sabonis, and you're capping your potential with De'Aaron Fox, I believe.
We all agree.
That's Sacramento's problem.
Yeah,
that's what they have to deal with. But I thought Mike Brown should have gone down fighting with that small ball lineup that worked so well Friday night. But you talk about the range of emotions. Friday night, I was pissed. I even did a radio hit with our boy Jeff Thurm late night. I was like, I can't. Anna's like, what are you doing in the car? I said, I am trying to get over this game. I cannot believe what happened in game 6. I was stunned, shocked. I woke up, though. Hey, baby Chaz, you ready to go to the zoo? She was ready to get out and about. I said, come on. It's you and me. You and me. Anna's going to go celebrate her birthday with her girlfriends. It's me and you, baby Chaz. And it was able to kind of just give me some peace, calm down a little bit, run into your boy Mike Johnson at the zoo. He was like, I think we're going to be fine game 7. I was like, you know what?
Calm.
I like that.
Yeah.
I needed that, though.
Yeah.
I was around a lot of calm people for game 7.
Not me.
And I tricked myself. I was like, you know what? We're going to be fine. We're going to be fine.
Bonte, not only I went out into the real world, and we had a Little League game. We got our butts kicked.
Right.
And everybody, what was that performance?
I don't know.
Every single person, what was that? And then me and Rocco, we had the little St. Finbar thing Saturday night, and everybody there. What was that?
Yeah, it was.
What team is going to show up tomorrow?
But you know what, though? There was some watching KD and them, and then watching Barkley talk that mess again, and I was like, you know what? Okay. And then I woke up and I saw your text, and for some reason, Shasky, usually I'm a nervous wreck for game 7s. The anxiety didn't hit me, really.
Dude,
it didn't. I was shocked. I was shocked.
3:55. I got out of bed and I was like, it's anxiety time. I put on music and I had my earbuds in. I cleaned the whole house.
Right.
Oh, laundry is done. This is the first time ever. There's no laundry in the dryer, none in the hamper. The whole house is clean.
You know what, though? Fezzy Fell shot a video on IG. Goes, come on, Bonte, what you got? I said, you know what? The Warriors are winning this game. Now, maybe it was fake bravado. Maybe it was a little overconfidence. We're playing the Lakers next. They're not going out like that in the first round in game 7. They're just not. You know why?
Wasn't ready.
Because Mike Dunleavy Jr., the best player of the series, wears number 30 in blue and gold, and that's Stephen Curry. That's why they're not losing that series.
Yeah.
Would Michael Jordan lose that series? Hell no. Kobe Bryant, they ain't going out like that, man.
B. Bonte, I know you have an appreciation for it, and you're understanding what you're watching. And when we were kids, I don't know if I necessarily understood how great Joe Montana was, or Jerry Rice or Steve Young. Like, I think it took time for me to really put it in perspective. We got the group chat with the 12-year-olds on the baseball team, and I'm like, are you guys watching this? This is the Babe Ruth of basketball right now. And when it comes to three-pointers, this is the Joe Montana, the Patrick Mahomes of basketball. He's on the level of LeBron James. During the LeBron James era.
This is not the LeBron James era. That's where you got to twist it.
Well,
since 2014-15, it's been the Steph Curry era.
You're right.
He's got more titles than LeBron.
I know.
He's got 4. LeBron has 2. He's been to more finals than LeBron James.
It's true.
Okay?
It's true.
This is since 2014-15, when Steph Curry won his first MVP award, it's been the Steph era. All right? Let's get that straight. before we go to this Lakers series, and all these Laker fans are going to come flood our timeline soon, and everybody's going to talk about LeBron. It's been the Stephen Curry era since 2014-15, and we're still in it. The guy just dropped 50 in Game 7, in which nobody's ever done it before.
It was incredible. When they were showing, he was at 47 points, and they showed the 5 guys who have scored 45 or more.
You saw that list?
It was who's who of the greatest players ever.
Stephen Curry joins Michael Jordan as the oldest players to score over 200 points in a playoff series. All right?
It was incredible.
Come on, man.
It was incredible.
This is the Steph Curry era.
And Bonte, honestly, when I think about Game 7s with Curry, the OKC one gets overshadowed.
It does.
It really does.
He was all-time great now.
And even the Rocket one gets overshadowed.
It does.
Right? I think of the loss when they were tied to the Clippers, that when their second year in the playoffs with this particular
Game
core,
7.
and they were tied with 2 minutes to go, and they couldn't find a way to seal the deal. I think about him in Game 7 against Cleveland, Father's Day 2016, can't shake Kevin Love out on the perimeter, throwing an out-of-bounds pass behind the back to Klay Thompson, right?
Yep.
And the meme of them throwing the championship away. For him, and you're not going to erase those losses, but for him to have that performance,
and not only
that was incredible.
And he's the greatest leader in sports. Let's hear from Draymond Green on Steph Curry's speech Saturday before the film session.
And he delivered such a powerful message. It was incredible. It was, listen, we just got embarrassed last night. We got embarrassed on our home floor with an opportunity to close out a team, and we never showed up. He said, if you getting on this bus, you making a commitment to this team. I don't care how many minutes you play. I don't care if you don't play a single second. I don't care if it's points, rebounds, whatever it is. But if you getting on this bus, you are saying, I am going to do whatever it takes as far as my preparation goes to win this game. We not going out like that. Like we went out Game 6, we not going out like that. We have an opportunity to play in Game 7. They rare, they don't come around. Take advantage of the moment, embrace the moment. And he went a little further in, but it was such an incredible speech. And when he finished, he said, anybody else got something? Nah, champ. It's enough said. You said it all. When he delivered that speech, I can't say I knew he was going to come out and get 50, but I knew he was going to come out and do something incredible. And I knew there was no way he was going to allow us to lose that game.
That's Draymond Green there on the Draymond Green show. You know he got to get his rocks off. We're going to play some Saudi ad.
Was that video game music in the background?
Maybe. And Brittany Cohen, what's going on there?
No, it was just I got like Nintendo vibes.
No, what it was. Klay Thompson on how he'll remember Game 7.
Gosh, what an incredible performance. This is a Game 7 I'll forever remember as the Steph Curry game, and he's just a joy to watch and play with. I mean, really, truly enjoyed, just like I said, sharing the backcourt with him.
And then here's Curry on this series. It was so much built into the series. The I-80 Classic, first time we've ever seen it at a NorCal battle.
I mean, it's just the playoffs. Like, there's so much built into a series, especially when you go 7 games and, you know, the fans get into it, and especially Bay Area, NorCal kind of situation, their first time in the playoffs in a long time. So you just get all that stuff kind of comes out when you get the job done. Sometimes you're on the wrong end of it. Sometimes we had a lot of experience of winning series, so you just let all that out. This is hard. Like, this is winning at this level. There's a lot of narrative commentary throughout game to game, and you're trying to block it all out and just focus on basketball, but at the end of it, you know, there's fun with it too.
That is fun, a lot of fun. Let's take some calls here. And by the way, I said LeBron James 2 titles since 2014-15. Since 2014-15, Steph 4, LeBron 2. But we know LeBron has 4 championships overall. Well, 3.5 when you come to bubble. We'll shave that Mickey Mouse ring here. Let's get to Trey and Vallejo. Trey, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Man, top of the morning to you guys, man.
What's up, man?
Man, you know where I'm going with this. You know, first of all, let me just give some shots out to you guys. Like, you know, like last night, Steph Curry did put on a show. It was amazing. You know, the show that he put on, I could appreciate it. Like, you know, if you're a basketball guy, you gotta appreciate what Steph Curry did. You know, there's no denying that, man. He's unbelievable, man. Like, the way he was locked in and just ready. He was just locked in, and you could just see it on him right now. He wanted it. He could taste it. But now, that's in the past. Let's get down to Tuesday. The Lakers, we're here.
Oh, shut up.
Not the way we're playing.
Oh, shit. Pot him down. Laker fan, you will have your day tomorrow. Today is not that day. I'm going to tell all the Laker fans, all you little faker fans out there, all you LeBron stands, shut the hell up. No calling in today. I'm not allowing it. No.
Wow.
Today's about Steph Curry. I don't want to hear from no SoCal faker fans today. Today's about Steph dropping a 50-piece in the King's face. Stop that. No, I'm not having it.
Film on Mike real quick. Film on.
I'm not
Frisco
having it.
Shasky's back, folks.
No.
Hallelujah.
Not after that.
Hallelujah.
Hell no.
Hallelujah.
I hate
Frisco
Laker fans.
Shasky's back.
I hate them.
Frisco Shasky's back, guys. Oh, my God.
Let's get to my Lakers.
Oh.
Shut up.
Film on Mike. What's happening? Oh, my God. Frisco Shasky's back. I can't believe it. Film on. What's happening?
Hey, what's popping? What's popping, man? I'm going to do my little Shasky impression. When he be talking, y'all be talking, and he'll say something. He'll do his little yeah. He'll be like, yeah.
Phil, where are you going?
Where are you going, dog?
Listen. All perspective. You know, this is how I feel, man. You know, when your team or your player that you love go crazy, you want to get the national perspective. You know what I'm saying? You want to get. I be wanting to hear the Stephen A. Smiths, the Michael Wilbon. So I just been scourging the internet for anybody talking about it, man. It just gives you so much pride watching it. And then flip side, when the Niners don't make it to the Super Bowl, son, you don't want to watch SportsCenter for 2 weeks.
I totally
anyway,
feel
though,
you.
but one more thing. Now to Looney, I've been a fan of Looney for years. You guys, my boy, they used to be clowning. They was like, why do you like Kevon Looney? I'm like, bruh, he's solid. And then he just do him. And then what I just want to point out is defense ain't all about block shots. It's about positioning before the man even thinking about getting blocked out. You blocking them out so that either you can get the rebound or putting yourself in position for someone else to get the rebound. You playing defense on the block. Like, he has to be up there for top defensive players, man. I mean, if he's not on some of them defensive teams, I don't know what these people is watching, man. For real. So y'all have a great show, and I just love the perspective. I want to hear what Monty Poole got to say. Oh, one last stat. Steph Curry is the most winningest playoff career. He has the most winningest playoff career of any great. 85% winning percentage in the playoffs. Sorry for rambling, y'all.
Wow, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Dude, how about Looney? He brought up Looney. 39th highest paid center in the NBA.
I couldn't believe that when they said that on the broadcast.
Find me 8 better centers than Kevon Looney.
Especially playoff guys.
I mean, Matt George, he wore it yesterday. Said, I underestimated Kevon Looney.
I think everybody did.
Underrated him.
Warrior fans included. Because if you would have polled me 3 years ago and a lot of Warrior fans, we'd be like, man, come on, smoked so many layups around the rim.
Yeah, but I remember last year at the beginning of the season where Bielitsa was going off and people were thinking he's just starting to just pump the brakes. Looney's your starter. Looney's going to be solid. And he's played in 82 games in back-to-back seasons. He's a trusted agent. You think about some of the most memorable games over the last 2 years. Looney's had his fingerprints all over him. Game 6, Memphis. Game 2 against Dallas. I mean, against the Denver Nuggets, battling Jokic. I mean, battling Embiid this year. He had a stretch ready to go against Jokic, Embiid, Gobert. I mean, this guy's a warrior.
Draymond says on his pod, Trey Lyles punked us in Game 6. This is what he's telling all the teammates. And Looney goes up to him after the speech, not in front of everybody. He goes, Trey Lyles ain't punked me. And he was dead serious. And Draymond's like, okay, yeah, you need to go out and do it again and get. Well, this is part of Draymond creating his own narratives. But, like, Looney didn't get punked by nobody.
Right, no doubt.
Looney was the one doing the punking.
Yeah, he punked Sabonis out of the series.
I'm going at with this.
He punked Sabonis in the series. Punked him. So Javier Vacaville hasn't called us. You still want to keep Sabonis over Embiid? You still rather have Sabonis over Joel Embiid? Come on, man. Injury report time. Wow, shout out to the YouTube chat. Nearly 1,500 people in there, including some of the chatty house. I see some Kings fans now rooting for the Lakers in our chat. Hey, good to have you part of the show. Morning Roast, Nick, Gene, Eric Cooper. We'll get to you on the other side. It's all about your phone calls. We'll replay the Bob Myers interview. Bob Myers joined us in the 7 o'clock hour. We'll replay that bad boy at 9:20. You don't want to miss that, but the Giants, they may be without Mike Yastrzemski. He's actually playing well. He may be out for a while. He suffered a left hamstring strain yesterday in Mexico City when diving for a shallow pop fly by Matt Carpenter. He said after the game he felt the pop in the hamstring on the play and had to be helped off the field. He is expected to get an MRI today. If the injury is severe enough, it could keep Yaz out for a month or more. The Giants cannot stay healthy, although Mitch Henniker looks good. Hopefully he can stay healthy for the Giants. They lose both games in Mexico City to the San Diego Padres. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Curzon, another California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Stephen Curry. Pretty good, huh? We'll continue to talk about his performance yesterday in game number 7 as the Warriors beat the Kings. More coming up on the Roast.
The Morning Roast is brought to you by the Golf Spot, the Bay Area's newest indoor state-of-the-art golf.
court of the Golden State Warriors are moving on to round 2 to take on the Los Angeles Lakers. Mike Brown, Steve Kerr with a big hug at center court. Great job by Mike Brown and his staff all year long. Final score, Golden State 120, Sacramento 100. And the Golden State Warriors advance.
Oh, baby! The Warriors are back in the second round of the playoffs, taking on the LA Lakers tomorrow night, Game 1 at Chase Center, 7 p.m. as they dispatched the Kings yesterday in Game 7. And the Game 7 will remember forever as the Steph Curry game. 50 points. Forever. 50 points. 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 7 made threes. No player had ever scored 50 in Game 7. No player ever scored 50 in Game 7. Steph Curry does it yesterday. You saw Steve Kerr in the locker room saying, how about you, Steph? That was championship DNA, and boy, did he display it at the right time. We can't forget about Loon Dog. Played well. Andrew Wiggins complimentary with 17 and 7. Clay had some big shots in the third quarter, but this was the Steph Curry game. It was the Steph Curry game. 50 points against Sacramento. They win 2 straight at the Golden One Center. 2 straight. This team can't win on the road. Well, they won Game 5 and 7 on the road in Sacramento to advance to the second round. Back-to-back road wins. They'd only done that twice this year. And both times they did it, once against Sacramento, Portland, when Portland was playing nobody and Sacramento was playing nobody. Yeah. And the other time they did it was against Houston and Dallas. They just sucked on the road this year. But when it matters, they show up. They show up, Shats. As you say, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to all the strippers getting off of work, making that honest dollar. Had to be a booming Sunday for them. Baby mamas, baby daddies, painters, bakers, UPS drivers, FedEx drivers, teachers, students, you know it, cops, CHPs, drug dealers, hell, you too. Good morning to everybody out there in the Bay Area.
Well, and you could already start to see it. There's a new Transformers movie out. Did you see the transformation that's happening in our chat?
Oh, it's Laker fans. King fans turning into Laker fans.
They have now come into the chat as Laker fans. And,
it's all good.
Spadoni, you know I love you. It's on like Donkey Kong this week.
Spadoni knows. Spadoni knows what time it is. He tweeted it yesterday. Somebody tweeted at Spadoni, said, boy, it's going to be hell for you being in the studio with Bonte Hill for the next 2 weeks.
I just hope the plucky underdog Lakers can show up in this series. I just hope that the dominant defending champion Golden State Warriors, I just hope the Lakers can just make it a 5-game series at least.
Listen, my initial feeling, and I'll have the official prediction tomorrow, but I'm feeling 5 or 6 for the Dubs. They're going to smoke the Lakers.
It's a completely different matchup. Yeah. I can't wait to break it down tomorrow.
They got
today
the Lakers.
Is about what we saw yesterday.
It is about today, but I'm going to tell you right now, Shasky.
Performances
hold on.
I've ever seen.
Let me cook, though. The Lakers are done at 5 or 6.
Sizzle.
They're done at 5 or 6. Know that one. Know that, Spadoni. You're done. You ain't getting past the Golden State Warriors. Nick in Berkeley. What's happening,
Nick? What's up, Nick?
What's up, y'all? Hey, man, I'm telling you, look. Man, Curry went wrecking Ralph on those fools yesterday, man. And Looney made that fool. So if anybody calls in about Sabonis, they should be banned from even calling the show because Sabonis looked like a joke yesterday, man. He is what he thought. Mike Brown was standing there from the midway through the third quarter loss, wondering why he actually had his team sit out and wanted to play the Warriors in the first place. He was confused. He had no plays left, and the whole fan base in Sacramento quit. They should be ashamed of themselves. They had nothing left. And for them cats to even call any of the Warriors, every shot they took in the fourth quarter was hitting the front iron. So even though they're young, they suck. So anyways, we're about to sweep the Lakers because when COVID hit and they had that shortened season, LeBron was on the forefront talking about we won 30 games because he knew his old little crusty team, the wagon wheels would fall off if they had any more games than 30. So that little fake title that they got during COVID is a joke. So, yeah, we about to come down there, and we're going to sweep them, man. Get out your broom, Warrior fans, because this is about to be a straight-up sweep. It's about the janitors in the building, and we're sweeping up the popcorn.
Nick in Berkeley there. Nick in Berkeley. Let's go to Cooper and El Sobrante. Cooper, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, fellas. Got a little pep in my step in downtown Oakland this morning as I'm getting to work. And, Steph was a straight legend last night. That was amazing. But I want to talk about Loon. I was watching at my bar in downtown Oakland.
What bar?
In Rockridge.
Okay.
In Walt, brother. And people were going off towards the end with the amount of rebounds Loon was getting, and they were talking about Dennis Rodman. And I get the comparison based on numbers, but it's different, dude. It's different. It's his body. It's his big shoulders. It's his long arms. It's where he knows where to be to get the rebound. And then beyond that, it's his soft hands, man. how many of those rebounds was he tipping up to himself, bringing down with old man strength, and then having the awareness to know where Steph is, where Clay is, immediately to get that open shot and knock it down. He's amazing. I love Loon. I hate the LA fakers. Bring on the LA mercenaries. We're going to give him the business. I love nothing more in sports than sad LeBron face.
Can't wait to get that. We'll break it down tomorrow. I can't wait to dive into the series. I'm be watching film all day. I cannot wait.
If I said that De'Aaron Fox's stock took the biggest rise throughout that series, and then Malik Monk's a close second for the Kings,
no doubt.
Kevon Looney, because Curry's already kind of solidified. Not that Game 7 should be overlooked.
Looney stock.
Oh my God.
Through the roof.
Oh my God.
Guy's the 39th highest paid center. Can you believe that?
He sat there, and I remember us all going, do other teams value him that way? Nope. This was when he was a free agent. Do other teams see what he brings to the table? And I'm like shocked that they don't.
Bob Myers said, we'll replay the interview at 9:20, but Bob Myers said about Curry, it's easier to root for good people. You root for good people. Well, Looney's the same way.
Yeah.
And, you get to meet his parents, and you think about, okay, it all makes sense why Looney is the way he is. Humility. Humble, sacrificing for the team, all about the team, all about winning. This guy made winning plays all series long, averaging 15 rebounds a game in this series. All right, he grabbed a total of 106, 37 offensive rebounds. In the third quarter alone yesterday, he flipped the game. He helped flip the game with all the offensive rebounds. He grabbed 7 offensive rebounds in the third quarter alone, Shasky, 10 overall, where the Warriors out-rebounded Kings in that third quarter, 9-6, but the offensive glass, 13-3 in the third quarter. Looney was a man. He played like a grown-ass man. 3 20-plus rebound games in this series against the leading rebounder in the NBA, Domantas Sabonis. Sabonis came in as a leading rebounder in the league. But Looney said, you know what? I lead the league in offensive rebounds. Watch this. And he outplayed Sabonis in this series. Outplayed him. And so I'm excited for Looney to go up against Anthony Davis. I'm not fearing that matchup like other people are because Loon Dog is solid. Look, guys are going to get their money, but he's going to make it difficult for you, and he knows where to be. He positions himself so damn well. Loon Dog. Shout out to Loon Dog, man.
There's a Justin Smith appreciation to his game for, I think, the sophisticated eye. Where he
Offensive lineman.
Yeah, he just does all the little things, right? All the little things. Bonte, we talk so much about this guy making that much money, and, Jordan Poole's contract's going to click up to X, Y, and Z, and he needs to do this, and Wiggins is getting paid that, and Clay and Trey wants this, and this is what Looney's making this year. He's making about $7 million. All right, this year.
He's underpaid.
This is year 1 of a 3-year contract, okay? Next year, $7.5 or $8.5 million cap hit, and then the year after that, a $9 million cap hit. It might be the best bargain in the Bay Area right now.
Oh, it's the biggest bargain possibly in the NBA. Think about that. Think about what he does for this team. Stabilize this team. Playing big boy minutes yesterday like he did.
Where would they be without him?
They wouldn't be beating the Sacramento Kings at 7.
I don't think they're in the playoffs.
Kevon Looney, 30 minutes last night, 52 seconds to compliment Stephen Curry, tapping the ball out. He punked Sabonis in this series. Unbelievable. Let's go to...
Wouldn't you agree if you were looking at the 2 box scores and a lot of people go, look at the points for Sabonis.
Empty calories, man.
When you watch the game, there was no comparison. Sabonis had 1.5 good games.
Right.
Looney had, 4?
I thought Sabonis...
Great games.
In the second half, turned into a pumpkin once again.
100%.
The best thing that happened for the Kings Friday night, that was the crazy part.
Was he getting hurt?
And I said, I went to that Mike Brown presser after the post-game show Friday night, Shasky, and I'm sitting there in the bowels of Sacramento, and all the Sacramento media people, they were all fun. We're all blown away by the way the Kings played, and they get credit for that. I said, oh my gosh, Mike Brown stumbled into the small ball lineup to come back to Golden State Warriors, one big lineup, and it's working. And Mike Brown may have found something. And I just kept waiting in that game yesterday. When is Mike Brown going to go back to the small lineup? When is he going to do it? When he's going to do it? When he's going to commit to it? He didn't. He played Sabonis for 37 minutes yesterday in 24 seconds. And I thought it may have been 7 to 8 minutes too much. Really? I swear to God. Keegan Murray played 45 minutes Friday night. Plays only 27 yesterday in Game 7. Keegan Murray?
Especially considering that off the dribble, he was actually doing things. Defensively, I thought he was moving his feet. He was knocking down threes. He was one of their top 4 players.
No doubt. He was.
Right?
Wow. I just empty calories for Domantas Sabonis. He got outplayed. His stock dropped. So you talk about stock rising?
100%.
Sabonis' stock dropped tremendously.
I would put Kevin Huerter in the same bucket. Clay outplayed Kevin Huerter. Like, that's unequivocal. Like, as frustrated as people might have been with Klay Thompson throughout the series, he outplayed thoroughly Kevin Huerter.
No doubt.
Thoroughly.
He played defense yesterday as well. Kenny Caraway is going to join us at 8:30.
Nice.
Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320 up in Sacramento. He paid his respects yesterday, and I want to be classy today, which is why I didn't wear Dolce & Gabbana's. I'm going to be classy today. Look, there's no beams getting lit all summer long. A lot of people are going to save on their PG&E. I told you that. But I want to pay my respects to Sacramento. They pushed the Warriors to the brink, man. They really did. They made us all sweat. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Gene, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, gentlemen.
What's happening?
I was going to say something else, but I'm more than happy to pivot to Kevon. I told you guys at the end of the regular season, I thought he was the MVP of the team. At this point, I think I'd say he's co-MVP with Curry, co-MVP of the series, too. He's been nothing short of amazing. He brings to mind, I was trying to think, how many 6'9" centers have rebounded the way he does. I only came up with two names, Willis Reed and Bill Russell, all right, two Hall of Famers that just passed away, rest in peace. I don't know if you guys can come up with anybody else, but, I mean, he is truly special. As for Curry, I feel that game yesterday was his best ever that I've seen. And I've been reluctant because, I've seen all the greats. I go back to 58 with the NBA, but I've been reluctant to put him in the top 10. I'm putting him in the top 10 now. He's something truly special.
No
and
doubt.
We should all really appreciate it. So that's all I got.
Thanks, Gene.
I hold. Look, everyone's going to have their own stuff, and maybe today's not the right day because we're coming off of one of his great performances. I hold Magic Johnson in such a high regard.
Yeah.
I just don't know. I don't know how anyone could look at the body of work that Steph Curry's done, and I know that there's a team-winning aspect, and there's an evolution of the game in terms of playmaking and doing it at his height and everything that, like, Magic was amazing. I hold Magic Johnson in such high regard. But I don't know how, when it's all said and done, how anyone's going to be able to say that Magic is his accomplishments, his resume, his individualism, and his team winning is going to be better than Steph Curry's.
Yeah,
I can't believe that's a sentence I just said.
No, well, think about Magic. A lot of people say Magic was one of the best leaders we've ever seen in the NBA. Magic also drove a coach out, right? Early on in his career. They were calling him Tragic Johnson or whatnot. But just as leadership, Steph Curry's a better leader. Magic was an all-time great leader.
Of course he was.
Steph Curry may be better in that department.
And he started his career with a top 5 player of all time.
Right, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
For most people.
Right, and the Lakers were already rolling. And
yes.
Steph Curry helped build this franchise to where it's at now. They're not worth $7 billion without this man. I don't know if Chase Hitter gets built without this guy. I really don't. You think about all the merchandise sales, but I can't put Magic Johnson ahead of Steph Curry anymore. And
that's a crazy sentence.
It was just a crazy sentence.
And I don't think that's that outlandish.
And look at, man, and Magic Johnson, I love Magic Johnson.
Do.
I love him, what he did for the NBA. He was part of the reason why the NBA was saved in the 80s.
If you're our age, you either love Bird or Magic or both.
Yeah,
right?
And I love both. I love both for what they did to the league. What Steph Curry's doing right now, and you could say, well, Steph Curry, a pure point guard. Well, he looked like he was a pure point guard yesterday.
Yesterday was the Luka Doncic page. Right. Out of, I'm going to dictate every single matchup I want. I'm going to control pace.
Right.
I am going to go at my flow. And I'm going to get any shot I want in the half court.
Nobody has been able to play off the ball, on the ball like Stephen Curry. Off the ball, he's just as deadly. On the ball, and he goes ISO mode, which we don't see a lot in this offense. We don't. But when he goes ISO mode, and he had that look early in the game where he looked over at Mark Jackson, Jeff Van Gundy, like, I'm here, and we're not losing. This guy's deadly. So I can't put Steph Curry's catapulted Magic Johnson. He has.
And if we just do guards, right? Guards in the last 40, 50 years. It's MJ. I put LeBron in the guard category because of the way he plays offense, but whatever.
I got him at 3.
Kobe, Steph, Magic. Whatever combination you want to put, like, those are the names.
Yeah.
Who are we omitting someone?
No, I don't.
But
no,
when I watched Kobe, I hated the Lakers. But there was a point when I'm watching Kobe and I'm like, I'm watching one of the greats.
No doubt.
Like, I just admit it. Like, when I watched Magic Johnson, I'm watching one of the greats. When I watch LeBron, I'm watching one of the greats. When I watch Patrick Mahomes in the NFL. I know what I'm seeing is unprecedented. I'm watching, even though he's in the middle of his career, I'm watching one of the greatest players to ever play the position. When I watch Steph Curry, and I know I'm a Warrior fan, I know I'm biased. I get it. And I know it's good for us when he does well. But gosh dang it, I'm watching one of the all-time greats in any sport.
What he's done for this station, our careers, for every Warrior fan, the last 14 years. And here's the crazy part about it. He's not slowing down.
No.
So this could last for a while. He's in year 14. He's 35 years old. There's been no drop-off. He played at the MVP level. The problem was he got hurt. It stinks. He played 55 games in a regular season, but he's played at an MVP level at the age of 35. All right, when you think about 50-point games for players 30 and older, he's tight with Wilt Chamberlain for the most all time. He's passed Michael Jordan. He's on all these lists with Wilt Chamberlain. Yesterday, he passed John Havlicek for most all-time points in NBA history. The great Hondo, possibly the greatest Celtic of all time. He surpassed Hondo yesterday. Now he's in the top 13 in the all-time playoff points.
Bonte, he's reached a level where one word is who he is. Kobe, Babe, Barry, Jerry, Joe, Brady, Steph. Right? Like there's Wilt. Like there's only certain people where we associate one name and that's who they are. Steph. I mean, when you say that, you know what it means. Like to say that he is a demigod amongst all of these normal human beings is an understatement.
Right. It is. It is.
I mean, we are watching one of the greats. And here's what I would say is like it could end tomorrow. It could end 3 or 4 years from now. Maybe he plays until he's 45. I don't know. But I'm telling you, when he does what he does, is there a better watch in sports?
No, he's the most entertaining player I've ever seen in my life.
Shohei Ohtani's been great for 2 years. Two years. He's been great. He's been great for 2 years. Bonte, Steph Curry has been great for a decade plus.
He has nothing on Steph.
Decade plus.
Steph, and I thought Michael Jordan was the most entertaining player. I loved watching Jordan games growing up in the 90s. In my lifetime, Steph is the most entertaining, fun watch I've ever seen in all of sports. I can't believe I'm saying that. I thought it was Jerry. I thought it was Joe.
I know.
I thought it was Jordan. Some people may say Messi. Some people may say Cristiano Ronaldo. Some people may say boxing. Mike Tyson was a great watch at one point. Vander Holyfield. You know what I'm saying? You think about the greatest of the greats. Ali, in my lifetime, there's been no more fun or more entertaining or more impactful player than Stephen Curry.
It's incredible. How about the rebound? So they have the whole sequence where he misses a shot, and then Loon's hustling. He boxes out, gets the rebound. He kicks it. He's relocating.
Steph Curry grabbed one over Kevin Huerter.
And then he ends up circling around. They get like 3 offensive rebounds, and then he finishes the play with the teardrop, running floater finger roll with Sabonis crashing into him. And as he's falling, forget the 3-pointers. Dude, he's scoring in the lane. With both hands off the wrong foot, 22. Reverse spins, twirlers. I mean, dude, the guy's incredible.
22 paint points yesterday for Stephen Curry. 22 paint points, mid-range jumpers, the soft touch off the glass, whether it's with the left or the right. He did whatever he wanted to do yesterday. And Mike Brown, I don't know why he didn't blitz him earlier. I don't know why he didn't double him earlier with Clay struggling and Andrew Wiggins struggling to find his shot. Stephen Curry, all-time great. Here's what Steph Curry had to say on this series yesterday and being aggressive at Game 7.
It was a really fun series. It was tough from Game 1 to Game 7, and it was kind of the vibe of different adjustments from game to game. And based on how Game 6 went, we knew that they were probably going to stick to the same kind of formula, playing mostly small, different rotations. And that allowed us to kind of go back to the drawing board on how we wanted to attack their defense and keep the game as simple as possible and to the pace that we like it. And that was a lot of pick and roll, a lot of just organized offense that gave us a good start. We got some good looks to open up the game, and that allowed us to connect our offense and defense together. We say that a lot, and that's a big part of who we are and how we were successful. So for me, it was just about being aggressive in that scheme and being as consistent as possible. And obviously, I got up 38 shots for a reason because, we started to see where the holes were, and I could be ultra aggressive to get looks, and it worked.
38 field goal attempts, a career high for Stephen Curry. And here it is, 9-2-5.
And it didn't feel like he was shot hunting at all.
No, he didn't. It was within the flow of the offense. And you know what? Every shot, I was like, good. Take all the shots.
He should have had an and one on a three-pointer deep in the mid fourth quarter.
Didn't get it.
He hit one, and Davis crashed into him, and I'm like, can I get the call?
How about Steph Curry lighting a beam? How about him lighting a beam? Saying, light that. Where's 50 Cent?
Did you see the guy who was at the arena lighting the big blunt?
I did see that. Well, I also saw the dude doing a night-night right in front of Steph.
How about my
Kyrie
Filipino
Irving was sitting
homie?
courtside. How about Kyrie going to all these
that was
games?
pretty cool. And Harry Giles, I saw him
Harry
there.
Giles.
But I also saw the Filipino guy wearing the orange throwback We Believe
That
Curry.
was the fan of the day.
Oh!
When it was 69-62.
And he was like, ah!
Do we believe? That was a vibe right there.
That was my homie.
That when I was like, okay, the Warriors are back.
You feel me?
Didn't it feel like the game
did.
was like in a symbolic way? It's like, yeah, they're not losing this game. Not with that guy. And you know you got to be a bad dude with the 3 chains on.
It was incredible.
No shirts under the jersey.
Find me that guy, Matt Nahigian.
Yes, where is that
Book
guy?
him.
Comcast Business Text Line. 925 Bonte. I'm in my mid-30s, and my Mount Rushmore of great watches is Curry, Bonds, Tiger Woods, and Tyson.
I mean, yeah.
I mean,
who's arguing with any of those?
I mean,
Hey, it's Tiger.
let's go. Let's take one more call before we get to the break. Ryan in Fairfield. You're going to like this call, Shasky. Ryan in Fairfield, what's happening?
What's
You're on the
up,
roast.
Ryan?
Yo, good morning, guys. I always wanted to do this. Can you hear me? I'm just messing with y'all. Hey, I just wanted to say, yo, Shasky, you're not alone, man. Saturday morning, my 5-year-old kid, his name's actually Clay with a K.
Okay.
Woke me up not as early as you. It was about 6:30, asking for new shoes. So I got up, got my day started, and I was thinking to myself, what can I do to help this team out today? I folded, washed the laundry. I vacuumed the stairs. I mopped the kitchen. And you know, you're not the only one. You're not alone, Shasky, because I saw my neighbors. They were out mowing their lawns. They were mowing other neighbors' lawns, and I go, "What's going on?" He goes, "Hey, I'm just trying to put good mojo into the air here, so help our team out." So you're not alone, man. We are all trying to do our part to help this team get this Game 7 win. Here we are against this fake Laker fan base. Hey, everyone wants to compare LeBron and Curry and all this, but hey, LeBron, Curry doesn't wear women's pants and wear it and carry a purse. That's all I got to say. I'm a roaster. Later, guys.
Have a good one.
It's a good call. You're going to have to,
The anxiety of Warrior fans from Friday night until Sunday morning, I don't care what anyone says. If you weren't on edge, that whole first half, I was ready to pull my hair out.
I knew. See, that was me a few years ago. I've learned to I was like, you know what? Being anxiety and having all that, it doesn't help me. It doesn't bring good juju. So I try to be calm. We watch the Nuggets and the Suns in Game 1, right? And then I just kind of watched the movie.
You do understand anxiety is a chemical thing in your body that you can't control.
Yeah,
Some people like myself just get it no matter what.
No, I trust me, I have it. But I was able to control it. You know why? Saturday night, I watched the Nuggets. I put my fit out. I had my outfit ready to go for Sunday. I usually don't do this, but I knew it was an early game.
The fit was laid out. I saw the Jordans.
I had the Jordans out.
Cement
I had the tie, the white shirts. So I'm wear a white and button up. Wear the blue suit. We're going to be good. The backpack, the notes were already taken. Sacky sent the rundown Saturday afternoon. It was already done. Backpack was packed. Coffee was ready to roll. Had the French press ready to go. And Sunday was just seamless. Woke up early. Anna was home. Hey, what's up? What's up, babe? Gonna roll. Say good morning to baby Chaz. He said, Papa, go to work. Say, yeah, Papa, go to work. And it was seamless. It felt good driving into the studio Sunday. That's how I was able to combat it. I get it. You wanted to drive. Shaska's all over the place. I was like, oh, boy, I'm getting anxiety just reading the text.
Michelle was so mad at me. She's like, turn the lights off. It's 4:08.
Dude.
And I'm out here like doing laundry. I was cleaning everything.
You guys ever get like anxiety from just reading the text? And I looked at the thread, and I was like, "Oh,
I was
God."
a mess.
I said, "Oh God, let me."
I was
just
not
put the
ready
phone
for it
down.
to be over. I wasn't ready for it to be over.
Well, it's not over, Shasky. The Lakers tomorrow, Game 1
Thank
at
God.
Chase Center, home court advantage for the Golden State
Thank
Warriors.
God.
LeBron James. Want to hear about Giants baseball? The Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast is back. Sam Lutman and Joe Shasky bring you all you need to know about the Giants season every week. New episodes are now available
today
wherever you listen to podcasts. By the way, I love how the chat went to crickets when Lutman and Shasky started talking about Yaz's injury yesterday after that Warriors game. Straight crickets on the thread.
They could talk about better Game 7 performance. Mad Bummer Seth. There you go.
Well, one was in the World Series. They're very different.
That one yesterday.
No, it was an all-timer.
Special. All right, what's coming up for the game?
Remind
Sponsored
me
by
of
7-Eleven. We'll talk to Kenny Caraway. We got Joseph out there in Menlo Park. Eric in Concord. Michael and that will be to stay on the hold. We'll get to y'all coming up on the Morning Roast.
at 7-Eleven, our hot coffee.
Peyton, the pool, inside. Wiggins, pump fake, goes up, flipped it on the rim, no good. Rebound, Looney, put back, good!
Looney. Are you kidding?
Kevon Looney.
A ball magnet. This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
Kevon Windex Looney, because all he does is clean up the glass. Shout out to Slap Rock. I give him love all the time on the post-game show for that nickname. And I brought that up to Looney. Swear to God, Shasky, before the game, before we went out to the pregame show at the Gatehouse Friday for Game 6, Looney comes out there and warm up. I'm on the sideline. I'm like, Loon Dog. Says what's up. I was like, hey, man, this guy Slap Rock from one of our roasters. I said, he nicknamed you Windex. Windex? I go, because all you do is clean up the glass. He goes, oh, I like that. Yeah, I can rock with that. So we got a new nickname for whether it's Loon the Goon, whether it's Loon Dog, Kevon Windex Looney, because all he's doing is cleaning up the glass. He cleaned it up for 21 rebounds yesterday, 3 20-plus rebound games in the series against Sacramento. He's a leading offensive rebounder in the NBA. He went toe-to-toe with the leading rebounder in the NBA and outplayed Domantas Sabonis in this series. Loon Dog, a lot of appreciation for him, a lot of love for him. I mean, he's the first guy to do that, Shasky. Grabbing 20-plus rebounds 3 times in a series since Dwight Howard did it in 08.
Wow.
Nobody's done that since Dwight Howard in 08.
And think
15
about,
years ago.
In 08, he was in his prime. I mean, the way his body was
Right.
and how physically imposing he was. I think the beauty about Kevon Looney, he's not the biggest. He's not the strongest.
Not
He's
the fastest.
definitely not the most athletic. But his ability to box out, his ability to transform his body over the last couple of years into the player that he is now, and then his just determination and detail, his attention to detail defensively. He never out of position. He knows what your tendencies are as a defender. He's just a brilliant, brilliant player. And then like his underrated passing and patience in the offense to not make the bad pass. I mean, when you handle the ball that much as a big of that size, I just don't think we appreciate him even enough, even after a game like he had yesterday.
No doubt. Let's go to BPA real quick. BPA, we got
BPA.
Kenny Caraway coming up. BPA, Brian and Palo Alto, what's happening?
What's up, boys? Yeah, he's 101. You know, never been anything like him. I think he maybe already had been there, but for me, I had Montana first, and now I think Steph's surpassed him on the area Mount Rushmore. So I would put it Steph, Joe, and Buster. That would be my 3, because you got to win the titles. You know,
sure.
I said Willie Mays, but sorry, got to get the chips. And then I think for me, I don't know if you guys read the Marcus Thompson article in the Athletic. But for me, Poole and Kuminga for that chip for those guys in this series. Show up or that's it, and like the sulking, whining, bad body language on the bench. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. Like show up or get out.
Hey, you know what, BPA? BPA, 2 quick things before you get out. Number 1, I agree with you. This is why it's not a hard reset, but guys are going to get opportunities early in this series to prove whether they're playable or unplayable. By the time we got to Game 7, boy, it felt like we had about 6 players that we trusted, right in that game.
And one of them was Moses Moody.
And credit to him for not sulking and making the most of his opportunities and doing all the little things to stay on the floor, hustling for rebounds, boxing out, being smart and discerning with his shot selection, things like that. The other part, I don't think we can just gloss over this. The fact that people are ready, the majority of people are ready to say, yes, Steph's better than Joe Montana. That is an insane sentence.
I thought that last year after the Celtics
I
series.
did too, but even then I felt like a lot of pushback.
Well, not anymore. Not anymore. How about this bar before we get Kenny Caraway on here? Marcus Thompson with a great piece yesterday in The Athletic. According to multiple sources in a private session, Curry told the team he believed in them. They had enough to win. He asked for their trust in return. He assured them he could deliver victory if they all bought in. He implored them to put all of their feelings aside, which sources with knowledge of the locker room felt was messaging directed at Poole and Jonathan Kuminga and other guys who might have been unhappy for reasons such as playing time and role, and lock into the unified mission. Anyone who wanted to remain in their emotions, he told them to stay home. Anyone who was ready for their vacation, he told them to not get on a bus for Sacramento. But anyone who did get on a bus, Curry took that as a signature of approval, a binding agreement to be on board with the mission. And if they did that, if they got on the bus, he promised he'd deliver. With his game, his faith, their solidarity, they win. And Stephen Curry drops 50. in a Game 7.
I think it's too simplistic to view
Marcus Thompson II, by the way.
I think it's too simplistic to view Steph was talking to this player. I think he's talking to everyone. And I do believe whether young or old, whether it's JMG, Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, he was talking to everyone. Now, did it mean more to certain people? For sure. I think sometimes when you say something, there are ulterior motives, or maybe you're without saying it, you're insinuating that you're talking to someone. But to me, everyone laid an egg Friday night.
Nope, everybody did.
Steph included.
Yeah, everybody did. Everybody laid an egg Friday. It was a very disappointing loss at Chase Center, but they were able to bounce back and win in 7. Toy, look, man, we're going to bring Ken and Caroy on ESPN 1320. We had a lot of back and forth the last 3 weeks, but don't get it twisted. Kenny Caraway is our brother. Damian Barling is our brother. Deuce Mason is our brother. Morgan, Mo, she's our sister. Kyle Draper, that's our brother from another mother. I got a lot of love for Sacramento. They pushed the Golden State Warriors. They have a lot to be proud about up there. Basketball was better with the Sacramento Kings being good. It was. That Golden One Center crowd, they should be proud, man.
Absolutely.
Their season was awesome. All the double overtime win over the LA Clippers, Fox becoming an all-star and becoming that leader. They have a lot to be proud about. So it's all love at the end of the day. We had our fun, chalk and trash, but we're going to bring Kenny Caraway on because, man, he tipped the cap to us. We tipped the cap back to him. It was a classic 7-game series. It exceeded expectations. An I-80 Classic, first time we ever seen it. And it exceeded all expectations. It met the hype. And we got a Game 7 here. And iconic performance from Stephen Curry in Game 7 to put the Kings away. KC, what's happening, man? What's going on?
Bonte, Bush, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing, man? I know y'all doing great this morning, okay, after what you saw yesterday. Not so great over here, man. But I wanted to just tap in, man, with y'all and let y'all know, man, first of all, respect to the Warriors, to the world champs. They had a championship performance yesterday, man. They get nothing but respect. Respect to that man, Chef Curry, one of the greatest we will ever see. It's not to say we've seen. There's a difference between one of the greatest we've seen and we will ever see. And he's in that category of one of the greatest we'll ever see. I don't know if I'll ever see another Steph Curry in my lifetime, man. So respect to him and what he was able to do in Game 7. And, yeah, man, the champs did what they had to do, man. They buckled down, they bit down, and they came in the enemy territory and got that Game 7, man, like champions do, man. So respect to them.
Well, I want to go back to Game 6 because I'm sure Friday you get a feel for what we're saying, and everybody's feeling, oh, it's inevitable, it's inevitable. And then they lay one of the worst eggs ever, and credit to the Kings. They got anything that they wanted. They made adjustments. I thought they were better with Sabonis off the floor. Malik Monk was cooking. De'Aaron Fox was getting anywhere he wanted. That was as thorough of an ass-kicking as I've ever seen in the playoffs for a team in a closeout game. Like, that was unbelievable. I was so worried heading into Game 7. So the lows of Friday night to the highs of where we're at. But the reverse happened for you guys. Take me through the whole weekend as a Kings fan.
Man, Friday was crazy. I remember waking up on Friday morning, man, and after, and I'll take it back a little further, after Game 5, that felt like a gun punch. I felt like Ryan Garcia out there. I was like, damn. That hit me in the liver. I felt like Ryan Garcia, man, after Game 5. But, we went through it on Thursday, and then I woke up Friday, and I was like, you know what, man? And I think Malik Monk spoke on Thursday. And just the way he spoke, I said, oh, these boys are going to be ready to play. Yep. They're going to be ready to go. I didn't know if that meant they were going to win. But I said something on the show. I know for a fact that these guys are going to make the city proud on Friday night. Whether they win or not, I don't know. But they're going to make the city proud. They're going to come to play. They're not laying down. And what they did on Friday, we'll talk about it, on the show later in the week. I don't even know if today is the day. But that was and once again, you guys have seen 4 championships. You've seen championships in different sports, so it may not resonate the same way, but this is Sacramento, California. That might have been the greatest win in franchise history. Wow. Consider what they were able to do, what they were facing, who they were facing, where they were facing them at, and the performance that they put on Friday night. It made us proud. That's an understatement that it made us proud, man. And the city was buzzing on Friday. It was crazy on Friday evening into Friday night. And all weekend, people were just anticipated. They were ready to go. And then you get to Sunday, and everybody's ready to go, man. It's about 10 a.m. out here, and, the streets are packed. Downtown Sacramento is packed. Everybody's ready to go. And we thought we were going to win that game. Nobody was like, oh, they won Game 6, so it's a lock that they're winning Game 7. No, I think everybody was like, man, they gave us opportunity to win a Game 7. We're confident that they can get it done. But like I said in the original call with all of this, man, Steph Curry is the guy that I fear and that you have a healthy fear for. And look, Bonte, but I ain't gonna pull back the curtain too much. But y'all know what I mean by the backhand comment. Y'all know where that originated came from. So you know, in different settings, wouldn't be talking like that. But it's all good.
Listen, Casey,
it's all good. But that's the guy that I fear from the start. It's Steph Curry. That was it.
Kitty Caraway here, ESPN 1320 on the Morning Roast. He'll be on from 12 to 4 with D-Lo, our man, Damian Barling. Look, we know about trash talk. Shask and I do these changeovers with the crossovers with the Dallas guys, the Philly guys. We made our match when it came to trash talking, no doubt. The Ditto office, that was good stuff. I said, man, how do I combat that? Well, you're going to get a root canal. But I was like, damn, he's calling my stadium a Ditto office? What the hell is wrong with this dude? It was a great pull. So we knew what you meant by that. We knew about the trash talking. And look, I called you Friday night because I was in full panic mode. I was calling everybody on my phone. Nobody wanted to pick up because everybody's pissed off. Even Kitty Kerr was saying, I'll call you back. My wife, he's calling. Yeah. He didn't even call me back. I said, damn.
Bonte, you call at 10 o'clock at night.
Dude.
I'm eating Shake Shack.
Yeah, I know. I was fuming.
Guilty
I was
pleasures.
in the car thinking, oh, my God, Mike Brown stumbled into the small ball lineup. He found a counter. Take us Sabonis off the floor and Harrison Barnes off the floor. Now, with the way Mike Brown coached, I'm watching that game, and I'm watching it, at NBC, and I'm thinking to myself, I think Mike Brown outsmarted himself. I get Terrence Davis hit the 3 threes, but he played them too much. Davion only seeing 8 minutes with Curry's cooking. I was like, what's going on here? Keegan Murray played 45 minutes on Friday night and found himself in this series, and he only plays 27 yesterday. The way Mike Brown coached yesterday, as well as a 13-2 run at the beginning of the fourth quarter, not calling timeout, I thought he was too relaxed yesterday for a Game 7, and I thought Mike Brown outsmarted himself yesterday.
Yeah, it could be, man. Could be. I know a lot of people are upset with Davion not playing, and I get that. I'm not going to tell anybody they're wrong. I just thought Mike Brown thought about this game the way I think about the Kings all the time. Like, I know you got to defend. Like I said, I probably would have had Davion in there over Terrence, but he's probably looking at it as, we're not going to win this game 99-98. That's not how we win basketball. We're going to have to score points. And all season long, even though Davion actually played really well.
I thought he played well, Kenny.
Yeah,
penetrating.
On offensive end. Yeah. There were moments, there was a couple of games, especially the games where they lost, where he was like 2 of 8 from beyond the arc and 1 of 6 from beyond the arc. And I think Mike just went with his gun and said, I'm going to need somebody that's going to keep the defense honest for the Warriors. I need somebody that's going to knock down some shots or at least give the threat of it. And he went with TD, and that's something that he's probably going to have to think about all off season. But, yeah,
Kenny, real quick before you move, what's the feeling about Sabonis right now up in Sacramento?
We love Sabonis, man. It's a situation where the Warriors had a nice little game plan. I thought I thought everything got in Sabonis's head. I thought, and this is one of the things where like people, we're calling him dirty and fake and all this other stuff after game 2. Being around him all the time out here. The last thing he wants is the spotlight on him. The last thing he wants is people, him to be part of the story and him to be part of any type of storyline. He wants to be so far removed from that stuff. He just wants to go out and play basketball. And to be honest with you, I thought that whole thing affected him a little bit. It helped get in his head. Looney did a great job. Draymond did a great job on him as well. I don't want to take away from what they were able to do. But I thought the whole circus of what happened between games 2 and 3, I thought they really messed up with his head because he's not that type of player, man. He would love for nobody to talk to him. He would love for nobody to even know who he is and just go play basketball. And he was the center of the basketball world for about 3 days. And I didn't think that was he didn't respond well to that because that's not really his style. So I thought he had a rough series, man. And, it depends on how you look at it. I mean, the averages were there. I don't think the impact was there.
Yep.
But he's got he's a relatively young guy. He's not a finished product. He's got some things that he can learn from how the Warriors defended him and go into the lab and work on his game. I know he's worked with lethal shooter all year, all off season last summer. And that's not something that just, you don't become a bad shooter to a great shooter in one summer. This is something that takes time, and this is part of the step, and I think he's going to go back into it and work on his game. But we got love for Sabonis out here, man. He did a phenomenal job this year, man, and he helped change everything that was going on.
there's so much about the offensive rating for the Kings throughout the regular season, how great it was, how great the season was for the Kings, how bad the season was for the Warriors. I'm surprised they won 2 consecutive road games, the Warriors. I'm legitimately shocked that ended up happening because I thought closing it out Game 6 was kind of their number one path to advancing. I really did after seeing how this thing shook down. Obviously, Looney, totally different once you get into a series and it's a particular matchup. DiVincenzo, great all year, terrible in this series. What are some of your takeaways, regular season, compare and contrast to the playoffs, whether it be Warriors, or the Kings, or just in general?
Man, so my thought just in general, because I thought coming into it that, there'd be some differences throughout the playoffs, but, at the end of the day, it just becomes basketball. And for the most part, that's what it was. But there were certain moments, I would say in Game 4, at the end of Game 4, I would say in the second half of that Game 7 where, and De'Aaron talked about it, and I think he was spot on, everything matters, right? Everybody's looking at every single play that you make, and that's different for guys who haven't been a part of that. And that I kind of scoffed at the notion that the playoffs were different, leading up into the playoffs. But I also didn't want to completely dismiss it. Like, there's too many guys who have been a part of it who have said, hey, it's different. There is a difference to it, or whatever the case may be. And I know they talk about it being more physical. I didn't think that was necessarily a problem for the Kings. But just experiencing all eyes on you, no Pac, just experiencing that, I think that's something that you can only get used to by being a part of it at least one time. And De'Aaron talked about it. Game 7 was that on steroids, as far as everything being on you. And I thought they came out and handled it well, but in crucial moments like the third quarter, it kind of reared its ugly head. So this Kings team, the only way you can get experiences by going through experiences, right? So I think this will help them moving forward. And the Warriors showed why, like I said, they're the 4-time champions. They done seen it all, done it all, man. And they showed up in a major way in Game 7.
Yeah, well, I mean, Curry. It was Curry and Kevon Looney. Like, when I heard, I don't know if you've seen the broadcast back, because I think you were at the game, but they were like,
I ain't watching that, Butch. I ain't watching that.
Well, basically,
hey, Casey, I watched it last night,
look,
man.
We watch all the losses, man. Every NFC Championship game loss, I watch back. I've seen that Game 7 in 2016 over 1,000 times. It hurts every time. But they were like, oh, Harrison Barnes addressed the team about Game 7s. And I'm thinking, and I'm not even trying to be disrespectful. I'm like, Harrison's one of the worst Game 7 performers when the Warriors were during that little run. So it was like, oh, my God, he's the one. And you contrast that with someone like Steph Curry, who he had some moments in Game 7s. He also has some huge letdowns against the Clippers, huge letdown against Kevin Love out on the perimeter, throwing the ball away in that Father's Day performance. I don't know, man. The Game 7s are just different. The anxiety on both sides and the excitement, it's just different.
Yeah, man, and you guys have been to Game 7s. It's all throughout the building, man. And in this situation, I know it's the same out there in Thrive City, but, in Doco and all downtown, it's all throughout the city. Yeah. Like you could probably feel it driving into the arena. You could feel it in if you're a fan walking to the arena. Like, it's everywhere. Where did Gorilla Monsoon used to say in wrestling, you can cut the tension with a knife. You know what I mean? That's everything that was going on in and around the Golden One Center yesterday. And you got to be able to, kind of calm yourself down, stay within the moment, stay focused, stay locked in. And like I said, a guy like Stephen Curry, who's seen it all, done it all, and to your point, Butch, has failed in those moments, learned from those moments. He was able to do that, whereas the De'Aaron Fox or Malik Monk or even Sabonis, it was all new. They were kind of working through it on the fly. And like I said, in the first half, I thought they did all right, but that third quarter and one of the things that I saw yesterday is the Kings were playing really well in the first half. It felt like it should have been about a 12 to 15-point game. And Steph never let it get past like 7. They never let it get past 7. They could never break away. And when the Warriors started doing their thing in the third quarter, the Kings didn't know how to keep that from getting to 9, 10, 11 points. And that was a big part of what happened in Game 7.
That 4-point play at the end of the third quarter felt like if you guys could have gone it. That was it. Malik and one, he cuts it to 6, 87-81. Clay gets a 3-point play. Again, Terrence Davis, it's tough to fault him when he does a playoff series. He gets a sniff in Game 6 and plays well. And I know he gets the chain after that game. the chain that they always give to the Kings. And that's one thing. Warrior fans are having fun with that. But I noticed the Kings doing that all season long, and that's their thing. And they continue that in the postseason. So a great season. You can feel the tension there to go to one center, but a great building block. You know, when Giannis was talking about failing, and I believe the Bucks failed this year. They failed to meet expectations. You're a 1 seed losing to a play-in team in 5 games. But for the Kings, in their situation, to break that playoff drought, to have Game 7 at home, and get a crash course in the playoffs against the defending champions. Like, this is going to benefit De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk, Keegan Murray, who I think is going to be a star in this league.
Kenny Caraway's profile online.
Hey, Kenny Caraway's a star down in the Bay Area. You may be public enemy number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on Twitter. No doubt about that. But we got love for you, KC. Seriously, this was a lot of fun to experience this together. The back and forths. It never got personal with this. We talked throughout the series. It was a lot of fun, man. And I hope we get this again in the future. This was really fun to get an I-80 Classic 90 miles away and put NorCal on the map. This is awesome.
Man, we've been talking about this our whole lives, man. You know, and we finally get it. It lives up to all the hype and expectations. I hope it continues. I hope we play each other on Christmas Day. I don't care where it's at, Chase or at the Golden One, but I think it's earned that type of platform moving forward.
Yep.
And like you said, what we had to, you know, create for the last 3 weeks, I want to salute you guys, man, and because hey, it ain't easy. It ain't easy coming in every day and people twittering and on the chats, the chatty outs and the roasters, you know, and we came in, we had a good time with it. We always kept it about the game and had a good time. And this was a blast, man. This was fun. I know it's different. It's different in Sacramento. You know, it's different. I know you 4 championships and all this other stuff. But I said back in March, I said once they clinch that spot, there is no failure this year. Yeah. There is no failure. They had to clinch that playoff spot. They did that. This was a moment that my city's been waiting for 2 decades. And not only did they come in there and clinch that spot, but they gave us a hell of a series. So I also said this is the last time it can be like this, though. This is a 1 of 1. Next year, everything changes. Yeah. Next year, it's not cute. Next year, you know, there's expectations, and we'll deal with that when we get there. But I just wanted to enjoy this because this is the one time it'll be kind of carefree, happy to be here, and they provided everything that we were looking for.
Well, you know, since you know hoop so well and you watch everything, you'll be rooting for the Warriors against the Lakers, right?
Absolutely not.
You're the biggest Draymond fan there is. Of course you're going to be rooting for him.
Absolutely not, man. Look, man, I'm going to tell y'all like this, man. I work for the Warriors. I'm a Cal. I'll say it myself. I'm a Cal State East Bay legend. You know what I'm saying? I was out there doing my thing. My man would give me tickets. You know, it was a great time out. I'd go see Speedy Claxton. I'd go see Beatrice. I'd go see Mike Dunleavy Jr. You know, I've been affiliated with the Warriors for a long time. First class organization. First class, man. I got a championship ring from the Warriors, man. I got love for the Warriors. But no, man. No. We ain't doing that next week. And, you know, I like my boy Bron. Bron has always been my boy. So
are you kidding me?
Series. I think I'm going to just watch this series and just watch it. You know what I'm saying? It's not really my style to root for the Lakers, so I can't bring myself to do that. But I can tell you right now, I'm not rooting for the Warriors. So I'm going to just watch the series. Go Knicks. Go New York. Go New York. You know, and that's where it's at for me right now.
Hey, listen, Casey, I'm not going to lie. I uttered in that newsroom yesterday multiple times. Boy, if the Warriors lose this, they go cook my ass in the 9-1-6. The way we was talking on Thursday and Friday, I said they going to cook. Well, after Friday, Draper sent me a text, and I was like, oh, man, they're going to fillet us if the Warriors lose.
Chill.
He does.
He needs to chill.
Draper, I didn't even bother Draper because he took the loss hard at the Game 5. He was so mad on that post-game show. I want to give it, and I saw him on Friday. He goes, it's Game 6 Drapes, man. They brought me in for Mark Jones to get this one. I was like, man, I'm not even going to bother him at the Game 7. Maybe that's later in the week. But I thought to myself, Shasky, I said, Kitty and them are going to cook our ass if we lose this series.
You know I had the bars ready, man. I had the bars ready for you two. I had the bars ready for Willard. I had the bars ready for Sam, for Warriors World, for all them people, man. But they just going to have to wait till another time. That's all it is, man. They just have to wait for another time. But you know it's all love, man. You guys are my guys.
Yeah, no doubt.
Have a good one, buddy.
I'm you down here in the 916. Come on, man. We're going to champagne and campaign. We'll go to Echo and Ridge. We'll go to Morton's, man. We get a drink. We get a nice little steak, whatever the case may be. You know, you're certified and verified out here, man. You know, always.
I just want to hit the stage like you and Damien at your watch party, where I thought you guys were like doing a full R&B show. Like I thought I was watching Summer Jam circa 1997.
You know, and look, man, I know you guys be working, but you know, We're gonna have, and this is the thing about Mama Warriors people and the Bay Area people. Come September, it's Niners, baby, and we're gonna have them Niners watch parties.
Oh, yeah.
Sam Darnold.
If y'all want to hop on that limo, come on down. Hopping for you.
Hey,
It's Niners all day, baby.
Premier Limos will be the call. No doubt we'll make that call. We're going to come up there in style, baby. We won't be wearing Gucci's or whatnot like you and D-Lo, but we'll come up there with some fashion, no
Really?
doubt.
Yeah, you got that. It's Bonte or Butcher. You hear Bonte saying we won't be wearing Gucci?
He's so full of it.
Have you seen his shoes?
I know.
You see the lapel on his tie? Come on, man. Stop playing with
Thank you. I'm the one who wears Adidas Boosts. And he looks down at me. I'm like, these are $160 shoes.
I did rock the Dior's on Friday. I thought it was going to be a funeral Friday. I probably the Dior's.
Bonte doesn't swipe the card unless it's 500.
No, that's a lie.
Have a good one,
That's
KC.
a lie. KC, good to talk to you, brother.
Y'all take care, man. I love y'all, man. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm a roaster. I'm going to be up in here, baby.
No doubt. We love you too, Casey. No doubt about it, man. We're going to be classy here on a Monday at Victory Monday.
Not with the Lakers, though.
Huh?
You started so many beefs around the country. I was thinking about where we could, visit my wife and I this summer. I said, no, can't go to Pennsylvania.
Can't go there.
No, can't go to Massachusetts. No, we got to stay out of certain parts of Northern California.
Yep.
So I'm hoping that you can leave me a little bit of wiggle room to visit the Southern California area if I choose.
Does anyone really have a choice?
I was already thinking with the boss. We talked yesterday right after the game, and I'm like, John Ireland, Willard's going to definitely have him on all week. There's no doubt in my mind.
Jorge Sedano. Jorge, our boy George Sedano.
I want Magic Johnson.
We want George.
I already told him. I want Magic.
Magic would be great. What about James Worthy?
Magic, what do you think of this game? I think Steph Curry's great.
Here, I'll do our booking right now. So
he scored 50.
Hey, Sam, write this down before everybody jaxes. Write this down for everybody jaxes for guest ideas. James Worthy, Magic, Robert Horry.
Kareem.
Well, Kareem's let Steiny have Kareem.
I'll take Jeannie Buss.
Steiny can talk about the 80s finals.
Willard, I texted with Jeannie. She's coming on Thursday in between the two games.
Let's get executive of the year, Rob Pelinka. Am I right?
We could talk Fab Five with Rob Pelinka. He wrote the pitch for the Fab Five.
Did he?
Yeah, he's on those.
He's
teams.
a player.
Yeah, Rob Pelinka on the Michigan Wolverines.
We're going to
roster.
get Devin George on this week.
Jordan Farmar.
What about Smush
Shannon
Parker?
Brown.
What about Smush Parker?
Smush Parker.
Lamar Odom.
Derek Fisher.
He's a coherent Lamar Odom.
Ronnie Turioff.
He's not at the Buddy Ranch no more, is he?
No, he's doing good things actually with a bunch of rehab centers he bought up. Yeah, he's doing awesome stuff.
That is awesome. What about Men of World Peace?
What's his face went to his rehab center? God, who was it?
Somebody did.
Yeah, they just recently went to his
I saw
rehab
that.
center.
Was it Ja Morant? It wasn't Ja. Boy, the Mississippi Grizzlies, they went out like some chubs, didn't they? Boy. By the way, Quest for 5 brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. We'll replay Bob Myers. Bob Myers at 9:20, so that's coming up in 17 minutes.
Bam Margera from Jackass was the one who was offered a spot at his rehab facility, Lamar Odom's.
Gotcha.
Bam did not look good.
Very sad.
Dude, who would have thought those guys would have fell off? I mean, man.
I tell you what, who's not falling off? That's Stephen Curry.
Yeah, no doubt.
50 burger. Most points ever in a Game 7. Second oldest to score 50 in a playoff game. Karl Malone did it at 36. Steph Curry just did it at 35. Iconic performance. Let's go to Joseph in Menlo Park. He wants to talk about Steph in Game 7. What up, Joseph? Joseph, going once? Going twice? He gone. Michael in Alameda. Michael, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. I love the show. Great vibes, Bonte. I don't let the smooth taste fool you because the babyface assassin is now in the top 5. I don't want to hear any more talking heads. Why is Steph Curry not in the top 10? Why isn't he this and that? That's a bunch of BS. I just want you guys to know that 2 of my favorite shots that Curry made was the inbound pass that he did where Draymond tipped the ball to him, that three-pointer.
Yep.
And DeAndre Fox was looking the other way. I was like, Shaq and the Fool. That should be Shaq and the Fool. And the other one is where he was tripping through the whole defense. When he tripped all the way to the basket, fell flat on his face, and still didn't get a call. Those are my 2 favorite shots.
You know that tip-in one was underrated. And De'Aaron Fox, if you go back and watch that play, I don't know what he was doing. He paused for a second. It was like, oh, wait, that's Stephen Curry. Oh, wait, it's too late. And Curry's buries that corner three and falls right into Jordan Poole's lap. And Jordan Poole holds him up. And but Fox fell asleep. Fox, look, in 2 pivotal games for Sacramento Kings up at go to 1. Game 5 and 7.
Yeah.
All right, game 5 in the fourth quarter, he's 0 of 6, no points. Game 7 in the fourth quarter, De'Aaron Fox, 1 of 6 from the floor, 0 of 4 from the three-point line, 2 points. He got outplayed yesterday. Curry drops 50. De'Aaron Fox, 16 points, 5 of 19 overall, 3 of 10 from the three-point line. So I don't know if the fractured index finger was a factor. Fatigue, maybe. And he's got young legs, but man, he was not the same.
I mean, yeah, he has young legs, but like that.
You got to chase around Steph Curry.
Well, and not only that, like they exerted a lot of energy throughout the regular season. I think the Warriors, this is where I kept telling everybody, like, look, the Warriors, where they're at in their life cycle, they can't exert the amount of energy that is needed throughout the regular season to get one of these high seeds because then it's depreciating them come playoff time. Now, this series that they just had with the Kings could depreciate them come next series. Or if they're lucky enough, the series after that or the series after that. You see that a lot. So there's a fatigue factor here. Like, what did Steph play? Steph was on pace to play like 45 minutes yesterday.
He played 37 yesterday, 37 minutes and 41 seconds.
Jesus.
And you heard when Kerr was mic'd up, he was telling Steph, hey, I got 4 timeouts. I'll burn one and give you a blow, which is genius.
Yeah, about time.
Right, it's a genius. So 50 points for
I
Steph.
said to you guys, coming out of
rebounds.
halftime, he might have to play every minute of the second half.
Well, wait, that was obvious, right? You're not going down without Steph Curry playing important minutes. But the non-Steph minutes yesterday.
Yeah.
The Warriors were able to hold their own. That was important. By the way, something we need to talk about tomorrow when we preview the Lakers series, the bench production. It has to be a lot better. In this series against Sacramento, the Warriors were a minus 94 when it came to bench points. Now, Malik Monk had a lot to do with that. Davion, Trey Lyles. But if Jordan Poole is going to come off the bench in the series against the LA Lakers, they have to get him going there. He had some big shots yesterday, no doubt about it. But for the most part, JP struggled in this series. All right, he struggled. They've got to figure out bench production in this series against the LA Lakers. Well, they're gonna combat you with Rui Hachimura and Dennis Schroeder. Jordan Poole, Moses Moody, GP2, DiVincenzo Kuminga, all hands on deck here. You got to get some bench production against the LA Lakers.
It feels like to me, and if we're looking for some carryover, because I know in your mind it's like, oh, it resets, right? Like, oh, you can reset this thing up, and guys are gonna get opportunities. You're gonna give Kuminga a look. He's going to get a look, and either he's going to step up or he's going to go right back to the bench. He's going to get an opportunity. I think JMG is going to get an opportunity.
Yep.
The guy that I think could be really pivotal moving forward is Moses Moody. His length, I thought, really was something unique defensively that they needed.
What about the three he hit in the second quarter?
Well, he got a lot of hustle plays, too.
Yeah, he got hustle plays, but he hit the three, which tells me he's being aggressive.
Yeah, but he's
not
waited,
worried about anything.
He did a pump fake, he stepped back,
no doubt.
And he was like, all right, you're going to give me this? I'm going to take this.
But he was aggressive,
I
under
agree.
control.
I thought Game 6 he was good.
No doubt. No, Moses Moody is going to play. He played 15 minutes yesterday. Some big minutes for Moses Moody, so he will be a factor. But you're going to need that firepower from Jordan Poole. You're going to need it here. Real quick, before we get to that, Shasky, let's go Eric and Conquer before the break. Eric and Conquer, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
What's up, guys? Long-time listener, first-time caller. I was at the parade last year. I gave Shasky a little shout-out, a little Butcher Boy chant. He was written from ear to ear. So
thank you.
Happy to call. Just wanted to say I'm ready for those fake-ass Laker fans. Bro, I got a family full of them, Bay Area, born and raised, but somehow they root for the Lakers. No loyalty. So we're going to go in on them for sure. And last thing, this game yesterday with Curry just reminded me of Bumgarner in the 2014 playoffs.
100%.
Nobody else really had much to give, and it was all on Curry, just like he said he was going to do. So he might have to take a larger role and just shoot 30 times a game for us to win this year.
Hey, it is what it is. He's one of one. Steph Curry, the only player to ever drop 50 in a Game 7. Shasky, what you got for the delivery of the game?
All right, the delivery of the game. It's brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check them out at Kirby, a.k.a. Kirby.com, Curbee.com. Steph Curry, The guy didn't steal the show. He is the show in Game 7, and it was his splash brother, Klay Thompson, that delivered the knockout punch with this dagger 3 on a pass from Steph Curry to end the third quarter.
8 seconds to go. Curry with a dribble at midcourt. Runs over, gets doubled, pass over to Klay. Klay, a deep 3, right side. Good! And a foul! He got fouled by Davis with 1.4 to go in the quarter.
That is the delivery of the game, brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. It's like having a food delivery app, and instead of delivering food, they're delivering the car mechanic to work on your vehicle. Kirby.com, Curbee.com. Bonte, back to you.
All right, man. What's coming up on the
Back
game?
to you,
Sponsored by
Bonte.
calhope.org. You did it the first time. You didn't have to do that.
I was doing my Buster Brown.
No, what's the Buster Brown?
Well, it's like I'm out and like, we're here in downtown Walnut Creek, and it's raining. Now back to you in the studio, Bonte.
A lot of news anchors are saying that damn Joe Shasky. Don't you dare. No, I'm kidding. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by calhope.org and the Department of Healthcare Services. Steph Curry dropped 50. I can't get over it. It's just like, I don't have it in me to talk trash to Sacramento. I'm just in awe of what Steph Curry did yesterday. I'm in awe. Also, Bob Myers joined us a little earlier today on the show, president of the basketball operations and GM of the Golden State Warriors. He shed some light on Steph Curry, the ride up to Game 7, what Steph Curry's speech meant. He wishes he was there. Well, just stick around to tune in. Luke, Mann, Max, and Jonathan will get to you on the other side after Bob Myers. That's what's coming up on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 Game.
Life is uncertain.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
Guru's fired up there. Curry's fired up. 50 points yesterday. Only player to ever score 50 in a Game 7. He joins Michael Jordan as the oldest player to score over 200 points in that playoff series. He was clutch in this series. He was clutch. Not anybody. Fox won the clutch player of the year, the Jerry West Award. Jerry West clutch player of the year. But in this series, it was Stephen Curry. It was Game 5, the Game 7. Are the Lakers really ready for number 30? I don't think they're ready for them. No. But don't you dare. You got the pregame show to talk about your Lakers.
I have a great one-liner I was going to say, though. From Clutch Player of the Year to Clutch Sports.
That's good. That's strong.
That's like a 1.5. It's a 1.5.
I'll take that. It's a Monday.
All right, let's clear those calls. We'll get to Bob Myers replay in just a second. Let's go to Max in San Jose. Max, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? Bonte, Shasky.
What's up, baby?
Man, I know you guys are feeling good, man. So check it out. I wanted to talk about something really quick because I want to give J.J. Redick his credit for speaking up, and I don't really think this was for the Warriors necessarily. I think this is just for the NBA in general. But I know he stuck his neck out on the line when he mentioned the refs dictating, the course of the series. And I don't know about you. I know Bonte. I hear you all the time talking about, who the refs are. We're going to figure out the ref lineup before the game starts.
Yep.
I don't know about you guys, but, what's his name? Petraeus and Courtney Kirkland.
Oh, yeah.
Reminded me a lot of Mark Davis and Josh Tippin in back in 2016, man, Game 5.
You know what, though?
Game 2 felt
Max, Scott Foster's a good road ref, so I felt good, surprisingly, about Scott Foster being a crew chief in Game 7. He's typically a good referee on the road.
I don't think the refs played any factor in Game 6 or 7.
No, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing, Max. So the players took control of it. The refs are going to make bad calls. No, I didn't feel the refs at all. I didn't feel their impact at all in these last two games. Sacramento just kicked the Warriors' ass in Game 6.
Right?
Jonathan San Bruno, what's happening?
Hey, Jonathan.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's going on?
I just wanted to, watching this whole series, I couldn't help but think, wouldn't Sacramento have benefited from having a defensive stopper like GP2? Or just having that one player on the perimeter? Because, the Warriors, a lot of the league is really guard-heavy, right?
Well, that's what they think Davion is.
Yeah, and they only played Davion, Jonathan, for 8 minutes yesterday. It didn't make any sense to me.
I know, but it's like one of those things where it's like the Kings got to look back. I mean, as much as I want to applaud the Warriors for what they did, I also couldn't help but say, man, Sacramento they needed their own Iguodala. They needed their own GP2. They needed their own fill in the blank to be able to, hey, if Steph goes for 50, to be able to shut down Clay and the other ones on the perimeter as well. So
I hear you, Jonathan. I hear you. No, I thought they should have went to Davion. Terrence Davis and Jeff Van Gundy cited this in the second quarter, midway through the second quarter. Jeff Van Gundy goes, yeah, I'm not feeling this Terrence Davis move on Stephen Curry. And Steph saw Terrence Davis like, oh, this is food.
Did you notice that they put Mike Breen, who's the Knicks guy, on the Warrior game, and Mark Jones, the Sacramento guy, on the Knicks game?
Yeah, I mean, it's a Game 7.
I know, but I think ESPN did a good job there.
Yeah, you thought the bias is on the microphone or whatnot?
I didn't pick up on it, but I know other people were mad because Mark Jones was doing it. So removing him from the situation, because I think it's unwarranted criticism. To me, right. I didn't notice it.
Yeah, I didn't personally notice it either.
But my dad certainly did.
Yeah, I didn't notice it. Your dad.
You know him. He wants a homer. He says it. He admits it.
But Mike Breen, Game 7, they're going to do the big games. Game 7 was a bigger game. It's the champs on the ropes, on the road in a Game 7. Mike Breen's going to get that game.
Well, and I actually thought, surprisingly, Mark Jackson wasn't bad.
No, Mark Jackson, they were fine. Luke Mann and Vallejo, then we'll get to Bob Myers replay. Luke Mann, what's happening?
What's up, Luke?
What's up, fellas? Good morning. Glorious morning today. I just want to say a couple of things. Looney. There is no player in the NBA with a bigger heart or a bigger determination, maybe Curry, than Kevon Looney. When they talk about Kerr and the way he developed players, they never bring up this guy. But this guy is going to be the key to everything we do for the rest of the season. He really just drives us with just his play. He doesn't have to say nothing. He's a lead-by-example leader, and you love to see it.
No doubt.
Last thing, Sacramento is not cow country no more. It's Curry country. There's levels to this, and he showed you how we do this. 50, baby, in a Game 7. Ain't nobody better.
Luke, man, here. Go to St. Lakota. Bonte, where the D&Gs at? Look, man, the D&Gs needed to be there for Game 5, after Game 5, after Game 4. But you know what? Are we really celebrating first-round victories? We expect this from the Golden State Warriors. We do. It's a great victory, and we're going to celebrate it. But it didn't feel appropriate to wear the D&Gs today.
Well, especially when after winning, you realize that you have an entire 2 weeks of L.A., and we know how you are, Showtime Bonte.
L.A., baby. Here we come. Crypto.com Arena. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Monday. The schedule's set. I feel pretty good about the series for the Golden State Warriors. I really do. Feel really good about the series. All right, Bob Myers. He joined us earlier today at 7 a.m.
I've got a little more reservation than you, but that's okay.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
their length is a problem. Their size is a problem.
We know, Shasky.
Anthony
we know you're
Davis
the warrior of the show.
Sitting in the key has been a problem.
You're the warrior of the show. We get it.
Size
we get it.
matters.
I'm telling you right now.
I'm not sure any of the original matchups, Lakers and Warriors, translate to what the Lakers have now.
I'm just trying to decide whether it's going to be 5 or 6. That's it. That's all. It's going to be 5 or 6. So the Warriors going to clinch at crypto. I don't know.
Lakers will be lucky to win one game.
You may be right about that, Spadoni. Maybe the best, truest thing you ever seen.
Plucky underdogs, LeBron James and Anthony Davis. Yep. So Vegas thinks of them. Just got to have that mindset.
God.
Dubs at 5 or 6.
I hate the Lakers.
Dubs at 5 or 6. I'm not even worried about the Lakers. This may go down. The Sacramento Kings series may go down as the toughest on the way to another championship. With that said, Bob Myers joined us a little bit earlier this morning. And let's go to Bob Myers. It has been a while since we talked to the president of basketball operations and GM of the Golden State Warriors. All right, let's bring in Bob Myers. It's been a while since we talked to Bob, man, the president of basketball operations and GM of the Golden State Warriors. And Bob was up there in Sacramento, and I'm sure he could hear it this morning because the cowbells weren't ringing as loud yesterday in game number 7. Bob, good morning. What a win. And look, I know we don't have a lot of time with you today, but we have to start with number 30, Stephen Curry. I mean, Steph Curry, I thought last year Game 4 against Boston was, okay, that's the one. But to see what he did, to become the first player to ever drop 50 in a Game 7, you kind of run out of superlatives to describe this young man. Steph Curry does it at 35 years old. 35 years old to drop 50 in a Game 7. Unbelievable.
Yeah, man. But before we're going to talk all about Curry. I'm not going to. Don't worry. I'm going to get to that. But somebody bought my family dinner last night, and I didn't get to thank. I tried to thank a guy. It wasn't a cheap dinner. So somebody that's listening, tell him I said thank you. I asked the waiter. I said, "What'd that guy do that for?" He said the Warriors made his day. And sometimes you forget. I forget because it's my job that when we win, how happy it makes people. So that makes me feel good. Because if I'm being honest, guys, happy isn't the right word to describe how I feel. It's relief. It's fulfillment. It's not happy. I wish it was.
Bob, can I ask you about Friday night then? Because me and B were devastated, frustrated, angry, and then I got to go through all day Saturday, and then like the anxiety of Sunday. I mean, I can't even imagine what's it like with you and your family after you lose Game 6, and you got all this time in between until Game 7, and you're out there having dinner with them. Like the dynamic of the family aspect, that's got to be difficult to navigate.
Yeah, man, we could spend a lot of time. I mean, you guys got, family. I got 3 daughters. The best thing about my household, honestly, and I know you guys grew up, I did too, in a big sports household. That's how I grew up. Older brother, my dad was big into sports. My house isn't like that. And you'd think it would be, but it's good for me because my job is just thinking that the world revolves around the Warriors. And that's what happens when you go into the building, and that's all the people I associate with. So when I go home, my kids, my 4-year-old got on Bluey, and my 12-year-old wants to watch some. It's good though because I need that. You know, if they were telling me you need to prove the bench, Dad, I think I'd fall apart. I don't think I'd make it if I walked home and my wife was like, "What are you guys doing? What kind of effort was that? You guys going to make a shot?" So I don't have any of that at home. It works for me, but you do take a job home with you guys. I'm sure you take your jobs home with you. I wish I wouldn't as much. But last night we were driving back. My wife brought my 4-year-old to the game. And a funny story about the cowbells. It was like the second quarter, and she goes, "Daddy, I want a cowbell." I said, my wife's like, we can't give her a cowbell. I go, no. I go, her name's Rosie. I said, "Rosie, no cowbell." I said, "If we win the game, I'll get you a cowbell." So Eric Housen, after the game, our equipment guy, basically a fixer and handles everything. He has it. I go, "Man, can you give me a cowbell?"
Oh my God!
He goes, "What do you want a cowbell for?" I said, "My daughter, man, she wants a cowbell." So the whole ride home from Sacramento kind of rigging it. But it was, anyways, we can talk about Curry. Let's talk about Curry.
No, seriously. Bob, it's kind of funny because I took my daughter to the zoo Saturday to kind of get away from everything, and she has no idea what's going on. She just wants to see giraffes and zebras and ride on a choo-choo train, and that was therapeutic for me. So I woke up Sunday, it was like, you know what? It's going to be all good. We got a Game 7. This is what sports is about, and the Warriors have Stephen Curry. And boy, did he step up in just a moment. I mean, in the second half alone, he goes 12 of 23 for 30 points. The second half alone. Now, we'll get to Looney. We'll get to Klay Thompson's defense and Wiggins' defense and the bench and all that stuff. But Steph Curry, when you think about all the performances that you've seen, because you've seen all of them, I guess it's tough to rank it. But in terms of impactful in the moment, where do you place that at? I mean, it's unbelievable what he did yesterday.
Well, I'll tell you this. You guys won't believe me, but I read Marcus Thompson's article on what Curry did on Saturday when he spoke to the team.
Yep.
If you could ask me, you can go back in time and choose to watch the 50-point game or his 2-minute speech. I would have chosen the speech. He never does that. He just doesn't speak to the team like that, and I just wish I had seen it. And I texted him last night. I said, "Man, when you talk to the team, please," and he knew I was joking, and I was thinking, I had no idea he was going to do that, and I guess it was just the players. He texted me back and said it was just the players. I would have loved to have seen that. And the 50 points was
right.
I don't even know what to say.
It's never been done in Game 7, Bob.
I don't. What do I say that you guys didn't say? I suppose what I felt was happiness for one of the good ones. We adore athletes that aren't great people. We do it all the time. We can't help it. And we root for people that maybe aren't decent human beings, whether it's celebrities or athletes. But his character and his talent make it so easy to support someone like that and to wish well things for them. And so I'm just lucky. I get to know him and see him and watch one of the best players that's ever played do it at that stage.
I mean, I love basketball like you guys. I try to watch those games and think about how lucky I am to see him live for as long as I have perform like that. Because the people that are listening to watch him, I mean, that's why people go to the games. It's to see greatness. And it's just, I don't know what to say. We're lucky to have him in the organization.
So he's never given a speech like that before?
Super rare. I mean, if it went down the way it did, and I'm going to ask Draymond, because the story said that Draymond said, I'm going to talk to the team.
Yeah, that was funny.
Steph said, I got this one.
Hey, Bob, sit back and read that line where it's like, Draymond's like, yo, I got the speech. And
I laughed.
we know what's going to come with that speech. And Steph's like, no, Trey, let me handle this one. You spoken up. Like, it was hilarious to see that. And then Steph doing that said, hey, if you want to get on that team bus, let's check our egos.
Yeah.
I mean, that was special.
I mean, I love that line. Like, if you're going to get on the bus, you're getting on the bus with the right attitude. Or don't get on the bus. I just wish. No, he talks to the team, but not in that kind of. I don't know how long it went. He'll say things. He'll pipe in, but it isn't like this floor is yours, Steph. And that's like you guys said. That's usually Draymond, and he's tremendous at it. And I think Curry appreciates that. I think Curry maybe was Lot from Montana. I don't know, but for Steph to say what he said, I promise you, that room. You could hear a pin drop if he said it stood up in front of the team, which he did. I just wish I'd seen it. But anyways, I got to see the 50 points like the rest of the world, and that's a hell of a consolation prize. He was unbelievable, and we needed it. I mean, you guys play sports. It's when you have someone like that on your team, it just makes you believe more. That's the strength of those kind of quarterback guys, those point guards, those great players. They make you believe you're better than you are, and he put the team on his back. As much as you can use that phrase, if you ever could, it was yesterday with him, and it was loud. I mean, I don't know I guess you guys weren't. It was the loudest game of the four, and those Kings fans
really
were tremendous, man. Our fans are tremendous, but I got to give credit to those Kings fans. That organization, what Mike Brown did, those players, they're coming. They are coming, and that was a worthy foe. They're going to be better because of that series, and even playing against Curry like that. So, just a great basketball series, just high level. There was a year, guys, where we won the Western Conference Finals. Okay, when we had Durant, and we were going to the finals, and the locker room celebration was like, "Hey, guys, like nothing."
Right.
Like we were going to the final, and I remember looking at somebody else like, "We're going to the finals." Like no big deal. We celebrated. I mean, there was a joy last night or yesterday afternoon. That we savored because that was hard. That was a tough series for everybody.
I thought Kevon Looney was spectacular in the entire series, and he's been such a great player for this team for a couple of years now. And just to see where he's come, into the league, and he didn't play that first year. He had all those hip injuries, how he's evolved his game, and he's snatching the soul out of the opponent with every offensive rebound, with every rotation, with every little putback, and his ability to facilitate on that pick and roll. He's just... I mean, I know the box score speaks to itself, but he's so much more than that. I mean, 15 defensive rebounds, 22 overall, 7 assists. He was awesome in this whole series, and I feel like Kevon Looney finally getting his just due for the country to see. That, to me, was awesome because I love everything about Loon.
He's unbelievable. There's a great kid story. You guys have heard it, the tortoise and the hare. Looney's the tortoise. Like, he just keeps plodding along and getting better and better. Everybody else stops, starts, goes backwards. Every year, every game, it's kind of like this slow growth that continues, and then you wake up and it's 20 rebounds and 20 rebounds. Yeah. He is a huge part of us, and this is a guy that we drafted. He was injured. We didn't pick up his option. Thank goodness we got him back. Underappreciated because he's surrounded by megastars. But to finally see him get his due, for such a decent guy, just a decent team player, he has to be, and I think he is now, appreciated by the fan base in a deserved way.
No doubt.
Because of the effort, right? Everybody loves effort. Everybody loves humility. And he doesn't, his mannerisms, how measured he is. You don't see him complain too much. To not hear his name reference as much as a lot of his teammates, to feel no envy for any of that, and to finally be on the big stage and relied upon so much. It's such a good story. It's such a good story for perseverance, for working through. And again, he's helping us win. I mean, I don't need to say, you guys are watching the same thing I'm watching.
Right. No, I mean, Kevon Looney, 3 games in this series, he had 20-plus rebounds. I mean, that's a short list. Warriors with 3 or more 20-rebound games in a single playoff series. Wilt Chamberlain 5 times, Nate Thurman 4 times. Now you got Kevon Looney 3 times. I mean, moral compass, the 13 offensive rebounds in the third quarter. And one of our callers, one of our mini roasters, they love Looney so much, Sleprock. His name is Sleprock, Bob, and he said, I'm going to nickname him Windex because all he does is clean up the glass. So I shot that to Looney Friday before the game. It's like, yo, what do you think about this? He goes, oh, I love it. I love it there. So we're calling him Windex from here on out because all he does is clean up the glass. But I want to speak about Andrew Wiggins here. Andrew Wiggins, he misses the time for personal reasons. You guys respected it. I think nobody really spoke about it. We just hope that he was okay mentally. He's come back in this playoff series, and he's picked up where he left off last postseason when he had that incredible NBA final, the incredible Western Conference Finals. And you look up and sure, he missed some layups yesterday, but he attacked the glass, 7 rebounds, 17 points. And to come back after missing all that time off and jump into this series against that team against Sacramento and pick up where he left off is just incredible. I think Andrew Wiggins' story, he was flying under the radar in this series.
I mean, he does all. Wiggins' effort, playing huge minutes, guarding usually what is the other team's best player, is not easy. And the shot making will come, I think. He missed the game. He missed 2 months. His legs probably are still coming back, and guarding Fox, guarding Monk, two real tough covers. It's tiring. You see it with the free throws. He made his first 6 and his next 4, and he's going to get his 3-point shot going again. Some of that's just legs, like you said. But another big reason why, obviously, we won it last year and are making it to the second round now is Wiggins. It's just, the best thing about his story to me is nobody's talking about him like people used to say, oh, he's got an awful contract and he can't win with Wiggins. And even he had to earn the respect of the Bay Area fans. And he did. And he did it. They don't just give it up here. I mean, there's a high expectation for players that have been through the last 10 years. And to see Wiggins embraced by our fans, by our fan base, by his teammates, by the coaching staff, to become kind of one of us in some ways, good for him. Good for him. Good for his career, because he bounced. He had 4, 5, 6 different coaches. I don't know how many in Minnesota. The weight of being a number 1 pick. I think he's found a home, and it works for him. He had this label. He had to be this number 1 guy. I think some of the things he said about Curry. I mean, the nice thing about the team, and you guys have been on teams, is everybody loved seeing Steph do what he did. The whole team loved it. There was no anybody saying, I should have shot more shots, or why does Curry get all the praise? There's a huge level of support for him because of him. And so Wiggins is another big part of it.
Bob, I do want to ask you, you spoke about the ride home. You spoke about the locker room celebration after beating the Kings in 7 games. We talked about Steph Curry's speech before the film session Saturday afternoon. But I want to know about the drive up. What was going through their minds? Because, there's so many unknowns happening with you guys or whatnot, and we're not going to get into contracts and who's going to stay or whatnot. But what was that drive up to Sacramento like, getting ready for this Game 7? This was different. A 0-2 deficit. No home court advantage. We know about the road record in the regular season. Now you got to win 2 straight at the Golden One Center. I want to know what the drive up to Sacramento was like. What was going through your head as you got ready for Game 7?
Well, the team took the bus, Monte, and I drove up, Saturday with Dunleavy. My drive up was sweating it out like you guys. Like, what if we lose this game? What are we going to do? And worried about all that stuff. But I can tell you from what I heard about the bus and the players, this is a team with a lot of pride. And we got our you-know-what kid. I don't know what you're allowed to say on the radio, but you can fill in the blank on Friday. And that doesn't happen too often to our players at home and our coaches. And I told Dunleavy when I was leaving the game Friday, as bad as it was, I said, if we were going to lose, this is how I wanted to lose. And he's like, what do you mean? I said, no, this is how you want to lose. I said, if we had burned Curry 45 minutes, loses the buzzer, I think that would have been worse. As much as I think people were worried that we got blown out, that we couldn't kind of come back and win. I thought if we were going to come back, it would be better. Not that I want to get blown out. I think you guys know what I'm saying.
Right.
There's a sting to the blowouts. There's a sting to even Steph and Draymond saying they couldn't sleep. You guys are competitive. You know those times in your life where you get people listening, you get beat bad. You're going to show up with something a little bit more the next time you face whoever it is, whether it's a rival in your high school tournament or college or whatever it is. You get blown out and you're a competitor, that's going to live in you. And if you're one of the people that hates to lose, you're not going to sleep. And you can't wait for that game. And I think there was a lot of that going on, Bonte.
Yeah. Boy, there's a million questions about the ride-up with you and Dunleavy. Are you guys talking? What music? We'll get to that.
Dunleavy's cool. I think he picked the perfect partner to ride shotgun with because Dunleavy is calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah.
And you probably needed somebody like him on the drive up I-80.
You'd be happy I wasn't in that car. You know?
He was great.
Bob, let me share a story. Go ahead, Bob.
Bob, but as we transition from one series to the next.
No, you're good. I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, no, I was going to let you finish it because I was going to say Shasky Sunday morning. I woke up at about 6:30 a.m. and Shasky was up since 4 in the morning talking about, I clean the entire house.
Anxiety.
I have anxiety.
Horrible.
And for some reason, to me, I felt, okay, I think the Warriors may have this. Shasky's losing his mind, which means that's a good thing for you guys.
I mean, driving up with Shasky would have been tough, I think. I think it would have been hard. I do some of that, though. I vacuum. I like to vacuum.
See?
I'm a little stressed out.
Yeah.
I mean, but I feel like you probably go a little harder than I do on the clean.
Yeah.
Guru or Shasky on the way up. Pick your poison.
I mean, Mike played in the NBA 15 years. His dad, he was born into the NBA with his dad coaching. So it's nice to have people to talk to that have been around, played in games. But we're human beings. We work hard. We thought we built a good roster. You want to win. And but no, I mean, look, he said one thing that resonated. We were driving up and he said, well, I'll tell you what. I said, what? He goes, still got the best player in the series. And that sounds simple, but that matters.
Yeah.
You guys look at who wins series. The best player is a huge part of it.
Yeah, no doubt. Bob, as we reflect from the series we just had and we look a little forward to Lakers, LeBron, we'll get to that part of it because I know it's personal for you on a variety of levels. Like these role guys, DiVincenzo, GP2, Jordan Poole, Moody, I thought stepping up and giving you great minutes over the last couple. You go from like one matchup where some guys are going to play more, some aren't. Maybe it just doesn't fit. You're not playing well to getting them ready. And not that it resets, but you're trying to try out different things for this next series. How do you get all those role players and figure out who's going to have their number called early on in this series against the Lakers?
It changes. I think after the game last night in the locker room, Iguodala said, for those of you that weren't playing, don't think it's going to stay that way. It's a new series. Steve has said many times, it's a brand new thing. I mean, we've had in the past guys where JaVale McGee would play in a series and then Zaza would play, and obviously Bogut got taken out. I mean, you guys know, you've watched this. Certain players play better. There's series that changes from game to game. Moody wasn't really getting time early on. He got time late. So Steve will kind of clean slate it. And the Lakers are almost the inverse of the Kings as far as style of play, as far as what they do, different pace, different speed, big size team, great defensive team. So it's kind of flipping things on their head. So it'll take a while, maybe for both coaches to figure out how to game plan, but that's what makes it fun. But as far as the roster, I mean, look, no roster is perfect. Ours isn't, nobody's is. So you got to figure out what's the best way, especially coming off the bench, what matchups work the best, what combinations. But that's what gives you guys hours and hours of time on the radio to say, you should have played this guy, that guy. Everybody listening, and you guys too, we're human beings. I mean, whether it's my mistakes with the roster, whether Steve should have done this or that, I guess rest assured, the care factor is huge. We care more than anybody can imagine. Probably too much, to be honest. And so it doesn't mean we're not trying, we don't get it right, but I do love the passion of you guys, of our fans, of all the people that have supported us. It's just so great to keep this thing going, and it's going to be a fun series. I mean, it's just
the Lakers.
Kerr after the game, Kerr after the game in the locker room. No, Kerr after the game goes, "All right, guys, great job. blah, blah, blah. And then he goes, hey, what do we got? What do we play? And somebody goes, Tuesday. He goes, Tuesday. Curry goes, Tuesday? And so it all comes fast. It all comes fast. So it's going to be fun.
Today's got to be what? Game plan day for the LA Lakers all day long. Tomorrow night, game one. Or Tuesday, game one at Chase Center at 7 p.m. It's going to be a lot of fun. Lakers, first time the Warriors and Lakers have met up in the postseason since 1991. So you get Sacramento out the way, the I-80 Classic. That had never happened before. And now you get LeBron in the LA Laker uniform against you guys, man. This is great. This is great.
Storybook.
I know. How many times is this LeBron? How many have we gone against him?
This is already? The fifth time now. 4 times in the finals, and now once. Now second round matchup, which feels like a Western Conference final.
Oh, this could be great.
Man, it's great. Players find a way to play each other. I guess Curry and LeBron, they figure it out. They're going to meet great talent, great competitors. So it's going to be. It's going to be pretty fun. I'm excited.
And we owe him one for the play-in game, the 3-rim thing. I mean, God,
the play-in.
We owe him one.
I don't even count that as a playout game.
I don't care. No, I'm still
count
pissed.
that as a playout game. I don't even.
I'm
we
still
always
pissed.
talk about the record in the postseason at Chase Center. And Festus asked me, he goes, "You're not going to count the play-in game?" I said, "No chance."
Well, I mean, look, I was there. That would hurt. He hit a big shot.
Yeah.
That was a right wing. Again, I know you guys joke around and this and that, but I know you guys are real fans, and seeing. This guy's the all-time leading scorer ever. To get to see him in a playoff series, I never thought we'd see him again. I just didn't think we'd play against him again. I'm sure we want to win, but at the same time, seeing him and Curry battle is it's all time. It's going to be unbelievable.
Yep, no doubt. Steph Curry, the second player at age 35 or older to score 200 points in a playoff series, joining Michael Jordan, who did it in 1998 in both the conference finals and NBA finals. What a performance for Steph. What a win by you guys, Bob. We'll see you tomorrow night at Chase Center. Thank you so much for the time.
Yeah.
It's been a while, but we always love talking
buddy.
to you. We always listen when you're on with Steiny and Guru. So tell the kids we said hi, and she could hopefully put away the cowbell today and just park that thing. Maybe just throw it away. She won't. You know how 4-year-olds are. They forget where toys are all the time.
No, it's going in the garage.
You have a garage in the city? Wow, you're one of the few.
Yeah.
All right, Bob.
It's full. All right, guys, take it easy.
See you, buddy.
All right, Bob Myers right here on the Morning Roast earlier today. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Download the Odyssey app to download it and listen to it over. Bob, such a good dude. They drive up to Sacramento. Very stressful, but the Warriors win Game 7 after Steph Curry drops 50, becoming the first player in NBA history to drop 50 in a Game 7. He did it with the Warriors' backs against the wall. Klay Thompson struggled shooting-wise. Shooting-wise, 4 of 19. Andrew Wiggins, 5 of 16. Jordan Poole, 3 of 9. Yet Curry said, I got this. Trust me on this one. He attempts 38 field goals, a career high in this game. It drops 50 points, grabs 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 7 made threes. He got 18 attempts up. He filleted the Sacramento Kings, and the Warriors outscored the Kings in that second half, Shasky, 64-42. They hold the Kings to 100 points, the high-octane offense, number 1 offense in the NBA in the regular season. They hold them to 100 points in Game 7. Unreal.
You know, you were talking about how great Steph Curry is and just how unique this situation is. Number 30, right? He's just a legend. I do find it ironic that we talk about how he helped carry this station, which he has. Inarguable.
Yes.
And we eclipsed 30,000 subs on YouTube the night he goes for 50 in a Game 7.
That's pretty sick.
Isn't that like, maybe I'm tripping off numbers. God.
Whoa.
Credit to all the fans out there
Curry's
that love
been the best thing to happen to my career.
1,000%.
Me, you, this entire station, the entire Bay Area. How many people have made money off Curry jerseys, bootleg Curry jerseys, shirts,
Under Armour?
Under Armour.
I mean, like, honestly, like Under Armour, there's a path that Under Armour takes where it's nowhere near as lucrative as it is now.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
I mean, I remember when Under Armour first came in, we knew them as like compression shorts and compression sleeves and things like that. We didn't think of them for footwear.
Nah, not at all.
I mean, now they got Brady and Harper and, it's a who's who.
Canelo Alvarez.
Now, De'Aaron Fox was wearing Curry's pretty much the entire series.
Was he?
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
the colorways.
Yeah, maybe. That would be something.
You know, thinking about the series as a whole, I do think we're going to look back at this King series. It might not be on the level of OKC, but it's pretty close. It's pretty close. This was one of, think about the margin of error. They could have won Game 1.
Right.
Okay, game 2, the Draymond kicked out.
Right.
You're going to remember that.
Right.
And that game was closer than it looked.
Suspended game 3. And the Warriors had never faced an 0-2 deficit coming back home.
Exactly.
Coming back home. Like, they come back home down 0-2, and they got to have it game 3, and they win that wire-to-wire. Then you get the classic game 4
Which
on
was,
a Sunday afternoon.
I would say it's as good of a game as the Warriors have played in the last couple of years, which is a statement all itself.
Think about the all-time playoff games. Game 6 at OKC is always going to be remembered. Game 3 at Cleveland when Kevin Durant hits the dagger over LeBron James in 2017. That's an all-time.
Game 4 Boston.
Game 4 Boston. Game 4 Memphis.
Memphis, yes.
2014-15. You know what I'm saying? Even game 2 against the Houston Rockets, where you double team Hart with Klay Thompson and Steph Curry, and they can't get a shot off. Remember that one?
Yes. I mean, and then I go back to the series, they'll be game 5 was an all-time road performance from this team.
Unbelievable performance.
Game 6, Kings came back, and it might have been one of the worst losses effort-wise I've seen from the Warriors.
At home, to bring it back to sack.
It wasn't even competitive. And then game 7, for it to go down that way, I don't know. I know we're in the moment. I know I'm a prisoner of the moment at times. This is a great series.
It was a great series. It was the first ever I-80 Classic.
Yes.
We hyped it up that week. There was a lot of trash talk back and forth between the 916 and the 415 and everybody. Hey, the 510, the 925, everybody in the Bay Area. 408. 408, I guess the new zip code too.
707 is the area
The 628. 707. I mean, all that stuff.
I refuse to acknowledge.
Yeah, no doubt. But we had you had a lot here in this series. And the backdrop was, if they lose, what happens?
That totally.
If they lose, what are we discussing?
Draymond off the bench for 3 games in a row.
Bob Myers on. That drive up to Sacramento could have been his last drive as the GM and president of basketball operations of the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
Could have been Draymond Green and Steph Curry and Klay Thompson's last game together. We had no idea.
Outplaying Jordan Poole in the series. I think a lot of people would have lost their minds there.
But that is something we got to talk about tomorrow, the bench production in this Lakers series.
DiVincenzo's got to play better.
The Warriors are minus 94 in bench points in this series against Sacramento. They nearly got outscored by 100 points. That's got to flip.
Well, and then, Sabonis was his own set of problems in terms of skill and playmaking. Anthony Davis is a whole nother beast for Kevon Looney.
Right, no doubt.
And, at times, Draymond has been an Anthony Davis stopper, and at times, Anthony Davis has had his way with Draymond.
Yeah, no doubt. By the way, Freezing Coat Takes got our boy Matt George.
Did they?
Well, Matt George.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, hate to see it. I saw him Friday. He didn't want to say what's up. I don't know what's up with Matt George.
Don't he laugh with the door open?
Matt George tweeted before the season, Warrior fans on Twitter really presenting Kevon Looney as a counter to Domantas Sabonis with confidence. It's only Monday. About to be a wild week on this app, and he got. Well, and I don't feel bad for Matt George for getting got by Freezing Coat Takes because after he came out with us, he had the Twitter freakers moving. Oh, you guys didn't clip me saying that.
I don't know what
Sabonis is struggling. It just seems would have been over 4 or 5, and it's like, it's a reason why Sabonis is struggling. His name is Kevon Windex Looney. That's why.
Well, and he's number 5, and here's the Fast 5.
Fast 5. I'm happy. You know why? Because Loveman's smiling today. Sam Loveman's smiling. Even the Giants in Mexico City losing 2 straight can't even get that smile off his face. Yes, that's right. The Gigantes.
They woke up San Diego's bats, which I knew
did.
that was going to happen.
They sure did.
All right, here's my final thoughts.
All right, final thought.
Steph Curry is Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Wilt Chamberlain, Barry Bonds, all rolled into one. He's the greatest teammate of all time. He's maybe the greatest individual statistician, accolade guy that you could find. And he's the winningest player of all time in this market. He is an unbelievable highlight clip after highlight clip. I love Steph Curry.
My final thoughts is, as we look ahead to this Lakers series, there's so many interesting storylines, but the most important, the winner of this series, they get to keep Draymond Green.
Loveman.
Spadoni, I feel so bad for you and you Lakers. You guys have no shot. You have no shot as long as Steph Curry is wearing a Warriors uniform. That's why I woke up yesterday. I knew the Warriors were going to win. You want to know why? Because Steph Curry, he is him. He is that guy. As long as the Warriors have Steph, NBA, you got no shot.
Ooh. Big John want to get in here? Big John, honorary guest? Oh, he's got all week. All right. He's
has his notepad. He's taking notes.
He's taking notes on what? How to produce like Sam Lubman?
Which
is basically not do nothing during the morning.
Here's the notes. Set up the Zoom, open the mics, and we roll.
I mean,
and tell you to get to break on time.
Which we never do. All right, my final thought is, shout out to Sam and Andy, Light Years Podcast. My final thought is, hashtag Steph better. That's it. Steph better. 50 points, Steph better. 925. Wiggins definitely dunking on LeBron in this series. There's no doubt Wiggins will have a big series against the LA Lakers. Because as Shasky pointed out a couple years ago, LeBron traded Wiggins, number 1 overall pick. Trade him. Right away. Wiggins still carries that chip on the shoulder.
Do you blame him?
No, I do not. Steiny Guru next. And guess what they're going to talk about? The 49ers draft. That's coming up on 95.7 The Game.
Give your small business one tech solution that checks all the boxes. It's all here with the Comcast Business.
No more pep rallies. No more pep rallies.
I'm retired, Steiny.
None. Zero. Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru Johnson with you. What a roller coaster weekend for the Warriors and their fans. They get blown out on Friday, and yesterday, Steph Curry with a performance for the ages, and the Warriors win 120-100. They're going to the second round. They're playing the LA Lakers, but this one's one where Warrior fans, they get to savor this one, Goo.
Yeah, and it's something the chef or no other NBA player has ever done. Score 50 points in a Game 7 epic first-round series between, NorCal finest with sacking the Golden State Warriors. But, Steiny, I can't bury the lead. Friday was incredible. We were singing. We set the tone. But Friday night, I didn't talk to you. I could not sleep. I didn't recognize that Warrior team. I thought the finality of maybe as currently constructed might be over. They looked a bit older or slower. And then yesterday, the chef put up 50. Looney with 100 rebounds again. And now we got an epic showdown. But, man, I don't know what else you can say about Steph Curry. I really don't. He was 50 Cent yesterday at sack.
Well, one thing you can say, at least for me, I'm going to repeat it. And the phone lines are open. The text line's open. 888-957-9570. And I remember thinking this a few months back, maybe even a year or so, and I brought it up on the air. And you can use whatever word you want, but I'm here. This is where I'm at right now with Steph Curry. He's the best offensive player I've ever seen. He's better than Michael Jordan offensively. He's better than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar offensively. He actually might be more unstoppable than Jabbar. And what this guy does is unbelievable. The idea that a player 6'3" can draw two defensive players beyond the top of the circle to allow his teammates to essentially play 4-on-3. I've never seen anything like it. Even Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. When you double-teamed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the double team happens in the lane. It happens in the lane. Which clogs things up. When Steph Curry gets double-teamed, it opens things up. Not only for him when he doesn't get double-teamed, but for all his teammates. Michael Jordan maybe would have been more effective in this era, but he didn't get to play in this era. Steph Curry did. And what he did yesterday was just absolutely positively vintage. It's Bird, it's Magic, it's Kareem, it's Jordan. It's all the greats rolled into one. And he saved the Warriors season and maybe the dynasty.
Yeah, no doubt. And on this day, if you want to do that with Jordan and give Steph that praise, which he deserves, I'm here for it. I'm not. He revolutionized the game. So he's playing in a game that he's changed. And yesterday, to me, Steiny, it wasn't just the three-pointers. That's always been a part of it, but now it's the layup package. It's the finishing around the rim. It's finding open teammates. But just with how great he was, I will never, ever not tell you or call the Warriors the big three and not include Looney. It's the Fantastic Four. I love you, Andre, but Looney is there now because without those offensive rebounds throughout this whole series, they don't get this done. And every rebound, offensive rebound, you're giving it back to a marksman. It's either Steph, Clay, or Wiggins, but he's done something, Kevon Looney, that no other player's done. 20-point rebound games in a series since 2008 Dwight Howard. That's prime Dwight Howard. So praises to Kevon Looney. I don't know if this can continue, but it's not about that, Steiny. What you just said, he's the greatest offensive player you've ever seen. Wow. And he's on a quest for number 5, but that's high praise at 35 years old.
And I wouldn't have thought, and we can quibble about who played well and who didn't, but I would never have thought that the Warriors could get terrific games out of just 2 players and win a game in sack by 20 points. And to me, obviously, I'm going to give 70%, 75% of it to Steph Curry, but Kevon Looney demoralized the Sacramento Kings to a degree that I haven't seen a non-star demoralize a team in a long time. You want to talk about a staggering difference in nose for the ball, athleticism, hunger, whatever you want to call it. Sabonis could not get a rebound. He could not get a rebound, whether he was in front of Looney, if he was in back of Looney, if he was to the side of Looney. He couldn't get a rebound. And Looney's ability to create second shot after second shot, it just kills a team.
Man.
And it killed the Sacramento Kings yesterday.
Steiny, it did, and Looney's not no thin mint. He's got some junk in the trunk. He's an anchor, Steiny. We always talk about his lack of explosiveness, but guess what? This is not a dunk contest. This is about positioning. This is about want to. This is about will, and he checks all the boxes. And I don't know about you, and I know a lot's being made because I threw it to you last week. I believe it was Thursday about the $8 million that he's making. He's underpaid, and I think he's a 37th highest paid center or whatnot. But Steiny, as much as Steph Curry is getting his glory like Denzel on this day, rightfully so, Kevon Looney, this series was his coming out party, and the Kings had no answer for him the rest of the game. Clay got off to a rough start yesterday. I was like, oh boy, Steiny was saying steady Clay, but he was letting them go, hit some big shots late. Wiggins was great. It was a great team win, but I don't have answers for Friday. It just made me fearful for yesterday. But as that game went on, even at halftime, I start seeing that Warrior experience and the Kings inexperience, kind of what I felt, Steiny, kind of take center stage and experience one out.
888-957-9570 is the number. You guys have been around 10, 12 years now. You've seen the whole dynasty. Where's this one rank? Where does this one rank? I just jotted down, Game 6 in Oklahoma City, Game 4 last year.
I forgot. I did that yesterday, Steiny, Game 7 in Houston. I forgot that one where they went 0 for 20. They were down 13 or 11 at halftime, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that was in Houston.
That's absolutely right. Yeah, absolutely, because you were wrong a lot last week.
Yeah,
so double check you. But, the one thing that, and I don't know how I want to get into this, but we talked about it with the Niners too, and we certainly talk about it with the Warriors, and it's this championship or bust, championship or bust, championship or failure, championship or disappointment. And you think about this game yesterday, and if the Golden State Warriors don't go on to win it, and it's not what I'm getting at today, that they might not go on to win it. What I'm getting at is this game is now on Curry's resume. I don't know if they're going to win it this year. I'm not sure, but this game never goes away. The greatest games of all time in NBA history, they're not all coming from the NBA Finals. So when Bird and Dominique Wilkins dueled, the Celtics didn't win it that year. When Jordan scored 63 against the Celtics, they didn't even win that series.
Or that game.
When great things, when Damian Lillard makes that shot over Paul George, they lost. They didn't win the NBA Finals. So I guess what I'm getting at is you can have incredible ups and games that you'll never forget. And the bottom line is Steph Curry did something yesterday that is going to be at the bottom of,
it's in the record books.
It's at least in the record books, but it's probably more importantly like in everybody's mind.
Yeah.
So who knows what's gonna happen? And we're going to talk about the Lakers a lot, but not today.
Yeah.
But not today. We're going to talk a lot about can the Warriors win a championship. We're not going to do that today because what we're going to do is celebrate that game yesterday and what Steph Curry did because There's just nobody. I'm 58 years old, and there's
You look good,
nobody who, when they put that 3-point line in a long time ago, there ain't nobody back then that ever thought in a million years there'd be a player to come along who could make so many shots from so far away at such a high percentage. It was inconceivable when they put that line in.
Yeah, and you talked about specifically yesterday's game. Steiny, it was a brick contest. Chimneys were being built early on between both teams, and then Steph got his footing underneath them, and it was watch out. But I'm going to say this, because I'm going back to Friday. I was overconfident. We were having fun. But when that game was over Friday night, I had problems sleeping. I'm being real. Saturday was a blur because I'm still afraid of this Warriors offseason, even if they win it all. Bob Myers, Draymond Green, there are changes, I believe, that are imminent or that Joe Lacob is facing that he's never had to face before to keep this thing together. Now, the 50-point game, even if they would have lost, you couldn't take that from Curry, but Curry is the least of the Warriors' problems. So I was melancholy a bit because I'm thinking about who's going. Who's not going to be here next year? And then you saw that video of Jordan Poole Friday night that looked like he didn't want to talk to Draymond. All that stuff was on the table. And that's why I was in my feelings before that game kicked off and Herter comes off a pick and hits the first three. I'm like, oh, boy, is this going to be it? But Steph saved the day. And, Steiny, I'm being real with you. If he hadn't scored that 50, I still think you would have him ranked where you had him, right? Or you wouldn't have gave him that greatest score of all time. I'm just asking how much that went into.
I said it a year ago. About Curry and the
incredible
man. I used the word most impactful. That he was the most impactful offensive player I've ever seen. And he is more impactful than Jabbar.
Wow, man.
To me, I know and I am kind of an old timer. But the reality situation is just close your eyes and think about the Lakers. Magic Johnson throws it into Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar gets double-teamed. What does that mean? Well, that means that everybody's going to sink in, and Jabbar's going to throw it outside, and somebody's going to take an outside shot. But when Curry gets double-teamed or gets chased 35 feet from the basket, it opens up the lane. It clears out the lane. Yep. It means if you do things right offensively, you're actually going to get a layup or a dunk, which is impossible if the middle's clogged. So Curry's ability to shoot from 30 feet out, has totally skewed. It's
incredible, Steiny.
It's kind of skewed our reality a little bit.
He shot one behind Draymond Green about 30 feet. It looked like he was just shooting a free throw. That's what the form was like, and it was just bottoms. But I mean, I heard Shasky and Bonte this morning, Stoney, just talking about the Bay Area greatness and the dynasties with the San Francisco 49ers and whatnot. But you talked about this a couple weeks ago. We all have, about when this thing first started. Steve Kerr won it in 14-15, his first year. And we're here in 2023, and it's still going. It is like words, you're just running out of superlatives, man. You really are.
888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the number for the Comcast Business Text line. Where does this one rank if you're a Warrior fan? And on Saturday, after the Warriors got beat by 20 or whatever it was on Friday, I let some time pass, and I'm starting to think about Sunday's game and all the possible implications of what happens if they win, what happens if they lose. And I tweeted out, is this the most consequential game of the Warriors dynasty? And naturally on Twitter, you get absolutely, and then you get F off, hack.
Did you get something?
You don't know what you're talking about. Damn. This game's not consequential. They got 4 rings. They got this. They got that. They got the other thing. And that's kind of what I'm talking about. If you're a championship or bust, and you say don't make this game Sunday any more consequential than anything else, and if they lose this game, we're playing with house money anyway. No, that game was ridiculously consequential. now for a million different reasons. One is it keeps things going. Two is it's just another accolade for Steph Curry. It really is. And I'll tell you one thing.
A big one.
For all you people out there that think we kind of overestimate this thing possibly coming to an end, you cannot tell me that the Golden State Warriors players, particularly Steph, Clay, Draymond, Looney, Iguodala, you cannot tell me that they aren't playing knowing that it's possible, had they lost yesterday, then all bets were off.
Yeah.
All bets were going to be off if they lose that game yesterday. I'm not saying, oh, dynasty's over. Everybody's gone. They're going to trade everybody. No. But all bets are off at that point. And the Warriors played like, they want a little more time. Yeah. They want a little more time together.
And they got a lot more time because I don't think Steph is slowing down anytime soon. But we buried the lead, Steiny. This is a man of few words. I'm talking about Steph. I mean, Marcus Thompson wrote a great article about what Steph talked to the team before film session Saturday and said, stay home if you're not bought in, and everybody needs to be on the same page. I'm paraphrasing, but for the chef to get up there, and Draymond said hit everybody in the cardiac muscle because he doesn't do that a lot, and Dre was going to actually speak to the team, and then this man, the guy that, gave the speech, goes out there and backs it up with 50 points in a Game 7. I mean, this is what movies are made of, man. He didn't go have a bad performance. He talked it, and then he walked it. And I'm going Migos, your favorite group. But that's what he did.
You know what? I should be more clear. There's only one player that I can't say that Steph's better than offensively because I didn't see him, and that's Wilt Chamberlain. But Chamberlain's the only guy that I haven't seen.
Well, those guys didn't play in this era. Steph's, see, that's where I'm at now. Like Jordan didn't play in this era. Kobe,
what does that mean?
They mastered their era, but they didn't get a chance to play when people were raining threes right now.
That's right, and that's why Curry's more impactful than Jordan because Curry takes threes. When Curry makes a 25-footer, it's worth 3.
Woo.
When Curry penetrates the lane, they get a dunk a lot of times. And just one of his greatest performances.
Down at half, too, man. Down 3.
I thought they were okay at half. I really did. Yeah.
Was Clay worrying you when it was over? It wasn't steady, Clay, but he kept shooting.
Funny thing is I don't worry about Clay. You know why? Because Clay just does what Clay's going to do. He just is. And so you got to kind of live with it one way or the other. I mean, he's kind of always been that way. But on a day like today, rather than focus on the 4 for 19, I'm closing my eyes and thinking, how do you win a game like that when Clay shoots 4 for 19?
You got the chef. You got Andrew Wiggins. You got Draymond.
None of whom played well except Steph and Looney. That's how great Steph's performance was.
Everybody plus 25 in the starting lineup.
Let's go to Nico. Nico, what's going on, man?
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
I just got 3 quick points, and I'll get out your guys' way real quick. First, Jordan Poole was garbage Game 6. I'm just going to keep it straight, man. I mean, like they say on Call of Duty, the young kids, they say he was dog water. Like, it was bad. Game 7, I don't know. You got to just change GSW to stand for Game 7 Wardell. And, you don't got to calculate it. I already know it's a 5. And the last thing I want to say, real quick, Guru,
What's
it was
up,
you,
baby?
man. You jinxed us on Game 6. It was all your fault, man. You came in here with your song, and Steiny, you're supposed to be Mr. Optimistic and saying you can see both sides. You let him play that song all day. That's what happened. Don't let it happen again, man. Come on, Steiny. Keep it real every day and come here with the way Steiny always comes in. Mr. Optimistic, Mr. I can see both sides, Mr. I don't have a strong opinion. Also, bring back that how dare you cheer for the Lakers? Robin drop for this Lakers series, baby.
I just didn't want the hassle Friday.
Yeah.
I didn't want the hassle.
The on-off button. He put it on me.
I didn't want the hassle.
Damn.
It was
And
10
we won
years in the
yesterday.
making.
Nobody care about Friday.
It was
Friday, as my dad would say. Friday.
That was 10 years in the making of me just not wanting the hassle.
You were grabbing that.
The
People
negativity.
loved it. Elvis Presley.
You guys wanted to say Game 6 was a piece of cake.
Oh man, that was a
I just
clunker.
didn't feel like doing 4 hours of Don't assume. Don't assume. You never know. Kings aren't dead yet. You're such a hater. You're such a hater. You're such a hater. I just didn't want it.
Friday was
didn't
epic.
deal with it.
Yeah, who cares? They won yesterday.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, game 1 at home.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Dr. Solomon. Dr. Solomon's in Vacaville. What's up, Dr. Solomon?
Hello, guys. Thank you for having me on. Can you answer me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to say that the basketball gods were pleased on Sunday with Wardale's performance. Aisha Carey performed and prepared an excellent breakfast for him. Kevon Looney had an excellent night's rest with his rebounds. God blessed us not to see Jordan Poole step out on the court not for too long in this series. The magnitude was way too high for him. I think what was going on was that the Sacramento Kings fans just gave an electric amount of energy, and we love to eat that up, Steph and Draymond and those guys and stuff like that. But at home, I noticed that we can't even get our guys to wear at least 50% of the yellow shirts that they put out there on the seats. I don't know what's going on with the fans at Chase Center. We're having wine, cheese, and crackers at halftime. We need to get that together. Having this advantage against the Lakers going into this series, guys. Thank you for having my call.
Appreciate the call. That's Doc Solomon.
Yeah, put on them shirts, Doc. They got it done. They got it on the road. So the whole season was about the road record, and they won the last 2 playoff games on the road, Stoney. So that's impressive in itself.
What happened to Sabonis?
Who didn't even shake hands with anybody? Just boned out.
You know what? That's weak. So what?
You play weak and then you act weak.
Who cares?
Pistons on line 1.
If anybody else, and here's the old Steiny. Yeah. If anybody else but Draymond Green called out Sabonis, okay, I'd listen. But Draymond lecturing anybody on behavior.
Well, he did it 16 against the Cavs.
I'm out on that.
But he came back out. So
I'm out on that.
Yeah.
I'm out on Draymond being the assessor of good behavior and bad behavior.
I'll tell you what I'm not out on. That Steph. I just wish we had video of it, Sonny. Him talking to the team.
There probably video exists. They have video they have cameras in the locker room, but they don't show everything.
Yeah.
Here's the bottom line. Wiggins, 5 for 16. Draymond Green, Draymond was okay. Looney, spectacular. Curry, spectacular. Thompson, terrible. Moody, fine. Poole, you take it. My point is they had 2 great offensive performances from 2 players. They really had 1 great offensive performance and 1 great rebounding performance.
Do you remember in your lifetime, just in your D3 career, shooting or hoisting up 38 shots?
Kobe did it a lot.
Well, D3. That's Kobe, yeah, but Steph, this was his first time and his most, but they needed everyone. 38 field goals off a one-day rest after stinking up the joint collectively. I don't know what that was Friday. I said, forget about it, I can't. And then he backs that up with a 50-point burger. Good God.
Steiny and Goo, is yesterday's game by Steph the greatest in his career? It's up there. That's what I'm asking you guys at 888-957-9570. Where does this one rank? Either Curry or the Warriors?
That's hard.
Where does this one rank? And see, this is why I think it's way, way up there. Is because you guys know there was concern. A lot of concern on Saturday.
Man.
There was a lot of concern.
It was real.
The stakes were very high. I know it was only a first round game, and that's usually easy pickings for the Warriors, but that game had unbelievable consequences. Steph Curry comes through. I mean, just off the top of my head, I'd probably have to say Game 4 last year, just because it's the finals and you were down 2-1, but I don't want to take anything away from what Steph Curry did yesterday because it was absolutely spectacular. It was an all-timer, and it's going to be remembered around here for a long time. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go. Let's get it going right now. Warriors, they beat the Kings in 7, and Steph Curry has 50 in the finale yesterday. Where does it rank? Where's the win rank? Where's Curry's performance rank? Let's talk about it all on 95.7 The Game. The Quest for 5. It's brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today.
Curry's been the best thing to happen to my career.
The BMW i.
Curry will bring it up. Curry drives, scores. He's got 50. A 50-point playoff game for Stephen Curry in a Game 7.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty, Golden State Warriors.
The chef.
They close out the Kings in 7 games. And at some point, I got to get around to it. I may as well just do it now. My bad, Warrior fans, for Friday. I've been around basketball for 50 years, and I like to pride myself on not getting caught up in stuff. But, boy, the Warriors had me caught up on Friday, and I fell into the trap, and then consequently, they ended up losing. Yep. So I'll just own that. I'll just own that one.
Did you sleep bad Friday?
Rally? No.
What you apologizing for?
Because we got too big for our britches. We acted as we disrespected the Kings.
We sung a song that's a classic, and we had a
so
great
you want to
time
divorce
doing
yourself from our responsibility? From we can't act as though we didn't think the Warriors were going to win on Friday.
Oh no, we all did. Come on now,
right.
Yeah. So we don't play.
We got cocky,
but we don't play.
We got cocky.
We do not play.
Right, but
what number do
fans,
you wear?
As a fan, we got cocky.
No doubt, we did.
Right, and we got to be better.
Yeah. It was a rough Friday night for you. It's time we were getting blown up.
Who?
But the people saying they lost because of us.
Oh,
y'all singing.
By the way, if the
chef,
are you going to keep saying that
all day, 50 times?
Because it throws me off a lot.
Well, everything does, but
so get this, and I know we're not going to talk about. We are not talking about the Lakers today, but if the Warriors and Lakers were to theoretically go 7 games, that means the Warriors will have played 10 games in 19 days.
Yikes!
So basically, they've gone. It could go Wednesday, Friday. I'm sorry. Yeah, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Monday. Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Wow.
Yeah.
Now this is again, maybe it's good they didn't get Memphis because they're getting an older team. But we'll discuss that down the line. Yeah. Let's go to
Memphis didn't earn it, Stoney.
Let's go to we've got to start this segment with our new favorite, Skinny Bob.
Oh, yeah.
Skinny Bob in the house. What's up, Skinny Bob?
Bobby.
Hey, guys. Good morning to you. I feel great. What a game yesterday.
Yep.
Hey, but don't be so hard on yourselves about Friday. When they lost like that, any team can go through that.
Thanks.
But yesterday's game, even up till halftime and Curry's missed free throws, other missed free throws, I wasn't so sure. And then greatness happened, and I didn't even realize it till the 20 points ahead, and I'm thinking, no way these guys are going to catch up. But the main thing about Curry is he's a man of character. He's a born leader, and there's leaders in every field. You look at Zelensky, you look at Damian Lillard in Portland. I'm 78. You look at Will Chamberlain. His day, he had Bill Russell guarding him. He was the check on Wilt.
Skinny Bob, you're absolutely right. How'd you spend your weekend?
Oh, I walking with my husky, the beach.
How many golf balls you get? How many golf balls you get?
I got probably 48.
Wow.
I got a lot. Tailor-made new ones, guys.
I'll be by.
Very happy.
All right.
I'm coming by, Bob.
And lastly, the one thing I wanted to clear up from Friday. Oh, we lost Skinny Bob?
Yeah. Where were you going?
We lost him about 6 times on Friday.
He's our favorite.
My new favorite, yeah, for sure. Let's go to Priest. Priest is in Palo Alto.
Yeah.
What's up, Priest? How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Oh, Cloud 9, Priest.
All right. Listen, man. I go all the way back to Wilt as well, man. I won't compare anybody to that guy. I won't. He got bored of scoring at 7 years.
That's what I heard.
Career. Just stop shooting, man, because he got bored. And then retired because he got bored of playing. But this kid here, I'm telling you, man, he treats this league. He treats this league like it's his personal playground. Before the playoffs last year, I had him at a certain level. What he did to Boston, going into Boston, I kicked him way up a notch. And in that All-Star game too, he does things with the game that he toys with it because he's bored. He just tries things because he can, and he gets away with it. At 6'3", see, everybody else that they talk about the Mount Rushmores, they play above the rim. They're 6'6", 6'7", and up. This kid's 6'3", man.
Hey, Priest, can I ask you a question? Priest, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so like I said, I didn't see Chamberlain, so I'm taking him off the table. But the part I said about Jabbar, now he was the most unstoppable player I've ever seen. But there's something about Steph that's even more impactful. Would you agree with that?
I think so. Because, and I'm going to say because the way the dimensions of the game, he changed it. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I do.
The geometry of the game, he changed it.
Yep.
Nobody did that except Will.
You know what? He's mastered it.
Thanks for the call, Priest. And I know the 3-point shot goes, goes back before Curry. But when Priest says he changes it, now I'm starting to think, you know what? Curry's the reason you'd rather take a 25-footer than a layup.
And this happened.
Steph Curry's the reason why Jonathan Kuminga kicks it out instead of dunking in a way, if you know what I mean. Because he's made that shot so makeable and the extra point is so valuable that you have to give Curry a shot from 3 first. And if you can't get him the ball or get him a great shot or he can't get himself a great shot, well, then you go somewhere else.
Yeah.
But first and foremost, he's got to have the first crack at a 3-point shot.
And I'm going to tell you this before you grab this next call. I know we kind of went back and forth, Stoney, tennis, in regard to whatever Warrior player would leave and the effect it would have on Steph Curry. But if you mean, and I know you do, what you said about Steph and where he ranks, I don't care who is not in a Warrior jersey. As long as Dub Nation has Steph Curry on his team, you got action, Jackson.
Yeah, I'm not going to go that far.
I am.
I'm not going to go that far because we saw Steph have an incredible year, and they didn't make the playoffs. The year they were 33 and 39. I watched Michael Jordan be the best player on his team for a long time. They couldn't get over the hump, so I never believe a guy can do it alone. But
I mean,
certainly he's a great starting point, no doubt about it. Let's go to Chucky. Chucky's in Oakland. What's up, Chucky? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How you guys doing, man?
Doing dynamite,
now,
man.
On to the next round.
Hey, man, check this out, man. I am Juice, man. Because, see, I came up with this for you. First, before I even start this conversation, I want to say, Steiny, you get a flagrant 2, man, for hanging up on Skinny Bob 2 times, 3 times Friday.
Chucky, I did.
Wow, look at Chucky with receipts. Chucky, don't do him like Chucky, that. Come on now.
It wasn't me. It was John, our new guy on the board.
Wow.
Never mind.
You and Guru always be giving texts and stuff, so I said that was a flagrant 2 right there.
What you got, baby?
Yeah, I was at the game, man. I came up with the brainstorm, man. You know what? I'm going to go to that damn game on Sunday, man. And I went, man. I went there early, man. Drove up Highway 80, man. I went there early. I had all my Warrior gear on. I started to shoot around. And I saw Curry. I saw a look in his eye, man. Because, you know, when you're there real early, you get to watch the shoot around. And I was down there by the floor, man. And, man, dude, I seen him ready. And them shots like he made when he go through the key, that little unhand shot when he fell on the stomach, he be practicing that before the game. He be practicing them flip shots. It's amazing.
Man.
So
appreciate the call.
Yeah, I'm just thrilled.
All right. Austin in San Jose says, Steiny, the year they went 33 and 39, they had bad players around Steph. Yeah, that's my point, Austin. Nobody can do it themselves.
Oh, that was the loss to the Lakers and Memphis.
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're talking about the Golden State Warriors.
Man, Stein.
Big win yesterday, 120-100 against the Sacramento Kings. And now they advance to the second round against the L.A. Lakers. And now the one thing is, and again, one of the things I'm going to work hard on today is not to look too far ahead. But
it's hard. A game tomorrow.
But one of the things that I think is apparent is now there's a reset. There's a reset. Jonathan Kuminga, you're back to square one.
Yeah.
You got a shot at playing against the L.A. Lakers.
JaMychal Green.
Dante DiVincenzo, maybe you'll play more against the L.A. Lakers. Gary Payton II, maybe you'll play more. Maybe Moody plays more. Everybody gets a crack.
Minutes yesterday, Moody.
Everybody gets a crack at it, and that starts tomorrow. So get ready for a whole new, different kind of series. Absolutely. Cherie, how you doing, Cherie?
Doing great, Steiny and Guru. Yeah, so what a game. Steiny, I agree 100% what you said regarding Steph and the Warriors. My biggest concern is, yes, I'm enjoying the win, but my biggest concern is it sustainable? Game 7, only Steph stepped up, Clay or Wiggins, they didn't up, when it's a decider game. That's my only concern. Is it sustainable?
Yeah, I mean, look,
he's on a mission.
The bottom line is that the Warriors are an older team, but so are the Lakers.
Yeah.
So at least the two best players on the Lakers. So I don't know how it filters out that the Warriors are going to play a lot of games probably in a short period of time. But all I know is that was a must-win yesterday. Curry got him there, and now we start over. Now kind of nothing matters, and that's a good thing. Chris in Concord. What's up, Chris?
Hey, guys. First of all, I want to do a quick shout-out to you guys because I'm a wannabe sports fan. I'm always trying to catch up, and you guys fill in the gaps everywhere for me. I'm always listening in the car, so thank you.
Appreciate it.
And then I need to apologize and ask for some forgiveness from Draymond Green, and I will be careful and not try to regress, but when the whole Draymond Jordan Poole thing happened, I was pretty upset, and I was very severe and harsh towards Draymond and what should be done. And since that, I've spent a lot of time reflecting and watching the games and watching Draymond and listening to comments from Steve Kerr, and I've learned and realized more about Draymond, that he's willing to sacrifice himself for the team and the win. And so it's just my way of apologizing and saying it. And it was a great series. So that's kind of it for comment, but I love you guys. Thanks.
Yes, it was. Man. It was a tremendous series.
Yes, it was. And
absolutely.
Stein, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say best first-round series in the Dynasty, I think.
And they went 15 rounds. I'm going old school boxing. So we'll see what's left in the tank, but the tank is hard. So, Steiny, I just, when you think about Bay Area athletes, and I know a couple years ago we did the Mount Rushmore, and I know it's Montana, Rice, and they deserve it, rightfully so. But Steph Curry, man, with what he already had presented in regard to his resume and yesterday's 50-point game in the Game 7 when it looked like his teammates offensively didn't have their A game. I mean, what do you say? And if you want to say Steph is number one, I'm right here for you. But this dude is not 25. He's 35, Steiny, and it seems like he's at the top of his game.
Jesse's in West Marin. What's up, Jesse?
Hello.
What's going on, man?
Well, not too much. First off, first-time caller. Love your guys' show.
Thank you.
So earlier in the show, you were talking. You said Steph had unbelievable game, Looney spectacular, Draymond all right. You said Clay played terrible.
All right.
I think the end of the third quarter, that 4-point play, we were only up by 6.
Yeah.
And it was almost the biggest shot of the game.
Appreciate the call.
His plus-minus.
I appreciate the call.
That was a big sequence.
Clay was terrible, but he hit some big shots. Oh, he's 4 for 19. Let's not do this. Clay even said it himself.
But that shot, Steiny,
He made a shot.
No, but it was when.
Can we please not do this?
But it's when he made the
shot. Okay, he was 4 for 19.
Okay,
he's going to make some. I mean, come on now.
He's going to make. No, forget who made it. It was a big shot.
Nobody said it wasn't.
Right.
He didn't play well. He didn't
went
play
from
well.
6 to 12.
Is everybody afraid to say a guy didn't play well?
Nobody's afraid.
Yes, apparently people
That was
are.
a big sequence.
He and Wiggins
Steph did not shoot.
Were combined 10 for 35.
Right. But you still can't say when that shot went in, it wasn't big for the game.
Nobody said he can't make a shot.
No,
I'm not going here. Like it makes no sense.
It went from 6 to 12 at the end of the third quarter.
It went from 6 to 10.
Okay,
because it was a 4-point play. Yes, it was a big shot. He made a 4-point play. There was one play in the game.
That's all.
Okay, well, if you feel that, see, I don't want to do this. It's unbelievable. Okay, Steph was great.
You're doing it to yourself.
Steph
I don't know
was
what
great.
you mean.
Clay was great.
He didn't make every point, Donnie.
He didn't make any shots.
No, I'm talking about Steph didn't make all 120 points.
Right. But he made up for the fact that about 5 of his teammates were bad.
Right.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
But the caller was just saying that sequence was pretty big going into the fourth quarter.
Nobody said it. It wasn't. But you know what? If he doesn't make that 4-point play, they win anyway. The Warriors. Duke's in San Bruno. What's going on, Duke? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Good. First time, long time. I think pro sports is a business. I think as a fan base in any franchise, we should step back and really appreciate Bob Myers.
Yeah, you want to expound on that?
All good things will come to an end, and Bob Myers is special, and he's part of the reason that we're talking on the radio about how great everything is. And so, just realize how special a human he is.
No doubt.
In a world of big business.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Well, if you saw the embrace between he and
I did.
Steph Curry after the game, you know that they've got a special relationship. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And who knows? Who knows? What if Steph Curry says, Bob, I want you to stay.
Well, he'd have to say that to Joe.
I want you to stay.
Yeah.
Well, he'd first say it to Bob Myers. Bob's saying, you know what, I think this is it, Steph. Then Steph goes, Bob, I need you here. And I'll go to Joe, and you go to Joe, and we'll make it work.
Yeah. I hope that's already happened.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's go to Mo. Mo's in San Francisco. Mo's got to be careful, though. Got to be a little careful,
Good
Mo.
morning, fellas. What's up, Stein? What's up, dude?
Hey.
Top of the morning, fellas. What a great Monday after a great Sunday win. But I just got one thing. We're dubbing this series the end of an era. The book has been written, man. The king versus the chef. The chef gonna pull it off. 5 in his face.
There it is.
Wow.
The chef versus the king. See, this is where that guy who called the other day, I take a lot of pride in, because he said that we treat callers with respect, even if
I didn't remember that one.
The greatest callers of all time, but that's what we try to do. Roger's in Fremont wants to talk about Wilt Chamberlain and Steph Curry. Hey, Wilt.
Hey,
Roger
changed the game in different kind of ways.
Yep.
Chamberlain, they actually changed the shape of the key.
Correct.
That's why they call it the key. It used to be shaped like a key, and they expanded it.
Yep.
And also,
good
Chamberlain
call.
averaged 50 in a season.
Yep.
But Curry was the first to fully utilize the three-point line, and that's how he revolutionized the game. You've already said that.
Yeah.
But Chamberlain was a different animal.
Oh, absolutely.
In fact, he was an animal.
Well, they definitely changed. Thanks for the call. They changed a ton of rules because of Wilt Chamberlain.
Man.
They changed the rule of breaking the plane at the free throw line. Wilt Chamberlain used to jump at the free throw line and finger roll foul shots.
And they changed that. Damn.
Used to be able to inbound the ball underneath your basket in the front court, and they would just throw it over the backboard, and nobody could get it. Only Chamberlain. They changed that, so you had inbound then to the side of the backboard. The key, he's right about the key. It was called the key because the key used to look like a key. Yeah. The original key was only a key, and then they widened the key. So, yeah, Wilt did a lot in terms of changing the game. Rules-wise, Curry's doing a lot to change the game-wise.
He's on top right now, Steiny. He's mastered it.
The other difference between Chamberlain and Curry is, with all due respect, Wilt couldn't really impact or influence younger players. Because how many younger players are going to grow to be 7'2"? Like, you couldn't, as a kid, watch Wilt Chamberlain say, I'm going to be like Wilt Chamberlain. You can watch Steph Curry and say, I'm going to try to be like Steph Curry. Because he's 6'2", 6'3". So that's another impact that Steph's had that, in a way, is way more dramatic than even a Magic, Bird, Jordan, LeBron, or Wilt, because those guys are kind of specimens that not everybody can relate to, because most people are 6 feet, which is what Steph Curry is. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors, they handled the Sacramento Kings yesterday, 120-100, and Steph Curry scores 50 points, the only player to ever score 50 or more in an NBA playoff Game 7. Pretty amazing stuff, and it all continues right here on 95.7 The Game on Tuesday. Let's go to the coach. We'll go to the coach in Vallejo. What's up, Coach?
Hey, Guru Steiny. And once again, I'd like to compliment you on your honesty, Steiny, but I disagree with you.
Okay.
You said, I was in the car, and you said Moody played okay, and you'll take what Poole gave you yesterday.
Right.
First of all, Steiny, Moody was great, okay? Because Moody did not try to do too much out there. He knew it was Steph's game. He played an excellent complementary role. He played great defense. He hit the boards, made the shots he was supposed to hit. Okay, so he did what he had to do to stay on court, and he played 19 minutes. That's a lot for Moody to show the trust that Kerr put in him, so I think he was a major contributor to the game. Now, on the other hand, your buddies, Jordan Poole, whom the station seems they always have to defend, I mean, he never played more than 5 minutes at a time because every time he got in the game, his man scored some points, and Kerr had to keep taking him out. If you're going to say you're going to take it just because he didn't make a turnover, fine. But for $28 million, I expect more than that.
All right. Well, okay, I appreciate it, but there's 3 facts that were wrong. One is he played 19 minutes. He only played 15 minutes, Moody, not 19.
2 or 3 from the
Secondly,
field.
He didn't get a rebound. He didn't get 1 rebound in 15 minutes. He got 0 rebounds, 0 steals, 1 turnover, 0 assists. So that's why I didn't say great. All right, because he didn't get a rebound and he didn't have an assist. He was solid. I'll go with solid. And secondly, I don't care if people say, oh, it's a technicality. Poole's not making $28 million right now. He's not. He's still only making 4. And if you're going to bring up the contract, well, then it's not fair to bring up the money he's not making yet. You got to do that next year, in a way. 888-957-9570 is the number. Stick around for Willard and Dibs later today for your chance to go to Game 1 of the Warriors-Lakers at Chase Center tomorrow night. We're going to be giving away a pair of tickets on Willard and Dibs. They do the show 2 to 6, so stay locked in, all on 95.7 The Game.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
What?
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I don't know when that play occurred specifically, but Fox turned his head. There was 1 second left in the shot clock, essentially. 1.6, I think. Curry throws it to Draymond, gets it right back. It's a wide open three.
He made it. Can I ask you a question?
I mean,
serious
De'Aaron
question?
Fox, real quick. I mean, you're you're guarding the inbounder, and the inbounder is Steph Curry. Might want to hang in there.
Trying to help him out. Well, it's too late now. He can't do anything with that advice.
Yeah.
But Steiny, did yesterday's performance by the Golden State Warriors and obviously Steph wipe away what you didn't see Friday? Because I was concerned, man. I was really nervous, and now I will get to it tomorrow, and they got a game, but this is who they were. This was what we saw in Boston in Game 4 and Game 6. I don't know what that was Friday, but, that's my question to you. Evan asked me that. Did that white? It did. This was the Glade, the air freshener you spray. Whatever. This was it yesterday. That was the Warrior team. And what makes it greater is Steph didn't ball hog. Those 38 shots we needed every single one of them. Because others, as you pointed out.
It's funny because early in the show you say we don't play. And now you said we in terms of, we won.
Well,
which is, and
hold on.
Who's going to be we in the next series for you?
It's Monday. I'm a little lost now. No, because you tried to. I think some people got in your ear over the weekend, and you're ashamed of what we did.
I'm not ashamed.
Well, then there's no need to apologize.
Well,
we
sure
were in the moment, but I was just saying.
There is because we gave some fans false hope.
I don't want to, dude. I had a rough night Friday. But listen, that had no bearing on the Warriors coming out laying a dud, a funny duddy Friday. But yesterday, it will.
Yesterday
Michael Jordan.
We played well yesterday.
Yeah.
We
Kobe, Wilt, the great ones, nobody has on their ledger. And
has Kobe ever had a game like that in the postseason?
Oh, man. I mean, he's had game, but not a 50-burger.
Spadone with a thumbs down.
Wow. He had the one where
they
he
were
didn't
up so
pass.
much a lot of the time.
You know what? That's true. And
remember,
in fairness,
Kobe didn't pass against Phoenix.
In fairness, that's why during the 73-9 season, there weren't a ton of great games because it was hard to play 40 minutes in a game that was really consequential. It's a good point, Spadone.
50 points. Never been done, Steiny.
Murillo in Petaluma. What's up, Murillo? How you doing?
Hey, guys. What's up? Beautiful Monday. Soccer, coaching ahead. Can't complain.
Nice.
I was going to give a take about the next series, but I'm going to stick with my take on last game.
Cool.
I don't want to take too much of your time. Every time I call you guys to give what I think about the game, I rewatch the game. I was rewatching the game this morning, and I felt like you signing at the end of the game. It's like, man, these guys couldn't make a shot, the free throws. But then looking back at the game, the defensive plan that came out on the third quarter, the amount of energy they were playing defense with. I'm talking about Wiggins, Draymond, Clay, Gary Payton. It was just amazing. I mean, the shot blocking from Gary Payton. I think one question we've been asking about Clay the whole season, can he defend like he did before? And he defended great last night. And on Steph Curry, to me, it was his greatest game, not because of the record and being a Game 7, but last night he showed everything. He showed all his weapons, and he showed the things that people questioned about him. Nobody explored him on the defense. He defended great. He showed the three-level score, the patience, the ball handling, no turnovers, playing a slow pace. So it was amazing. Before I go, one thing that caught my attention was, Django is my favorite movie, and the first time I watched Django, I walked into the session midway through it. And one thing that caught my attention is that everybody was just sunk into the seat, and they couldn't take their eyes off the screen. That's what I saw from the Sacramento Kings last night. It was like a movie, and it was amazing. Thanks for taking my call. Sorry for taking too long, but
that's all right. Take your time. A Django reference. Shout out Jamie Foxx, who's in the hospital. Starting hopefully he gets better, but a great movie. But damn,
I never saw it.
Not a shocker. Check it out.
I watched the documentary last night, though. Fascinating.
On subject matter.
Flight 370, MH370, the one that just vanished out of Malaysia. Malaysia to Beijing, just vanished.
What did you learn?
Oh, my God. I learned that there's a lot going on there.
Where is it?
They never found it. They claim to have found debris, but there are people that are questioning whether the debris is actually from the plane. It's fascinating.
Hey, to the caller's point,
yes.
I was also with my boy Ron T. Goes, let me guess, it was about 10:30 last night, Sonny. Ain't much happening in my bedroom these days. And He goes, let me guess, you're rewatching the game. And I was. Friday, the Warriors were just going under every screen. They were lethargic. And all we've talked about since 10 o'clock, Steiny, is offense. But defensively, the Warriors were fighting through those screens yesterday. So that was something that was coming off my screen. Steiny, they wanted it. You knew it was game 7. They were fighting through that screen like hell nah. And Friday was like, oh, okay, I'll just go under. Oh, I'm a little too late. No problem. Loud 3, whatever. But yesterday, defensively, forget the offense, Steiny. They brought it. All the Warriors yesterday defensively.
You know what might have happened Friday, Goo?
Tell me.
They knew they had a game to play with.
Damn.
Whether you like it or not.
Psychology.
When whether you like it or not.
That was Friday.
They weren't in a must-win Friday.
Yeah, man.
It's the bottom line.
But it was a closeout, though, man.
It was not I
called you mad.
It was not an elimination game.
Yeah.
And there's a difference. There's a difference. It was like, to me, Friday.
Talk to me.
Kings wanted it more because their backs were more against the wall.
But what if I said you shouldn't be able to win a playoff game on the road because you want it
all
more?
the time. Because it happens all the time, especially with great teams. Fans panic so much more than great teams. It's not even funny.
We didn't do it Friday.
It's not even funny.
Yeah.
Curry and LeBron are gonna yawn through the first 4 games of this series. Sorry.
Well, it could be over then
Well, they won't yawn until it gets out of control.
Right.
But that's the one thing that always kind of pisses me off. You clowns out there think that Steph Curry and Draymond Green and the Warriors are going to play 82 games. And I never use this phrase because I can't stand it. Balls to the wall. You can't do it.
Yeah, I never use
You can't even do it in the playoffs. You got to pick your spots. You can try, but the team that's more desperate has an advantage.
And what about this 345 text to Draymond? Did you like reading that for the Marcus Thompson? They were bothered about Friday's performance.
Should have been.
Curry couldn't sleep. Dre gets up 3:45 a.m. and there's a text. So I mean that's the stuff I live for, Steiny, because Peyton Manning told me nothing happens at halftime. But whatever. They regrouped and they kicked the Kings' ass, and now it's on to the next.
Let's go to Steiny. I drove to L.A. see my grandma this weekend. Had a problem. What is the rule of thumb driving down I-5 if everyone is driving 65 on the left and they're not passing anyone? Is it okay to pass on the right? Absolutely.
Of course.
In fact, you know what?
Can't believe you asked.
If that's the way it goes, I got no problem with getting into the right, going as fast as you can, and then cutting back over once you run into that inevitable truck in the right-hand lane.
Yep.
Not as fast as you can, but just get up there. Let's go to that guy. That guy's in San Francisco. What's up, that guy?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Good morning. What a beautiful Monday. Hey, I was on with you guys. Remember we were singing Phil Collins on Friday. Remember how high we were on Friday
You were
morning?
part of it. I remember your voice. Yeah.
Yeah, remember that?
Yeah, how'd that work out? Yeah.
Game. And then about 5-6 hours later, it was like a funeral, man. And I'm happy that it was like just a one-day break between games because we went from, flying high to dead in the water to we didn't have time to think about it on Sunday afternoon, get ready for the game. But, hey, I had a feeling. I was going to the sports bar on Sunday, and I went back, all the way back home. I was like 10 minutes late because I went and grabbed my custom my custom Curry sweatshirt from about 9 years ago because I just had a feeling he was going to go off. But, hey, as far as this upcoming thing, I know we're celebrating the win. So whoever had a bad game, Clay, Wiggins, all those guys, I'm putting that behind me like Clay said, like a ponytail. But what do you think of Clay coming out on this next one? Because I understand it's his lifelong dream to play in a playoff series versus the Lakers with his daddy calling the game on the other side. What do you guys think about Clay going off on this next series? Appreciate it, man. Stay 100%. Thank you.
I think that it's 0-0
from you.
I think it's 0-0.
But Clay needs to be steady, Clay. He kept doing it. I mean, it wasn't his fault yesterday, Steiny. 10 shots found him in it felt like first minute. I mean, he's getting it. Never met a shot I didn't like, but with what the caller said, Clay needs to stay within himself. So I know his dad's calling the game, if his dad's doing the game, Steiny, but you got to just be what he's been this whole dynasty run, and that's a consummate pro. So I don't expect Clay to try to do too much because it's the Lakers. But, Steiny, they're going to need him, and they're going to need everybody on this roster because you never know when your number's going to be called. You just don't.
Let me be clear. When I say go on the right and pass, I don't mean when there's a cue.
Oh, man.
It's not when there's a cue. It's when you find yourself in the left-hand lane and tools are not letting you pass, even though the left-hand lane is for passing. I'm not talking about in a queue. I'm not talking about in a queue. Nope. Then you got to get in line like everybody else. Eric's in San Francisco. What's up, Eric? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing good. I love the games this weekend. I heard a lot of Kings fans talking trash about how our home fans are not loud, and it's a lot of corporate folks. And so I wanted to give my point of view on it, let everyone know, because we're season ticket holders.
All right.
We got the cheapest seats in the lower bowl. They're $175 a piece for the playoff tickets for the first and second round. Laker games, we had to sell them. We got $750 a piece for them.
Wow.
Do you know who you sold them to?
No, and I do hear people talking about, don't sell your tickets to Laker fans.
Oh, they won't. No Laker invasion.
He didn't know who he sold them to.
No, I'm saying, but I don't expect it.
Well, who was buying the tickets? Thanks, Eric. Appreciate the call.
Somebody's trying to get in the building.
Right, it could be a Laker fan.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it can't, but
that's
it could
a bad
be a Warrior
sign.
fan.
He is not gold-blooded, tell you that.
Wow. That's a bad sign.
He's about to grieve.
That's a bad sign.
That's a boy.
You don't want purple in that arena tomorrow.
No, not at all. Not at all.
So how does that work? If you sell your tickets online through Warriors.com the right way, you don't know who you're selling the tickets to? Is that what I'm to understand?
Yep.
How do you know?
I'm saying 1 + 1. How the hell would you know?
Well, you have to have a transaction with somebody,
don't you? You a Laker fan? No.
I'm talking about like their name, where they're from, like their home, like their credit card information with an address.
I'm trying to buy a ticket to a sporting event and I get married. I'm not giving somebody all that information. I'm trying to do a transaction. How much for the tickets? Not your social and where you're from and where you met your spouse.
How many transactions? So you've done it?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I'm asking. I want to know how it's done. How do you know that you are or aren't selling them to a Warrior or a Laker fan? That's my question. So apparently you don't. The name of the movie was MH370, the plane that disappeared.
No, it's a documentary.
What did I say?
Movie. I'm asking you now, is it a movie?
A documentary's a kind of a movie.
No, it's that.
So I believe if you call a documentary a movie, it's fine. But if you actually call like a real drama a documentary, you'd be wrong.
So you said it wasn't a movie.
No, it is a movie. A documentary is a type of movie.
So you said you watched the documentary.
I did.
So you messed up because it's not a movie. A movie, it could have been science fiction.
You don't want
to
do
this.
But
now I do because you messed up and you're trying to get off the hook.
Okay, you do realize
you watched a movie or a documentary.
Here we go.
You said you watched
Here
the doc.
we go.
So you called it a movie. It's not a movie. It's a documentary.
Documentary is a kind of movie.
Throw the kind out. In my world, it's a doc or it's a movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever you say.
A documentary is a broad term to describe a nonfiction movie.
Thank you.
Tony.
Yeah, it means you're wrong.
No, I'm right.
Why do you do this?
Who's the lead actor?
You see what I got to work with out there? I mean,
I do the same.
Why do I do this? Why do now I feel like I don't want to move forward with the show, even though it's the biggest day of the year?
It's on your mind.
Because
and
you actually don't think a documentary's a movie. Okay. All right.
You said you watched the documentary last night, then it's a movie.
It's both. A movie?
It's not both.
Can be a documentary.
Just admit you messed up.
Architect, is this me? Hello?
Jesus Christ.
Hello.
Go ahead, baby.
So, I'm an architect truck driver. That's why architect is what it is. But, just been driving for about a year now. anyway, they kind of, on television, they kind of give us a little bit of an insight and stuff. And when I saw the part where Mike Brown was talking to his players, and he said, they wanted more than you. In my time of coaching the Little League in high school a little bit, when you tell your players that the other team is kind of better than you, it could go two ways, right? But to me, it seemed like, in fact, it went the opposite way, because right after that, they started just jacking up a bunch of threes and stuff, and they weren't falling. And then you can kind of tell it was like, wow, I think we're not better than them. And then there was a part that they said that, Stephen A., he said something like he saw Curry's mouth move, and he said that they can't finish. And, so you just wonder, I think Mike just kind of maybe deflated his team a little bit when he said that, and that's kind of my comment.
I'm not sure what he's meaning with Stephen A. Smith.
Well, he's pro Warriors. I didn't hear him this morning.
Well, Stephen A. Smith at halftime of the game was saying Klay Thompson stinks.
I heard that part, yeah.
I mean, he was basically saying that Klay Thompson needed to step up.
That I heard, yeah.
Dimitri's in San Bruno. What's up, Dimitri? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey.
Hey, so I was at the game yesterday, man, and I was down below. We got some free tickets, so it was, we come from the bottom, so we usually in the bleachers, but we were up close and personal, and the Kings fans did not like it, I'll tell you. We had some nice King fans, and we had some really bitter King fans, but eventually they ended up kicking me out like E40, man, so shout out E40, man, because I already know the business he got, because all I was doing was clapping for my team, and they were throwing those little boppers at me and stuff. And then the King security came and they booted me. But it's all good because we were up by 20 by then. But I didn't get to see, Steph. I think I saw up to like 45 points. But yeah, man, I'm just happy we're out of that arena and stuff, because those Kings fans, man, they got to be humble, man. They ain't won nothing. I don't know what they're talking about. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. I just feel like the Warriors are just elite, and it's just too much history. Like, how are you going to count out Steph Curry? Like, that was ridiculous. Like,
I don't think anybody's counting out Steph Curry.
He got ran. Damn.
Bottom line is, if you're a Kings fan, you were hopeful. If you were a Warrior fan, you were worried.
And the Warriors, to their credits, Donnie, I don't know what the Kings' Achilles heels was all year, but the Warriors only had 7 turnovers on the road yesterday and winning back-to-back playoff games.
Yeah, that's huge.
That was big.
That is
Kings
huge.
only had 8, but again, the Warriors, they locked in, man.
Let's go to Mike in Michigan, one of our favorites. What's up, Mike? How you doing, my man?
Gentlemen, happy Victory Monday.
Yes,
happy
sir.
Victory Monday. We got the Lakers next. So I just have one quick point. I just wanted to say that I feel like the supporting staff, Clay, Jordan, Kevon, we know the dog, Draymond, and some guys off the bench, they're going to have to really step up this series, because even though we got home court, Steph historically is not the best shooter, himself at Staples Center. He tends to struggle at Staples Center, had some of his worst shooting nights at Staples Center. Hopefully, he can wrong that curse and he can get to the other side and we can come out on top. But I think we're going to need a big series from the supporting staff because of Steph Curry's known struggles.
Don't forget Steph against the Clippers in that building last time he was there. He had 50 against the Clippers in that same joint. I know it was not playing the Lakers, but it was the same floor, 50.
Who's the guy? Isn't it Clay who shoots well though down in Staples? Spinoni giving me a thumbs up. I think Clay's. You know what? We could probably find their career shooting percentages, Steph and Clay at Staples Center. We could probably find that. We'll work on that for next segment, because is that important? What they shoot? Does that matter at all? If we'll find out the numbers. How about this? Before we even find out the numbers, whether they're high or low, does it matter how these guys have shot over the course of their career at Staples? How much?
Wow. I'm going to say some, Steiny, because I remember that playing game where Curry had a good game and LeBron hit the shot to beat him. So, I'm going to say some. But if it's not playoff intensity and you don't have that to look back on, maybe it doesn't mean nothing.
Coach Duran. Coach Duran's in Union City.
Yeah, hey, Steiny and Guru. Happy Monday. Man, I'm so happy and excited. The Warriors conquered all the odds. We're on to L.A. this next series. It was a prodigious achievement by the Steph cooking up that 50-piece garlic parmesan. Oh, man, much love to the Warriors. Go Dubs.
Prodigious. That may be the first time that word's been used on this show. Very, very effective. Very. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors. What a roller coaster weekend.
Man.
Saturday must have been a pain for Warrior fans.
It was scary.
But you know what? If you're a fan, all gets made up for on Sunday.
And it's not slowing down. You just said it, Gabe.
Nope. Absolutely not.
Boy.
Absolutely not. 888-957-9570. And how big was this game yesterday in your mind? You don't have to rank them, but when it comes to your own personal memory bank, or when you think about this dynasty, and I know they didn't win a title in 12, that first year they went to the postseason, but this has been a run now. It's been over 10 years, and there have been unbelievable highs and just a couple lows for this team. So yesterday, as far as I'm concerned, boy, it was up there. It was up there, and I'm looking for Warrior fans to tell me just how high it ranks or what you compare it to in terms of this dynasty. 888-957-9570. And keep in mind, we're giving away 2 tickets later today on Dibbs and Willard to Game 1, which is on Tuesday at Chase Center. Tip-off is at 7 o'clock? Or is it 7:30? Can somebody double-check that? We need to make sure of that. But we'll have JD doing Warriors Live an hour before tip-off. 7 o'clock start. JD starts at 6. And your chance to win tickets 2 to 6 with Dibbs and Willard. The Quest for 5. It's brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today.
Steph better.
There's an RV for every lifestyle at the Spring Manufacturers RV Show. You'll see RVs from multiple...
Poole off a screen. Takes a three off the dribble. It's no good. Rebound Payton out to Wiggins above the break. Lets it fly. No good. Rebound Looney. Payton to Poole. Inside Wiggins. Pump fake goes up. Flipped it on the rim. No good. Rebound Looney. Put back. Good!
Looney. Are you kidding?
Kevon Looney.
A ball magnet.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Thank you. That's Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert on the call
ball
yesterday.
Magnet, Steiny.
He was that yesterday, no doubt about it. Kevon Looney, 20-plus rebounds. Let me tell you what's not happening.
What we got?
Today or tomorrow. I don't care. And if the boss says, if you don't do this, Steiny, you're fired, fire me. I'm not making a prediction. It's a joke.
I'm excited. I've been up here bad.
Make a prediction.
I said, is she going to reach out talking about Whitley Sanders?
I'm not making a prediction. You know why? Because it's all a joke, and I'm not playing. I'm not going to have a joke.
Now, why is it? How'd you get here though? Because
it wasn't one person. One person on planet Earth that had the Warriors getting blown out on their home court Friday and then coming back and blowing out the Kings on Sunday.
Gotcha.
Nobody.
Right.
You could find pundit after pundit after pundit.
I
so
agree.
it's just a guess. And I'm not going to I'm not going to guess. Sorry. No. Ask me who's going to win.
Who's going to win?
I have no freaking idea. None. So go ahead and make a prediction if you want. I'm not.
I think he's going to make you.
He can't make me. You know why? I'm not making a prediction.
You wouldn't walk over that.
You think?
I know you're a walker,
you know what?
But you wouldn't walk over that. I can see you walking.
You think I'm a jackass? Try me on that one. I'm done. Why would I? I'm sick of
Dude, I worked at Food
you
for
were
Less.
wrong on your prediction.
Now,
I didn't want to make one in the first place.
And we were all wrong. Nobody had them.
All right.
Yeah. Where'd that come from?
You're right, Rebel. Gutless Steiny. That's right. Gutless.
You went in, man.
Sick of that crap. We're talking on the radio a week yesterday. Oh, what's going to happen? This and me and you and this and that and Stephen A. And then guess what? Nobody had it right. In fact, everybody had it.
That's
dead
why it's
wrong.
called a prediction.
That's right. No, it's a guess. It's nothing more than a guess. And I'm not. But you know what? But you know what? Even though it's a guess, your opinion and knowledge is based on a guess, and I don't like to do that. I don't want people to judge me by a guess I'm making. Sorry, I just don't.
Oh, but to your point about how close it is, like I was telling Spadoni, if you had two players in the NBA to not bet against, one would probably be Stephen Curry, the other would probably be LeBron James. Austin Reeves.
I'm sorry.
That's a three. Yeah.
Spadoni, open up your mic. I know you laughed at that one. Anyway, there it is.
I did. Next player, Austin Reeves.
Sorry.
Steiny's not losing it. Dude.
You're right. I'm not losing because I ain't predicting.
But nobody got it right from the station.
Like everybody, no. It's.
But Steiny, where I come from, a prediction to guess.
A great coach. What do? They put you in positions to succeed. Making a prediction when you don't want to is putting a player in a position to fail. I'm out.
Now, when you say I don't want to, I get that.
Chaplin in San Ramon. What's up, Chaplin? How you doing, man?
For it.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. Now, listen, you all stop all that tit for tat, man. Documentary, movie.
Hey!
Let's cut that out. This is a great day of celebration.
It is, Doc.
Yes. You guys sound like the Golden Girls. Movie, documentary. Come on, man.
Hurry, or I might hang up on you.
What you got, baby?
Celebration. Let me share with you what we saw yesterday. Steph Curry had the Game 7 mindset. I saw his face when he left Sacramento, and he looked like, hey, what just happened? This shouldn't have happened. We shouldn't even have to go back to Sac. The Game 7 mindset, experience that's there. Yes, we're getting ready to do something to L.A. We're getting ready to show them something. But the bottom line, it was a beautiful, great game. Steph Curry showed us that, hey, there comes a time. You got to do what you got to do. Mr. Poole, I'm asking him to stop playing helter-skelter, dial it in, focus on what we got to do, what we got to get done. But listen, get ready. It's going to be a great show, but experience always pays off.
Sounded like Leroy.
He did a little bit.
A little bit of Leroy in Oakland.
He had a little preacher to him, too. But I saw that, Steiny. You could just feel like the Kings were like, not no man's land, but damn, we got an execution. And it just started going by the wayside, and they were losing the rock. And the Warriors did what they needed to do. I, with my prediction, didn't think this thing was going 7. So kudos to the Kings. They put up a good fight. But the shocker, Steiny, the night and day was Friday night. That was rough for me, just from a fan standpoint. I thought this thing was over. I really did, because that was an opportunity that I thought in a million years under the Steve Kerr regime, we've never seen that game. Okay, last year you lost by 50 to Memphis. But this was a closeout. You didn't answer, and I start saying, is it age? Nobody had the answer. I was listening to JD Saturday. Is it age? Were they just not mentally invested? And they went out there yesterday and did it, and no other NBA player in the hall, the greatest of all time, can say they scored 50 in a game 7, but Steph Curry.
Nope.
Man.
Chandler in Alameda. Let's talk about Warrior fans. What's up, Chandler? How are you, my man?
Your woman.
Oh, my. Hey. You know what's funny?
Chandler calling.
Hold on, Chandler. Hold on, Chandler, hold on. Do not hang up on Chandler. So you're not going to believe this. So about 2 months ago, I met my first Chandler that was a woman.
Okay.
We met her, dude.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's the first time I've ever heard
Beautiful
Chandler's name as a woman. And so, yeah, I apologize. I just figured Chandler was a man. So welcome.
Hey.
Well, thank you very much.
Sure.
I'm calling to acknowledge why I became a Warriors fan a year ago.
All right.
And I want to acknowledge 2 things. One is, first of all, Black Stallion is another great movie if you want to see how to achieve the achievable. We just saw Steph Curry achieve the achievable yesterday, and I want to clarify that I understand how and why it happened. And what I want to say about basketball and all sports is that these sports are intellectual activities. And the reason Steph Curry was able to do what he did yesterday is because he used one of many available, powerful, intellectual strategies to achieve the achievable. And the proof of it is I've been listening all morning to the fans, and they're all excited, and they're all trying to figure out what happened. And listen to the words, figure out. In other words, what everyone is now doing, they've all been up-leveled to participate in an intellectual activity. And that's what sports is all about. And Steph Curry, whether he knows it or not, used one of the most powerful, achievable tools that I use in my own life, and it's called the OODA loop. And listen, guys, this is what you're using now. You're using the OODA loop. You are trying to understand how the impossible became possible. The OODA loop consists of 4 steps: observe, orient, decide, act. It was created by another genius, John Boyd. Anyhow, first you observe whatever there is to be observed. Oh, guess what? That's an intellectual activity. The second step is to orient yourself in relationship to what you observe. Once you've accomplished that, then the third step is to decide what to do. The final step is to act. This is the OODA loop. And that's what happened yesterday. And whether he used it consciously or not, all you fans who are excited because your brain has been engaged.
Interesting. Thanks, Chandler.
In the OODA loop.
By the way, Chandler, I'd like to introduce you to Skinny Bob.
What?
Maybe Skinny Bob could go out, grab a cup of coffee.
That felt like my Kim class in high school study. I was like, whoa, going over my head. But OODA loop.
No, by the way, seriously, Chandler, interesting.
She was awesome.
You know what, Chandler? I got to be honest with you. That's gonna be above a lot of people's heads, mine included.
She did a great job breaking it down.
Mine included. But
is
thank
he perfect,
you so much.
Steiny? Is he sports perfect, Steph Curry? What? What flaws does he have?
He turns the ball over. He has made a mistake on the court.
No, I understand that, but wouldn't you take that
You're talking to somebody who is literal. He's not. Nobody's perfect.
I was about to say something, but
nobody's perfect.
Yeah.
Carlito, Alameda. What's up, buddy?
Hello, gentlemen.
Hey.
Hello, gentlemen. My goodness, what a game it was on Friday. And I'm going to say this. I was crestfallen, and the only thing I could think of when they were losing was, boy, my best friends, Steiny and Guru, were dancing around the studio like they won the lotto ticket. But, boy, we redeemed ourselves.
Yeah, we didn't.
I'm gonna ask you this. In the rankings, is Curry, did he move up? Thank you, guys.
Well, you know where I'm at, Steiny.
I
He's
did
in my
not.
top, my number one point guard. I had him that before the season even started. But I just think this is we ain't talking about tomorrow, but this is destiny. And this is about the drive for 5 for this team and what that would mean for him on an individual basis. But you want to run another point guard in here and tell me he's better than Steph? Good luck with that.
It's called the OODA loop.
I love that.
I mean,
Steiny's just
a lot of great players, and he's one of them.
And right now, he, like you just said earlier, man, it's not hard. If he revolutionized the game, he's not gone. This ain't 20 years later. He's still mastering the game that he changed. So all his tricks, all his craftiness, all that is on full display right now. And if you would have told me yesterday before tip at 12:30 that the chef was going to hoist up 38 shots, I would have said, here's the cup, go to the restroom and come back. 20 of 38, 7 to 18 from deep. Dagger after dagger. Just clowning. And then when he scores and gets off the ground and does the airplane, it's like a little kid at Chuck E. Cheese. Damn, Steph.
Better than Kobe?
They're different. They're different.
Kobe?
No, I mean, it's real. And when you say
do you have
Michael,
a list?
Yeah, I do it now.
Where is he? Steph above Kobe?
No.
Steph's not above Kobe?
Steph is my point guard. Size matters, so I got everything.
I got Steph way above Kobe now. I do.
And
like
the thing
higher?
is, like, I'm not even mad at you.
Yeah, like
12.
I mean, to me, Steph's better than Kobe. Again, more impactful. Like Kobe, the fact, and it's like I'm not gonna quibble right now about.
So defense doesn't matter.
I didn't say that. What I'm saying is, like, is Curry a point guard or is he a two guard or is he a guard? Nevertheless, he's probably going to go down as a point guard, which is fine. But what makes Curry incredible is that he's a two guard too. He can play off the ball. Like, Kobe couldn't do that. Kobe needed the ball. What superstar? Who's the biggest superstar? Who's the greatest player in NBA history known for, well, he was great off the ball. I can think of two right off the top of my head. Havlicek and Reggie Miller. Who else was great off the ball?
Ray Allen.
Ray Allen. Definitely Ray Allen. Steph's better than all those guys because he might be better off the ball than them, and he's better on the ball than them. Allen Iverson.
I saw that.
At the pike.
He
Allen
was never
Iverson,
off the ball.
39% shooter.
Yeah.
Shoot 2 basketballs if he could.
I'll give you a 3.
But Kobe's, Curry's just, in whatever 5 people want to run out, the chef sent it to me, Stoney. I'm done arguing. I understand. I'm proud of myself that I do understand errors and how difficult that is. But the compliment is the fact that he's even being mentioned.
You're unwilling to, but you don't want to put him behind Kobe.
I can't. I'm taking defense into account, and that's why Jordan. That's real.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I just want you to own it. Yeah. Stand on it. You can say Kobe's better than Curry. You're not going to get. I get it. I might disagree, but I get it.
No, I wanted you to ask me my top 5, and then that's why it wouldn't even be shade at anybody. It would be
Curry's my top 5.
Curry's my point.
Okay, so you're going by position.
Yeah, that's how I do.
Okay.
Number 1.
Shaq is center.
Okay.
Jordan.
Okay.
KD.
Okay.
And Tim Duncan.
No LeBron.
No Bron.
No Kareem.
Nope. Now you can put LeBron in there, Evan. You could put Kareem, and I wouldn't be mad. But that's just my 5, man.
Slick Rick. Slick Rick is in Foster City. What's up?
Hey, guys. After the game, I don't know if you were celebrating too much or not, but they put a mic in Steph's face, and I talked to him, asked him some general questions, right? And one of the responses that they said was, good things happen when I seek my shot. And I was thinking, what the hell does that mean? Does that mean you're not seeking your shot every night? Or
yes.
And then later on, I started kind of to process a little bit, going man, is that why Steph Curry is probably one of the greatest players of all time? Just because his first mindset isn't to get his shots off. His first mindset is probably to get everybody involved, to get everybody going. But then when it's not working, he's just all right, screw it. I'll just put it on my back and I'll do it myself. I mean, point in case, I think Draymond tried to pass the ball to Wiggins, and Steph kind of stepped into it, caught the ball inadvertently, and I think that turned into that crazy and one scoop shot, right? But if you watch that play again, that pass was intended for Wiggins, but Steph was definitely in a different mindset at that point, saying, you know what, it's on me. I want the ball. I want to shoot.
I know the play you're talking about was pretty funny. But, again, Steph's going to go down as a point guard. And what's the role of a point guard usually? The greatest point guards, what do? They come out, they try to get everybody involved. If that doesn't work, then what? Then they try to do more offensively by themselves. They try to score a little more. So I think every game Steph comes in, with the exception of very few, he goes out, passes, screens away, open shot, takes it, passes, screens away, moves off the ball, catch and shoot 3. How we doing? We're up 5. Let's keep playing this way. High pick and roll, little mid-range, good. What I'm getting at is he doesn't go Curry aggressive shooter mode until they really need it. But what he was saying is yesterday, a game 7, that's a game where I'm coming out and I'm going to make sure that I get 20-plus shots. And he can do it because he's great.
And, Steiny, normally when a player shoots 38 times, you can watch the game and kind of feel like it wasn't selfish, but they were looking for theirs. That atmosphere in SAC at Golden One was so wild, and I believe if you want to think the dynasty was coming to a head and there was going to be some uncomfortable conversations in regard to who's coming and staying, that's still the title of the jam. But I felt like that was on the shoulders on some of these players, and maybe why some outside of Steph didn't have their best offensive game. But every shot he put up, I felt like they needed it, Steiny. I felt like he was the one. It was almost like, dude, take us to the promised land. And he did that.
Jason's in Oakland. What's up, Jason? How you doing?
How you guys doing? I want to say I'm replying to what you said earlier, Steiny, how we rank in this game in Steph's career.
Yeah.
I rank it extremely high because he basically sent the message to the guys. It's about winning. It's not about sitting on the sideline pouting because you ain't getting your minutes. It's about coming out playing, winning basketball, not missing assignments, sacrificing for the team. So Steph came to that game like, you know what? I'm going to show you guys. It's about winning. It's about hitting your shots, being focused. Draymond Green sent the message. Hey, I'm going to come off 2 benches because I feel like we was playing good. When Poole and Kuminga was pouting, they had to basically send a message to the league. Steph, you know he going to do what he going to do. But he sent a real big message to the guys of the future because we got to enjoy it right now, what Steph is doing, because we don't know what's going to happen when he retires. But I hope he sent the message to Poole in the future of the squad about play winning basketball. If you got to come off the bench for this win, hey, come off the bench. All that pouting, it ain't going to get it. Respect the show. Listening.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate the call.
And he did that Saturday before film study, Steiny. Film session.
I mean, that's the other reason why, to me, this is an all-timer, because they were on the brink of elimination. But not just elimination any year. I think we know that that if they got eliminated yesterday, then the future becomes completely unknown. As I said, I don't know what would have happened. I don't even know what will happen if they lose to the Lakers, beat the Lakers, lose to the Nuggets or Suns, beat the Nuggets or Suns, win the finals, lose the finals.
Yeah.
But I do know that had they lost yesterday, all bets were off. All bets were off in my mind. Anything could have happened at that point.
Yeah.
Because at that point, you have to look at your season. You have to say we were 44 and 38. We had internal struggles. We had two guys who don't like each other. We got three guys who are getting older, but one's clearly not getting older, like the other two are getting older.
Yes.
So that's why yesterday to me was an all-timer, because you just can't tell me. I'm sorry, you can't tell me that Steph didn't know that was bigger than. It was almost bigger than just a regular old Game 7.
Stoddy, and it wasn't I ain't speaking for you, it wasn't the last ride, but if you want to be honest, it technically it could have been with this cast of characters, the way that they're currently constructed.
Go ahead, sir.
No, I was just you can back me up, and I don't need you to, but I've come in here during the season and even last year, what he did against the Celtics, and I said, Steiny, I just feel like, and I've done it multiple times, we're taking what Steph is doing for granted. And then what happens? This season starts, they got Punchgate, and a lot of that gets lost. It was hard. But yesterday, and it shouldn't just take a 50 burger to remind you, it's incredible. We are blessed to be here in the Bay and have this as our home team. But to get to watch him, and somebody go find me the last game against OKC, the Game 7 with Durant, the Warriors going into Houston down 11 at halftime, where somebody like a Marcus Thompson can report that Steph gave up, stood up the night before, the day before practice, and gave a heartfelt speech where Draymond was going to do it. Steph told Draymond, I got this, I'll go to the plate. I just don't think it's ever happened, but I'm looking at this, and I'm trying not to, moving forward. You know why I'm asleep with my thumb in my fingers no matter what happens with this, my thumb in my mouth? Is because Steph is going to be here regardless. And in the chef I trust, Steiny. So I know things are going to change regardless if they win or not, but the chef is going to be a Golden State Warrior, I believe, for the next umpteen years. So we got it good and just enjoy it because he ain't slowing down. Now, the birth certificate, I get it, but only player ever in NBA history to drop 5-0 in Game 7, man.
I mean, honestly, this series, to me, solidified that this season feels more like The Last Dance. Because you can just tell the way everybody is talking, not me, nobody else. Just listen to how Steph, Dre, and Clay are talking. The point is, they don't know it's over, but they don't know for sure that it absolutely will continue either, regardless of what happens. Like, you can tell they know that we're getting close, and they're using that as motivation. And they also know the only, the one big stake they can claim to sticking together is if they win it all. So you can't tell me that uncertainty isn't a motivator right now for the Golden State Warriors. Dub Nation, they're gold-blooded. The 2023 playoffs presented by Kaiser Permanente. They're happening now. Single-game tickets available for purchase. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by, 888-957-9570. On the other side, we'll take more calls, and we'll play some of the sound from yesterday and listen to how the Warriors are talking about this big, big win yesterday in Sacramento. That's next on 95.7 The Game. If you're gold-blooded, you're always gold-blooded.
Texting privacy policy in terms.
forever remember as the Steph Curry game, and he's just a joy to watch and play with. I mean, really, truly enjoyed, just like I said, sharing the backcourt with him.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was Klay Thompson after yesterday's epic win by the Golden State Warriors, 120-100 over the Sacramento Kings. And they start the second round of the playoffs tomorrow at Chase Center. Begins at 7 o'clock. Warriors live at 6. And if you want a chance to go to Game 1, you're going to want to be listening during Willard and Dibbs. They're on from 2 to 6. They're going to be giving away 2 tickets to Game 1 at Chase Center tomorrow. So you're not going to want to miss a thing the rest of the day.
Yeah, you said something to me during the before the break. You got me thinking, you can just listen to these guys talk and you could kind of feel like something's, greater is in play because of what could possibly happen. But Steiny, what about that hug that you mentioned in the green room between Myers and Steph? Like, you can't tell me, and hopefully Myers is back, but you can't tell me there wasn't some of that in that hug. Like, just that's part of what they're trying to, go back and go back to back. And I guess the word I'm looking for is avoid. And hopefully Myers comes back, but there was something in that hug, man. And the fact that it's up in the air in regard to Bob Myers, who joined the roast this morning, was great. There's no doubt that was part of it.
Yeah, and I think
that was real emotion, Steiny.
I think maybe they know, or they have a feeling that that Draymond's future is up in the air, and it does. The dynasty doesn't have to be over if Draymond leaves, but clearly everything changes.
No doubt.
It's kind of a new era of the dynasty.
The team changes.
Exactly. Yeah. So
you still got, no doubt, Matt. That's why Friday was so, I'm not trying to bring the party down. That's why Friday was so scary. It was scary, Matt. I didn't know if it was age. I didn't know if it was, one game rest. But I'm like, if that's what you're going to do on your home court, how can we remember the good times, Thelma, and just envision them going to do what they did on yesterday? That's why it was incredible and it was sweet. And the Steph, man, the chef, Steiny, it was incredible. For how many years? 7 years, we had Game 6 Klay, and they needed every one of those shots to save their ass against Durant and Westbrook. But now, 2023, we saw the next chapter, Game 7 Steph for 50. Steiny, I'm going to go slang, 50.
Big Smooth's in Oakland. What's up, Big Smooth?
Hey, gentlemen, enjoying the show. Listen, we don't know who's coming back. We ain't even focused on that right now, but I'm going to say this.
They are. Big Smoothie.
Hold on. If you listen to Draymond's podcast, man.
Go ahead.
Draymond said Steph called him, texted him and said, I got the speech today. I got the speech today. Steph got up and said, listen, this is Game 7. If you're not ready to go to war, don't even get on the bus. Man, you know how fired up they got me at work today? I'm ready to sell everything today. Don't get on the bus if you're not ready. I don't care how much time you get prepared. And this is what I heard. Somebody reported this, that after the Game 6 loss, Draymond gave that after talk, and they said Poole didn't want nothing to do with it, and Curry chewed him out. Man, the legend of Steph is growing daily. This man, babyface assassin, said, don't get on this bus, man, pouting, but you better come on this bus ready for war. I'm dropping the mic myself. Out.
Appreciate it, Big Smooth.
Dude, wow.
I don't know if this is semantics, but I disagree. I disagree with him when he says, when we're talking about the end of this thing or what's going to happen, he said, we're not thinking about that. Well, the Warriors are. Steph Curry is. Draymond Green is. There's no doubt. And
it's okay.
They're thinking about when this thing possibly could end, and they're using it as motivation.
No doubt, son.
I mean, is there anybody out there that truly doesn't believe that part of what's motivating the Golden State Warriors is the idea that it's coming to an end? Of course that's motivating them. Let's go to Igor. What's going on, Igor? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, what's up, man? My bad, Spadoni, man. My cousin took the call, and he remember I used to call in as Igor when I was fake working for the All Station. So he put Igor, but it's film on mic. But listen, man, I could listen to Steiny, you, Guru, Gene. It's like when you hear, I love to hear greatness. You know what I'm saying? Y'all have like a sick, rare opportunity. You feel me? To like really structure people like minds, bro. Like as far as like their sport etiquette and like you two, Steiny and Guru in particular, and like Bonta and Shasky in a different way, but like you two are so different that like y'all have a super, I hope y'all realize this, because when I be on the air, I be thinking about like, man, like when I was 16, 14, 13, like when I was listening to Larry Jackson on Cammy Hill, like I thought about stuff. Like I listened to Chewy, I was thinking about like, man, when I get on, I'm going to do it this way. So like y'all, like I could listen to y'all all day. You feel me? Like as far as just talk about different eras of basketball, bruh. Like it's just a trip. And then I also just want to say Steph Curry, if y'all look on social media, he's everybody's point guard of the 2000s. He's the Allen Iverson, Baron Davis, Jamal Crawford, whoever you want to name up. He's their favorite player to watch. He's like, so I kind of look at that, like, and I'll be like, man, like, it's such a trip. You know what I'm saying? Like how everybody's captivated by him.
Kobe loved him when he was here. Kobe loved him. Mikey respected him. How can you not?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
and then one last thing about the Kings, man. The Kings is a real good team. They're going to be awesome. They kind of remind me of the upstart Warriors. And I don't know what happened to Rashawn Holmes, but he used to bust the Warriors' ass. No lie.
Yeah.
Pause.
Yeah.
But yeah, he used to go crazy. I don't know what happened to him. Where was he at?
I don't know. They gave him some new money, too, Steiny. And when Mike Brown took over, I guess he didn't fit. But he was there, Kevon Looney, for a little bit. Now, you can say, goo, they weren't playing important games. But I do know this. Rashad Holmes could play on my team, Steiny. He does a lot of the dirty work. I don't know how he fell out of favor.
Yeah, Rashawn Holmes had some stuff going on off the court also. Some stuff on the home front, some domestic violence.
See, I didn't know
stuff
that.
He was accused of. But it
I didn't know that.
But it turned out not to be accurate, and there's a new coach, and so he got buried a little bit. Rashawn Holmes. So,
but to what Mike said about Steph, everybody there. I don't know how much. I don't know who's not giving him credit, Steiny. He's something special.
Can somebody
man.
name me one old timer that doesn't respect Steph Curry, other than like Michael Jordan, who said he's not there yet? But we know Jordan's a tool.
Did Mike say that?
Well, he said not yet.
I don't remember Mike ever saying anything positive, but
in the last,
there's not one, man.
At one point, Jordan was asked about Curry being a Hall of Famer, and I think he said not yet. And we don't know if he meant not yet because he didn't have enough honors in it.
But yeah, Mike being Mike.
Michael is in Alameda. What's up, Michael?
Speaking of which.
Hey, I love the show. You guys are great. Thank you guys for taking my call.
Sure.
A couple of things. I'm glad the Lakers, the silver lining to Friday night's loss was that the Lakers shut up the mouthpieces of the Memphis Grizzlies, sent them packing. I'm glad they embarrassed them. They kept it West Coast. I'm proud of all four teams out here in California. I'm proud of Steph Curry and his 50-piece, and Curry is in the top 5. He is in the top 5. There's no question about it. You can pick him on any team, put him on any team. He'll be valuable to every single team in every single era. Lastly, there was a moment in the third quarter of Sunday's game where there was a TV timeout, and the camera zoomed in on Steph Curry, and he said he was mouthing it out, and Stephen A. Smith was repeating it. He was saying that they can't finish, and he was referring to the Sacramento Kings. He was walking off the court, the camera angle was on his face, and he said they can't finish, and Stephen A. reiterated that during after the game.
Appreciate the call. I disagree. I think Charles Barkley absolutely respects Steph Curry.
Oh, man. Oh, somebody saying he
saying
doesn't.
Oscar Robertson, Scottie Pippen. Yeah, you might be able to pick out some individuals here and there.
I don't know what the Big O said. That
he was more about the generation, the way the game's played. Right. And I don't think we should get that mixed up with – there's a difference between not liking the way the game's played and not respecting Steph Curry. You cannot like the way the game's played right now and still respect Steph Curry.
And what was his – if you want to call it a weakness years ago, Steiny, was his defense. He's went and got stronger. He works on his game. He's a gym rat, but he's not just a three-point shooter. He is a dude, I keep calling it the layup package, that has added that to his repertoire, man. It's just incredible. His control, his handle, his ability to slide, and get the shot off on the those are things Reggie Miller was catch and shoot, Steiny, not creating off the dribble like Steph has done and has these youngsters trying to copy or duplicate. But this dude is a leader. He's special. I'm flabbergasted at what more we can do until 2. Come on, good. And I know that ain't your style, Steiny, but you saw 50 yesterday. We saw NBA history from a guy 48 hours ago. I don't know where that Steph was at. And I'm not, because he didn't have the best game Friday night, but it was just him. And no, it felt like that arena was so quiet, Chase. It was just him, and that was it. And he followed that up with 50. You got to be kidding me, man.
Cameron's in Miami. What's up, Cam? How you doing, man?
What's up, Scotty and Guru? How you guys doing?
Hey. Doing well.
I wanted to call about Kevon Looney. I know there's been a lot of praise for Steph, and Steph is just amazing, but I feel like Looney is just the rock of this team. I bought a Looney jersey after Game 3 because I've always had, my collection of jerseys, Steph jersey, Clay jersey, and I felt it was time. Like you guys always said, he's one of the foundations of the franchise. I'm curious what you guys think about AD versus Looney matchup next round.
We're going to hold off
to you tomorrow. Yeah, get that to you tomorrow, Steiny.
I mean, I think the good news for the Warriors as they head to their next series, though, is doesn't matter what Poole did in the first round. Doesn't matter what Kuminga did in the first round. Doesn't matter what Steph did, though, either.
This is a whole new matchup.
Absolutely.
Let me give this my favorite website, Basketball Reference, Donnie. When it was all said and done, Steph Curry averaged 39 minutes in the series, 33 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, man.
Can he keep playing 40 minutes a night throughout the playoffs?
Wow. That's a big question.
The answer is he's going to have to. Yeah. I think that's the answer, honestly.
No choice.
Dan's in Berkeley. What's up, Dan? How you doing?
What's going on, Steiny and Goo?
Hey.
Hey, man, Steph Curry, man, he laid it out there. He laid it all on the line, man. He made breakfast, lunch, and dinner and ended up with a 50-piece. I called my brother at halftime. I said, man, Curry going to have to drop 50 tonight. And what do you know? He drops 50. So that was very special to see. It was very legendary. He is top 5. I agree with the last caller. And, man, I'm just looking forward to this next series versus the Lakers. Let's go, Dubs.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Starts tomorrow.
Power.
Starts tomorrow at Chase Center, 7 o'clock start. Game 1. You can listen between 2 and 6. 2 and 6 today. We're giving away 2 tickets.
That's huge.
To game 1 at Chase Center. Willard and Dibbs. Let's go to Breezy. Breezy's in Detroit. What's up, Breezy?
Hey, Steiny and Guru. I've been listening to you guys for a long time.
Thank you.
Called in. Man, Game 6, after Game 6, the feeling that I had, I was I was still optimistic because of the fact that the championship pedigree that they had, they're going to rise to the top. And it showed in the second half. The young Sacramento Kings didn't have anything to show for it, but the experience took over. But Steph Curry, man, those who have not put some respect on his name better do it after last night. Get on the bus. I think we have something special to come. Honestly, I feel like it feels magical with the up and down season, but still, when you doubt them, guess what? They come out and shut you up. I feel like some of the great series against the Lakers, I can't stand LeBron James. This will just wipe away all the bad memories from the past, especially the 3-1 series, man. To this day, I still get nightmares sometimes.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah.
You know what a straw
Sleep better.
You know what a straw man is?
I want to say a weakling.
It's just it's somebody who doesn't really exist, but you use that to pretend that there are a lot of like
Jordan in the Last Dance.
If I think after yesterday, if you didn't respect Steph Curry, who didn't respect Steph Curry
All right.
before yesterday? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Like to me, that's a straw man.
Yeah.
There's nobody.
I hear you, Steiny. It's solidified.
There's nobody credible who doesn't respect Steph Curry. In fact, to me, it's one of those things where it's if you're actually going to claim to not respect Steph Curry, why would that person even have a forum?
But
or
you know
platform?
what? You just when you went there, you got me thinking. You know what? If I asked you, Steiny, you got one player in the league to watch, and I asked you this before, and you could say, "Oh, Goo is recency bias," but if you just want to talk about the impact of Steph Curry, and you said, "Goo, you can watch one player," it's Steph. He puts on a show. You got the razzle dazzle with the shot. You got the handle. You got it all. Like he's still at this age box office. I just think about all the superstars we got in the league. Steph Curry is still it.
Absolutely. And he didn't look like he was slowing down in round one. Question
40
is,
minutes a game.
He's got 3 more series to go if they have championship aspirations.
I was gonna ask you, and you can answer tomorrow. But when do you think we see the residual of the Warriors not having to travel far, getting on an airplane? You think that might help them against Steph? Well, again, they look tired Game 6, but you would hope that would show its face. But they don't got to travel far, even when they do play LA Game 3.
I mean, the Lakers have more time off going into Tuesday's game. Yeah. We know that. I mean, it's set up there for the Lakers to get Game 1.
Man,
if for no other reason than rest, and that is the only reason I would say that. Tracy's in Tracy. What's up, Tracy?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen?
Hey.
I love you guys. I want to say this before I talk about Steph. I just want to say this. You two are like polar opposites, but you're so tuned in together. Steiny,
this is my brother.
You are the OG. Steiny, you're the OG erudite. Daryl, you are the new wave guru. Together, Steiny and Guru make this show the best show on radio, on Sports Talk Radio. I love you guys, bro.
I love you too, brother.
You okay? Okay. I listen to you every freaking day, baby.
Appreciate it, man.
I invite Tracy to my funeral. I have him get up and give me a couple minutes. I like Tracy. No drinking for me yesterday. I kind of went dry.
Nice.
Friday, I did feel some shame. Like we have to talk about it, and I feel like we're not talking about it. We didn't have any bearing on the game, even though we were letting it hang, and we were singing. I thought the Warriors were going to do what the Lakers did to the Grizzlies Friday. It was the opposite. Give me a stink bomb like that in the Kerr era in a closeout game, and I'll wait. Like, I didn't sleep right. So after I said, Steiny, we can't come back. People blowing up the phone. I won't drop names, but boy.
From the 408, Steiny, you didn't respect Steph when he first came in. Who did? He was hurt his first 2 or 3 years.
Oh, there was a great read.
This is 14 years. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. If you've watched, anybody who's watched Steph Curry's career from start to finish and doesn't respect what he's done, I mean, why do we even have to talk about people like that? That's just ridiculous.
And let's not act like it was a walk in the park. I forget the outfit, Steiny, but a reporter wrote a detailed article about what was said to Steph Curry on his last surgery as the doctors were going into that ankle. Like, this thing could have been done, man. It could have been over. And he battled those issues, physical, and now look what he's doing. Man.
Steve is in San Francisco. What's up, Steve? How you doing?
I'm doing so good, guys. I'm doing as good as you.
Good for you, man. Good for you.
Yeah. Hey, so, I wanted to touch on something that you had brought up, a couple days ago, and that was just about Steph's endurance coming off of Game 6.
Yeah.
And I thought you saw in Game 7, he was doing a lot less off-the-ball stuff and just taking control. I think that's a green light from Kerr. I think that's game plan from him and Steph getting together and talking it over. And I just think it came together so beautifully, and it just shows how versatile he is. And they should use some more of that in the Laker game.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Let me ask you this, Donnie. How much do you think we saw ultra-aggressive Steph? Because I won't say Poole has not been his normal self in this series. He's had moments, but I just wonder if Steph's mindset was like, I ain't got time to see if Steiny can figure it out. I got to E40. You ain't got to tell me when to go. I'm going. And I just wonder if that was his mindset. And you know what? I think I got my answer. 38 field goal attempts.
But it wasn't just Poole. It was Clay, too.
No,
it was Clay, too, and Wiggins.
I kept thinking Steiny.
And probably even Draymond Green to a certain extent. I mean, Steph Curry, like, you might say that Steph Curry, he's talking to Kuminga and Poole. He's talking to Clay. He's talking to Draymond. He's talking to Wiggins. He's talking to everybody.
Wow. Give the why.
There's absolutely no doubt about it.
Whispers, he was talking to Poole and Kuminga. I'm like, bro, he's talking to everybody.
He is talking to everybody because you know what? I'm sorry, but Kuminga, Poole to a lesser extent, but you know what? If Kuminga doesn't get on the bus, who cares?
Yeah, right.
That doesn't hurt them in this series.
Sonny, let's hear Draymond on that sound. Play Draymond talking about that if you can, Evan.
And he delivered such a powerful message. It was incredible. It was, listen, we just got embarrassed last night. We got embarrassed on our home floor with an opportunity to close out a team, and we never showed up. He said, if you getting on this bus, you making a commitment to this team. I don't care how many minutes you play. I don't care if you don't play a single second. I don't care if it's points, rebounds, whatever it is. But if you getting on this bus, you are saying, I am going to do whatever it takes as far as my preparation goes to win this game. We not going out like that. Like we went out Game 6, we not going out like that. We have an opportunity to play in Game 7. They rare, they don't come around. Take advantage of the moment, embrace the moment. And he went a little further in, but it was such an incredible speech. And when he finished, he said, anybody else got something? Nah, champ. It's enough said. You said it all. When he delivered that speech, I can't say I knew he was going to come out and get 50, but I knew he was going to come out and do something incredible. And I knew there was no way he was going to allow us to lose that game.
That was Draymond Green on Steph Curry. Steph Curry addressed the team on Saturday before they went up to Sacramento and basically told the team how important he thought the game was to him, to the organization, and for everybody to get on board. All right, here's what we'd love for you to do. Stick around for Willard and Dibbs later today. They're going to give you a chance to go to Game 1 of the Warriors-Lakers series at Chase Center, and it starts tomorrow. Game 1 is tomorrow, and you have a chance to win 2 tickets from 2 to 6 today. If you listen to Willard and Dibbs, we'll give away that pair of tickets, so you don't want to go anywhere. Stay locked in to 95.7 The Game.
Whether you own a local business or a global one,
Now a steal at the other end. Draymond taking it away. Hand off Curry. Curry.
Good decision.
Yep, waiting to run a little clock here. 97-83. Curry holding his pivot foot. Dribbles on Murray. Takes a quick three. It's up and good! Curry! Knocked it down! He's got 43.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Tim Roy on the call yesterday, along with Tom Tolbert on 95.7 The Game, and the Warriors take Game 7 behind an epic performance from Steph Curry, 50 points, and the Warriors advance to play the L.A. Lakers. And here's what we got coming up. Stephen A. Smith of ESPN. Stephen A. Smith coming up at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Stephen A. Smith is going to join us. And then make sure you stay tuned for Willard and Dibbs. They're giving away 2 tickets to Game 1 on Tuesday. Game 1 on Tuesday, which is tomorrow. And that's specifically in the 5 o'clock hour. They're going to give away 2 tickets to Game 1 in the 5 o'clock hour. Willard and Dibbs.
Man, let's go. Friend of the program, Stephen A.
Let's go to JC. JC, start us off in Alameda. What is going on, JC?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Groove. I have a question for you. Hey, you went to Game 6 because on first quarter when they have to reset the 51-second clock count, and I saw you on TV.
Talking to you.
No, you. I wasn't at the game.
Oh, no. You didn't see me at Game 6. I thought he was talking to you, Stoney.
Oh.
Yeah.
JC, who? No.
Oh, yeah.
All right, thanks for calling.
No, you didn't see me.
Yeah, no,
My
we
bad.
weren't there.
Yeah.
We weren't there. Max Zach's in Oaktown. What's up, Max Zach?
Tizzy.
Hey, what's happening, fellas? How you guys doing, man?
Come on, you know it.
All right, yeah. So I called because I got a question. I had a discussion about who my whole family calls Zach Boone. I see that this year he had 80. He was a plus 80, plus minus. I think the year before was like 160 or something like that. Anyway, in the last 3 years, he's a plus 375. And he has 3 rings, if I'm not mistaken. My question is, does he have a Hall of Fame resume at this point? And I'll take my answer off the air.
Who's that?
You guys.
Looney? No. It's not get carried.
It sounded like it.
It's not get carried.
Yeah, I thought about, but you keep going. You keep doing this. Led the league in offensive rebounding, and it's just followed him into like Twitter into the postseason.
Let's not get carried away.
But he balled it.
Let's not get carried away. Kevon Looney's not a Hall of Famer.
I got a question for you about.
I will say this though, real quick before I get to your question. He's making a case to be every bit as important to these teams as Iguodala was to those early Warrior teams.
I'll be there when I be there.
Oh, you know what? He may be there.
What happened?
He's going to play. He's going to be ready for the Lakers series, I got to believe. He's getting
close. You think so?
Yes. They put out a release a week ago that he
what
needs a week
shape
or
is
10
he in? I guess you can run him out there and see.
He's Andre Iguodala. He plays when he wants.
I'll be there when I be there. This is a serious question. So we all heard the commercial, My Childhood, Be Like Mike. But do you think young fans watching guys like Kevon Looney do what they do in regard to, hey, I'm not shooting the long ball, but I'm going to go get the rebound. I'm going to show heart and desire. Stoney, do you think youngsters are taking notice and pulling up to the gym, noticing, or maybe in college, just getting a scholarship? Maybe I'm not that gifted at being the star, but I'm going to try to work my ass off on being the next Rodman, Michael Cage, and Kevon Looney. Do you think it's gotten to that point, or no, Goo?
No.
That's just a travesty.
Then there'd be more of him. But then if there were more of him, they wouldn't be as valuable.
You think there's a lot of teams regretting not going after Kevon Looney in free agency?
I actually don't.
You think?
I don't.
I think for $7 million.
I think he's far more valuable to the Warriors. Here's the thing: if Looney were on 20 other teams,
this is what I think about.
He wouldn't. He might score more.
But the 22 boards, that ain't coming from the Kings, or
does he elevate a team from, let's say, a non-playoff team to a, top 8?
Well, if you tell me he's going to get these rebounds,
if you put him on Charlotte, how much better Charlotte?
Now that's a guy.
My
ain't
answer
gonna
would be
help
not
them.
very
Me
much.
neither.
Okay,
but
well,
I'm
I think
talking
there's
about what about the
16
Lakers
teams like that,
or the Celtics?
Well, he's going to help any contender, no doubt. But I'm just saying he's not the kind of guy that's going to thrive on a team that wins 35 games because he's not an impact player in any other way than rebounding and defense. And you might say, well, what that'll. I mean,
God, you got me thinking.
Is he a game changer for any other team? I mean, I don't want to be
because he's a game changer for his current one. But you said after that.
I mean, I just don't want to sit here and say that Kevon Looney is going to be a player that lifts non-playoff teams into the postseason.
Who would be coveted more, Stoney, if they hit the open market? And I'm going recency bias tomorrow. Dre or Looney?
Dre.
All right.
Not even close. Draymond's one of the best defensive players of all time.
And what
he's phenomenal.
Put him on a contender.
And, I mean, Draymond's a better passer. Looney's a good passer, but Draymond's a little better passer. I think Draymond's a better defensive player, obviously. But no, I'm not here to take anything away from Looney. They don't win that game without him. Two guys gave him great performances yesterday, Steph and Looney, and it was enough to win that game.
No doubt.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump in and talk about yesterday's Game 7? We can do that right now. We got 20 minutes before 1 o'clock. And then we are going to bring in Stephen A. Smith of ESPN, one of the big Warrior supporters over the years.
He wasn't happy Friday,
Warrior fans ought to love Stephen A. Smith. Yeah. He's been nothing but pro Warriors for most of the dynasty. What did he say Friday? I didn't hear.
They should all be ashamed that nobody brought their A game, and he was kind of panicked about Game 7, but he was hot. And then yesterday it was, I love it.
David and El Cerrito.
Give myself a 2.
What's up, David? How you doing, man?
I'm good. Congratulations to you both.
Oh, thank you.
I tend to agree with you, Steiny, but I really think that the argument for Looney is a similar argument to Draymond. Like, Draymond's going to the Hall of Fame because of circumstance. If Draymond had been drafted by the Detroit Pistons 10 years ago, Draymond Green would be a player that most people don't talk about. Not to say he's not a talented player or can elevate a team, but he's not taking a team that's not making the playoffs to the playoffs. I mean, he's triple single, as it's been said now. And so I would take Looney, and I'm a Knicks fan. I would trade Draymond Green for the Knicks center Robinson right now. I just wouldn't. I don't think he's that guy anymore.
All right. That's fair. I appreciate that. I just think Draymond's got a lot of pellets on the wall. Is that what they call them? Skins on the wall? Whatever. But I'm not diminishing Kevon Looney.
I mean, how can you, man? To do that over 100 rebounds in the series, average 15.
I mean, Draymond Green.
106 total rebounds for Looney.
Draymond Green's one of the greatest defensive players who's ever played.
There's no
That's
doubt
all
about
I'm
it.
saying.
Yeah.
Josh in Oakland. What's going on, Josh? How you doing, man?
Hey guys, thanks for having me on. First off, let's get into a shout out to Kevon Looney, bro. I mean, I've always been a big Kevon Looney guy, but really I've always thought his main attribute for me was his ability to stay on the ground and stay in front of real shifty guys like James Harden and Luka and D'Angelo Russell, wink, wink. But this offensive rebounding he's been doing over the last 2 years really has just been magnificent. Shout out to the Kings. You want to talk about getting prepared for a series when you have to deal with those kind of guards and Fox and Monk and all of the different things that transpired throughout the series, whether Draymond getting suspended, the ups and downs. I mean, I just feel like the Warriors are totally prepared for this series with the Lakers. And speaking of them, I don't know about y'all. I just feel like the Warriors have such an advantage against the Lakers. In the playoffs, chemistry, on-court chemistry, because I know everybody's going to talk about off-court chemistry, but on-court chemistry really comes to the forefront in the playoffs. This Lakers team was put together at the trade deadline, and you try to beat this team that has zero intimidation factor going against LeBron James. Like, they're not afraid of LeBron James. They went up against him at his peak and his highest, most intense moments. So I just feel like they have an edge in that. But last 2 points, I really feel like this is a Steve Kerr series. I think Steve Kerr can really outcoach him, and he has the pieces to move around to do it. And if Anthony Davis is not like Kyrie Irving. I say that because I know people get on Kyrie Irving, but as a Warriors fan, there was nobody I dreaded with the ball more in those last 5 minutes of a game than Kyrie Irving. If Anthony Davis can be that kind of player, then the Lakers will have a chance. If not, I don't care that they big. The teams have always been bigger than the Warriors. So what? Thanks for taking my call.
Steiny, Rodman and Ben Wallace made a Hall of Fame career on rebounding and defense. Big Loon Dog can do too. That's UPS Zach. I'm not here to.
Well, he's only 20. Yeah, he had to keep doing it, is what he said. But he said right now he ain't a Hall of Famer. I get it.
How many titles does he end up winning?
Right.
Tell me, because it better be more than 4.
I'll say 5. Let's just say it stops at 3.
What are we doing?
Yeah. No, but Looney's on the track, starting to be one of the. He's 25 years old.
On track to be what? Not a Hall of Famer.
No,
let's not get crazy.
One of the greatest rebounders. That if he keeps we're kind of Looney is cute, but Steiny, he keeps putting this together, and it's a big if. His name will be up there with the Michael Cages and all the great rebounders. That's where this thing is headed. 21 yesterday again.
Yvette is in Sonoma. Hey, Yvette, how you doing?
Hey.
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Let's talk about last night, Rob Lowe. What a game. That was such a beautiful game to watch. And I have to say, I don't mean to be redundant, but Looney, do we win that game without Looney and without what he did? Even with Steph having the crazy game that he had, do we win that game without what Loon did?
I'm saying no.
Yeah, I'm saying no.
I'm saying no.
Yeah.
So we agree.
So I just got to give credit where credit's due. Love him.
Appreciate it. Draymond Green.
Oh, I thought you were
has had an unbelievable first round of the playoffs. He's had a really good year this year. He's never been an over-the-top rebounder in his career. His numbers are right where they should be for a power forward. He gets 10 rebounds per 38 minutes, 8 rebounds, 10 rebounds, 9 rebounds, 10 rebounds. The last 2 years, he's gone to 12 and 14 per 36 minutes.
This is Dre.
This is Kevon Looney.
Okay, all right. I thought I heard you say Dre.
No, that's Kevon Looney. So Kevon Looney
Who's 27,
has been...
Stoney? I said 25.
I mean, I'm all for talking about Steph's greatness, where he ranks. I can't do a show where we're talking about Kevon Looney having any chance to make the Hall of Fame.
How did that come up?
Well, you said if he keeps this up.
No, that was not the origin. That was a rebuttal to somebody they called or text.
He's not a Hall of Famer, and if he keeps this up, he's not a Hall of Famer.
Were you surprised at how effective he was against Sabonis?
No, I'm not.
But I thought coming in the series, you thought Sabonis was the best player on the Kings.
So?
So doesn't mean Kevon Looney being able to neutralize a guy like that is quite valuable.
So put him in the Hall of Fame?
No.
What are you saying?
No. I'm talking
See,
about
you guys do this all the time. Not you. Okay, just like Kevon Looney had a great series, and now somebody actually saying Hall of Fame. I mean,
but I feel like you're kind of stuck on that though. Like,
well, I am, because somebody said, and Guru said, if he keeps this up, it's like, no, I don't think he's Hall of Fame if he keeps this up. That's all I'm saying. Now, give me your question. As for Sabonis, I came into the series, I was like, you know what? Haven't seen a lot of Sabonis. The way I think of him is, he's okay, but I think some of his numbers are kind of hollow. I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to get his numbers, but they're not going to be that impactful. And he just, to me,
22 yesterday.
Kevon, and they were meaningless. They were meaningless.
Minus 22 on the day.
I give absolutely Looney all the credit in the world for neutralizing Sabonis along with Draymond Green. Absolutely.
Because that he was.
Grandpa Daddy. What's up, Grandpa Daddy?
Hello, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Grandpa Daddy.
All righty.
I just want to let you guys are the greatest on the show. But you need to make up a new genre. Is that what it's called? Genre?
Genre, yeah.
Let you two be the one. You need to make up a new genre of the greatest underrated players in the NBA who never got recognition. Dennis Rodman and Mr. Windex. Javon Windex Looney. They started off. Can you please, I'll take my answer off the air. Who are the greatest underrated players of the NBA, starting with Rodman and Mr. Windex?
But Rodman's a Hall of Famer. How can he be on there, though? Oh, he said love you. Yeah. How can Rodman be on there if he got his flowers?
I don't think Rodman was underrated.
If you get to the Hall,
he's in the Hall of Fame.
No doubt.
But, in fairness, Looney can't touch Rodman, rebounding or defense. Right. And when I say can't touch, that's a way for me to make a point.
But he is what
Rodman's better at both those things than Kevon Looney.
And Looney,
I mean,
he's their Rodman, though. Those offensive boards are important, man.
Listen, Kevon Looney, unfortunately for him, nobody knows how he defended James Harden during those years. We know because we watch him every single game, and he was great at it. It might have been a key to that series, but you can't just be a key to a series to be a Hall of Famer.
Larry Smith from the text line, he was underrated. I mean, he wasn't a superstar by any stretch, but he was a rebounding machine.
Steiny, it's simple. I'll never be a Hall of Famer, but he's got, look.
Who else is under there?
I mean, I feel like, Sabonis was just.
You feel like you were sold to business?
No, I just think not. Like, I see what he is. He's extremely limited athletically.
So he needs somebody else down there to help him. That's what I think, Steiny. He wouldn't be the first.
Okay, you're Sacramento. You don't have to spend a lot of. What do you do if you're Sacramento? Okay, what do you do? All right, first of all, you re-sign Monk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You re-sign Monk.
I've no doubt doing that.
So you just bring him back the same team?
I don't know what Barnes' situation is, though, Steiny, but I would be
probably under contract.
Yeah.
I think there's a scenario next year where the Sacramento Kings could essentially run it back and not make the playoffs.
Okay.
I don't think the Sacramento Kings are necessarily a mainstay for the next 5 years in the playoffs. I'm not saying they're not gonna be, but I certainly wouldn't pencil them in like a Denver who's got Jokic and gonna be with Jokic for 5 more years. So 888-957-9570 is the number you want to squeeze in here before we get to Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith of ESPN is going to join us at 1 o'clock, which is in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. The good news for two players we didn't talk a lot about, Jonathan Kuminga and Jordan Poole, is they kind of get a reset.
Man.
They get a reset. They're going to get a shot at playing against the LA Lakers. I think Poole's going to be significantly better than he was against the Kings. And Kuminga, we'll see.
Yeah, you worry about how low, if he got low at all, Steiny, did Kuminga let himself get to where it's big? You know what I'm saying? You're so low that you could almost just call the rest of this playoffs a mulligan. Now, that's being strong, and I know he was getting talked to by Andre Iguodala, but you just wonder how. Dude, I watched him yesterday, Stouty. You could just tell he wasn't enjoying it, and I get it, but to me, it's how far has that elevator gone? And I don't want to use the word sulk or disappointed, but he's got to answer the bell because they're going to need his side. Like, I would have been like, okay, this ain't my series. I know I'm like tomorrow's my chance. But if he is so down, then he won't take advantage of it.
The reality of the situation is what he did in this first round and how he acted in this first round is the reason that Steve Kerr didn't gift him minutes.
You said acted. Wow.
Plain and simple. I'm sorry, but we saw Jonathan Kuminga. We saw one part of Jonathan Kuminga, the part that when he's not doing what you need him to do, he checks out a little bit. He checks out. It's not the end of the world. He's only in his second. He's only in his day. But this is why he shouldn't have been playing all year. Because you can't. Listen, I'm gonna just do this in the extreme, not necessarily for Kuminga. Nobody wants to play a front runner. Nobody wants to play a guy who, when everything's going well, is great, and then a minute, you're not going to play. I don't care. I don't care. No.
Moody never done that, and look what happened to him. It's starting for real.
Kevon Looney never did that, and he had a real struggle early to his career. So what if Draymond signs with Sacramento, the 415 says?
He would be excellent. That's everything they need and some, because Sabonis could even learn from Dre. Man.
They say, is Harrison Barnes a free agent?
Yeah, that's what I see right here. But, man.
I'll check.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd let him go.
Okay, Alex English is not underrated. He was top 75 and a Hall of Famer. Come on, man. He was a bad dude.
Actually, I won't give the number out because we got Stephen A. Smith on the other side. Stephen A. Smith on the other side.
I love it.
The Golden State Warriors, they are going to the second round of the playoffs. All starts tomorrow. I'm trying to find out real quick. Yeah. He's right about Harrison Barnes. Looking at his
I'll tell you what, Stoney, if he is, I got to keep moving a different direction.
Harrison Barnes, a free agent. He's a free agent, and he is. He's got a birthday coming up.
He's a Taurus.
Let me see. May 30th.
Yeah.
He's going to be 31. 31. 31 years old. He made $18 million this past year. He's going to be an interesting call for the Kings because obviously they need his leadership.
How was he in the series? 14 minutes yesterday.
Yeah, he wasn't good.
Yeah.
He wasn't very good. But that's a young team, and I'm sure his value. He's like a better version of Andre Iguodala because he can actually function as a player and also be a leader.
Well, he's gotten his chickens down. You think he takes a hometown discount? He strike you as the type?
I don't know how much he likes it. Yeah. I don't know how much he likes it or doesn't like it in SAC, but thank you off the Comcast Business text line to the person who said he is a free agent because you're absolutely right. All right. Stephen A. Smith, ESPN's Stephen A. Smith coming up on the other side. And the Quest for Five is brought to you by Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? Ugh. With JohnBuysBayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 415-985-7000, and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 415-985-7000. When you sell to JohnBuysBayAreaHomes.com, You decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers, in any condition as is. JohnBuysBayAreaHouses.com provides you with the easiest sell possible and will assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 415-985-7000. That's 415-985-7000 and get the offer you've been waiting for.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Victims Justice Group is responsible for the content of this ad.
Attention. Mesothelioma is a rare and aggressive form of cancer that is caused by exposure to asbestos and causes devastating effects for thousands of people every year. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to a portion of the $30 billion in court-ordered trust fund money that has been set aside for mesothelioma patients and their families. Call the Victims Justice Group for a free consultation. 800-731-7925. Even if you smoked, many workers who were exposed to dangerous asbestos in the 1970s to now found companies did little or nothing to protect workers. Asbestos can be found at job sites and industries such as factories, shipyards, construction, automotive, pipe fitter, industrial plants, and so much more. Call the Victims Justice Group now. 800-731-7925. The average mesothelioma claim is more than $1 million, and often payment is received in less than a year. Find out now what you may be entitled to. Call 800-731-7925. Call now to get the help and financial compensation you deserve. Call 800-731-7925. 800-731-7925.
Guys, fellas, men, do you want a better sex life? Roman has genuine medication that helps you achieve and maintain what you need to perform. Roman has discreet wipes that help you last 4 times longer in bed. Roman has testosterone testing and treatment. Treating low testosterone can help revive your sex drive. So men, what are you waiting for? For a better sex life, go to ro.co/bettersex. Do it today and get 20% off. That's ro.co/bettersex.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. What, still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or get it right the first time with eBay Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's going to fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights, over 122 million parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's the final days of Spring Black Friday at the Home Depot, and we have laundry appliances that fit your space, your needs, and your budget. Like a new Samsung laundry set with large capacity, so you spend less time doing laundry. And with sensor dry technology to automatically optimize time and temperature, you'll spend less energy on it too. Final days to save up to $600 on this Samsung laundry set in-store and online during Spring Black Friday at the Home Depot. Ends May 3rd.
95.7 The Game is an equal opportunity employer, and we encourage local community organizations to refer qualified applicants to us. You can receive The Game and Odyssey job vacancy information by contacting Human Resources at 415-765-4011 or by emailing sfhr@odyssey.com.
Give your small business one tech solution that checks all the boxes. It's all here with the Comcast Business Complete Connectivity Solution. It's cyber threat security for peace of mind. Check. The power of the largest, fastest, reliable network for small business. That's a triple box check right there. And save up to 75% a year on your wireless bill with Comcast Business Mobile. Check and cha-ching. It's everything you need to keep your business connected. From the company powered by the next generation 10G network. The complete connectivity solution. Get started for just $49 a month for 12 months when you add mobile. And ask about an $800 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 5/21/23. Restrictions apply. Requires 2-year agreement, EcoBill, and autopay. New 100 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares weighted average of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data. Savings vary.
The all-electric BMW iX M60. It's 100% electric and 100% BMW. Sustainably crafted, sporty, and equipped with a complete suite of intuitive technology, all with a range of up to 280 miles. With iconic BMW M handling and exquisite attention to detail, the BMW iX M60 is electricity in its ultimate form. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine. Take advantage of exceptional lease and finance offers today.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Steph Curry, LeBron James, people like that. But Kobe, MJ, here's where our love for them is no limits. They never cheat us. You never looked at them and said, they're just out of it. They didn't take care of themselves. They didn't prioritize accepting and embracing the responsibility for being that dude.
All righty, welcome back. That was the great Stephen A. Smith, who's joining us now. He's the host of First Take on ESPN. He's got the No Mercy podcast on the Odyssey app. And he's got a book, too, Straight Shooter. And Stephen A., thanks for joining us. You've done it a few times over the last year or so. Really appreciate it, man.
No problem, man. What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
Well, I mean, Bird and Dominique, LeBron scoring 25 straight points, Magic in Game 6, his rookie year, all the great performances. What'd you think of Steph Curry yesterday?
Oh, I thought it was one of the most sensational performances I've ever seen in all my years of covering the sport. 50 points and 20 of 38 shooting, 7 of 18 from three-point range. I mean, the ball handling skills, the maneuvering through the paint, scoring like 22 points in the paint area, doing the things that he was doing. Every basket seemed to be needed. Andrew Wiggins spent portions of the game in the second half literally trying to give it away before Steph Curry took over. Klay Thompson couldn't hit water if he was standing in the damn ocean in the first half. Shooting 1 of 10 before he made some shots with, a couple of shots in the second half. Jordan Poole, don't get me started with him. But for Steph Curry to be faced against all of that and to go out there and perform the way that he did, people want to be stars when it comes to going to the negotiating table. They want to be stars and superstars when it comes to getting paid. But when the bright lights come on and the pressure mounts and it's their time to validate who exactly they are and what they're made of, we've seen far too many fold under such duress. That clearly wasn't Steph Curry yesterday. It was one of the greatest performances I've ever seen, and I think something that served to cement his legacy, even though it was already cemented in my mind as the first ballot for surefire future Hall of Famer, unanimous vote, as the greatest shooter that God ever created. Just when you think that he's shown you that he's finished, you learn that's not the case.
Stephen A., you telling the gospel, and I told my partner I'm trying not to focus and look forward, but man, when I look at the field, the NBA chessboard, Stephen, I'm starting to think, could he do it again and get number 5 and pass LeBron?
Well, I think it's possible. I think that Denver, in my opinion, is going to have something to say about that. They are legit. They are hungry. They've got a huge chip on their shoulder. And believe it or not, as great as he is, this time of year, they are not led by Nikola Jokic. They are led by Jamal Murray. The last time we saw this brother in the postseason, he took them to the conference finals. The last time we saw this brother in the playoffs, he was dropping 40 and 50 plus on Utah and the Lakers and others. I mean, this brother's something special. They've got folks counting them out, and they're tired of it. You look at them, they've got size, they've got athleticism, they've got perimeter shooting, they've got defense, they've got athletes. They don't wilt beneath pressure. They've got that high altitude to their advantage where they're in Denver. There's a lot that's going for them as the number 1 seed in the Western Conference, and they are a team to be reckoned with. Certainly, if they went against the Golden State Warriors, you'd have to label them the favorites in that series. But they don't have Steph Curry. The Warriors do. And I think that when you look at it from that perspective, against a team like Denver, someone other than Steph Curry will have to step up to help Steph Curry. And that's really what this comes down to. It remains to be seen what's going to happen. But the reality is they're in the Final Four of the Western Conference, and based on the 11-30 road record and the up and down roller coaster ride they had throughout this regular season, to see themselves here just says a lot about the character of the Golden State Warriors, and I can't say it enough.
You're listening to Stephen A. Smith. He's the host of First Take on ESPN, among many, many other things. He's kind enough to join us today. And let me ask you this. I know for a fact that you obviously believe the Warriors can still win it this year.
Yes.
Not that they will, but they can. If they don't win it, Stephen A., what do you think's going to get them beat?
I think a dominant big man presence, like if Anthony Davis goes ballistic, if LeBron is posting dudes up and Kevon Looney and Draymond Green, since we don't have an answer for that girth and that strength, I definitely think that would be one element. The other element is the sporadic play of Jordan Poole. And the reason I'm going to say that, and a Jordan Poole, and you know, the activity, you know, whether or not Steve Kerr is going to choose to have faith in Kuminga, who I think has tremendous potential. Here's why those things are relevant. Steph is going to be Steph. Yesterday, it was good enough against a very, very talented but very, very young Sacramento Kings team. When you're going up against Denver, L.A. beforehand, that's experience. LeBron James and Anthony Davis have been here before. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Jamal Murray, Jokic, and these guys, they haven't been Kentavious Caldwell-Pope won a championship, but those other guys haven't won a quote-unquote championship, but they've been in the playoffs. This is not new to them. This is their first appearance since 2006. And so when you look at it from that perspective, it's going to take others. And although Klay Thompson really wet the bed, first of all, he disgusted me in Game 6 because he wouldn't shoot in the lane. He kept giving the ball up instead of just keeping the ball and shooting his shot. And then in Game 7, he just couldn't buy a basket. Those are aberrations. Klay Thompson is usually a dude that you can rely upon to be a marksman extraordinaire. And I'm going to assume that that was a mistake. That's a Milligan that he should be granted, and that's that. Jordan Poole is who's alarming me. Last time I checked, he got his back. He's getting paid about $140 million. What the hell are you doing? What was that performance in Game 6, which is one of the most pathetic, putrid performances I've ever seen him put forth? He was turning the ball over. He seemed completely erratic and out of it. He seemed more concerned with getting his points and showing what he could do rather than playing winning basketball. And in Game 7, he wasn't much damn better. And so when I look at it from that perspective, you need this guy. He's talented. He's not a scrub. And he needs to be reminded of his days when he was trying to get to the NBA so he can remember what it takes and make sure he does all of those things instead of just trying to showcase his ball handling skills, his ability to hit perimeter shots and get to the hole and stuff like that. When everybody and another mother know you're getting your shot blocked 9 times out of 10 this time of year, they're waiting for him to come to the hole. They want him to pass up jumpers and come to the hole just so they can smack it out of here. He's got to recognize that and be more effective and more efficient and go about the business of doing what he's supposed to do in order for Golden State to have a team. And Wiggins, too, because Wiggins wasn't that damn impressive yesterday.
Now, you're right. The Warriors needed every one of Steph's 50 points. But, Stephen A., one of the things I like doing when you see a stellar performance like Steph, I run it back before I go to bed and just try to capture all of it. And I'm just sitting there like, man, this was incredible. But with that said, my partner came in, went Chris Rock on me. He said, my top 5. And I got thick skin, so you let me know. I said I got Steph Curry over Magic Johnson at the point guard position. You say what to that?
I say it's a worthy discussion. I've been threatened by Hall of Famers who will remain nameless that told me don't I dare definitively state that as a case because they're very, very big on Magic. And the argument that they use is that Magic affected the game in a multitude of ways. Whereas when Steph Curry is not shooting the ball effectively, we don't talk about him in that light. That is their position. My position is that when you look at the greatness of Steph Curry, I just can't say enough about it. And the time has come to really show him the level of deference that he's due to at least acknowledge that question alone is not blasphemous. When you think about Steph Curry, think about this. This is a guy, when you talk about guys, and I threw this up on First Take this morning, Steph Curry is 23-4 in playoff series. That's his record. That is an 85% career playoff series winning percentage. That is better than Michael Jordan, 81%, Magic Johnson, 80%, LeBron James, 78%, Kobe, 77%, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, 75%, Larry Bird, 72%, and Shaq and Kevin Durant, both at 71%. The one definitive Hall of Famer and winner who has a better playoff series winning record than percentage than Steph Curry is Bill Russell. That is it. That is what we're talking about here. And when you look at it from that perspective, and you talk about him being the leader in all-time highest true shooting percentage at 62.7%. When you talk about his NBA Finals, 4 championships, 2 league MVPs, 1 NBA Finals MVP, and you see the effect that he has had in revolutionizing the game of basketball because of his shooting prowess, no one can deny that is a worthy discussion. And the best way that I can answer that question, Magic won a champion as a center, a point guard who played center, going up against Darryl Dawkins and Caldwell Jones. Magic Johnson did do that, dropped 42, 15, and 7. Magic Johnson is a 5-time champion. Magic Johnson is one of the greatest leaders this game has ever seen. Here's the greatest thing that I could say. Somebody wants to debate who's better or not as a point guard, fine, because they want to look at quintessential point guard distributing the basketball, running an offense, and they want to say that's Magic. Here's what I said. Tell me that I have a choice to have Steph Curry or Irvin Magic Johnson. And I have gotten to the point, even before yesterday's game, where I would pick Steph Curry. I would want
the chef.
Steph Curry.
All right, so that's a worthy discussion. Here's one. You tell me if this one's a worthy discussion. Although I know what I think. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, maybe the greatest scorer of all time, the unstoppable skyhook. I actually think Steph Curry's more impactful than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and the reason I say that is because Steph Curry's three-point shot is his skyhook. And when Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was in the league, you either didn't double-team him because it didn't matter, or you did double-team him, and that double-team occurred in the low post, and it spread out. It opened up outside shots. Steph Curry gets double-team off and out on the floor, which opens up the middle of the lane for actually layups and dunks at times or kick-out threes. So I actually think he's every bit as impactful as the greatest offensive players ever.
Well, first of all, you're right. But secondly, let's not throw shade in any way on Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or any center for that matter, because the center affects the game differently. What they force you to do is collapse and try to suffocate them because they're so big, they're so powerful, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's case, so tall with an unstoppable move that you really, really don't have much that you can do other than a double team them. In the case of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, it made no sense because all he has to do is turn around and throw the sky hook. So most often than not, he didn't have a double team coming his way because the double team did nothing for him. All he would do is turn around. He never had to bring the ball down. All he had to do was hold the ball above his head, turn around, and throw in the sky hook. And so because of that, you did throw double teams at him on all of those occasions. So it's just different. But clearly, Steph Curry has had a profound effect on the game, and I think that when you look at it, what you have to pay attention to most, and this is what I give Steph Curry most credit for. If you're an aspiring basketball player out there, most people who want to shoot well, particularly if they idolize the greatness of Steph Curry, will go to the basketball court and they'll shoot 500 to 1,000 jump shots a day. That's what they would do. You know what they won't do? They won't get on the track or the swimming pool or some hyperbaric chamber and run the way that he does, or the swimming pool, or eat what he eats and avoid what he doesn't or what he avoids eating. They won't do all of those things because what they're missing is the true greatness in my mind of Steph Curry is his movement without the basketball. The fact that he's constantly in motion and you're constantly wondering where the hell he is. And guess why you have to do that? Because he doesn't tire out. He's usually in better shape than the people that are on the court with him. No one ever talks about that. You remember J.R. Smith highlighted how Matthew Dellavedova on an Instagram post, he highlighted how Matthew Dellavedova years ago was close to death because he was so exhausted from having to chase around Steph Curry. I don't know what it is, but this brother's in shape. And his stamina and his lung capacity and his ability to endure is his greatest gift. Because no matter what you see him on the court doing, guys, you don't have to play on this level to know this. You tell me, guys, what person could do that if they're too exhausted to move?
It's incredible.
Nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody. They couldn't do it. You couldn't handle the ball as much as he does. You couldn't run through picks and screens as much as he does. You couldn't move without the basketball as religiously as he does. You couldn't do all of those things if you were exhausted. And if he couldn't do all of those things, he wouldn't be able to get free to launch. Therefore, he wouldn't be as effective as he is as a shooter. His number one gift is his endurance.
Yeah, no doubt. Stephen A., let me ask you about this mammoth of a series tomorrow, because I don't got to tell you, Bron, Curry, they're both made men. But Curry is 15-7 in the playoffs against LeBron James. We know about the finals. He's beaten them in a crazy way. Stephen, who needs this more for their portfolio that when they're fishing together years from now, they can say, I got you, even though this is not a finals matchup?
Well, you can make an argument for both of them needing it more. In the case of LeBron James, you're already 1-3 against Steph Curry. And that's in the finals, okay? But the reality of the situation is that this would virtually count as 1-4. Because, you met him in the postseason. The only time you meet him in the postseason, y'all were in different conferences, so it was in the finals. But now that you're in the same conference, okay, this would count as a postseason loss against Steph Curry as well, obviously. So that would be problematic for LeBron James in and of itself in that regard. But then we take it a step further. Steph Curry would be in position to eclipse LeBron as having more titles, okay? He has more scoring titles. LeBron outnumbers him, outscores, his numbers are better. Points per game, assists and rebounds per game, along with field goal percentage shooting. His field goal percentage shooting against Steph Curry is better than Steph Curry's. Okay? Steph Curry shoots better than him from three-point range, but LeBron has those other four categories that I mentioned. And so we look at it, and then we can come into the makeup of the team and how Steph Curry just had a better team, et cetera, et cetera. But in the end, what it comes down to is that Steph Curry at the age of 35, close to 4 years younger than LeBron James, is still going strong and doing his thing and is better positioned to make something happen in years to come. LeBron, even though he's shown very, very small samples of him deteriorating in any way, we find ourselves questioning whether or not this is the last hurrah, because the Lakers aren't perceived as being the team that has the weapons that the Golden State Warriors have. And so you can make an argument for both, for or against, but it's absolutely great. It's fascinating, and we're all very lucky. Because as great as De'Aaron Fox is and as great of a season as the Sacramento Kings had, we all know this is the matchup we wanted to see. The Lakers and the Warriors, LeBron and Steph. We didn't want to see LeBron versus De'Aaron Fox. We wanted to see this.
Yeah. Last one. Who's winning the series?
I got the Warriors.
All right,
Stephen A.
I picked the Warriors. I picked the Warriors to defend their crown. At the start of the season. As a matter of fact, the day after they won the championship last year, I picked them to repeat. They gave me cause to pause on several occasions this year. Kuminga and his lack of development at one point in time, Wiseman and his flagrant lack of development, even though I like him very much, Moody. I was told these brothers was going to be ready this year. That hasn't necessarily been the case. Then you've got the whole Draymond Jordan Poole thing that happened at the beginning of the season. Compromised his ability to lead for a long period of time. We saw their road record, 11-30. We saw these injuries, and we said, well, damn, I don't know if they got it because I'm looking at Denver. I'm looking at Phoenix acquiring Kevin Durant. I'm looking at Memphis before they completely melted and what have you. You look at all of these things, but in the end, it's about the leadership. It's about the organization. It's about the personnel. And I'm of the mindset that if Klay Thompson shows up with Steph Curry, the Golden State Warriors can beat anybody.
That means you would be back in the Bay.
I'm picking them to beat the Lakers. I'm picking them to beat the Lakers.
All right.
Wow, Stephen A.
Stephen A.
I do think it'll take 7 though.
All right.
But I believe they will beat the Lakers.
All right, fair enough. Hey, man, you've been kind to us. Really appreciate it, Stephen A., and have a great rest of the day.
Thank y'all. Take care.
All right, Stephen A. Smith, host of First Take on ESPN, the No Mercy podcast on the Odyssey app, and he's got a book out now, Straight Shooter, a memoir of second chances at First Takes.
Wow. He made a prediction. We're waiting on yours. I don't know who that guy was in the first block. I know you're playing.
I'm not playing.
About 3:30, I'll hit you. You might be ready tomorrow.
I'm not playing. I'm not playing that game.
You gotta.
Why would you want to bring me down after a Stephen A. interview?
No, I wouldn't.
Because I told you I'm not I'm not doing it. But so why can't you just let it there?
But what did I technically bring down?
You asked me for the fourth time about a prediction that I'm not making. So it'd be like me just picking at you for something. I never do that.
I don't want to. Stephen A. Steiny.
When are people going to get it through their thick freaking skulls that the greatest aspect of Steph Curry, or one of the greatest aspects of Steph Curry, is his ability to have the ball in his hands and be great, and to not have the ball in his hands and be great.
Man.
There's never, to my way of thinking, been a point guard who's ever been this good off the ball. Who is it? It's always two guards.
Right. You mentioned Ray Allen and Reggie Miller.
Somebody mentioned Rip Hamilton. Good one. Jeff Hornacek was great off the ball. But Havlicek. But Curry's right there.
Mm-hmm.
So Curry is one of the greatest players with the ball in his hands. And when you talk about the guys who move without the ball better than anybody else in basketball history, you got to put Curry there. But I know. Everybody just wants him to score 60 every game.
But look at that.
It's not how he's most effective.
I don't know why I thought he would
he can
flip his lid over the Magic comparison, but Steiny, nah. I mean, it's whoever you got there, I get it, but that's just how great Steph Curry is, man. And he's still playing. And to talk about his conditioning, Brandon Payne or whoever he works out with outside of Brandon Payne, Steiny, that's what's incredible, that he's running the laps on the court. And speaking of which, Clay's running the same. I mean, it's just incredible, man. Seriously, it is.
408 says Steve Nash. I think he's a worthy name, but he did if he could play off the ball like Steph, he certainly didn't do it as much. He absolutely didn't play off the ball as much as Steph. He did it occasionally, but I mean, Steph's equally effective. You think Steph's great high pick and roll? Yeah, he's just as great when he's coming off screens. Did you hear what Draymond Green said about Sabonis? Apparently, Domantas Sabonis did not shake hands after the game. Let's quick listen to Draymond Green, who is the arbiter of what is good behavior.
Lost a lot of respect for Sabonis. You don't shake guys' hands after you lose. I don't respect that. I once left the court when we lost in Game 7 of the Cleveland Cavaliers. And I went to my locker room and I sat down and I said, this don't feel right. And I walked back out on the court and I showed everybody love. You lost. Deal with it. Pay your respect. That was whack to me.
That is so real, Trey. The fact that you could call your own self out, but you went back out there, I love it,
man.
Man.
He made the same mistake.
Yeah, but he just rectified it. He went back out. He said it didn't feel right. Sabonis, you play like boo-boo, and then you
know what? Stop it, Draymond Green. Who the hell are you? That's what I'm saying.
But we're talking about Sabonis in the act.
And I don't need to hear from Draymond Green, one of the worst behaved players in the NBA, what Domantas Sabonis should be doing.
But again, just with Sabonis, that was weak, right? That was Detroit Piston-esque.
I honestly believe that
they shouldn't,
like the post-game handshake. To me,
what about the hugs now?
You know, to me, exactly.
Oh my God,
exactly. Would I rather see Sabonis? You know what? I'd rather Sabonis walk off the floor. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
I'll tell you the way I would do it. Yeah. I would walk off the floor, and then after the game, in the tunnel, and all that crap, when the cameras are off you, I would go up to Draymond Green and say, "Great series, man." But I'll tell you what, I wouldn't do what Fox did either. I mean, goodness gracious.
That was a family reunion hug, Stoney. Let go of the chip.
WWE stuff, right? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Last chance to get in before the changeover. And don't forget, Willard and Dibbs are giving away 2 tickets at 5 o'clock for Game 1 tomorrow at Chase Center. You will not want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with...
And I have gotten to the point, even before yesterday's game, where I would pick Steph Curry.
Don't be disrespectful. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you to Stephen A. Smith, who joined us. You know why? You know why you take Steph Curry over Magic Johnson?
Why?
Because if they were both just point guards, you'd take Magic. But Steph's more than a point guard.
And his shot is a three-point shot.
Steph can do stuff that Magic never could do, like move without the ball. Mm-hmm. That's always been one of my pet peeves about some fans that care more about Steph's stats than wins and losses, because I do think there's a portion of Warrior fans out there, small, that's just too much about one player instead of the team. And I just can't stand that people don't understand do you have Steph Curry in your top 5? Great. You have Steph Curry in your top 10? Great. I'm not going to fight you on it.
Gotcha.
But here's what I will fight you on. The only reason he's a top 10 player is because of the way he moves without the ball. If he played like James Harden, he would not be one of the greatest players of all time. If he played like Russell Westbrook, he would not be one of the greatest players of all time. He would be a player that accumulates monster numbers, and maybe, I'm not saying he wouldn't win a title, but he would be easier to guard. So if he's easier to guard, it would be harder for him to score. And if it's harder for him to score, that means his efficiency is going to come down a little bit. That's the one pet peeve I've always had, because I think that's almost the biggest part of his greatness, is to not have to have the ball in his hands. And it's like, if you're going to ask Steph Curry to play on the ball 100% of the time, or even 90, and off the ball 10, to me that's almost like, well, just use your right hand, don't play with your left hand. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Integrate everything you can do great. And you know what? What if I said, as great a shooter Steph is? He's actually better off the ball than as a shooter. I know there's no way to measure that, but he's right there.
It was a compliment.
His ability off the ball might be just as good as his ability to shoot the three-pointer.
And we didn't come up with a comp for anybody that's as good as him or even close off the ball. Kyrie doesn't do it. Harden doesn't do it.
Not in this day and age.
Yeah.
I mean, or anybody who can do it or who's comparable to Steph is a two-guard. Maybe it's Jamal Murray. Yeah, Jamal Murray's pretty good off the ball. Not bad on it, but come on. I mean, we're talking about
Jamal Murray playing some ball. Stephen A. brought him up.
No doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Guru and I are around for another 5 or 10 minutes. Then we'll take a break, and then we'll bring in Dan Dibley and Mark Willard.
Yep.
And they'll take you from 2 to 6. And once again, at 5 o'clock, Willard and Dibbs are going to be giving away 2 tickets to Game 1 tomorrow, so you're not going to want to miss that. That's 5 o'clock tonight. You got a shot to go to Game 1 at Chase Center with the Los Angeles Lakers
tomorrow
in town.
Yep.
In town. You can hear it all on 95.7 The Game.
Last time we'll get at that tomorrow.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say Sleepy Floyd against the Lakers.
Is that how long ago it was?
Yeah. So that was a while.
Boy.
Yeah, Run TMC.
I mean, I guess if I would have thought about it, I might have been.
TMC or what? No.
Yeah, that wasn't.
No. So
it's not Run TMC.
Yeah. But 91 is when they played last. That was Magic beat Run TMC. Sleepy Floyd was 80s.
That's the game that I believe Chris Mullen put on one of the greatest shooting displays of all time, according to Chick Hearn.
Wow.
16 for 21 from the floor. Mm-hmm. Isn't it amazing how you can remember some numbers
Chick Hearn
and not others?
Holy mackerel.
Exactly. All right. Kevon Looney, I'll give him his flowers in the next 5 minutes. And I said this last week, and to me it showed yesterday. When you make a list of great athletes in the NBA, Kevon Looney's, he ain't nowhere on that list. Even look at the Warriors. Wiggins is a better athlete. Kuminga's a better athlete. James Wiseman was probably a better athlete. But that doesn't matter. You got to know how to play basketball. And what Kevon Looney did to Sabonis, to me, was he did two things. He outsmarted him, and it was a unique situation because Looney had the athleticism advantage. I think Kevon Looney, one of the things that makes him great is he very seldom has an athleticism advantage. He gets everything he gets from timing, from smarts, from experience. I think he was in a series against the Kings where he said, you know what? I'm more athletic than this guy. I'm smarter than this guy. I've got more know-how than this guy. I know what his limitations are. And I think Kevon Looney just, if you want to tell you, Steph was great, and you can put that in a compartment all by itself. The story of the series after Steph Curry was Kevon Looney essentially outplaying Sabonis, plain and simple.
Yep. And if you wanted to tell me that Looney was the MVP of the series, I'll pull up a chair. Like, I'm not mad at that.
But then, you know what would happen?
Well, Steph
you
Curry.
can't do that.
Okay, well,
no, you don't, because that's like, remember, everybody hates that Iguodala was a series MVP,
right? But
even though Steph was the best.
No doubt. And LeBron averaged almost 40 that series. But still, it's not. You're talking about a team with two of the best shooters to ever do it, and every rebound is another opportunity off of a miss to get through. Not 2 points, Donnie, 3 points. I just think Looney, this is becoming a science, and
we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see how effective he is with Anthony Davis and with LeBron James in there.
But damn, I mean, I don't think how about this for Kevon Looney, Donnie? I don't think his stock has been higher since he's been a Golden State Warrior than it is right now.
It's probably true. Phil in San Bruno. Hey, Phil, what's going on, man?
Hey, Kevon Looney needs a fan club like Larry Smith where they all wear hard hats and do all the dirty work.
Yeah.
Well, I think Looney's, doesn't he have those 5 guys who show up occasionally all in Looney jerseys? They're
Fitz
5
talked
buddies.
about it. Yeah.
So he's got his fan club has 5.
Hats.
All right.
I love the hard hats.
Everybody loves a hard hat, including your boy Matt Steinmetz. Remember when the dude sent me a hard hat?
Is it still
goggles?
Here?
We could probably find it.
It might still be
I better
here.
find it soon.
But in real life, you never put one of those things on. Because we talked about how we never get our hands dirty.
You have to if you're on a construction site.
What were you doing there? Who were you dropping off?
It was sent to me is what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying you personally never worked that type of job
Yes,
to where
I
you
have.
had your
I'm a carpenter's helper. All right. Okay. I told you about my big tip. Like, this is where I just... it's 925. Looney was 100% the MVP of that series. All right. You're 100% right.
That's how you feel.
No, okay, you're 100% entitled to your
But you ain't
opinion.
wrong. Yeah.
There you go. So, 925, what happens if the Warriors sweep the Lakers? We're not talking about that right now.
Nope.
Talking about the Sacramento Kings, who got beat by the Golden State Warriors yesterday. By the way, and this is the last thing I want to emphasize is,
what you got?
You know, for all the championship or bust people, and I get the mentality, but you realize that what Steph Curry did yesterday in terms of his legacy, and even the Warriors' legacy is something that's never going to go away. Even if the Golden State Warriors don't win a title this year, even if they don't win a title, what happened yesterday is part of his legacy. What happened yesterday is part of the Golden State legacy. I always use the basketball reference. You know what? When you look at the Warriors in 1922-23, it's not going to say first-round exit. It'll say at least Western Conference semifinals. So maybe this thing isn't over. Changeover coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Go Doves, baby.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured.
Guys ready for this one?
This
All
is
right.
never
What does that
good.
mean?
All
Right.
Babe Ruth.
You'll get it. You'll get it.
I'm more of a ones and twos.
Gentleman,
number 3.
Yeah.
Gentleman calls in praising Kevon Looney.
That's great.
And saying, you know what? Looney needs a fan club. And I said, well, there are 5 guys who wear the Looney fan club. The Looney bin. The Looney bin.
Yeah, it's a 2.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
It's old.
Was that it?
yeah,
Is that what he had?
It came up like 3 times.
Don't call us, we'll call you.
like that was on our show about 4 times last week.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we had a bunch
Yeah.
of people bring that.
Yeah.
So
It's not my
that
idea. Then.
It's
Okay,
not that it's
right.
bad, Steiny. It's
No.
just
No,
it's,
it was a little bit.
Thanks a lot, Dan.
It's
Daly.
old. It's old.
Oh, man.
It is a road that has been traveled.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah.
Steiny.
It's like bread
I know
in
you
the
were excited
pantry
about
that you forgot about. It's
Wow.
a little stale, but if you toast it still works.
Might
So,
have some mold,
yeah.
though, dude.
Yeah,
you gotta be careful.
Shout out mold. Yeah.
I'm out of adjectives. Div, gives me one for what you saw yesterday. After Friday,
I mean,
people think we jinxed it because
whatever. First of all,
It's not about us, dude.
Let me address.
It's always about us. Thank you.
Let me address
What are we
that
doing here?
first and
Are we
foremost.
hosting someone else's show? What the hell are we doing?
There was
not
no
about us.
jinx, and somebody actually came at me on Instagram.
Oh, they were at me.
And they were at me, and they're like, "Oh, you guys are so arrogant. You're this and you're that." And I was like, you know what? Yes, I'm arrogant, but I'm not going to play.
You heard
I'm
me
going to
tell
play as
Steiny.
much as Jonathan Kuminga. So my arrogance has no impact on whether or not Steph Curry shows up and actually plays. My arrogance has no bearing on whether or not Klay Thompson can actually hit a shot.
Oh, no.
My arrogance is my arrogance. And being on the flagship station of the Warriors, you guys led the way with your
it was so
singing.
good.
Matt
Yes.
Steinmetz was, I mean,
he was incredible.
I don't know how many-
I know who this dude is on
That-
here
that
today.
was the thing.
Give me that Friday
Everywhere I
back.
went, they're like, "Who was that? And where can we buy him?" We would like.
where's he at,
Is it
Willard?
on shelves? Is it at Target?
Well-
where do we go to get Friday Steiny?
Well,
I like everybody
Game
want a
6
piece.
Clay move over.
Look,
Friday Steiny,
just be in the moment.
Yeah.
All we did that day was we captured the moment, and then the moment went south. That happens,
Had nothing to
dude.
do with it.
Sometimes you're excited for a party, and the party stinks. Like, we were excited for the party, and the party
The cops
stopped.
came,
We
yeah.
went to the prom,
Oh,
and she
boy.
stood us up.
That's all that happened.
What the hell?
Steiny.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
But thank God.
Hey, too soon with your prom talk.
Thank God they did what they did yesterday, because today
I was bothered.
Oh, we would have eaten
It
it.
would've
Oh
been
my
bad.
God, we would have eaten it.
Oh, man.
I mean,
Oh my gosh.
I come in Friday, looking forward to a game 6, looking forward to talking about game
man.
6, and Guru says, Steiny, there's no way they're losing tonight. Put it in the bank. Put it in the behind. So I got 2 choices. Yesterday and Friday, I just was like, I'm just agreeing with him today. I'm just agreeing with him. So I'm gonna spend 4 hours saying, Goo, let's see how it plays out. Goo, they could lose.
Yeah.
Goo,
Nah.
nothing's for granted.
No.
So I just
Not
said,
the
you
way
know,
Don't
you
even make it
sing.
tactical. Don't make
F
it
it.
tactical. Make it sound like you just got carried away.
It is.
And now we've
Kenny
all
carried away.
Thank you. We've got screenshots of you making love to a microphone.
That's the best part.
I don't
know if you've
care.
seen it.
I don't
I have
care
seen it.
why it happened. I just care that it happened.
Yeah, my wife
That's
goes,
all I
Steiny was
need.
into it.
Oh
I
my
said,
gosh.
Yes, Lord.
Maybe if the
we-
Warriors go 6 in this series, you'll see it again.
Yeah.
But the singing, I have no regrets about the singing.
You shouldn't.
I don't.
You shouldn't.
It's fun.
You
You
captured
guys
the
want to
moment.
do it with
It was
us?
a lot
And
of
you
fun.
guys- Yeah. Let's do it.
Dude, happy to do
That
it
was
with
the
you
best part.
at the Warrior shop, and there are already hundreds of people like lining up to get jerseys.
Oh,
and,
we made fools of ourselves.
You know,
yes.
exactly.
Yeah.
Mark and I are like,
Yes.
and we hadn't really started our show yet, so we're just 2 dudes sitting at a table.
I know. Imagine if you
with
just
like a
that's the
banner.
first thing you do is sing.
Exactly.
It's like with no build
What's
up,
going on?
no warning.
Nothing.
It's just like welcome, sing, go.
Wow. But the big win, other than the fact that the Warriors lost, John Dickinson sang. We got JD to sing.
Where is that at?
Man.
Because I was listening to him Saturday. He didn't say my name.
He's like, I'll do it.
He
And then he
said-
started to do it.
Yeah.
And then like immediately within 5 words, he was doing a Super Bowl halftime show. I'm like, you're lip syncing, JD.
No.
You are lip syncing.
No.
Yeah, he
'Cause
counted his
Saturday,
voice.
I heard his show, and he was like, "Yeah, the tone of the station was guys were, it was loose." I'm
Low-
like,
low
I
loose.
texted him, "Jay, you're talking about us."
we did have at least one listener who, in the team store, in the Warriors shop, came up to us and he looked right at me and he's like, I don't like what you're saying. Wow. You are way, way too confident.
Yeah.
But to your point, I can be as confident as I want.
Exactly.
It does. I mean that.
Exactly.
Who the hell was not feeling that way that day?
There's no doubt.
What the hell are, like, honestly, I would fire back at anyone who's like, oh, you jinxed it. Well, where was your blood on Friday?
Yep.
Was it not going through your veins? What on earth? They've won 3 in a row.
Right.
It's Friday.
Right.
The sun's out. They're at home. They never lose a chase. What kind of party goer are you if you show up and you're like, nah, I don't know.
Did
Well, I think the neighbors are going to call in. If you took the 2 games and you took them completely out of context, Game 7 was the way we thought Game 6 would go, and Game 6 would have been the way Game 7 should have gone. Sacramento should have won Game 7, the way they won Game 6, and the Warriors should have won Game 6, the way they won Game 7.
Is anybody?
I can't even handle it.
I wonder how many people out there have taken the time to read Marcus Thompson in The Athletic.
Incredible.
Is there anything more iconic than to read that? And for those of you who haven't, just the quickest synopsis is that text messages between Draymond and Steph in the middle of the night.
3:45 a.m.
Okay,
Man.
after the loss, Saturday morning, shows up, tells Draymond, let me take the locker room.
I got it.
And tells the guys, if you're in your feelings at all, don't get on the bus. If you get on the bus, that is a commitment to me, and I promise you, if you follow me, I will deliver you a win. To read that after he puts up 50
that's when he came out.
is one of the most breathtaking things that I have ever seen in sports, to have an NBA player go, just do what I say, and I promise you that I will deliver a victory. Then have none of your teammates shoot well. None.
They needed every one of those 38 shots of field goal attempts.
Just.
Best performance you've seen from him? No wrong answer.
I don't. How does that stack up with Game 4 in Boston last year?
I talked about.
There's so many. But I will say this. Let me run this by you guys. After watching yesterday, and I heard you guys with Stephen A. A lot of fun, by the way. But it inevitably is one of those days that makes you start thinking about your list and your
no doubt.
Right, your just whatever, your top 5.
He's the GOAT.
Your Mount Rushmore. And I can't get into any of that stuff. So forget GOAT. Forget list. For me, Steph Curry is the most impressive player in the history of the NBA.
The GIOT?
Because the
greatest inspirational of all time.
No, impressive.
The GIOT?
He's the most impressive of all time.
He's the Miot.
The Miot. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It was a Mazda car once upon the time. the Miota. Anyway,
Everybody wanted a Miota.
Totally, right? So here's the point. Everybody else on your list, I don't care what order it's in, your LeBron, your MJ, your Duncan, your Kareem, your Wilt, your Russell, and your Shaq, and whoever else you want to put on, they're all 6'8" to 7'2" Adonises. Every one of them came out of mom's belly with something that was just different. This man is 6'2", 198 pounds. And he's got the same resume and the same. I don't get it.
Yep.
I flat out don't even understand how it's possible.
Yeah, I remember actually talking to Get the Drop Ready, Travis Schlenk, who was here, and he said there has never been a player more dominant who's been at more of a physical disadvantage on the basketball court than Steph Curry.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say 6'2", 6'3", whatever. There's nobody ever that's been able to dominate a game. It's at his height.
He's Jose Altuve, is what he is.
Fair.
I mean, if
He's
you want to
a lot better than Jose Altuve.
Well,
not a cheater either, but yeah.
Can I piggyback on?
He was framed
on something you said, Dibs. Let me get this out of the way first. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. It's the idea, and we don't know anything. I'm so sick of what's going to happen. Here's what's going to happen. If Clay doesn't do this, what's the key to the game? This, that. Nobody had the Kings winning by 20 on Friday and the Warriors winning by 20 on Sunday. Nobody. Like nobody.
Sonny, I tweeted at halftime and I said, Steph Curry can't do this alone. I mean, he's gonna he's gonna need some help from Clay. Yeah. I mean, Jordan Poole,
they were losing
WTF. He's gonna. I mean, I went through a long list of things. Steph Curry cannot do this alone.
You're right.
And then a couple of people are like, by the way, you were wrong. He can't do it alone.
He did it alone.
And it's like, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm wrong. But to your point,
Looney.
to your point though, like I guess. Everything we thought, Claymaker, it's a Clay game in Game 6.
Yeah, but here's the response to that.
Okay, because I got something for you, Mark.
What the hell?
Give it to him.
What would we be doing here, and why would we care if the unpredictable never happened? Why would we give a rip? Why would we continue to show up every year if once in a while the wildly unpredictable
That's the beauty of sport.
Didn't happen? So
athletics.
Of course we don't know. Of course we don't know. Right? The same one. We don't know. I don't even know what I'm having for dinner. Do you guys have you planned dinner tonight? I don't know if I'm going to make it home
Salmon
for dinner.
Caesar.
Kyle Shanahan.
So Mark,
right?
True?
Yeah.
I think this is
my favorite.
I think this is what you mean. You ready? I got an analogy.
Okay.
I think you're going to be like, you're right on the money, Steiny.
I don't know. You already set one up earlier, and I was wildly unimpressed.
Election.
Yeah.
So
you're not going to say loony bin, are you?
I'm golfing. I'm golfing yesterday.
Okay.
And I hit one down I drive one right down the middle.
Good for you.
And my guy Dell says, "Man, what if you could do that every time?" And I said, "Well, I think if I could do it every time, I wouldn't play golf anymore."
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So we got a prediction coming from you.
It's pretty good.
95?
No, well, what? Yeah, what?
95.
It's tough out there.
I haven't.
He ain't doing predictions.
I haven't heard your predictions.
I'm not going to make a prediction.
This came out of nowhere today.
And you know what? I'm fully prepared to hear it all. I'm just not.
Why?
Can you tell the guys why?
Yeah, it's all gotten
I
under
can
my
tell
skin.
you why.
Because I'm gutless. You can use all the drops you want.
No, but why? Like,
That's
why?
not a drop.
Where'd
That was
this
live
come
chicken.
from?
Because I have no idea what's going to happen.
He thinks you should be ashamed if your prediction is not
No,
right.
but why
I'm
today?
sick.
Why today? Why is this?
I'm all ears.
Why are you triggered on this today?
And we were
What
7
happened?
for 7 as a staff. We all had the Warriors winning the series. We nailed it. We're hot.
If the Warriors had won Friday
Yeah.
night, would you feel this way?
Well, that's interesting.
Because you would have been right.
6, yeah.
Your prediction
you
would have been right.
I'm just not doing it anymore.
Yeah, that's not an
It's a
answer
guess.
to my question, Giannis.
No, I would
that's what a
be in the same
prediction
spot
is.
today.
You would?
Like, I don't think I was. Like, I wasn't right or wrong in the prediction. I missed by one game.
Yeah.
Okay, like,
Nobody.
but that's the thing.
There's only 8 It is funny. There's only 8 possibilities.
But you go with your gut.
There's only 8
I know
possibilities.
this is going to happen.
So people peacock like crazy when they get it right. There's only 8 possibilities, and let's be honest, like 2 of them are nobody's sweeping anybody. I don't think at this point. I would be surprised. So it's
You got
like
Warriors at 5?
Yeah, so does Chasky.
in the last round or in this one.
No,
this
upcoming.
one.
This one.
No, the last
The last
one.
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Last one. I
All
had
right.
Warriors in 5 over 7.
Yeah. What about this one? Have you released
come
it?
out to
or
no,
will
hadn't
you
been
wait till
released.
tomorrow?
That's my guy. What's going on?
He'll make a prediction.
He's just kryptonite on him.
He will make
No, I
a
won't.
prediction.
All right.
You want to bet?
Do I want to bet if you'll make a prediction?
correct.
Well, the boss is going to make you
The
make
boss
it.
won't do anything of the kind.
Do you know how narcissistic
Philly
this
on Philly
conversation
crime.
is?
I love
why
it.
Why do you think anybody even cares about your prediction that much?
Everybody cares about his prediction.
It's not about everybody. It's about, you know what? I'm just sick of, you know what? It's gotten to me. Some
But
of
what
the,
is
the
it?
negative feedback.
What is it?
The negative criticism from a
The
damn
streets.
prediction. I'm just done with it.
You're letting that get
Yes.
you?
Not Willard.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Can I psychoanalyze
you know
my
what?
partner?
It's the boo birds have gotten to me. Dead serious.
He got so.
He's like
put his
Draymond in
feet-
Game 3 last year in Boston.
Willard, I'm going to go Dr. Phil
I'm dead
on
serious.
Yeah.
This is just my 2 cents.
How's
Yeah, you
that
can hate
working
me, I
out
don't
for
care,
you?
but-
Anyway, go ahead.
He was so invested and was in the pool Friday. I feel like that's why he don't want to do a prediction or anything of the sort. Because Friday took so much out of him. Because he was in the party. It was a party Friday. And now I think he's looking back on Friday, Tim, like, did I really do that?
You sang
and
and
it
they-
was so great.
and they lost
now
like
he
20.
won't even
I
give
got
a
no
prediction.
problem with Friday. I did what
Seriously?
I did.
Okay. I did.
Can't take it back.
I said what I said.
I got no problem with it.
Yeah.
These predictions, though, are just.
See, this is
It's a lose-lose.
Study,
It's like
No, it's a non.
No.
It's a big old
the New York Times are not going to post it.
Of all the things that people have said to you, reacting to your shows through the years.
Right. Dallas in 6 has put me in a mood where I ain't doing it anymore.
Wow, that was your own fault.
Well, that's right. That's why I'm not doing it anymore.
So you don't have to do it that way.
That's why I'm
you
saying.
could be authentic. You could just be authentic.
Then it's going to say, I don't know. Because I have no feel for this series. I have no idea what's going to happen.
Be careful.
And I'm not going to pretend like I do.
Be careful because we're sitting in here with you every day.
Yeah.
And if you're going to say, listen, I don't know, what happens the next time you act like you do know? Because you will. Because that's what we do.
Okay.
All right. So
it's part of our job is to act like we know. And if I tell you that I think it's Lakers in 6, then that would probably empower you to also then predict what you feel, which is Lakers in 6.
I tried to have a little fun last year with Dallas in 6.
Oh, now we tried to have a little fun.
It's been the most miserable year of my life from idiot Warrior fans.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Last thing about Friday
so
and yesterday.
I'm not done. Why does Ray Ratto not get to do a
that was
prediction
pretty funny
when he was back in the day?
He actually made a prediction every time.
I'll make a prediction.
Avalanche in 3.
I do this.
I'll make a prediction.
Hey, Willard, everybody's talking about offense. But Friday, the Warriors didn't give a damn. They kept going under on the screens. Like, it was not. Yesterday, they were defensively. Steph's the only one that shot well, but they were fighting through those screens. Gary Payton II, not offensively, defensively, you could tell it was a Game 7, and it bothered Sack. Nobody can tell me that. I went and watched it again. They were fighting through those screens.
I'm okay with all of it except for one player. I'm okay with all of it because, listen, like when we coach Little League, what do you tell the kids? We can take your physical.
Swing the bat.
We can take your physical errors all day. What we can't do is the mental errors. And that works all the way up into the pros. Wow. So if Andrew Wiggins, who, for instance, I thought played his rear end off and stuff just wasn't falling. Dude's missing layups. He's clanking free throws. We're getting gray hair watching him shoot free throws in the second half. Klay Thompson comes out in the first half. He can't make a shot.
Steady Klay.
Right? And so you're going crazy, but there was nothing in their game that said, I don't like your decisions. Your shots just aren't falling.
Kobe against the Celtics.
It happens.
Game 7.
It happens. Yeah. There's one player who's making bad decisions.
Yeah.
He does not look like a smart basketball player.
He needs to fix it.
And
I don't know if you can fix it. I heard that.
Yeah.
And you saw it in Game 6 when he came to the bench. And he
was incredible.
He bypassed Draymond.
Get your hands off of
me. Mean, good God, dude.
Chef came and let him have it.
Dude, I don't
check this out.
And that's why when I look at this series, and we'll get more into it tomorrow, as today is all about
a game tomorrow.
Today is celebrating Game 7 in a win over Sacramento. But if I look at the Warriors' depth against the Lakers' depth, my God, Jordan Poole, I don't know if he's playable. And Jonathan Kuminga, Sulcosaurus Rex.
You're going to get another chance. I told Stoney, where's he at mentally?
Oh, my God. You know where he's at mentally? Yeah. The end of the bench. I'm more excited about Andre Iguodala than I am about Jonathan Kuminga.
Bob Myers said it. Bob Myers said it earlier, and styles make fights, and so
shout out Allen, new dad.
You hit the reset button, and we'll see what this matchup brings.
Yeah, no doubt. You're going to need that size.
Maybe.
Size matters.
It's a very different matchup. Yeah. So we'll see.
And what are we thinking about Looney? In regard to Stoney don't like this, the street, his brand's going up. This is what I want to tell the young kids.
We watched it.
You don't got to be Curry. You don't got to be Iverson. I disagree.
Let's get it clear.
Can I get it?
I disagreed with was you saying if Looney keeps this up, he'll be in the Hall of Fame. That's the only thing I disagree with.
We had a caller bring that up. I was asking
that's a little quick. That's a little quick to get to the
I was just saying.
I mean, is Robert Horry in the Hall of Fame?
And he won't be.
Right. Yeah. So if Kevon wins 3 more titles, is he any more impactful than Robert Horry was in his titles?
Yes, because Kevon Looney is throwing out 20 rebounds.
Robert Horry's got a game winner.
The
point being, Robert Horry can't even sniff the Hall of Fame, and nor will Kevon Looney ever.
And I'm not being mean here.
That's nonsense.
What about a couple more years like this? What about Iggy? People talking about he's on his way to the Hall of Fame.
He's already in the Hall of Fame. The Basketball Hall of Fame. And this is not only for you, but for everyone out there who doesn't understand, it's the Basketball Hall of Fame. What he did in college, what he did as an Olympian, what he did in the association, all of that matters. Iguodala is already a Hall of Famer. Done. Mint him. Mint him, dog.
Probably.
No, I've already said he is. So.
What Steiny is to predictions is what I am to Hall of Fame debates.
Yeah.
And you know this, Dibs.
Yeah, you don't care about
it.
But my
let them all
point
in.
was
Let
how
them all
many
in.
kids are
GP2, you're in.
I talked about Otani.
All the GPs.
Yeah.
How many of these high school dudes that are going to college for the first year, are looking guys like Rodman? You got to study the game, Looney, and say, you know what, Dibs? I'm not going to be Curry, but I can rebound my ass off, maybe get myself to the league by showing that passion and desire, because that's what it is.
But how many of those guys are in the Hall of Fame? The answer is
Rodman and
Ben Wallace.
Yeah.
Is he in or is he going in?
He's in.
Yeah.
And
Ben Wallace is the first.
But I hear what there's not a line around the corner.
Single double guys who are single digit points and double digit rebounds. There's only like maybe 2 of them.
But I'm not even a huge Ben Wallace fan, but he was defensive.
DPOY, yeah.
And he was a great rebounder, and he was a great shot blocker.
He had a way bigger profile. But I will say, so I don't know nationally. Yeah, we know there was a New York Times article about him last week. We watched it. I'll tell you that the Warriors shop on Friday was a loony party.
Dude, wow.
It was not just the excitement of Game 6. There were callers asking, and apparently the word was that the loony jerseys were out online. And so we started talking about, well, they're here.
Oh,
there's loony jerseys in here, and I'm telling you, everybody walking through there,
dude,
flashing loony jerseys. Kincaid came over. I was wearing a loony jersey by the end of the show. Looney
he made
jerseys
you give
was
it
the
back
thing.
because somebody had bought it.
Well, I offered it back. I looked at the glass door. I thought I could make a break for it.
Yeah.
But then I'm like, they know where I work.
That's too funny.
I gave it back. Yeah.
You ain't Ricky Henderson.
It's beautiful. It was the wrong size anyway.
So you guys, what do you got coming up?
Our show. Yeah.
Kevon Looney.
You're supposed to
today.
talk about what's going on at 5.
No, we got tickets. We got tickets to tomorrow night's game. Tomorrow night's game.
No, 1 day rest for the rep.
For the whole series. Yeah. There will be no. Yeah.
What kind of shape are you in?
Well, listen, that's actually something.
Right?
There's a conversation to be had with this series now in front of us with what both Dylan Brooks and Malik Monk, who I think are two totally different people.
What did Monk do?
Well, he stepped in junk. Is what he did.
Does any part of you think, you know what? Probably the Lakers are better because the Warriors may play 10 games in 19 days.
Why would the Lakers be better? Better at what?
Because the Lakers are older. Like the Warriors have played.
Lakers got off since Friday.
If the series goes 7 games, the Warriors will have played 10 games in 19 days.
But the Lakers are like captain load management as well.
That's what I mean.
And I've asked a couple people who, I'll get the drip ready. Ask pro athletes this. Would you rather have 6-game series followed by, what are they getting, 3 days off, 4 days off, but plane trips to Tennessee? Or would you rather play 7 and just a few bus rides? And every one of them said, give me the bus rides. The plane is where your body swells up.
And we asked Steve Kerr last week, and he's like, oh, my God, if we could play the Kings every year,
I heard him say
sign me up.
Yeah.
I mean, Steve Kerr was drooling over bus rides.
Well, that should help him then.
If the Warriors get out of this series and their sum total travel was 2 plane flights to L.A.,
and deal with this altitude in Denver.
That could help them. Could help them in the next round.
All right,
All right, we'll be listening.
Take it away. Have a great show.
Can't wait for your prediction tomorrow.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair question. Who needs to send Steph Curry a fruitcake more? Is it Jordan Poole or is it us? Because, today would have been one of those eating a whole lot of crow show if the Warriors had not done what they did yesterday. But I'll say it, man. And listen, welcome in, everybody. We see you. Thank you so much for being on Twitch and YouTube And obviously the Comcast Business text line available, and we would love to hear from as many of you as possible. 888-957-9570 throughout the show, all the way leading up to our 5 o'clock hour when we will have tickets for tomorrow night's game. Stay tuned for all of the details on that, and obviously be with us throughout the show and in the 5 o'clock hour where you can win your way into Game 1 tomorrow night. But I tell you what, that's the best first-round thing I've ever seen, period. And I don't even just mean Steph. That whole series, that whole experience, you could make the case that this could catch up to them at some point in these playoffs, because that is the most energy that any of us, players, fans, media, that is the most energy expended in a first-round series that I have ever seen in my entire life. And the most memorable first-round series that I have ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, most memorable, and for me, it takes me back to the last year of Mark Jackson against the Clippers, where they went to a Game 7, and I watched the game with Matt Steinmetz and our mutual friend Dana.
What was his prediction?
I don't know if we did predictions back then. You know, he was man, where were we in 2014? I was a free agent, Mark, so I wasn't doing
one of those years.
Any predictions. Yeah,
it was a Dan year.
It was the Dan year, no doubt. I got Dan'd in March of that year, as Whitey and Kreidler will remember. But that was the last time I remember a first round series that was like this, which was this could go either way. And this series, I think, is the best series, the most competitive, and the most entertaining that I can remember from the Warriors in any of their series.
This is a good one for everybody. 888-957-9570. How do you put what Steph Curry did yesterday into words? How would you answer that? How do you put what you saw yesterday from the chef?
Right.
How do you put it into words?
It's epic. It's legendary. It's memorable. It's among the greatest performances you could ever have in a postseason. And it's, 50 points in a first round, best of 7 on the road in a spot where you were coming off an absolute turd in the punch bowl.
Seriously.
And it was not legacy defining. No, that's ridiculous. His legacy's intact. It was not a franchise saver. The franchise is going to be fine. Yeah. They're going to pull through.
It's a dynasty saver. Maybe a dynasty saver.
It's a dynasty prolonger.
Extender.
Yes,
sure.
The dynasty is the dynasty.
It's done, yeah.
The dynasty's fine. But when you think about that performance, and nobody has ever scored that many points in a Game 7, ever, in the history of the association. And there's been a lot of Game 7s, by the way, if you want to count all the Game 7s that have happened, and that's never happened. And to do it on the road, and to do it in that fashion, and to douse the beam, and to single-handedly light your own beam as an exclamation point.
And then he told everybody, you're not ready for this. He told the crowd, don't ever mistake it. And we get the reminder every now and again.
He's a bitter little guy.
That
petty king.
That milk and cookie smile.
Dude, he's a mean dude.
Two things that came out of yesterday.
Oh, my God.
And so don't ever
forget. It's a cold piece.
Well, but we've been reminded before. And we forget because he lulls you into I'm so nice. And
the baby face assassin, goo goo gaga.
Fist bump the security guards when we're going by.
I dance in the pregame.
Right. Everything.
I high five my daughter.
It's
all
pretty.
That, dude.
It's so pretty, and it's constantly pretty. But never
ever Subway
forget,
and all these other products.
This is Kobe and Jordan level competitiveness,
dude. He's a cold piece.
It is absolutely that level.
He's mean,
and to see that
I feel bad for his neighbors down there in Atherton.
Well, now you know,
dude.
Now you know. Don't mess with the chef.
I got your NIMBY right here.
Yeah, exactly.
You might firebomb that apartment complex.
I mean, to literally to get the speech that this man told his team. Just get on board, and I promise you that I will deliver a victory. And the whole team, they got on board to the level where literally none of them went out and shot the ball well. None of them. And they won by 20.
My favorite part of the speech, though, is don't get on board.
Yes.
If you're not on board,
don't get on the bus.
Take your blankety blank and go home. Go to Mexico. If you are having an attitude about playing time or shot selection or your usage and all that, And I wish that we had audio of the actual speech.
Oh, man.
Because what you're talking about, Steph Curry, I think behind closed doors is a lot more like Draymond than he is like the Steph that we think that we see.
Yeah,
He's a cold piece, bro.
I tell you what, in any organization, I think if you've got a bad cop, Draymond, you need a good cop. But don't forget they're both cops, okay? And they play this very, very well. I think of all of the things said in there, the most powerful one of them all is the recounting of the text exchange between Steph and Draymond at 3:45 in the morning when Draymond says, I'm thinking about addressing the team, and Steph goes, let me get this one. Right there. That sentence, okay? Maybe that's our next T-shirt in the 957thegame.shop.com. Let me get this one. That is so powerful, and equally powerful is Draymond immediately going, yep, you got it. Draymond Green just stepping aside, which, by the way, became a theme in this series. Stepped out of the starting lineup, then stepped back into the starting lineup, stepped aside when the team needed a speech. Again, his awareness level, I think, gets miscast because of the on-court behavior. So I fully get it. But for me, that's the most powerful thing. When somebody just picks their spots to the level that Steph has and says, this is the moment. We are desperate. Let's be honest. If we lose this game tomorrow, in some way, shape, or form, it means we're all breaking up. So, Dre, let me get this one. And then the room stops, and he does what he does. It's only.
And he kept it real because they were embarrassed on Friday.
Totally.
We were embarrassed. They were embarrassed. Steiny and Guru were embarrassed. Everybody who thought the Warriors were going to go ahead and wrap that baby up in 6. And it's okay for us to be embarrassed as fans because we're fans, and that's what we do. But the fact that they got embarrassed because that game, by the time I picked up my food, shout out Southie in Oakland on College Avenue, and I was trying to stay dark, but I popped in and I got my ahi salad, and I looked up, they're down 8-0, and I was like, that ain't good, and I don't want to see this. Yeah. And so I had the radio off, and I had it recorded, and I got home, and by the time I got home and I started watching it, they got down 8-0, and then they're down, 24-11, or I don't even know what those numbers were, but they were never in it. Sacramento came to town, and they took the Warriors' soul.
Oh, they were all bad.
It was awful, Mark.
Every piece of the Warriors was bad. Every single piece was bad. And Steve Kerr said that right after the game. I was bad.
Punching pillows.
Yeah.
I was screaming. Oh, yes. I was mad, Mark. I was mad because I wanted that. I wanted the clinch. I wanted to have, whatever, Sunday game against the Lakers. I don't even care. I wanted this Kings thing over. I wanted the Warriors to advance. I didn't want to have a Sunday tummy ache. And I went to bed Friday night, and I was upset. And I don't get upset over sports.
Well, yeah.
I get upset over other things.
Everything else.
You know me, Mark. You're getting to know me really well. Like, I love my teams, but whatever. Giants, gave up a 14-piece in Mexico.
It's
Who
sports.
cares?
I mean, gosh, it was 16, actually. I
My
guess
fault,
you lost count. I took advantage of it, though, by the way. Did you know?
Bet the over 23.5?
No, I bet the under the next day. Did you see what the over-under was for yesterday's Giants-Padres game?
Was it like 13?
It was 19.
Shut up.
I go, okay.
It was 19?
I parlayed the Warriors and the under in the Giants game because
Just
I'm like,
real quick, 30 seconds
of
on the Giants.
I'm like, you guys, you're out of pocket. You've lost yourselves. You can't set the over-under at 19.
It closed at 20.5.
It closed at 20.5. I go,
they didn't know that they adjusted the humidor because the humidor was off. They didn't have the humidor set for the appropriate altitude.
Correct, but they didn't think it would do much in one day.
Oh, it did a lot.
I don't know. It was a little bit better pitching. And also some of it's circumstantial. Anyway, that was funny. The whole weekend, the weekend in Mexico was El Funny, is what it was.
Your boy showing up in a black hat and a black suit. God. Get a win.
Well, that's all.
Get a win, Skip.
That's all he's got. There's no color in his closet. There's none. Have you ever seen him?
I chose to go with a darker shade.
The only time that I don't wear black is when I'm wearing a Giants uniform and we're at home.
It was a consideration.
And there's orange
It
in there
wasn't.
by accident.
Yeah, on Tuesdays at home in the middle of the month. Yeah, that's it. So anyway, yeah, totally weird. Couple things that I want to mention on this, though, because it's already come up a couple times today. And I just want to say this because, yeah, you're right. We were 48 minutes away from what some would call a mea culpa, an embarrassing show, an eat crow show. Do you know what? I would have been here and give me the biggest helping. I don't care if we're wrong. When on earth? Why has
I haven't been wrong in 25 years in the business, Mark.
Why has this become such a thing where people feel it's embarrassing to think that a sports team's going to win a game and then they don't? Why is that embarrassing?
You don't know anything. You're an idiot.
Great. Good for you. I have zero embarrassment over the confidence that I displayed on Friday at the Warriors shop. None. Steiny's over here. I don't want to make a prediction because there's too much smoke. When did this become old takes exposed? When did this become embarrassing? All I'm going for with broadcasting or people in life, authenticity, capture the moment. Where were we collectively on Friday? Do you understand how awful it would have been, I think, not only for our business, but just how inauthentic it would have been to be a Warrior fan, to work at this station, to show up on a sunny afternoon at Chase Center and be like, I don't know.
I don't like their chances.
Who would? Like, you'd be odd if you thought that. And that's fine. You would have been right, but you still would have been odd. I have no embarrassment. I have no pause.
I don't do embarrassment. I don't do regret, Mark.
Yeah.
It's not what I do.
Come on. We're sitting here talking what we think in this moment.
Exactly.
And it's sports, so we are by definition going to be wrong like about half the time.
About as often as the teams lose.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, I don't know.
I'm going to tip
That's
my
weird
cap to
to me.
Kenny Caraway, a.k.a. Kenny Carried Away, who came on with the morning roast today, and he was completely like, hey, you guys earned it. Congratulations. And Kenny was the biggest drum beating, beam lighting Kings fan, but he didn't go Domas Sabonis and not shake hands, which, by the way, is an embarrassment for Domas Sabonis. And we can get into that. And Draymond Green had some comments about that. Kenny Caraway came on, and he came on our show and said how the Kings are going to backhand the Warriors' ass. And then when the Kings lose the series, he comes on and says, tip of the cap, you win in 7. Good for you. Congratulations.
Yeah, dude,
classy,
it's
bro.
Sports. It's sports. How narcissistic would it be for us to, oh my gosh, like I need to hide because I thought or I rooted for the other team to win and they didn't? I don't know. That's kind of a get over yourself thing, if you ask me. We're giving away a couple of tickets to tomorrow's Game 1 between the Warriors and Lakers, 5 p.m. hour today. Make sure you're listening at 5 for your chance to win. Our ticket giveaway is brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And remember, tickets are always available at Warriors.com, the only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed not to be fraudulent. And we're also sponsored by CalHope.org. It's Willard and Dibbs, and we're ready for your calls. How do you put into words what Steph did yesterday? 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibbs.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free
Curry the catch, fires away topside, swish with a 3-ball. Stephen Curry has a 20-point half.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, if we're sending out thank yous, then, here's mine. I don't know how else to say it other than this with regard to Steph Curry, because I actually don't. I'm very turned off by people yelling at each other about who's the best. This guy's second, and this one's fourth, and this one's ninth on my list. Look, I couldn't give a rip where he is on your list, and I don't have a list.
Eighth, Mark.
Good. Awesome. Great. That's great. Have your list. I, as a fan, have never experienced anything like this in my life. And so that makes Steph the greatest of all time in that perspective. I'm not going to tell you he's the most accomplished. I don't know who would win with one-on-one. If Shaq played Steph, I'm pretty sure both of them would score on every possession. I really don't know what metric you want to use. I just know what happens inside my belly, my heart, my mind when I watch this man do the things that he did yesterday, and that's the greatest stuff I've ever seen. So I choose the word impressive, the most impressive NBA basketball player of all time, because I've always watched Steph and thought, this doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense what he's able to do. Okay? All of the other players that we put on that list, they are 6'8", they are 6'10", they are 7 feet tall, they are 300 pounds, they are 270 pounds, they are just physical specimens, overwhelming people in professional sports. Steph is running around like a bee in the backyard and never stops. And I listened to Stephen A. say that to Steiny and Goo, and it's not something that makes people stop and go, wow, you know what Steph does is he runs. Like, it doesn't grab your attention when you say it, but it truly is absolutely stunning. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he's as strong as he is with the ball. I don't know how he never stops moving. I don't know how he doesn't get tired. Malik Monk, wow, what a dumb thing to say, to insinuate that they're old and tired. He's actually the least tired athlete in the history of sports, I would say.
But he was right in terms of a Game 6 analysis.
Well, I disagree. I disagree.
Game 6, they looked old.
They were awful.
And they looked tired.
They were awful, but
I think that they looked old and tired.
Well, but that's fine.
Whether or not you say that as an overarching, like, therefore they're done statement, that is his mistake. But if you watch Game 6, and I know you did, they looked both old, they looked tired, and they looked largely disinterested, is the way they looked.
Steph Curry
they were awful Friday.
They were awful. There's nothing you can say. But you do have to wonder what the reason was. And sometimes there isn't one, right? Hey, Steve Kerr, why do you guys lose every road game?
Not anymore.
I don't know.
2 in a row.
I don't know.
They're hot.
So sometimes there isn't an explanation. The idea that Malik Monk would imply that they were old, they're tired, the fact that they only had 1 day off was the magic elixir for the Kings and they were going to do it again on Sunday was clearly a mistake to say that in front of a microphone.
The competitive spirit's always in us, and we didn't need any sound bites to motivate us, but it did help to know they thought they had something in the sense of the pace that they tried to get the game to in Game 6, and that was a talking point for them. But at the end of the day, we knew who we are, and these last 36 hours to regroup and try to figure out what our adjustments are going to be and how we wanted to come out. We had a great talk yesterday and great film session, and there's still nerves and anxiousness and anticipating a big night, but when we get out there, our experience took over and felt pretty comfortable from the jump, so it was a great experience.
I mean, I guess what I'm saying is I can buy what your premise is about Friday night, but Sunday disproves the narrative. Sunday disproves that the Warriors can't look good or look like the better team.
Well, they got younger
with only 1 day
and
off.
they weren't so tired.
So, right.
Not even a day off, by the way. It was a day and a half. Maybe
yeah, exactly.
It was like a half a day off, and they were right back to it.
Less than 48 hours, yes.
Right, and it's just a case where you look at this series, and you've got old guys on the one side and old guys on the other side, and you wonder what every game is going to be in terms of. And I'm not trying to defend Steph Curry right now in terms of, or Matt Steinmetz rather, in terms of not making a prediction. But this series feels even more unpredictable than the last series did.
Aren't they all? I guess. Yeah, we got to see.
I mean, they aren't all.
Well,
like,
no,
the Warriors in the past.
This year,
like, okay.
I mean, this year, everything in the NBA just feels like everybody just threw all their marbles on the floor, and you got to pick them back up. So this is a completely different kind of matchup with the Lakers being so much bigger and whatnot. But just the thought of Malik Monk, I don't want to draw a line between these two players because I think they're so different. I thought Monk had a great series. I thought Malik Monk really made a name for himself in ways that he had not before in this series. Not a free agent this year. He's got one more year in his deal, but I think he made himself a whole lot of money in this series. So I don't want to draw a line between him and Dylan Brooks, except for in one area, which was when you get late in a playoff series and you're going against legends, shut your mouth. There's zero reason, and I mean this strategically now. You can think whatever you want to think inside your own mind and body, but my God, how stupid can you be to look at LeBron James and go, you're old. You're old. Poke the bear.
Wake me when you put 40 on me.
How stupid can you be?
And then he had 20 and 20, which is, by the way, 40.
It equals 40. We're both good at math.
Thank you.
How
Son
stupid.
of a math teacher.
And Malik, I thought, was in a much more innocuous place, but how stupid can you be to look into a microphone before Game 7 and essentially call Steph, Clay, and Dre old? I mean, it's literally what they've been fighting against for the last 4 years and what they built last year's championship on. So those were mistakes.
Well, lesson learned.
Those were microphone mistakes.
Malik Monk is 25 years old. Yep. So these are things you learn as you go through a playoff cycle and, you get caught up in a Game 6 win and you think that maybe now's the time to sound off and now really isn't the time to sound off. And, Steph said himself that the Malik Monk comments were not that motivational in terms of what they needed to do, but the Steph Curry speech was motivational. And for him to come at a film session on the 9th floor at Chase and to call everyone together and say, either you're with me or don't get on the bus. And he's calling out individuals individually, whether it's Jonathan Kuminga, who hasn't been able to play, or Jordan Poole, who is unplayable.
It's those two.
Festus.
I mean, that's who he's calling out.
Man, forget him being a closer. You can't even play the guy right now. He is out of control, Mark.
The Jordan Poole question is one that will continue to rise throughout the week. But a name that was in my head going into yesterday, not even just for his performance yesterday, but we all sit here and go, oh gosh, we would have been embarrassed to come in here if the Warriors had ended up losing that series. No. Do you want to know who was going to have a long summer? Not me, not you. not Matt Steinmetz, Phil Collins, none of that. It was going to be Jordan Poole. The Warriors saved Jordan Poole's rear end yesterday. Steph saved his rear end, or else. And the story's not over yet, because now we just see what happens next. But the win yesterday saved Jordan Poole from what was about to be a hellacious offseason for him.
Scapegoat. He would be the scapegoat. Even though to me, he would not have been the reason why they lost the series. And you could look at Klay Thompson in Game 7. Klay yesterday was horrific. He could not score.
He was horrific in the first half. He was fine in the second half.
3 of 8 in the second half. He was 1 of 11 in the first half, but he was 3 of 8 in the second half.
But remember, I very much look at this because even I know people don't like this. Maybe we found the reason I'm Captain Positive over here. Guys have bad shooting nights.
Of course.
Of course. So, like, I'm not...
And a shooter shoots.
Right.
We know that. Shooter shoots.
I don't get knocked off when a guy's shots don't go in.
What about when he hits the side of the backboard?
Well,
or when he maybe throws up an air ball?
But are we suggesting that Klay's a choke artist? We already know that he's not.
We're suggesting that Klay Thompson gets into a mode where he is hunting shots and he's hunting misses.
That's this team, and that's his role.
Without Steph Curry, he becomes the scapegoat.
That's fine.
Last night.
Well, I don't know. Jordan Poole
4 for 19.
But Klay,
and you want a max?
But Klay had, but he's not even like again.
He's not getting a max.
Those were not his words. That was a reporter's words.
Exactly. And you've talked about reports before, and reports don't come out unless they're based on some fact from one side.
Somebody
or the
put
other.
it out. Yes, somebody put it out.
Yes.
But Andrew Wiggins yesterday, I didn't think he was bad. I thought he missed a lot of shots. I thought he made a ton of hustle plays. He was hustling like crazy with his rebounds. The effort is there. You're going to have bad shooting nights.
Sure.
My problem with Jordan Poole is your decisions stink, dude. Your decisions are awful.
Well, he's out of control, Mark. He's out of control.
You appear to be an unsound basketball player, not somebody who's off that night. You appear to be someone who has no clue what the hell the team is doing. That's the problem. And right now, the only problem. If there is a second problem, it apparently sounds like maybe Kuminga is sulking. That's a problem too. Except for it's less of a problem if the Warriors aren't going to play him anyway, so who cares?
Well, and Dante DiVincenzo is not restaurant quality.
But he's off.
And Gary Payton II has been... He's been okay.
He's been He's been very good defensively,
we'll
which is his role.
Tomorrow looking at the Lakers series, and we can really look at the matchups and where the Warriors are at their weakest. I do want to say this, and this is for myself, and I want you to, and I want everyone out there, anytime anybody wants to talk to you about plus minus, go ahead and slap that person in the face. Because Klay Thompson last night, 4 of 19 from the floor, he was a plus 30.
Plus 30.
Best in show. Yeah. Plus 30.
Wow.
And Klay Thompson was not the best player on the floor.
No, but they shortened the bench. So the starters all had very gaudy plus minus numbers.
But he was the best of the best.
Yeah.
So
that's circumstantial.
And it's always circumstantial. And so anytime any of us want to talk about plus minus in a game, although I will say this, Domas Sabonis minus 22, worst in show.
Dude.
And I mean, he was 10 of 16, and he had 22 points. But when you watch the game with your eye, he's a liability.
He shrunk.
He stinks.
He shrunk. I don't think he stinks. He's a good basketball player, but he was not what he was cracked up to be.
They rendered him to be a large non-factor.
Well,
and I feel bad for De'Aaron Fox, who never said a word about his broken finger, but he was clearly hampered last night more than he was in Game 6.
Well, I thought the Warriors did a really good job after the game last night of explaining what many of us have been trying to explain. The Sacramento media and Kings fans showed up to start this series and there was a 3-word phrase. It was almost as if they were all the same people. Not just that one.
Oh,
yes,
sorry.
it was Light the Beam. Very good.
Words,
Yeah,
sorry.
3, 2, 1. Okay. it was Fox and Sabonis. Fox and Sabonis.
Fault.
Fox and Sabonis. What are you going to do about Fox and Sabonis? What are you going to do about Fox and Sabonis? What are you going to do? Well, here's the deal.
What you gonna do when they light the beam?
We just turned into Jerry Jones and a Papa John's commercial. Anyway, point being is stop putting them in the same sentence. They don't belong in the same sentence.
Light and the beam, or
no,
Fox and Sabonis?
that one's fine. Fox and Sabonis. It's just Fox. And Sabonis.
Is down.
That's how long it takes. That's how large the gap is. And
Sabogus on the YouTube feed.
That's pretty strong.
I don't know if it's an original, but
it's
yeah,
a 3.
It's a Sabogus.
But you saw Draymond Green say, look, there are people who lose your respect after a playoff series. Sabonis is one. There are those who gain. And Fox is one. And even though Draymond and Fox were barking at each other the whole series, I love that he came out and said, listen, that's how you do it. That's how it's done.
Right.
That's being the lead voice for a team. Our respect for De'Aaron Fox went through the roof. And as a fan, I agree.
Yes.
De'Aaron Fox's his profile went way north, and Sabonis's went south.
And you can always tell how the players feel about one another in the post-series handshake line. And when Draymond goes up to De'Aaron Fox, and it's the quick handshake, and then it's the double hug, and they are there for a good 30 seconds. And, they're both covering up their mouth because nowadays with all the lip readers, no, you're the G, no, you are the G, and whatever they're saying, it's not our business to know. So they always cover it up. But the fact that they both were there for at least 30 seconds in that hug, and then Steph and Fox, same thing. It's like, bring it in, young buck. You guys were close, and you're going to be here again, and all the rest of it. And then Draymond and Sabonis, well, there was no Draymond and Sabonis because Sabonis, he turned turkey, chicken, and wouldn't even shake hands. Weak.
Draymond on the volume.
Lost a lot of respect for Sabonis. You don't shake guys' hands after you lose. I don't respect that. I once left the court when we lost in Game 7 of the Cleveland Cavaliers. And I went to my locker room and I sat down and I said, this don't feel right. And I walked back out on the court and I showed everybody love. You lost. Deal with it. Pay your respect. That was whack to me.
I agree with him, but it's funny. I lost.
That's a good story, though, because I had forgotten that.
Yeah.
Against Cleveland when they lost after 73-9, and he went in, and then he came back out.
I mean, I agree with him, but I lost more respect for Sabonis, not because he didn't shake their hands, it's because of the way he plays basketball. Like, this dude is Luka West. Easily. He thinks he got fouled on every single play.
Wow.
He was shown to be someone who had a major weakness. He was shown to be someone who mentally was not up for this series because the dribble handoff, wait until y'all see the dribble handoff. Well, guess what? If we give him 10 feet of space, the dribble handoff is pointless. There's a ton of space. And there's only one way to stop that from happening, and it's turn around and have the confidence to shoot the ball in the basket, and he didn't have it. Even though he made a few, he largely didn't take that shot when it was offered to him.
Yesterday, he took it and he made it.
Yeah.
But he didn't do it often enough to make it matter because 3 is still greater than 2. And for me, whatever, his game, he's going to get better. He'll get more confident. I think he's a very talented player.
He's a good player.
And he's still young in his career. The thing, what Draymond said, is what makes me lose more respect for him. The fact that you don't even have the perspective to stick around and shake hands after a 7-game epic.
But he told you that after the stomp night when he said there's no room for that in this game. And then someone goes, what about you grabbing onto his leg first? Oh, well, stuff happens in basketball. That's when I lost respect. You can't call Draymond out and say there's no room for that junk in the game. And then when someone says, well, what about what you did out there? Well, things happen in the game. I had no respect right then and there, and that was game 2.
If he would have stuck around to me and at least shook hands and, went to Draymond and, hey, Draymond, let's let bygones be bygones. I grabbed you. You stomped me. Good series, bro. Maybe we'll see you next year. That, to me, is a sign of respect.
I agree with you. I just, it's funny. Like, if anybody lost respect for him yesterday, I was like, for me, that was a week and a half ago. So
I was going to say, there's also a difference in him maybe, going out there and shaking Draymond's hand or avoiding Draymond, but still dapping up Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and everyone else.
Sure, yeah. If you got one beef, then sure. Where's the beef? That's fine. Handle it.
Thank you, Wendy's.
But
last time that restaurant was relevant, by the way.
Was when? When they said, where's the beef?
Yes.
Is that a restaurant irrelevant now? I don't do a lot of fast food. It's still out there, right?
I don't either, but if you want to do your your fast food impact pecking order, it might be in the top 10.
I just lied, by the way, when I said I don't do a lot of fast food.
That's fine.
I
Christy's
don't
listening.
Well, I mean,
the lovely Christy.
I'm there 3 times a week buying it for someone else.
Of course.
But anyway.
And you don't ever pick a fry out of the bag.
No.
God, no.
Is there any food in the world better than a fry in the car on the way home? What the hell is that? Why does it taste so good in the car?
Yeah.
What's the deal?
I think a close second would be the tortilla chip from the taqueria.
Oh.
Similarly, where you get the burrito, you get your chicken burrito or whatever. It's like, let me get a bag of chips for the drive.
Oh, my gosh. The
That's-
chips.
yeah.
I usually have already gone through 3 baskets of chips by the time the burrito even shows up. Let's go to Trina in Hayward. We'd love to hear from y'all today, so let's get some calls. Trina in Hayward, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Trina?
Hi, guys. Good afternoon. I'm working, but I took a little time to say what I feel because I was very inspired by yesterday. I couldn't imagine how it was when Steph talked to the guys. First thing came in my mind was William Wallace. He gave an inspirational speech, and I can just picture them in there just like inspired. And, they might take our freedom. They're not going to take our freedom. They're not going to take our championship, right? But yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I meant. I don't know what was going on in there, but that's what I thought of. The first scene.
I hear
Trina.
you. Something tells me Steph didn't yell. It was more of a low kind of intensity.
Right. And also, Trina, spoiler alert, I don't know if William Wallace, I don't know if they got the W.
Yeah.
I don't think that they did.
Last night he took an L, and he ain't going to bounce back.
I think they might have lost that one in 7. So, other than that,
other than that, exact same thing.
Yeah, but the very fact that Steph is like, "Hey, Draymond, let me go ahead and get this one," and they were texting each other at 3:30 in the morning because neither one of them could sleep, and
they're maniacs. Y'all understand this, right? This guy is the fishbowl in which they live. This is Game 7. The dynasty might be over. There is no more pressure in the sports world, and he is at the free throw line, chewing on a mouthpiece with a weird grin.
Just throwing up bricks. Brick
Hucking
after
up
brick,
bricks.
dude.
By the way, yeah. Low-key, most impressive
Hey,
thing about...
Steph. Dude, mix in a make. Holmes. My God. When he missed the second in a row.
I know.
Was that the third quarter when they kept missing free throws?
No, well, Wiggins was
They
late.
all missed.
Yeah,
They
Wiggins
were
was
4 for 13,
I feel
Mark.
like Steph was in the first half when he missed 2. I feel like it was.
I got to Google it because I know that I'm watching the game and they're up 7 and Wiggins goes and he misses 2.
Yeah.
And they're still up 7.
You gotta Google
and then
it.
Steph misses. And then Draymond misses. And then Kevon, it's like,
Wiggins misses 2 more.
Dude, they all missed.
Yeah, it was.
It's called a free throw,
well,
fellas.
apparently not that free.
Hello, fellas.
Yeah, they were costly yesterday, although not that costly because they still won by 20. But
good point.
Someone brought up, wow, this actually was not as impressive as everyone's making it out to be because he shot the ball 38 times. Do you realize he scored 50 with 3 free throws? He made 3.
3 for what? 10?
3 for 5. 3 for 5,
terrible.
right? Was it 3 for 5? I think it
think
was
you're
3
right.
for 5. So
It felt like 3 for 10.
wrap that into your
Good
thought.
God.
When somebody goes for 50 or 60 or 70, it's usually because James Harden had 20 free throws.
Thank you.
Steph had 3. 3 free throws. He had 47 points in made baskets.
That's the secret about Wilt's 100-point game is Wilt was a terrible free throw shooter.
Right.
But he shot like 75% that night in Hershey,
yeah,
PA.
He got them all in.
But yeah, Steph, 3 for 5. They were 19 for 30 as a team.
Oh,
you got to win that game by 30,
that's
Warriors.
Shaq. That's Shaq level numbers. All right, we're presented by
I
Fremont
wish.
Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. More of your calls. How do you put into words what Steph did yesterday? And do not forget, we are 2 hours away from the beginning of your chance to win tickets into Game 1. Warriors and Lakers tomorrow night at Chase. This is Willard and Dibs.
Give your small business one tech solution that checks all the boxes. It's all here with the Comcast Business Complete Connectivity Solution. It's cyber threat security for peace of mind. Check. The power of the largest, fastest, reliable network for small business. That's a triple box check right there. And save up to 75% a year on your wireless bill with Comcast Business Mobile. Check and cha-ching. It's everything you need to keep your business connected. From the company powered by the next generation 10G network. The Complete Connectivity Solution. Get started for just $49 a month for 12 months when you add mobile. And ask about an $800 prepaid card. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Ends 5/21/23. Restrictions apply. Requires 2-year agreement, EcoBill, and AutoPay. New 100 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares weighted average of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data. Savings vary.
Do you want to know what's trending now? You can defer payments of a full NetSuite implementation for 6 months. No payments and no interest for 6 months. This is a big deal. NetSuite by Oracle has never made an offer like this in its 22 years as the leading cloud financial system. 33,000 companies have already upgraded to NetSuite, gaining visibility and control over their financials, inventory, HR, e-commerce, and more. Everything they need to reduce manual processes, boost efficiency, build forecasts, and increase productivity across every department. In fact, almost 90% of finance leaders agree that NetSuite helps them reduce manual data entry time. Whether your business generates millions or hundreds of millions of dollars, take advantage of this special financing offer of no payments or interest for 6 months at netsuite.com/radar. That's netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
You have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Looking to learn new skills and be part of a community? Visit Evolve Training Center, the Bay Area's premier training center. Classes range from boxing, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, and conditioning. All levels and ages are welcome. We believe in bringing the family and community together as one. So if you're interested in training like a pro without the blows, please visit evolvetrainingcenter.com to try our complimentary 2-week trial. That's evolvetrainingcenter.com. We cannot wait to welcome you soon.
Baseball is back. The free Odyssey app lets you listen to local coverage for the team you love. Live stream your favorite sports radio station, or jump back and listen to the best segments on demand.
Don't forget, we talk to the manager every Tuesday at 2 p.m.
Don't listen to some guy from the other side of the country tell you about your team. Live conversations for your local team. No matter where you are, your season, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
You've never had anything like Kentucky Fried Chicken's new chicken nuggets. They're so good, you'll hear a random choir singing every time you open the box. Don't believe me? Just listen. Box open.
KFC chicken nuggets. KFC.
Box close. Open.
Original recipe and rabbit. KFC.
Close. Can we get a remix? Order KFC's new chicken nuggets on the KFC app today. That's finger looking good. Prices and participation may vary.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home, or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Do you have neuropathy?
Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Little giddy up down the right side. Shoveled it to Draymond. Snapped it off to Curry. Let's see if the Warriors can get a couple of passes on this possession. Curry, underhand scoop, got fouled. It's good! Put him to the line as he face planted in the paint. Number 30 has come to play today.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Oh, you most impressive player of all time, you. Steph Curry. Got to send out the thank you notes. I know that this is something to which many of us relate when it comes to playoff games on the weekend. Often, you're double booked. Book. Totally out of your control. I mean, who's a Little League parent? How many Little League parents are out there?
Not yet.
What happens when that game is at 12:30 on a Sunday?
You pray for rain.
What do you do? What do you do, hotshot?
You call your assistant coach.
What do you do?
It's a Little League no-show is what it is, Mark.
So
I was so single-booked yesterday. It was perfection. I had the baby girl who's 8 months old Saturday. Baby girl and mama were going to Mima and Pop-Pop's house a couple miles away, Grandma and Grandpa. I had a clean window.
You've timed this nicely where you had two kids and then you let them become teenagers and then the Warriors started a dynasty.
Right.
And right as it's about to end, you had another baby. And even if it goes for another year or two, she's not really going to be getting in your way schedule-wise.
Go to your room.
For a few more years.
Yeah.
And so, by then... You know,
Chef.
Yeah, Jordan Poole will be like the best player on the Warriors, and they'll be the 11 seed, and you'll be fine. I didn't do so well.
No, and it worked out for me too, Mark, on the front end because my son Quest was 9 when the Giants won their first World Series.
Okay.
So I was able to take my 9-year-old and my 7-year-old to the World Series, something that I never got to go to when I was a kid. They got all 3 Giants World Series. They got a little bit of the early Warriors dynasty. Now they're on their own. They're college kids. They don't want to hang with daddy. But you're right. Now it's like, baby girl, night-night.
When we get a chance, if we get a chance to send a message to Steph, the message would be thank you.
Yeah.
Because, my daughter's soccer game was at 4 o'clock. She needed a 3:15 drop-off yesterday.
Close to home, I hope?
Not that close. And so I was I was looking at it and I'm going, this is if we got a tie game with 7 minutes to go, this is going to stink.
Uber.
Now, Tim Roy, love you, brother.
The lift.
And so we could absolutely rock the radio. But I was nervous, and right as I go to pick her up, the Warriors go from up 12 to up 17. Steph hit that 3 where he got knocked down right at the top of the circle, and that was it. That was the dagger. And you're like, man, now I'm getting brownie points from the other parents. We're picking people up. We're going to soccer. They get to stay home and watch the Warrior game. I'm getting brownie points, and we're in the middle of garbage time. So I'm like, this is great. So I wanted to
They're like, oh, look at you choosing your daughter over the Warriors.
And don't you host at 95.7? I do. But I'm here for the kids. I'm here for the kids, and that's the way I live my life, damn it. And so this worked out well, and I'd like to thank Steph Curry for that.
Perfect. Yes, thank you,
Curry
Steph.
Flurry was perfect.
No doubt, because my baby went down at the end of the first quarter. come back from grandma's. Oh, hey, pause the game for about 6 minutes. Hey, daddy.
Oh.
You going to bed. She goes up in the cribby, and she's down for 2 hours.
See, but you know me. I won't pause. We've already had this conversation. I'm texting with my mom right now.
I had a tight window where I could pause it.
Christy and I are getting out of town Thursday. The folks are coming in to watch the kids.
Nice.
And she's all like, where should we go to dinner? We're meeting your uncle for dinner on Thursday. Should we take the kids to here or there? And I'm like, what are you talking about? That's game 2, Mom. You understand it's game 2. Want to know what this adorable lady, someone else needs the label now. Kings are done with it. Anyway.
That's a 4.
What this adorable lady says to me, would you please set the TV to tape the game?
To tape it.
I go, tape the game? I go, good luck getting my sons to leave the house with you. What are you talking about? She goes, really? I go, yeah, really. What are you doing? Mom, it's the playoffs.
Tape the game.
Tape the game.
The Lakers, Mom.
And do what? You're going to come back and watch at 10 o'clock? He's 9 years old and has school in the morning. Mom, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Did you hit your mom with a what are you doing?
I'm about to, brother. I'm about to.
Dude, that's personal.
It's called take out. That's what it's called. Take out. Call someone, DoorDash,
Yeah.
find a spot on the couch and sit down. Anyway.
6 o'clock tip, by the way,
Exactly.
on Thursday for game 2. It'll be Dibs and JD, I believe, here on 95.7 The Game.
Congrats on your truncated 3-hour show. Anyway.
You know I'd rather do 4.
Oh, I do.
Although Friday was pretty sweet. Uno dos, adios.
Oh, my gosh. It was like getting a double play with the bases loaded. Yeah. Mike and Hayward, let's get back out to the phones. Mike and Hayward, you're on with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Mike, what are you doing?
I'm just sitting there thinking about Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole is who he is, and he had a great season last year, but he's a victim of his own expectations. Steph already talked about that. Once he learns how to deal with his expectations and learn what the journey's about, he'll be fine.
Well, what do you mean by that, Mike? What do you think his expectations are?
It's the bag.
Every pro athlete that got any talent goes through that kind of a journey. Okay, you got expectations. You can't meet them. You get frustrated, and then he becomes a disconnect.
Yeah.
So he has to settle down and just learn how to play the game better. He'll be fine.
Well, Mike, time will tell. Thanks, Mike. I think this is a very healthy reminder here, and today's a great day to do it. Not all the players get it. The light bulb doesn't come on just because you try. The Warriors gave up on Wiseman, for example, for a reason. And what did they get in return? A light bulb guy, GP2. Is he as dynamic? Obviously not. Is he a centerpiece? No. Is his light bulb on? Light bulb's on. The Warriors, and actually this is one of the things I love the most about this series that is about to happen, I might even call the light bulb series. These are the 2 smartest, most experienced teams in the NBA. Okay? LeBron James and Steph, add in Draymond. These are people who see stuff before it happens on a basketball court. They are ridiculous in the way that they're able to see things that are happening. They are so intelligent. If you are going to succeed in this series, you have to have a plan, you have to know what you're doing, you have to play within the team concept. These are things right now that Jordan Poole is not doing.
Right.
And no, I'm not convinced that time is necessarily going to make the light bulb go on.
But it's interesting that you said that, because as you were saying it, and the caller, he was so right in terms of Jordan Poole and, where he is, but he'll be going up against another player who needed a light bulb. I was in need of a light bulb.
You're going to mention Russell.
And D'Angelo Russell has gotten that light bulb. And he came in as a 19-year-old with the Lakers. And then he went to Brooklyn. And then he went to Minnesota. And now he's back with the Lakers. And now, if you watch him in the playoffs, Mark, this is a completely different D'Angelo Russell. He is productive. He's useful. He knows his role. He's been great, not only for LA in the postseason, but ever since he joined the Lakers again, it's been a light bulb.
You are exactly right, and you just used the phrase. And shout out to the wrestling crowd. Know your role.
And shut your mouth. Yes.
And I think that is what Steph was saying Saturday morning, probably in a much nicer way. Maybe not.
Right.
Maybe not a nicer way. Know your role and shut your mouth. Get on the bus or don't. And I got you.
Yeah.
And he did. But time will tell. I'm not convinced that he just needs more seasoning. Maybe. Or maybe the light bulb's not going to come on.
Or he may need what D'Angelo Russell needed, which is a new destination, a change of scenery, and then another change of scenery. And D'Lo, by the way, is only 26 years old. Yep. It feels like he's been around forever. So maybe Jordan Poole is on that same trajectory.
Well, the thing is also, they're very different players. And this is one thing I understand. Jordan Poole's got a problem in terms of what he does well sometimes doesn't fit. Like, Jordan is incredibly dynamic, okay? He is just lightning quick to the hoop, but he's so lightning quick that he completely gets ahead of himself. I don't know if he knows when to go, when to stop, and often when it looks like he's trying to decide if he should go or stop, he does both at the same time and falls on the floor and his shoes fly
off. Or gets
off.
swatted.
I mean, it's just like, and you're not going to do that in this series. AD and LeBron are going to be waiting for you, dude. They're going to be waiting for you. So it's time to think your way through the game a little bit more. Right now, that's not happening. Okay, the Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. 5 o'clock, tickets to Game 1 between the Warriors and Lakers. Your chance to win them is only right here. More of your phone calls next. 888-957-9570. It's all your calls all day till we get to the 5 o'clock hour. Then we got some real special stuff for you on Willard and Dibs.
The Caltrans Storm.
drip-resistant work shoes at a Skechers store, at Skechers.com, or wherever work shoes are sold.
8 seconds to go. Curry with a dribble at midcourt. Runs over, gets doubled, pass over to Clay. Clay, a deep three, right side. Good! And a foul! He got fouled by Davis with 1.4 to go in the quarter.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Our YouTube chat is having an interesting conversation right now, and shout out to all of you out there, man. Appreciate you so much for listening and all the comments and whatnot. We'll get back to the phones here shortly, but conversation going on about how this upcoming series will sound different than the one that just was completed in terms of the media, in terms of the if you want to call it, I guess, respect level between the two teams, or between all of the talkers that speak on it. You know, what you were saying earlier, I hope it never came off sounding like anybody was lacking respect for media members. I couldn't care less that anybody's wrong or right, rooting or not. I don't ever want to. I
loved the back and forth.
Yeah, it was fun, and it was different. It was different. And
it was playful. It was a little bit edgy at times, but it was never personal.
This will be different for multiple reasons. One of them, you've got one of the main Laker media talkers whose son plays for the Warriors. That's different, right? So he's not going to be out and about screaming and yelling about who's going to backhand anybody.
Let Clay shoot. Leave him open.
It's different because these two teams have been through so many things. While the Kings, it was easy to point to that. It's like even Steph on the way off the floor yesterday. Y'all not ready for this. Y'all not ready for this. You're not here. You're adorable.
Dude, he lit the beam.
He did.
He lit the beam on them.
Whack.
Dude.
Yeah, he did. He lit the beam. So that got to him, and that's great. This will sound different, and this is sort of what I want to say about it. Here's a word you're going to hear a lot, but hopefully not on this show. Dips, if you want to go there, go there.
Are you calling the Kings or the Lakers adorable?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Here's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I would like to remove a word from our show for the next 2.5 weeks.
Let me think what that word would be. You're going to remove a word.
Not using it.
It shouldn't be rivalry. I don't think you're going to remove rivalry because it's really not a rivalry in the traditional sense, but there is enough hatred for the Lakers, sports hatred, to where it feels like a rivalry.
Yeah, no, there's plenty of that. What do you think it is?
LeBron?
Because, it starts with L, but no, it's not LeBron. It's not LeBron.
Lacob?
Lackadaisical.
What do you think?
Password?
Looney? What's on?
Totally.
No, we ain't never removing Looney. What's on the line in this series?
It's a legacy game.
Losing.
Oh. It's about a legacy.
Legacy.
My brother Mikey 1.0 before he came 2.0 when he was speaking at my father's. It was not an impromptu memorial, but it was. We went to Eureka for the race that bears his name now at the Ferndale Humboldt County Fair, and my brother talked about it being a legacy. It's about a legacy. It's a legacy.
Yeah.
It's a legacy.
It's not about a legacy at all.
Well, that was about a legacy.
Got it. Yes, that was.
Yeah, and he repeated it like 7 times just to drive the point home.
Make sure you heard
accidentally. But this is not about a legacy. If Steph beats LeBron, Steph greater than LeBron. His legacy is better.
Right. And if LeBron beats Steph, then what?
You're nobody, my dude.
Got it. Right. So
LeBron owns you again.
Thank you.
It's a legacy series.
Thank you, Hype Flicks on YouTube, who said, the word is legacy. Give me my tickets. Unfortunately, you don't get tickets, but you're right.
5 o'clock.
Tickets aren't coming until 5 o'clock.
And that actually might be a good little question, because we're going to ask a question after 5 o'clock. What does Mark Willard not want this series to be called?
If the conversation comes back up again at 5, which would be a conversation sensation, it would.
It's a buck.
Yep. And thank you, Tim Roy, for getting my daughter to her soccer game and getting me back with the Warriors completing a Game 7 win. But honestly, I don't want to use that word in this series. And for me, it is tied to why this series will sound different between the media. The bottom line is, whether there's rivalry, whether there's rooting, whatever you want, there's also respect. This is LeBron James and Steph Curry, and nobody's legacy is freaking going anywhere in this series. It's the second round. They've all got a truck full of championships. It's the 6 seed versus the 7 seed. We're on the way out the door. We're all just trying to squeeze the orange for whatever it's got from these two players. One of them's going to the conference finals, which is phenomenal for the NBA.
Right.
But nobody's legacy is going anywhere in this series. Period. Nobody's legacy is going anywhere. Does Steph kind of have a leg up in the head-to-head matchups? Sure.
3 out of 4.
Right, but Durant was also in a lot of those.
No, whatever.
Yeah, honestly, we can do this one's different.
So is J.R. Smith.
This is a legacy game.
This is not a legacy series. When this series is over, Steph Curry, what do we call him? The Miata? The most impressive player of all time?
Yes.
Whatever it is.
He's the GMO.
Thank you.
Most impressive of all time.
Most impressive.
Miota.
Right.
He's
there.
a Mazda Miota.
Miota. Okay. When this when this series is over, he will still be a Mazda Miota. And LeBron will still be the second best player of all time, or first if you're nasty.
That's scandalous.
Okay? I mean, that's all this is.
I like what you're saying, and
nobody's going anywhere.
That's where you're wrong, because if LeBron James wins this series and then goes on to beat Denver and goes on to win another NBA championship, his legacy. And I know you don't like to do this, Mark, and it pains me because it's Sports Talk 101.
But it's
lists, rankings, and GOATs, and you don't like it. But if LeBron and the Lakers go on to win this series and they beat Denver or Phoenix and they beat Philly, Miami, the Knicks if they can wake themselves up, or Boston, if LeBron wins another chip, he has his own legacy built on the backs of this improbable chip.
First of all,
and that's a fact.
You're missing the strategy, because the deal is by saying that you don't like to do it, you then just slip into doing it, which is exactly what we're doing.
I goad you. I'm the goat of goading. He's the goat.
Yeah, you are.
He's the GMO.
You
Thank
are the
you.
goat.
I love to goat you.
You're the goat. You're the
I'm
goat
the
squared.
goat. I'm the greatest goater of all time.
But
he's
here's
the goat.
If you think LeBron is better than MJ, you already think it. And this year is not going to do a damn thing to change it, because you can easily
disagree.
No, you can.
This is Brady Montana. When Brady wins in Tampa Bay, all of the Joe Montana acolytes, you got to step back.
People were already gone. People were already
But the people that were holding on to it, he never lost a Super Bowl.
You honestly think Joe Montana-ites are now all admitting that Tom's the best? Like hell they are. No, they're not.
Well, now they have to go underground, because now you got nothing to say.
The point
is, like Ross Perot voters.
See, but are you telling me that if LeBron wins this title, the MJ people are going to go away? Are you crazy?
Oh, no, you go away.
Oh, no, they don't.
That gives LeBron, what, 6?
Bro,
or would that give him 6 or 5?
I wish you had hair, because you're going to need to go to the barbershop after this one, because it is not going anywhere. So you can already make the LeBron case, and an MJ person is never going to get off that pedestal, ever, ever, ever. But my point is not even, you're kind of taking it to the positive. I was taking it in the other direction. Whoever loses this series, I don't want to hear a damn thing about how their legacy has been tarnished. That is ridiculous.
Oh, Steph falls out of the all-time top 10 immediately.
Thanks.
Before the final dribble is even dribbled.
Exactly.
Oh, Steph, he's out.
Dribble.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you in terms of the tarnishing of a
Shut
legacy.
up and dribble, actually.
Yeah, thank you, LeBron. That actually worked.
Go ahead.
It felt oddly personal. I don't think that the loser of this series, and again, it's team versus team. I don't think that the individual who loses this, I don't think their legacy is tarnished. But I do believe that the winner's legacy is burnished.
I guess.
It's not a burnish versus tarnish.
I don't know how much.
It's all burnish, no tarnish.
But how much higher can you go?
And no garnish.
How much higher can you go?
LeBron, 1 peg. Steph, Steph is still trying to clamber his way into the all-time top 10.
Well, is he?
According to many.
A lot of people think he's already there. That's my point.
What do you think? See what I did there?
Let's see.
Boy, that's a great question.
You don't do this, Mark.
Gosh, let me think.
Man, let me think.
Number 1, I've got Uwe Blab.
He was great out of Indiana.
Number 2,
Number 1.
got Paul McKeskey.
Milwaukee Buck.
Yeah.
Good big man.
Number 3 is GP2.
How about GP1?
Yeah.
Man.
Number 4 is Troy Murphy.
I love Troy out of Notre Dame, 6'10", the lefty.
I got Steph at 5. Steph's at 5, right behind Troy Murphy.
No love for Mike Dunleavy Jr.?
If he gets there. Well, we talked to him. It would sound like I was kissing up. All right, let's go.
You could put Steph in your all-time top 10 of son of an NBA player.
Whatever. There's absolutely nothing I've ever enjoyed watching.
He might be the Gasot, by the way.
Yeah.
He might be the greatest son of all time.
Oh.
In terms of son of a player. He's the Gasot.
It'd have to be,
Thank
right?
you.
Son of an NBA player, who's better?
Well, Mike Dunleavy Jr., the aforementioned friend of the program.
Like I said.
Son of a player.
That's true. He's come on more than Steph has.
GP2, you son of a player. Mike Conley, although his dad was an Olympic.
Mike Conley, number 27 on my list, all time.
I had him at 26.
Yeah,
let's debate.
Let's go to Pat in Foster City.
Let's do it.
Hey, Pat, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking the call. I wanted to get your guys' take on something. The Warriors, they won all year primarily on offense. Defense kind of stunk, especially on the road. And yet they go into Sacramento, and the numbers are 43, 33, and 63. Field goals, 3% and free throws. I mean, pretty rotten, crummy numbers. But they hold Sacramento to 100 points. And I'm wondering, what's your take overall for the whole game? Was it just that Sacramento was playing dumb and took bad shots and just was off, or do you credit the Warriors for most of that, the fact that they beat them by that much, despite shooting that poorly?
I think there's a lot to say, but I think it's more credit to the Warriors than anything else. Here's what I would boil yesterday down to. It's two things. I do think, and you heard Mike Brown say it when he was mic'd up on the sideline, the Warriors out-hustled the Kings.
Definitely.
They wanted this more, which is crazy. When you think about it.
That was crazy.
The team that has a bunch of rings wanted it more than the team that's never been there before. That's wild. But the Warriors out-hustled the Kings. The other thing I think, though, is that Game 7 brings weight. It's weight on people's shoulders, and shooting percentages go down. It's just kind of the norm. Remember the other week we brought up the Kemba Walker NCAA championship game. Like, when you get to the end, there is a lot of weight, there's a lot of attention, there's a lot of tension, and it becomes very difficult to shoot loose and shoot at a high percentage. And so I'm not surprised that it was a lower scoring game than normal. Think back to Kobe and the Lakers over the Celtics. What was the final score? 83-79 in a Game 7. It becomes difficult. Think of Game 7 Warriors and Cavs. Felt like for the last 3 minutes, it was just like, who's going to hit the three?
Yeah.
Who's going to accidentally have one fall in, and the answer ended up being Kyrie. It becomes difficult to shoot. And so numbers go down. And the Warriors took advantage of that because they out-hustled the Kings, and they had the only player on the floor who was on a heater.
Right, and the Kings' best player was definitely limited based on his finger, and then the role players did not play as well as they needed to play.
Or he was just off. I can't 100% say it was the finger.
I watched him lose the ball a few times with left-handed dribbles that I thought was finger-related. Now, he's not going to ever say anything about the finger, so I'm not going to give him that excuse because he didn't take that excuse, but just from watching it, he did not look to be the same player as he did in games 1 through 3, where we talked about it on this show.
Yeah.
He was unguardable in the mid-range.
He was the best player on the floor.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
And then you look yesterday at the role players, and I don't want to come down Mike Brown's road too hard, but I don't think that his rotations yesterday did them any favors in terms of, all of a sudden, Davion Mitchell,
the Mitchell
8
thing
minutes.
That's very curious.
And Terrence Davis was on an absolute heater.
Right, but what did he give up at the other end? Like, people forget that stuff. Like, this should actually be the advanced plus-minus stat. Like, it's great that you hit 3 threes, Davis.
He had 4.
Yeah, the guy you were guarding scored 50. So that, in my math, is minus 38. Okay? Now, I know he wasn't guarding Steph by himself.
Sure.
I know that was all over the place, so I'm partially kidding.
And he rode with Kevin Huerter too much. Kevin Huerter had a bad series.
Mitchell is their best defensive player, and the Warriors in the second half, Steph got on one, and I think you're supposed to put Mitchell in the game and say, go stop him. I don't know that he would have, but yeah, I'm with you. I would have tried if I were Mike Brown.
You try something, because what he did was not working, and he did have Sabonis on the bench for a long time, and that didn't work. And Alex Len never played at all after having played earlier in the series. It just felt like Mike Brown got a little stuck yesterday.
I do think Len got in for a little bit of what I called soccer time, which was the last 4 minutes of the game. Jonathan in the city. Hey, Jonathan, you're on with Willard and Debs. What are you doing?
Just watching the clouds roll in and fill up the sky. It looks like rain's coming, boy.
I know, man. It's all cold again. It's only going to be for a week, though. We're going to have a little week to remind us of winter, and then it's going to get warm again. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're looking for a word, and I say masterpiece, man. It's like the aliens landed on the Bay Area and asked, hey, somebody needs to step up and make us a meal that's going to be worth saving you guys from total annihilation. And Steph Curry, the chef, step up. And you know what he did? He dropped a masterpiece. It was like a 7-course meal worth 5-star Michelin grade worth, And the most impressive part about Steph Curry dropping the 50 is that he only shot 5 free throws. Hey guys, I've been watching this sport since the early 80s. Most superstars, all superstars, would need to shoot about 15 to 20 free throws for them to score that much points.
Yep.
And just the efficiency and the deadliness as an offensive weapon that Steph Curry is, I think it's unmatched. Because, like I said, all the superstars, he's the only one who doesn't need to shoot all those free throws for him to drop 50. And that's the greatness of Steph Curry.
Jonathan, we said it earlier. I want every one of you out there, if you find some silly hot take artist at work or one of your family members or some jabroni texts you and goes, everybody's giving Steph all this credit. He had to shoot the ball 38 times to score his 50. If they do that, you fire right back with what you just said, Jonathan. He only hit 3 free throws in the game. You score 50, normally you got to go 15, 20 free throw makes in order to do that. Steph had 3. He scored 47 points on made buckets and shot north of 50%. So that's your response if anybody comes up with their adorable little hot take.
He made 20 of their 43 made field goals.
Yep.
So in terms of his impact, it felt like he had about 60 or 65. He had 20 makes, and Andrew had 5, Kevon and Clay 4 apiece, Draymond 3, Poole 3, Moses 2. He had no help.
It's actually an easy calculus. Give me one player not named Curry who shot the ball yesterday on either team.
Who shot the ball?
Mm-hmm. And shot the ball well.
And made his shots?
Shot the ball well.
Come on, Looney. Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
It's, hopefully we get a chance to track down Kevon today.
3 for 4.
4 for 5.
4 for 5.
Put some respect on that teardrop.
My bad.
But I think the longest shot he took was maybe 2 feet. Maybe a 3-footer.
Maybe.
But that's what Kevon does. Kevon goes 4 of 5.
How did he make some free throws?
3 of 5 from the line.
Babe, I'll take that.
10 offensive rebounds. 11 defensive rebounds, 4 dimes, 4 personal fouls. Who cares? 11 points, 21 rebounds, a double-double for the ages. Hello, friends.
Yeah.
And
I actually think that should be called a triple-double.
When you have offensive, defensive rebounding.
No, the rebounds are enough where you cut them in half. They're still doubles. So that's 2.
Well, when you have double-digit offense and defensive rebounds, I'm with you.
There you go. You get 10 offensive rebounds and then
11 defensive rebounds
and
11 points.
Triple-double. Done.
Draymond Green with a classic triple single, of which he has authored many a triple sing.
9-9-9.
Oh no, he had 8, 8, and 6.
Okay.
8, 8, and 6.
Fine.
No blocks, but a couple of steals. And Draymond was typically sturdy on defense. Just one more quick note.
Yeah.
One postscript as I do my Bryant Gumbel from tonight on Real Sports. You didn't think I did a Bryant Gumbel?
It's good. It's a little too high, but it's good.
Oh, that's part of the bit.
The character is there. Yeah.
On Real Sports.
Now it's got even higher.
It's a little Kermit the Frog mixed with Bryant Gumbel.
All right, anyway.
Harrison Barnes, free agent, 13 and a half minutes. Night-night.
Yeah.
He doesn't come back. If you're a veteran, of this level, you're a champion, and you're in a Game 7 against your former team, and you get 13 and a hook.
Yeah, well,
Harrison
Barnes in the playoffs is starting to build a resume that's not the kind that you want. It'll be interesting, though.
He was all right yesterday.
The Kings have financial room. The question I guess I'd have about Harrison Barnes for them is The role that he's played on that team is elder statesman. He's the guy who's been to the playoffs. He's been to the promised land. He can help them with all that. Well, do they need that anymore? Because now they've had this experience. Granted, it was only one round, but they took on the champs, and they took this all the way into the second half of Game 7. And De'Aaron Fox has certainly shown himself to be a guy who can handle everything that you're throwing at him. So I wonder if they want Harrison Barnes. I wonder what Harrison will command on the market.
I don't think he'll command what he got last time, but he had 15 minutes in Game 6, 14 minutes in Game 7. That to me is very telling in terms of, if you're Mike Brown and you're looking at a must-win, double must-win, as Game 7 was, and you have your elder statesman, who's not that elder, by the way. He's your veteran. He's your starter. At small forward, he's your linchpin, and he gets 14 minutes?
Well, look, it's Game 7. The benches get real short.
But he's a starter.
I know. But you go with but Monk is a more important player than Harrison Barnes. So that's kind of like, Jordan Poole was a starter in games 3, 4, 5, whatever.
Yeah.
But you're not going to use him in the end. You're going to grab your 5, and we're going with that. The Warriors did the exact same thing, right? So let's go to Vince in San Jose. Hey, Vince, what are you doing? All right, turn Vince down. Vince was all excited to hear himself on the radio, is what happened there. So
you got to wait 7 seconds, Vince.
Yeah.
You finish your call, then you turn it up, and you catch the tail end.
Right. Or you could have somebody else pull out their phone and record it for you.
Or you have the Odyssey app, and you know that it's all on demand and it's free.
All of that YouTube, stuff. Yeah. YouTube. That's right. Yeah, you could just scroll back on YouTube and listen to it later. That's all you had to do.
I was catching the boys this morning on the tube. Baby girl was on her playmat, and so I went in the kitchen quickly. And I was like, I got to listen to the roast. They had monster numbers on YouTube today.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
Record numbers, bro.
Hell yeah. Game 7.
Yeah, baby.
50 burger. And yes, I saw that whole conversation online. Our good buddy Rod Brooks.
Right.
Like, why is it called a burger? And I'm like, because burgers are delicious and so are 50-point games. And then I said, actually, I have no idea why anybody calls it a 50 burger, even though I do it. I call it a 50 burger. I use the emoji, the burger
with
emoji.
the burger emoji.
Yeah.
It's funny because I actually weighed in after you on the same thread, and I said 40's a piece.
It is.
And 50's a burger.
Does anyone
and
say?
I don't know why.
No, yeah, I've known that no one's ever said 40 burger, or have they?
Maybe.
I think you're right. It's a 50
but to me,
burger.
it's a 40 piece, and it's a 50 burger.
What's 30? Just 30.
30's, I mean, nowadays it's like decent day at the office.
Average day is what it is.
Eat it. Yeah. Right. 60's a sandwich, I think. You put a 60 sandwich on them.
Okay.
I doubt it.
Listen closely. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Listen even closer. We're a little bit over an hour away from starting the process of giving you tickets.
Me?
Not you.
Oh, damn it.
You out.
Be a lot cooler if it was.
You're watching on a playmat. That's where you're going.
No doubt, dude.
Bedtime
is 7, so I'm golden.
Tickets to Game 1 tomorrow night on the line in our 5 o'clock hour. Do not miss a minute. You need to be with us at 5 or else you're going to be all confused, out of pocket, and out of luck. And we don't want that. So be with us as we give away tickets to Game 1 Warriors-Lakers Chase tomorrow night. More of your phone calls coming up on Willard and Dibs.
Attention facility professionals, property managers, and building owners. Earn free education credits and network with the top professionals by attending
Curry.
Good decision.
Yep, waiting to run a little clock here. 97-83. Curry holding his pivot foot, dribbles on Murray, takes a quick three. It's up and good! Curry knocked it down. He's got 43.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Take a moment and soak it all in. I want to reboot this sucker. Take a moment and soak it all in. The season's not over yet.
Oh, thank God.
The season's not over yet. We went to bed on Friday night. I'll be honest, I didn't even watch that Laker-Grizzlies game. I'm like, I'm so disgusted. I want nothing to do with basketball. Night. I'm going to go have a drink or something and call this thing off.
Man.
I have no interest. And then the Lakers were up by 482 points after 6 minutes.
Right.
I'm like, Dylan, you're a loser, and I'm going to bed, and this whole thing is annoying and is a frustration sensation.
That's a buck.
Damn it. We're just going to go wrap myself up into youth sports this weekend. Forget about the whole damn thing. We're calling it all off. I'm mad. I'm angry. And then we get back, get a little night's sleep.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay. All right, maybe they'll win Game 7. But you kind of go in a little sheepishly.
Big time, especially after Friday's show.
I had some help,
singing and carrying on. I put on the Laker-Grizzly game Friday night, and I watched about 2 possessions, and I was like,
gosh.
I was disgusted.
So disgusted.
But I was also like, I was disgusted at the Warriors again because that's how you close out a series.
Yeah.
When you are going to close out a team,
we're at home.
That's how you do it.
That's how you do it.
You tell the opposing team you've got no chance. You dominate them early, you dominate in the middle, and then you crush them in the end.
But you know what? And Kings fans, as adorable as you've been all year, I'm going to leave you with this, which is as green as you still are, you're way more mature than the Memphis Grizzlies.
No doubt.
You are everything that they say they are. Oh, we next.
Nope.
We coming.
Nope.
We this.
We're here.
We contenders.
Yeah.
We're him. No. You're a bunch of idiots with no leadership. The Sacramento Kings, they lost and gained everyone's respect. The Memphis Grizzlies, they lost and they lost everyone's respect. So you have that. You have that. You head into the offseason knowing that next year people are going to think something of you instead of laugh at you, which is what they're doing with the Memphis Grizzlies. So
Memphis
I'll say
is
that.
back, though. They're back. Everybody's back. They don't lose anybody.
I'm pretty sure DB is a free agent.
I'll say it again, Mark. They're all back.
Yeah, good
They
point.
don't lose anybody.
No.
So, yeah, DB, off you go. They're not re-signing him. He made 11.4 this year.
I hope
he's getting a raise.
I hope he's in Orlando next year.
Wherever he's going to be, there's going to be times where it's like, this dude is unbelievable because he's very talented. But unfortunately,
is he? I mean, he's never going to be a great scorer. He's like
he's a great defensive player. And
good.
He's he's still a very young player. He's 27.
Yeah.
He's still figuring it out. He can score at the rim. He can't score on all 3 levels. He certainly can't shoot.
Speaking of figuring it out, this may be surprising to some of you because I always sound like I'm trying to be here like it's okay. They can win Game 7. That wasn't me for a while Friday night. Saturday morning, I'm like, I can't believe these guys. This is how it's going to end.
I was pissed.
I have someone in my life that plays that role for me. And the lovely Christy is like, oh, yeah, they're going to win Game 7. She's been saying.
More positive than you?
She's been saying for 2 months.
You two have got to be a tough double date with.
Oh, gosh. Painful. Everybody just
Oh, the calamari's good. No, it's wonderful. No, I say it's spectacular. No, it's stupendous. You guys, it's cold, and they just got this out of a freezer. It stinks.
I actually don't mind. I don't mind cold food.
You see,
sometimes
the two
I
of
don't.
you.
I don't even. I lived for years without a microwave because I'm like, just eat it. It's fine.
I'm just gonna say this quickly. I know the lovely Christy a tiny bit. Her smile is actually bigger than your smile, and you're constantly smiling.
Way bigger.
I'm just gonna say this because I love you both. You two make me sick.
Yeah, we know.
Okay.
And so,
just so you know,
I'm telling you,
just so
2 months ago,
I love you,
when
Christy.
everybody was like, the Warriors suck, and I've had it, and they just, this dynasty, and opt out, and I'm done. She's like, y'all realize they're just going to show up in April and win the whole damn thing again, right? I mean, she's been
That's
on
where
that.
you get all your material.
She's been on that, all of it. I'm about to read something she texted me.
Oh, I can't wait.
Here's the reason I bring it up. I bring it up because raise your hand if you're down on Jonathan Kuminga and Jordan Poole. Raise your hand.
I thought you were about to do the RNS Garage Doors right there. Who is down on Kuminga?
I'm in need of a bench player. Who's down on Kuminga and Jordan Poole?
I am.
All right. Well, we might have good news for at least one of them. I don't know if we can save them both. I really don't. And lovely Christy has never been the world's biggest Jordan Poole fan, and that is an understatement. But I want to read you something that she just sent me because my girl's got takes. She's got Warrior takes. And I think this is a pretty interesting one. Her favorite player on this team is Andrew Wiggins. She is a Wiggins stan. Loves him. Can't do anything wrong. Boy, you should have watched her try to go through those 2 months when he left. She was just, I'd never seen her like this. She was just sideways about the whole thing and hated everything that every one of us said about him and speculated, all of it. Hated it, okay? So, but here's the thing. She's kind of become a big Hoops fan since she and I got together, not before that. So she doesn't know the past of Andrew Wiggins. He's not a dog. He's not good enough to be the number 1 overall pick. He's a disappointment. He floats, and there are radio shows that call him K-Wig. She doesn't know anything about all that.
It's a good bit.
Okay. So here's what she just texted me. Kuminga is just going to take some time. I didn't know Wiggins before he became my favorite player, but from what y'all tell me, he took some time to learn this side of basketball. He's always been the most athletic guy in the room. Just needed a minute for all the ingredients to bake together. Cake takes time. Kuminga is cake. He is going to take some time. He's just relied on natural talent for too long. Now he needs more. I'm not worried. But that know-it-all guy, Jordan Poole, yeah, he needs some humility.
Wow. That know-it-all guy, Jordan Poole.
Let's go to Christy in Mill Valley. Christy, what are you doing?
Man, down on Poole, up on Kuminga.
Not a bad take, though, right?
Here in the back.
Thank you. Right. Not a bad take.
It's not terrible. I think that the comp of Kuminga and Wiggins is a little bit off base because Kuminga will never be the same player that Andrew Wiggins is.
But that's not the point. The point is rely on raw athleticism and not understand the ingredients that make someone like Steph Curry special.
I get that part of it, but Andrew Wiggins came out of college and was the number 1 overall pick. He was a much more ready-made pro prospect, and he immediately landed in the NBA, and he was the real deal.
Yes, well,
for a bad team.
I don't know if he was the real deal.
If you look at his numbers, he was averaging, 17, 18 a night?
I mean, you're one of the guys that talks the most about empty numbers. Jordan Poole's got great numbers. I mean, Like, what? It all adds up for what when you play for the Minnesota Timberwolves? It doesn't matter. There are tons of people who can score 25 a night in the NBA.
But as far as the Wiggins-Kuminga comp goes, Wiggins averaged 23.6 his third year in Minnesota.
But he was
much more of a ready-made NBA player than Kuminga.
But given a starting role, I mean, what would Kuminga do if the Warriors were a 15-win basketball team and he was given 34 minutes a night? Do you think he would average close to 20 points? I do.
We'll see.
I think he could average 17 a night. No question.
For like the Detroit Pistons?
Absolutely. Hell, what did Wiseman average? He averaged almost 14 a night. He couldn't even get on the floor with the Warriors.
Stint with Detroit, yeah.
Exactly. So Kuminga can do that. You're not wrong. They're very different paths.
Yeah.
But the idea is, when you get to the NBA, do you just rely on said athleticism because you've been able to overwhelm everybody your entire life? You've always been the most athletic guy in the room. True for Wiggins, true for Kuminga. Very different paths, very different expectations, no doubt. But let's also remember their draft stock wasn't all that different. You're right. Wiggins was number 1. Kuminga was 7.
Right.
He was right there, okay? So
And I wonder if the Warriors weren't the team picking at 7, if another team would have taken him at 7. The Warriors were a perfect team to take him at 7, knowing that you didn't need him right away.
Well, was it perfect for him, though? I mean, this is the Trey Lance conversation that we've all had.
Right.
Do you want to go to a good team if you're young and raw? Yeah, I don't know. You might not get a shot.
It depends on your makeup. And then you look at Moses Moody, who is not quite as raw as Kuminga, having played a year of NCAA level basketball, but he's equally young and he's embraced it, and now he's able to go out there and make a contribution. The other part of Christie's take, which I like more than the Kuminga-Wiggins part, is the Jordan Poole part of it. And I don't know if it's, I mean, humility is one way to describe it, but what we saw in Game 6, when he comes to the bench and he blows off Draymond Green, and Steph has to go over and basically speak life into Jordan Poole in the moment, basically saying, come on, my man, this is not time for you to be getting upset over anything. We're in a dogfight here. We're about to be facing a Game 7. I don't know if it's humility he needs. It's definitely a little bit of a reality check, though.
I just think he needs to be a smarter basketball player. That's on the court. That's in the locker room. That's making decisions with the ball. It's making decisions without the ball. He just needs to do things within the framework of Warrior basketball. My God, if you're in the NBA and you can't trust those two words, Warrior basketball, what the hell can you trust? Nothing has worked like that over the last 10 years in the NBA. And it seems like he's trying to blaze his own path, which I understand. He's a young player. He's got the bag. He's
getting the bag.
Right? He wants to meet, as we discussed earlier with one of our callers, he wants to meet the expectations that come along with that. And in his head, maybe that means 20 points a night, 23 points a night, keep growing, whatever it is, I don't know. But the bottom line is, too many times when you come down the floor and the ball ends up in your hands, the whole thing stops so that we can watch you get on ice skates and have all of your body parts flying in different directions, and sometimes it ends up with a gorgeous layup. And other times the ball's in the fourth row, your shoes are off and you're on the ground, or the defense is running the other way with the basketball, and you're yelling at a ref. And it just disrupts the whole damn thing. And so what was Steph's speech about? According to the reports, that. Yes, it was directed at Jordan and Jonathan a little bit more than everybody else.
No, for sure.
I don't think GP2 needed to be told to get on the bus. He'd been on the bus the whole time.
Right.
He played for Portland, and he was still mentally on the bus.
And I think when you look at those two players, Jordan Poole, he's been a little bit erratic in terms of, when he comes on the floor, it feels like he's playing his own game. He's not playing the team game. And Jonathan Kuminga, he looked sullen in Game 6 when he was unable to get on the floor.
He looks lost. Jordan looks like he's trying to make his own way. Jonathan looks like he's just looking for a way. That's if I were just to give one sentence on each.
Yeah.
Jordan's like, I'm doing it my way. And Jonathan's like, can someone tell me the way? That's what they look like on the floor, and neither one of them's working right now. All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Let's keep going with your calls. 1 hour away, tickets to Game 1, Warriors and Lakers. Only one place to win is right here at 5 o'clock and in the 5 o'clock hour. So be with us. Do not miss. Idris in Hayward, thanks for calling Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing, Idris?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Missed you over the weekend. Needed you over the weekend, but hey, it was worth it. Just got off of work. And, so we barely make the playoffs. Wiggin is gone. We get Sacramento, and I didn't know about Sacramento. And I was thinking, okay, cool, we got Sacramento. Then I found out about Sacramento. We went down 0-2, and they looked like the real deal. And then Draymond gets suspended, and I'm like, wow. But then that's a blessing in disguise because we win. And then Draymond says, hey, you know what? I saw something. Bring me off the bench. Then we tied up 2-2. Then we go up 3-2. And it's like, oh, my gosh. I don't even watch the last game. And then we lose. We get mollywopped. And I'm like, oh, my goodness. But Steph Curry calls a meeting that we just found about today, and let's put everybody on notice, goes to their house and drops 50 away in a Game 7 with everybody watching on Sunday. I mean, this is only the first round. Are you kidding me right now? Steph Curry let everybody know, including Warrior fans, don't ever count us out if I'm playing. That's all I got, y'all. God bless y'all. Take care. I can't wait for the next series.
Idris, thank you so much. It's I guess, one of my only concerns that I have right now. Like, the Lakers are a totally different matchup. I think the Warriors are a better team than the Lakers. I think they should win this series. There's plenty more time to talk about that.
You've been sleeping on the Lakers for a long time, Mark. I hope you don't wake up.
I'm like a teenager over here, man. I can sleep all day. But anyway, point being is I wonder about, and I don't mean this in a physical way. Malik Monk tried that and it blew up in his face. But like the mental energy, what it has taken to simply get to round 2. Is there a point in these playoffs where the Warriors do become emotionally exhausted? You know, you're facing 2 in-state rivals to start this whole thing. Let's say this is a long series, even if the Warriors win it in 6 or 7 games. And then where does that leave you for what in theory could be 2, let's say they have to face Jokic, or let's say they've got to face Durant, and then they got to face Tatum and Brown again, or whatever. I mean, is there a point where you do run a little bit low on steam and gas and all those things?
I think it's more physically for me than it is emotionally or mentally because of just the nature of what you're dealing with from a roster standpoint. Steph at 35, he's playing max minutes, he's giving max effort. Clay and Draymond, older players, and as we've looked at this King series and we're picking through the wreckage of a 7-game advancement, and you look at Andrew Wiggins. Okay, Wiggins looks good. He can go 38 or 40 minutes. Kevon, he'll get you 30 minutes. But other than that, who can you really play and rely on? You can rely on GP2 for 20. DiVincenzo, he was a little iffy against Sacramento. Jordan Poole's been scary. He shot below 30% in that series, and Jonathan Kuminga is unplayable. So as you look at the depth versus the Lakers' depth, the Lakers feel much deeper, and they're younger than the Warriors do.
Well,
deeper and younger.
In this
younger
moment,
and deeper. It's a fact.
Are they younger?
Yeah.
Really?
LeBron is
38 years old.
Correct.
And Anthony Davis has the body of a 50-year-old.
He's 30.
Okay.
He's the second oldest player on the team.
Well,
Schroeder is going to be 30 in September. D'Lo is only 27.
But when we call the Warriors old, you're really just talking about 3 guys.
Exactly.
And one of them,
3 of 6.
But one of them is ageless, and like the other 2, I mean, if you want to try to make the case that you're seeing some sort of a decline, it's fleeting. You tried to make that case, and I don't mean you, I mean in general.
Right.
People tried to make this case about Clay in November and December. Next thing you know, he led the NBA in 3-pointers and had maybe the hottest month of any player in the whole league.
When was that?
February.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Clay.
Okay. Yeah,
Clay was incredible.
No, I know. I'm just thinking about here we are in May, and Clay is trending. He's trending toward November, Clay.
I think that we feel that way because yesterday.
Game 6, 8 of 20.
I understand
not great.
Not great, but not bad. He had some good games in this series. I'm not worried about Klay Thompson. I'm not worried about Draymond Green. If you want to call the Warriors old, you're essentially talking about the big 3 and we've done this before. What real evidence do you have this year that there's been any slippage? Steph's numbers are better. Clay is definitely better this year than he was last year, and they won the whole thing.
Yeah.
And Draymond looks great. He's still doing all the Draymond things.
I just get a little concerned when it's a game every other day now, and we know that earlier in the series when you had a couple of days off in between games, they looked better, they looked fresher. Game 6 was an ugly performance where they did look. Malik Monk was right. They looked old, they looked tired, and they looked flat.
Well, they just looked bad. I don't even know what the reason was.
They looked flat.
They looked awful.
I mean, for me watching it from my couch, they did not look like this was Game 6 in closing time in a home playoff game.
I just also think, for whatever reason, I couldn't tell you why, but for whatever reason, role players tend to look better early in a series than late. You're right. Do you remember Jordan Poole? Was it the Denver series last year? He came out and flashed early in a couple series, and you got those role players at home, and somebody will go off, and you look at what's Malik Monk in the first game of this series. All of those things happen as it gets late. I think 2 things happen. One, the other team gets your tendencies. They start making adjustments on you. 2, the gravity is the force is higher. Like all of those things, the weight of the series are starting to come down on you. And when you're a role player, that's really hard. So, for instance, today it feels like DiVincenzo is a problem, but I don't think it will tomorrow. Would it shock you if he came out and hit 3 threes tomorrow night at home? Not even a little bit.
It wouldn't shock me. I'd be surprised because he's been on a downward trajectory as well.
Yeah, but he's been a good player this year.
He has been,
And tomorrow night does not have the gravity of the last 2-3 games. The Warriors, especially because they went down 0-2, quite frankly, they've played 5 straight games where it was like, dude,
gotta have it.
Right,
yeah.
This is urgent. The whole thing falls right now. They've done it for 5 straight games, and they went 4-1 in those games, and largely didn't have a lot of great individual performances. So
other than Steph, when it,
other
in a
than
50
Steph,
burger.
other than Steph, thank you for the burger.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Delicious, double cheese.
And I think in terms, though, of what you're going to need for a longer series again, you're going to need some of these role players to play better. And I look at the role players, Moses Moody right now and GP2, those are your best role players. Jordan Poole has been erratic and out of control. Dante DiVincenzo has really regressed into a little bit of a shell. He's not playing with that same level of moxie, Mark.
What's interesting about him, though, I actually
Moxie Willard.
I think Dante looks fine except for his shot. I don't think his defense is bad. I don't think his hustle is bad. His shot is just off. His shot's just not
He
falling.
shot one time yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, there's limited minutes. Right. His confidence might be down. I don't know. But now you get a new look. You get new matchups. Sometimes that can help a player, right? Because are the Lakers going to be running at Dante DiVincenzo as if he's the 42% three-point shooter that he was at points during the regular season? Maybe not. Maybe that opens him up a little bit. Shooters just need one to fall down. That's why, honestly, when I look at the Warriors, I'm worried about 2 players and 2 players only, and it's Poole and Kuminga. That's it. The other guys, if your shot's not falling, it's not falling. At some point, it will. If you're playing hard and you're making smart decisions, we're good here. I'll accept the results.
I'm not worried about Kuminga at all because he's probably not going to play.
I don't know. I'd be surprised if he doesn't get a few looks.
I mean,
he's going to get a few looks.
Do you go to him again in game 1 and say, what do you got? Yeah. I don't know where he is mentally.
Maybe.
Right now, he is getting only garbage time, and they're winning with him getting only garbage time. I look at a rotation of DiVincenzo, Poole, Peyton II, and Moses Moody off the bench, and that's it.
You might be right, but again, also knowing that we're only in round 2.
Yeah.
And you only get 1 day off now in between games. I don't think that those 8 are going to be the only ones to play in this series.
I give you 9.
You gave me 9?
I give you 9. I give you
GP2,
Moody, Poole, GP2, and Dante off the bench.
Oh, and Dante. Okay. Yeah. I don't think those are the only 9. Like Kuminga, even JaMychal, they're going to have their moments where you're going to have to look at them. All right. Dub Nation, they are gold-blooded. 2023 playoffs presented by Kaiser Permanente are happening now, and single-game tickets are available for purchase. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives are standing by. So are you. So we're going to go back to your calls here and continue with that. Also, though, we continue to inch closer to 5 o'clock. Your chance to win 2 tickets to Game 1 tomorrow night on Willard and Dibs.
If new Heineken Silver was a bitter breakup song.
I feel so betrayed by you, like a broken shell that can never be glued.
Heineken Silver Sip Break.
Gets back to Curry, takes a three, and hits it with the buzzer sounding. Are you kidding me?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, Steph Curry's got nothing on us because this is a very special moment in the history of the Willard and Dibs show, the history of 95.7 The Game, and the series that has now completed.
What do you mean, Mark?
We right here, and I would get to YouTube right now if I were you. I'm actually not going to do it. I'm going to give everybody 7 minutes to get to YouTube.
Okay.
At 4:25. Okay?
It'd be cooler if you did it at 4:20.
It would be, but that's not enough time. That's like a minute and a half.
All right.
You got 7 minutes to get over to YouTube.
I was high when I said that.
Okay?
It's super dark in here.
YouTube.com. Do you mean that figuratively or literally?
Literally.
Literally, yeah.
Yeah, not figuratively.
Yeah, it did. It got dark in here, and there's a reason. At 4:25, we right here on Willard and Dibs, we are going to do our best Steph Curry impression, and we're going to light the beam.
Wait.
We're going to light our beam.
You're going to light, is it?
We're going to light our beam.
It's not purple, I hope.
Why would it be?
Just an homage for a plucky little adorable effort from Sacramento.
They are out. And they are plucky. And yes, they were adorable.
Yeah.
They were. Because, by the way,
Sabonis wasn't adorable.
No. But I got one last send-off for Kings fans. And yes, you can hate it. You can still be offended by it. But you all did exactly what I predicted you would do at the end of this series. Because why would you do anything different? There's only one adorable thing to do today. So you all did it. Every single one of you went, look, it's disappointing. But I am so proud of this team. This was so much better than what we expected them to do. This was a great year. They did what they were supposed to do. They got us to the playoffs, and they ended that 17-year streak. And so here we are, and we are ready for the future. And that's exactly what I would say. If I were a fan of the Kings, I think that's what you should say. But you should also acknowledge that to a Warrior fan, is adorable. It's adorable.
We were there in 2014.
Yes,
when we lost to the Clippers.
I've said that 100 times. We were there.
Mock Jackson couldn't get us across the finish line, and then Mock did what Mock did, and suddenly we were in need of a new coach, and Steve Kerr chose to not go coach the New York Knicks, but instead chose to coach the Golden State Warriors, which is unbelievable to think about it in those terms.
Seriously.
Like, you know, when you have those moments where you choose A or B.
Sliding doors moments, as we talked about.
Yeah.
Do you think about how many there are with this story? Think about how many there are. If Minnesota drafts Steph Curry, if the Currys aren't convinced to come,
if the logo doesn't
Golden
step
State.
in and stop the trade of Clay for Kevin Love.
How about if David Lee never gets hurt? Do we ever even find out who Draymond Green is?
What if Draymond doesn't cry in the parking lot and call KD?
There's another good one. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on.
What if they don't draft James Wiseman? We don't have, hi, this is James Wiseman. And we are much the worse for wear.
Exactly.
This is James Wiseman.
Thank you.
What if when Kevin Durant left, he just said, I'm leaving as a free agent.
Exactly.
I'm not giving you any cookies in return, but instead you get D'Angelo Russell, which turns into Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga.
What if Swaggy P never ratted out D'Angelo Russell? I don't know how that affected, the Warriors, but
It's
I
still
just
a
thought I'd
fun
throw
what
it in
if.
there. It just thought I'd throw that in there. A little Iggy Azalea drive-by.
All right, you got 3 minutes.
Ziggy.
3 minutes to get over to YouTube.
I can't
because
wait.
We are going to light this beam.
This is going to be either really cool or the most underwhelming non-story in history.
I know which one is more likely.
Yeah,
but still.
you know what, Mark? You go ahead and talk if you can fill the time. I know it's hard for you. I'm going to close the other blind.
Oh, good
because
idea.
we want to make sure it gets
Good
dark.
idea. Okay.
Can you fill 20 seconds on your own?
Oh, gosh.
Best of luck.
Yeah,
it's a joke.
I don't know if I've got enough thoughts. Wait, no, don't leave me by myself. I'm not long-winded enough for this.
Big game
All right.
7 tonight in hockey.
Oh, that was so fun yesterday to find out that the hockey playoffs were on. I had no idea. I hadn't the slightest idea. something happened to Boston or something like that.
Yep, big L-bomb. And the crackheads won.
What a tragedy.
Oh,
I hate
man.
it when bad stuff happens to Boston, those poor kids. Oh, darn it. I got to think Matt Damon and Ben Affleck have had a tough 24 hours.
Brutal.
They're really, really tough.
And just real quick, and we're 2 minutes away from this unbelievable moment, but
get to YouTube.
I had the temerity, I had the chutzpah to try to go from NBA Game 7. I threw on the hockey, and it was met with a no.
Yeah.
Give me the remote. And I said, what? I said, oh, you want to go to Golf Channel?
I'm with you, Supper.
So
what did she want?
Bravo, of course.
Yeah, Bravo.
She wanted Vanderpump reruns. So then I go, what? So I go into my Xfinity remote because we have the talk to remote feature. I go, Golf Channel. No. Hockey. No. And I'm like, what about your beloved Giants?
Xfinity. Vanderpump.
Dude, totally.
Yeah.
And then, I lost that battle, but I got about
it's time.
I got about half a shift of hockey.
Well, that's good.
But coming off that Game 7, I'm like, I need more sports.
No, it was crazy.
I need more.
I'm finishing up the national show with E from last night.
Whoop.
And they got this sponsored deal there at the end where it's the play of the day, and they just tell me what it is. I got no say in this. So I'm like, guys, you're right. I need to be able to read, give credit to whatever network's sound we're saying. I'm like, what's the play of the day? And they're like, this is the Panthers Radio Network. I'm like, Panthers Radio Network? What are you going to replay the first pick of the draft? Like, what's what? And then they played this thing, and it was the Panthers play-by-play guy losing his mind because they had won Game 7. And I was like, oh, God, that's adorable. There's hockey. No idea.
I do enjoy the hockey Stanley Cup playoff, but not getting a lot of it in my life these days.
No, hockey, playoff hockey is great.
Yeah.
All right, the YouTube numbers are spiking. Do we have some sort of, I don't know, some like an interlude, a drum roll? I'm just putting you on the spot here, Grandy. I don't even care what it is. It could just be Steph Curry hitting a 3.
I was going to say, can we play the highlight and Steph Curry has lit the beam on his own. He's pantomimed the beam unbeamleavable.
All right, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen of the Bay Area and Dub Nation, light the beam. Wow, that was a nasty delay. This thing almost played a trick on me.
It actually looks pretty good.
Oh, my gosh.
It's blue.
It's blue.
And it's a beam.
Because the blue team is moving on.
Light the bloom.
99 purple.
Shout out John Bloom. Hey, if the Suns face the worst.
Why do I look like I'm being hit by a lightsaber right now?
It's pretty good.
I seriously look like, I look like I'm with a die at the hands of the Emperor.
Your lack of wattage is disturbing. The beam.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I have a big blue beam coming right out of my head right now on YouTube. All right, everybody. Hope that everybody enjoyed that. The Warriors have won the series.
Yeah, and you've lit the beam, and you've alienated 1.13 million people in Sacramento, but that's okay. I like it.
It's so odd. My friends in Sacramento have just not reached out this week. I don't know why. Can anybody figure it out?
I can't,
Why don't they want to talk to me? It's really weird. But anyway, all right, the beam is lit.
Yeah.
Can we do the rest of the show with this lightsaber coming out of my head? Is that okay? Or
we can.
Will it run out of juice? Are we all right in
here? No,
here?
it's plugged in. If it runs out of juice, then we're in real trouble. We're in real trouble.
That's the end of the show.
Mostly positive reactions on the YouTube to the beam.
They're our friends. So thank you.
Some people are like, so cringy. Right. Please stop. But it's kind of, we're playing off of the cringe nature. And I'll say this about the actual beam, the purple beam. I thought that it was kind of a cool thing.
I do too. I love it.
For a nascent playoff fan base, they're very young.
It's adorable.
They're emerging. It's a cool kind of a kitschy bit. I thought it was neat, but I like it even more that we're now making fun of it.
Do you know what I look like right now? You know when Princess Leia is like, help us, Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
You're our only hope. And R2 spits out that blue beam, and it's like a hologram of either Princess Leia or Obi-Wan. Like R2's got that hologram.
Yeah.
You just shoot it at anybody and have messages for him and stuff like that. I look like I'm coming out of R2-D2 right now. This is
it's pretty good.
Sometimes I look at you and I can tell you have too many jokes flying around in your head and you can't figure out which
many.
one.
Well, and the YouTube right now is running some great material too. Gino Alfaro saying, "Know your Zordon." A lot of Flash Gordon references coming through as well, but yeah, all that.
I'm just gonna line up the beam.
No, that's perfect right there. That's good.
Yeah, light that beam.
EW 510, adorable flashlight beam, and our beam is pretty adorable. It's about as small of a beam as you can.
Knew how long people worked on this to even get the angle right. It's really ridiculous. All right. Listen, here's the deal, Beamers. You get 32 minutes, and then at 5 o'clock, here's how it's going to work. You have to be with us because at some point between 5 and 5:40, you got to listen to all that content, and then in there, all the little keys, all little pieces of information, all the things that are said on this show. And then we ask you a question at the end of the whole process, and you've got to be ready to call in on our contest line, by the way, which we'll give at the 5 o'clock hour. You have to be ready to dial into the contest line and answer that question correctly, and you could end up lighting the beam at Chase Center tomorrow night when the Warriors take on the Lakers for Game 1.
Game 1. I'm excited, but I wish it was Wednesday. I'm happy that the Warriors have moved on. I'm thrilled that they're one of 8 teams remaining. But that thing yesterday, Mark, and I'm going to say that thing because that game basically swallowed up my entire day. I was supposed to go to young Ford's 12th birthday party. Shout out Tim and Serena Culleton. They were having us over for a little birthday party, but I couldn't get there. Couldn't get there on time because that game was everything. And my whole day was centered around this game. And it was like my stomach was in knots in the morning. I was doing some yard work, pulling some weeds. And finally 12:30 comes. It's like, I don't even want to watch this. I'm sick to my stomach.
I know. Playoffs are tough because you can't plan around them ahead. Like, I always feel bad for the families who plan a kid's birthday party and then it lands right at the exact same time as like the biggest NBA playoff game in recent memory. What the hell do you do? Like, you can't redo the party. You can't change the whole thing.
They had a bounce house reserved.
Listen, I do have some things to say about people thinking through their sports schedule. If you have a little one who's got a birthday in November or something, look, the 49ers are probably going to play at 1 o'clock on Sunday. Just take a look. The schedules are out. Like, look at what's going on before you do it because it's one of two things. Either people you want to show up are not going to show up, or they're going to be there and they're not going to be present. They're going to be ticked off. They're going to be taking long trips to the restroom so they can check their phone. If you want little Timmy or little Tina and you want that birthday party to go well, take a look at the schedule and plan the best you can. The NBA schedule, not a whole lot you can do about it, but if you're a last-minute Charlie and you're just planning over the next couple of weeks, go ahead and take a look. This Saturday, bad. The following Sunday, bad. Work around Warriors-Lakers. I don't know if you know some people. I know some people who want to watch those games in peace.
No, and you're so right, and I've always been so critical of that person, that guy or that gal who does that, and then I was that guy, Mark, this year.
Ooh.
Day after Thanksgiving, my lovely fiance at the time thought that would be a perfect day for us to get married. All the families in town. Day after Thanksgiving, we'll just run it back because everyone's in town for Thanksgiving. We'll just do it the next day.
Right.
And I told her, USA England.
Yeah.
USA England, babe.
I'm in need of a World Cup. Yeah.
I was in need of a watch phone so I could watch the thing. So I ended up, missing that game because the nuptials were right at the same time as the stinking game.
But then again, she was like, all you missed was a draw.
0-0 too.
0-0.
So
nothing. You saw nothing.
Turned out to be a harbinger for the marriage, but that's just material.
Wow.
That's just material.
888-957-9570. Got a beam going through my head, and that's more comfortable than what Dibs just said. Anyway, Daquan in Oakland on Willard and Dibs. Is it Daquan or Daquan?
It's Daquan.
Daquan, what's going on? What are you doing, man?
Hey, I just got off of work, man. I'm still in the car listening to you guys. I listen to you guys every day.
Our brother.
Oh, yeah, man. I just wanted to say, let's take this in. We got past that series. Sacramento is a hell of a team, man. They're up and coming. They're like us in 2013, 2014. They're hungry right now. If we could get through the Lakers, I feel like we really have a good shot. But then we're going to have to worry about, the Nuggets. The Nuggets are on fire right now. But the Warriors, I think we're in good shape right now. I think if we can play our people and go back to the strength in numbers days and kind of play Kuminga and play like our bench right now, because that's what the Lakers are going to do. They're going to play like Hachimura and other people like that. I'm not too worried about LeBron. We know LeBron. I'm worried about the other guys.
Daquan, I think there's some good points in there, but I'm sort of with you. Because this is all going so fast, in my mind, I'm reserving tomorrow for okay, let's get into some of the matchups that matter and what we really think about Warriors and Lakers. This is such a day to celebrate the fact that this dynasty is still going. Because let's be honest, okay? And this is where I'll remove the word adorable for a second. The Kings put the fear of God in the Lakers, into the Warriors. This almost happened, okay? It almost ended. It almost ended this weekend, but it didn't. And so now we get Steph versus LeBron, and now, maybe more importantly, what we get, because this is what, I can only speak for me, Dibs, this is what I was waiting for all year. I was waiting to see the return of Warriors characteristics. We hadn't seen them all year, but I knew that we also hadn't seen a roster usually that was at full strength. So I reserved the possibility that when we got to the playoffs, they would look like themselves. Therefore, they would win games on the road. They would do things in the playoffs that you could tell were because of their experience and because of their DNA and all of those things. I was waiting. And we even through 4 games, we were still waiting. The beauty of the way last week went was if there was one game you could actually, now that you know they won, if there was one game you could pick for them to lose, it was the one they lost. Because the two, winning twice on the road and doing it in Game 7, anything anyone wants to say about the road record this year is now gone.
Well, I've been saying it.
You have.
And I've been saying it and hoping that I was going to be right.
The defense was good, and the road thing is gone.
The defense was good, and the Kings were surprisingly not up to the test after halftime. And whether it was rotations, inexperience, an injured Fox, a mentally broken Sabonis, or all of the above, whatever the reasons were, the Warriors were dominant after halftime. And I'm not as optimistic over the fact that, what you said and all that is still going to happen going forward, because they didn't really vanquish the Kings. He did. Steph Curry, Kevon Looney to an extent, Draymond Green defensively, but this team, they're not playing very well right now as a unit. They don't look like a championship team to me. See, you got over on the Sacramento Kings team, and you did it in dramatic fashion. If Steph Curry doesn't go for 50 yesterday, I don't know if you necessarily win that game.
But here's why I disagree, and I feel like that's a comment that's really based on just yesterday. Go back to Game 5. Did you feel that way in Game 5, or did you feel like the team collectively played an amazing basketball?
The team collectively played very, very well in Game 5.
So that was a handful of days ago. So they do have that in them. I really do just blow off anything that you saw from Clay or Wiggins yesterday that you think was negative. Like, their shot just
But what about Friday? What we saw from everybody on Friday.
Laid an egg.
They were terrible on Friday. And I look at this Laker series, and I know we'll get more into it tomorrow, and we'll do a full Laker breakdown. And Whitley Sandretto, our great social media manager, is already asking for our predictions.
Hey, good luck with her text to Steiny.
Well, I actually just responded to her and said, I'll have what he's having. Yeah. So in terms of, whatever Steiny's predicted, I'm rolling with Steiny, to be sure.
I don't have a strong opinion.
Which would be Avalanche in 3 or the Quebec Nordiques. I don't even remember what predictions we went with. But
you know what he doesn't understand? He going to make a way bigger deal out of this if he doesn't make a prediction than if he does. If he's Steiny, if you're worried about getting ripped, you're going to get way more ripped if the station puts out a graphic that has 5 people or more. If we're
JD's in there.
Let's get JD, let's get everybody in there. That's got a group of people that all have a pick, and there's your picture with the word abstain next to it. Now that is going to get social media going.
I think, and I hope Whitley's listening, and I know she is because she actually mentioned to me, she said, I probably shouldn't be asking you now because you're on the air.
Well, that doesn't mean she's listening. That means she's aware of the lineup.
And she should be. We need Spadoni as a part of this.
Of course we do.
Joe Spadoni, pregame show,
Laker
5
fan.
to 6, diehard Laker fan. He's an abusive Laker father. He has his children in Laker gear.
Well, and
Northern California raised Laker children.
He's also trying to do something that I personally will not allow. I will not allow it, Spadone.
Is he trying to play both sides of the road?
I heard him this morning. He's trying to play.
What are you doing up at 5?
That's what I do.
Walking the dog?
Ain't sleep. You crazy? He's trying to put the Lakers in the same class as the Kings. Oh, we're just a plucky little underdog.
No, he didn't.
Oh, no.
No, he did not.
Spadone, that's LeBron James, and that's Anthony Davis, and I'm not letting that get through. That one's not getting by the goalie, not for 1 second. This is a big-time series with big-time Hall of Fame talent, and nobody is overlooking anybody in this series, at least not on this show, not around here. I'm going to hold my prediction until tomorrow, but I can promise you it's not going to be Warriors in 4, and it's not going to be anything that even resembles Warriors in 4.
Right.
This is a series.
Have you seen the series prices?
I have.
We can't do game show music, and I'll just say it. Warriors minus 145, Lakers plus 125, which, if it's that close, to me, indicates Warriors in 7.
I mean, this is a series that Vegas expects to, like you just said, be a series. And I think the Warriors are a 4-point favorite in Game 1 tomorrow. Is that about right?
Yep.
Is that good?
I think that's right.
That's what I saw yesterday. So, yeah, this is look, if we need a reminder, just go back to yesterday's game. The big-time players who have done this before can still summon the energy to do it again. And the Lakers have 2 guys, 1.5, I'll be mean, who have done this before. LeBron's done it a bunch of times. Anthony did it in the bubble.
He did it.
Okay.
He did it.
Fine.
It's
whatever. But you got players who can summon something extra.
No doubt.
When needed. The Kings don't have that yet. The Warriors do.
Harrison Barnes.
Yep. Well, right.
He's got a title. And Mike Brown, the head coach,
Yes, he does.
He's got multiple titles. So, but to the greater point of, a LeBron or even an Anthony Davis, who was integral when they won their bubble chip, over under 5.5 games in this series. Over is minus 200.
Wow.
Under plus 150. So that means you have to bet 200 to win 100 if it goes 6 or 7 games. So that tells you what the odds makers think in terms of whoever wins the series, it's going 6 or 7.
Well, there's a lot of history there, right? I mean, if you want to even look at the back half of this season, the Warriors did not play well in this matchup. Now, you could argue no Wiggins, and this is a different and new team now, and I would agree with that. We could also look at Steph's history in that arena. He has had some real struggles shooting the ball in that arena. So there's all of those things combined with LeBron and AD and all of that. However, why are they the favorite? A, they've got home court advantage, and B, I think even a Laker fan would tell you that the Warriors have overall the better team. But is it a matchup problem for the Warriors? That's what I think we're waiting to see, and we'll get our first determination tomorrow night. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. We go all in on your calls. How do you put into words what Steph Curry did yesterday? 888-957-9570, that's the number. Plus, starting at 5 o'clock, right around the corner, that's the window where you're going to need to be listening if you want to win your way in to Game 1 tomorrow night. You can only do it right here on Willard and Dibs.
With all the rain we've had this winter,
and Curry will bring it up. Curry drives, scores. He's got 50. A 50-point playoff game for Stephen Curry in a Game 7.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
It's an honor to receive the ball like that from the most impressive basketball player of all time.
Do me a favor and pass it back to him. We need a bucket. And
not like anybody else can shoot.
Seriously. Yeah. We need Steph to shoot.
I can shoot. Curry! Give me like a little mini ball, little pop a shot. I can shoot. You give me one of those. I don't know what it is, man. You get into your 40s and a regular basketball feels like a medicine ball.
Dude.
I'm like, why can't I? Like, I was a 3-point shooter in high school. That's what I did. That's all I did. But, man, that's one of the reasons I look at Steph Curry and I go, how does this dude, who's the exact same size as me, yes, in much better shape, but he's the exact same size as me, how does he flip his wrist and shoot the ball 3/4 of the court? I don't understand it.
And have it go in with obscene regularity.
I mean, this guy is clearly the most impressive basketball player of all time. I'm not calling him the GOAT.
You don't do GOATs.
I am not saying he's got the best resume. I'm not calling him the most accomplished. I don't think he'd win the one-on-one tournament of life. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying everybody else that you put on your lists, they are all 6'8" or taller. They are all 250 pounds or more. They are all cut out of rock. They are all people who, if you were standing next to them, you'd be like, holy hell, I'm overwhelmed by the size of this human being. Steph Curry walks down the street. He's just one of us. And he's now on that list. It's just, I don't know how to compare this to anything anymore.
Yeah, and you actually threw this out in the changeover, and I said Jose Altuve in terms of like the inexplicable talent versus the body type. But I've been doing a little bit more thinking about that, and I know that Steph has a greater championship resume than this player I'm about to mention, but he's probably closer to Tony Gwynn than any other athlete in terms of Tony Gwynn never physically was the best physical specimen ever. But from a hand-eye coordination standpoint, he's one of the greatest of all time.
That's actually a fun comp. That's a pretty interesting one. I mean, I'm driving in today, and I'm listening to Steiny and Goo talk to Stephen A. Smith, and they bring up the idea of, well, what if we just made it about point guards? And this inevitably ends up with a conversation about Steph and Magic.
Yeah.
And the three of them sat there and said, look, this is a healthy debate. This is a fair conversation. And here's what I like about Magic, and here's what I like about Steph. And Steven was talking about how NBA players, at least from back in the day, will say, well, the reason Magic is still better than Steph is because he could affect the game in so many different ways. He could win the NBA Finals playing center. He could do things defensively. And I'm sitting there the whole time listening to the conversation and going, yeah, because he's 6'9".
Yeah.
I love when people are like, Magic, he won a championship playing center. Yeah, he's the same height as Kevon Looney. Kevon Looney won a championship playing center too.
Exactly.
They are the exact same size. So sure, Magic's amazing. I'm not taking anything away there, but I'm not as humanly impressed with Magic as I am with Steph, because Magic is one of those Adonis type human beings. 6'9". Steph
point guard.
Right, which is obviously, I mean, he's Magic. He's one of the greats, but there's nothing to compare Steph to anymore. 6'2", $198. Like, what do I compare that to? There's nobody. There is absolutely nobody that has ever played the game like Steph Curry.
And been as impactful as Steph Curry at that height. Like, Allen Iverson is a great comp in terms of size, but Allen Iverson didn't do to the game what Steph Curry has done to the game. Steph Curry single-handedly made the three-point shot the best shot in the association. Now, I know he wasn't the first to do it. There was Ray Allen, there's Reggie Miller, there's many other shooters, but the way Steph has extended the three-pointer from behind the line to whenever you feel like you can make it, which in last night or yesterday, Steve Kerr called it last night, so I feel like I can in his post-game.
By the time the game ends, they feel like it was a night game.
He dropped a bunch of tonights.
The sun's about to go down.
Like, it's 3:30, Coach, but go crazy. Steph hit a few 27-foot fall away, lean away, throw it up. It's like that. I mean, that's not a good shot for any other human being. But when Steph shoots it, it's like, oh, that's going in.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, twofold. AI is probably the number one name that comes up when people say, is there anything ever like this? But he never won. He never won a title. So
came close in 01.
Sure, but you can't. It's like, so therefore, just from a resume standpoint, you can't put anyone on Steph's plane. And then the second thing is what you just brought up. I've now reached a spot with Steph Curry where I'm like, I get mad when all you say is he's the best shooter of all time. Yes, he changed the game. He changed the three-point shot. We've never seen anything like it. But he's 6'2", 200, and he's a finisher at the rim. I know he has to be very creative with it. I mean, he has to do all kinds of different things to get these things to fall, but he is a finisher at the rim, which is, to me, almost more impressive than his three-point shot. Because how does he do it? At that size, going into the trees and being a consistent finisher around the rim is wild. It's absolutely wild.
And that's where I think the Iverson comp for me comes in, because Iverson would do a lot of the same things in terms of right-handed, reverse, left-handed, under the basket. He could finish. He could score.
Kyrie's a good finisher.
No doubt.
Yep.
I thought Kyrie was a little bit bigger than 6'2", but maybe he's not.
Maybe a touch.
And then, you add in the Reggie Miller. It's more Reggie Miller to me than it is Ray Allen, because Ray Allen was more of a Klay Thompson kind of shooter. Reggie with the movement, the off-ball movement, is what Steph reminds me more of. So if you want to say he's a combination of the best of Iverson and Reggie Miller, that's a pretty good scoring player right there.
Yeah, plus, to be honest with you, plus.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We're 5 minutes away from the window opening for you to win tickets. We will tell you right at 5 o'clock exactly how we're doing this, but you'd be nuts right now to move a muscle. Game 1 tickets, Warriors, Lakers, Chase, Steph, LeBron. Are you kidding me? Everyone you know will be jealous of you if you end up inside the arena for this game tomorrow night. We'll tell you more in 5 minutes. Yeah, Grandy, what'd you just find?
Oh, you're talking about Steph Curry scoring in the paint. Did you know that last night he became the first player in NBA playoff history to record 20 or more points from three and 20 or more points in the paint in the same game?
21 from three. That Lucas with a little peanut gallery.
No way,
totally,
dude.
bro. That's crazy. Yeah. So what? 21. I think 21 points from three and
7 made threes.
26 points from two. Again, still to me the immediate comeback when someone says, "Wow, 38 shots, 3 made free throws." That's it. 47 points from the field yesterday, and shot north of 50%. So 38 shots is great. Steph, do it again tomorrow. Shoot as much as you want if that's the efficiency with which you're going to play.
Yeah, 38 shots and 50 points. You would hope for a little bit more efficiency in terms of 38 shots, but he was pretty accurate. And like you said, to not do it from the foul line at all, I'm a little concerned about the free throw situation.
Are you?
I mean, he's been missing a lot lately. He's been missing at an alarming rate. For Steph?
I think Jordan Poole is the one who's been missing more for what he's shown he can do. Number 1 free throw shooter in the league last year.
Yeah. Look at his numbers this year.
I know, but he's still like 88. He's still very good, but
big drop off this year.
He missed, I think, more than Steph did yesterday. Did he not?
From the foul line?
Yeah.
I'd have to check. I have it right here. Jordan Poole won. He was. Oh, that's just the third quarter. He was 0 for 0. Could have been any quarter. Jordan Poole was 0 for 0 from the line yesterday.
No, is that right? I could have sworn.
Unless I'm looking at FTA, 0 for 0.
Jordan Poole,
0 for 0.
Yeah, you're right.
I love when you double check my work.
Well, I must be thinking of the previous game because I know I must be thinking of Game 6, which where everybody was awful. But, Steph was 3 for 5.
Terrible.
I mean...
He missed 3 free throws yesterday. He missed 3 free throws in Game 6.
Where's your math? 3 for 5. He missed 3 free throws yesterday?
Fault. He's 9 for 14 over his last 2 games. That's awful for Steph Curry. Unacceptable.
Okay.
If you want to give him a pass, that's you doing that.
No, you want to know what was actually, I think, the craziest of them all is that when he missed those 2, he missed them both. Like, how many times in Steph Curry's career has he missed them both?
Raymond Ritter has that answer.
I would love to know. I mean, honestly, he's so good.
I believe it's about 10 times or fewer in his career.
Those guys are so good that when they miss one, they know exactly what they did, and they correct it right away. They almost never miss both ends of a free throw trip. He missed both ends And you saw when he made the first one of the day, and he pumped his arms in the air like sarcastically.
Yeah,
like,
that was
Yay,
great.
I made a free throw.
Raymond, if you have that number, go ahead and text Mark or myself, because I think it's about 10 times. If I said over under 10 times in his career, has he missed 2 free throws in the same trip?
Let's see. By the way, prior to Game 6, in which he was 6 for 9 and 3 for 5 yesterday,
Awful.
How many free throws do you think he missed in the whole series?
I think 1.
Games 1 through 5.
Probably 1 free throw.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Is that right? 1?
Nope.
More than 1.
2.
Yeah.
He missed
So 2.
2 for 2, 7 for 8, 6 for 6, 5 for 5, 5 for 6. And you think there's a problem?
And then yesterday?
Yeah.
Game 6, 6 for 9? I mean, and he missed 2 on the same trip yesterday?
Hang on,
Damn.
2 plus 7 and 9.
Might be time to have somebody else shoot those
15,
technical
20,
fouls there,
25,
guys.
26, 29 made free throws in the series.
Out of?
Up against 1. He missed 1, 2, plus 3, plus 2. So he missed 7.
29
of
for 37.
29 for 36.
That's 80.5%. Unacceptable.
Well, it is.
10 percentage points lower than where he's supposed to be.
Disaster. I mean,
nightmare.
He'd made,
Make a free throw. I will say this.
If he had made like 2 more, he would have been right on his normal percentage.
I'm watching that game in the third quarter, and they were 7 of 16 as a team. Steph was 3 of 3 in the quarter, but Clay missed 2.
Yeah.
Looney missed them both.
Yeah.
Wiggins missed 4.
Yeah, Wiggins was the one that was getting me. I'm like, oh
that
my
whole
God.
thing, Mark.
Well, it's because they were up 7.
But it was time to put them away.
Exactly, and they kept being up 7, and I'm like, Sacramento's going to hit a 3, and then it's going to be, and they kept missing on the other end, and so it was okay. But yeah, that was some nerve-wracking moments. All right, speaking of nerve-wracking, you're about to turn this thing up right now. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1. San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. We are working on some very special things this hour. I don't want to jinx it because I do have the propensity to do that. So I'm not going to do that. Just know we're working on some special things that we hope come to pass with the Warriors. Here's what I do know is going to happen. Somebody about to win their way into the game tomorrow night. It is that time. We are giving away 2 tickets to tomorrow's Game 1 between the Warriors and Lakers sometime in this hour, 5 o'clock hour. So you have to stay locked in right here to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Our ticket giveaway is brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And remember, tickets are always available at Warriors.com, the only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed not to be fraudulent. You will need to be listening to this hour, and something will be said, something will happen. We will quiz you on that thing at some point in this hour and give out the contest line. You have to know what's going on. You call in, you win your way into Game 1. That's the rules. That's the way it's going to work.
Pretty simple.
Yeah.
Listen and call in and win. And for those people on YouTube, and for those of you who aren't on YouTube, get there, because we have lit the beam here in the 95.7 The Game studio.
Shot right through my heart.
The blue beam behind Mark Willard's head.
I am beaming.
You are beaming with Warriors positivity, and I love that. And so for those people who are late to the party and wondering why the lighting is a little bit different today on the YouTube and the Twitch feeds, it's because we've lit the beam.
Yes,
we have our own beam, and the beam has been lit.
Doesn't go all the way up into space
no,
like the Sacramento one does.
It barely touches the ceiling because it's low wattage.
But it's our beam and we like it. Okay? All right, Tom in San Jose is next up on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Tom, what are you doing?
Laughing. You guys are great.
You know what, Tom? You're great. How about that?
Well, leave Poole alone.
Well, now, Tom, now you're not great. No, I'm kidding. Let's go.
Go ahead, Tom.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it. What do you think?
So, well, I think that when the Warriors are going crazy and nobody's hitting threes, it's Poole who ends up at the foul line that starts showing them not showing them, but he doesn't keep shooting the 3-pointers. And whether he makes them or not, he's not as good as he was last year. But I don't know, one game, either 3 or 4, when the Warriors were missing, Poole started driving the ball. I don't see Clay Draymond, and Steph, driving. Well, until last night, Steph was driving.
Yeah, Steph
he was the first one to do that.
Steph is always driving. But, Tom, I understand your point. I think what you're talking about, there are times like that. However, they have been fewer and further between when it gets to the playoffs, and that was the case last year as well. And it's not just driving the ball or shooting the ball. It's understanding time and space, game time, when's the right time to do it. I felt very much over this last week like Jordan Poole was doing things on his own. They were outside of the team concept. They were forcing it. It does not mean he stinks at basketball. It does not mean it's over for Jordan. Let's be honest. I don't think they can win this thing without him. They're going to need contributions from Jordan Poole. But last week was a week, those 3 games, where to my eye, Jordan Poole did not play intelligent basketball. And that is going to have to be addressed in this next series.
He's trying too hard. And this is a thing that you can see when he gets out there. He's pressing, and he's trying to hit the 5-run home run, to use baseball parlance. He's trying to get everything back all at once. And if it's a 3-point shot, it's his crossover dribble, and he's stepping back from 25, 26 feet, and he's forcing up a three that would be there later in the shot clock. Or he's taking the ball and he's going dribble, explode to the hoop, and try to just throw it up as if no one's at the rim, and he's getting his shot blocked. So it's either drive to the rim out of control or take the ball and step back and try to force a 3. And if you look at last night, the shot that he hit that was a big shot in the third quarter, he waited. He was in the corner.
Yes.
The ball found him in the corner. It was a catch and shoot, under control. He knocks it down. Warriors go from up 9 to up 12 late in the third, and that's where they started to get some distance. So Jordan Poole has got to play with a little bit more maturity and a little bit more patience and know that the bag is secured. And it's okay for you to not shoot the ball every time you touch it.
Well, I just think that if there's something to be said for Jordan, it is that sometimes we stick him, and the Warriors stick him in between a rock and a hard place, which is sometimes you're a starter, sometimes you're a bench player, sometimes we want you to defer to Steph, other times we don't. And so I think Jordan gets stuck with, when I get the ball, like, my role is to go score. But that sometimes leads to overly aggressive behavior, for sure, and it often leads to him looking like he's not playing within a team concept. That's tough. That's tough to figure out in the moment, on the fly, as you're trying to drive the ball down. Hey, Jordan, be aggressive, but not too aggressive. No, more aggressive than that. No, not that aggressive.
Right,
Jordan,
right.
Wait, Jordan, no. So I think that's how he probably feels. But the bottom line is that's the job. That's the $130 million job, is you have got to assess in those moments when you need to do more and when you need to do less and when you need to play within the team concept of the Golden State Warriors, which has been very, very successful.
It feels to me like he's out of the flow of what he was doing so successfully before, and maybe it's because he's struggling now and he's starting to second guess. I'm just looking at his sequence of plays in the third quarter. When he comes in, they're up 7, 6.5 to go. He comes in for Draymond, and GP2 comes in for Curry, or however you want to break that down. It's Peyton and Poole in. It's Curry and Green out. Warriors up 7. He has the step back 3, forced shot miss. He has the catch and shoot, corner 3 make, and he had the offensive foul when the Kings were starting to get some momentum back. And you remember he takes it down the left side, and he's going to try to make something happen, and he straight runs over Murray. Offensive foul, turnover. Those are the ones where you throw your hands up, and moments later, Klay Thompson comes in for Jordan Poole, and that was just about all for Jordan Poole in the game. It feels to me, Mark, like he doesn't know which Jordan Poole he's supposed to be. The aggressive Jordan Poole or the more conservative Jordan Poole?
Look, it's all shown in the minutes. He only played 19 minutes in the game. And that tells you that Steve Kerr, and you would expect him to go with the starters as long as possible. This is a Game 7 situation. But you'd love for Jordan Poole to have that number be a little bit closer to 25, and maybe Andrew Wiggins be a little bit closer to 32, as opposed to the 37 that he ended up playing. So that's the goal, but you can see it. The bench, on a day like yesterday, the bench got shorter, the hook got quicker, And when Jordan went in and showed himself to largely be out of control again, Steve pulled him. And that is not a good recipe for people who are making 9 figures on the team. And so that's going to have to be figured out.
Yeah.
It's just that simple. It's going to have to be figured out at some point.
Technically, he's not making those 9
Not
figures yet.
Right.
So,
but he's about to.
He is. And if we talk about the future of this team and the future of Jordan Poole, we can get into that when this run is over, because I think there's definitely a question as to will he or won't he be a Golden State Warriors.
Well,
because I think if Draymond opts in, they might have a plan for Jordan Poole to be dealt elsewhere.
Maybe, but I don't know if it's that. I don't think this town is too big, too small for the both of them or any of that stuff. I still think
this town's too small for the both of us. It's like the old Western.
Exactly, but they've played together this year, and I know there have been problems and all of that, but I think that what you're saying might be true, but it's dependent on when they finish, how far they go, right? If they had lost,
in part,
if they had lost this game yesterday, we were going to have a long 4 to 5 months of Jordan Poole gotta go talk. I know that's where fans were yesterday. And some of you still are, but it's just been put on hold because of the fact that they won. Ref Eric in Redwood City. Oh, great. I got 2 refs at the same time.
Let's go.
All right, Ref Eric, you're on with Willard and Ref Dibley. What are you doing?
Now I'm sitting at home in the home office. I was commuting earlier.
Well, beautiful. Thank you for transferring us off of Bluetooth.
Welcome home.
Yeah.
I'm a native Sacramentan who spent the last 30 years in the Bay Area, so I had kind of a bittersweet experience with Game 7. But the more I thought about it, I realized that whoever wins here is going to create the best next round 2 series, because the Kings and the Lakers would be like, it's time for payback, hopefully, because I think that would be awesome for them to have a chance to redeem what happened in the Weber-Divac years. And if the Warriors win, it's the marquee matchup, the superstars, the 2 players, LeBron and Curry. I don't put AD there, even with the bubble championship yet.
I'm with you, Eric, except for, one of those is more kind of a local feel. The other one is more national. Like, yes, the Kings and Lakers would have been a whole lot of fun for Kings fans to see if they could get some sort of a redemption against the jersey and the fan base and all of those things. But largely, as you said, this is what the NBA wants. This is what the fans, the TV networks all want. And so, that's what we're going to get. I will say this. I've heard some interesting things from Sacramento in terms of like, who are they now rooting for? Maybe they're just going to turn the NBA off for the next few months.
Exactly.
But this is the ultimate angst series. The Lakers are the team the Kings have the most negative history with. But the Warriors, they're not necessarily fans either, plus they just beat them. I can only say this. If the Kings had won yesterday, I would have immediately become a huge Kings fan.
Of course, but it's easier to do that when you've got 4 championships in your hip pocket.
Sure.
And you've already said that the Kings are adorable, and
they are.
The Kings would be going up against the Lakers, and nobody likes the Lakers. So I do think that it's a bit of a pickle when you're talking about Sacramento Kings fans, because they've got a certain amount of envy and of jealousy of the Warriors, as they should, their local Northern California rival who's won 4 titles and just knocked you out in 7 hard-fought games. And you can't help but think, if this or if that, or maybe this or maybe that, and we'd be the team that would be advancing. I mean, the Warriors earned it, and they earned it emphatically with a Game 7 road win. They won back-to-back games in your building. There are no excuses, I don't think. And you can't look at Sacramento and say they choked it. The Warriors were favored for the series, and they won the series. But if you're a Kings fan, you can't root for the Warriors, and you certainly can't root for the Lakers.
Well,
so
you got to root for somebody.
You turn it off, and you wait for Denver and
you
Phoenix.
hope for Denver and Phoenix. Yeah, I get it. Remember, right now, as we speak, you are in the window. You are in the window right now in this 5 o'clock hour. It is information that will take place during this show that will lead you to the point where we give you the cue to call and you call the contest line and have an opportunity to win your way into Game 1 tomorrow night. So you have to be listening, or else you could miss exactly what you need. So it's in this 5 o'clock hour.
We got information.
That you will get the call, you will get the cue, you will get all the information, and you will be ready when we say to call that contest line, and you can win your way into Game 1
I
tomorrow
love it.
night.
And it could be anything that we've said. It could be as simple as, and it's not this, but it could be as simple as, what does Mark Willard call the Kings? And, something like that, something that Mark says or something that I say. It's that simple. You listen, you call, and you win.
By the way,
we got information.
We'll give you the contest line right now so that you can do two things. A, put it in your phone.
Okay.
And B, don't call our caller line when we tell you to call the contest line.
Please.
If you call the caller line, then that gets in the way of all the callers, and you don't win. There's no winning.
Can you transfer
on the caller
me?
line.
Can you transfer me to the contest
no
line?
transferring. Okay? So save this in your phone right now so that it's ready for quick dialing when we get to that time. The number is 415-951-2386.
Do I call now?
No, don't call now.
Okay.
415-951-2386.
How about now?
Save it in your phone. No, not now.
Okay.
Not now.
Okay.
And please don't put it in the little, like when, you're checking out at Target and it says, would you like rewards with this phone number? Don't mess with us that way either. Okay? 415-951-2386. Save the number and be ready. We are getting very close to when we will tell you exactly what you need to know in order to win your way into Game 1 tomorrow night. All right, let's go to Mo Money in the city with Willard and Dibbs. Mo Money, what are you doing?
Oh, man, I'm just chilling in the car, listening to you guys. I was really excited about yesterday's win. So now they're talking about Steph Curry, Magic Johnson, and Michael Jordan as the three best point guards. Magic is 6'9". Jordan is 6'6".
And also not a point guard, but anyway, yes.
Yeah, so, I don't think anyone's better than Steph in my eyes. And going back to Poole, remember, Poole came through for us last year. Yes, he's rushing his shots, and yes, he is, not all there right now. But in the Lakers series, he's going to take over, and he's going to come back to his normal self.
Well, I will say this.
Thank you, Mo Money. Yeah,
I
appreciate
actually
it.
hope that Jordan was not just listening. I don't want Jordan to have the mentality of I'm going to take over. There are times when he's driving to the hoop when that's what it looks like. Jordan Poole wants to take over. Jordan Poole doesn't need to take over. There might be moments. We've talked about them, especially with the playfulness that we've had with Festus Ezeli. The game that I attended against the Philadelphia 76ers when Embiid went off on the Warriors, Jordan was the best player in the room. Jordan was incredible in the second half, and Jordan won them the basketball game when they had to rally and win in the fourth quarter. We've all seen it. We know he can do it, but don't try to go do it. You're not that guy. Not yet. Steph is. Steph is the one Saturday morning that was like, get on my back. I know that I can go win this game, and he did. Jordan can be aggressive, but the thought process or the mindset, I'm going to go take over, I think gets him in trouble a little bit. I also think when he says, hey, he did it last year in the playoffs. Did he? I'm going to look up stats.
At times.
He had good moments.
Early in the playoffs, yes, but when you got to Boston against a really good defensive team, he was largely unplayable. As I said then, and I've said it now, Mark, and you look at the numbers late in that Boston series, and Jordan Poole played the kind of minutes that we saw him play yesterday. He didn't play big minutes because it got into real defensive half court, got to have a stop more than we need a guy to drain an unlikely three. What Jordan Poole brings to this offense, you already have in Steph Curry and Klay Thompson if he's playing the way he needs to be playing. So I look at, especially against the Lakers, and let's just talk real quick about what kind of games these are going to be. These games are more likely going to be 108-107 than they are 128-127, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The Lakers will play much, much slower. They want to do to the Warriors what the Warriors did to the Kings, slow it down. And that does not favor Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole, I thought, was a natural fit for the Kings series, but he never really popped like I thought he could have.
You're right. The Lakers are a very, very good defensive team. Okay, and so that makes this whole thing different. I'm looking at playoff numbers right now for Jordan Poole. Last year, he averaged 17 points per game in the playoffs.
Okay.
So far this year, he's averaged 12.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you just look overall at the percentages, I mean, he shot over 50% from the field last year. In the playoffs this year, he's shooting 33.8.
Wait, 33.8?
This year in the Kings series, he shot 33.
And 50 plus last year.
50.8 last year, 33.8 this year.
Okay, wow.
Now
that's
again,
dramatic.
Right, except for, remember, last year we're talking 22 games. This year we're talking only 7.
I get it.
Smaller sample, but there's no doubting
But
he's been way
Mark,
worse.
I mean, a smaller sample would figure to me, if you were at all in some sort of a rhythm, you should at least be close. 7 games is not that small.
3-point percentage last year, 39.1. This year, 25.7.
Yikes.
Okay, free throw percentage last year, 91.5. This year, 76.7. Rebounds, fairly similar. Assists, almost an assist higher last year. Here's one thing that might surprise you. How many turnovers do you feel like he's averaging per game in this playoff run, this series that just took place?
Probably damn near 4. I'm going to say 3.7.
He's averaging 1.
1 turnover.
1 turnover a game so far.
Number 1.
Last year,
Yeah.
2.4 turnovers per game in the playoffs collectively last year. So the turnovers are down, and that's really one of the only things that you can say. Plus, minutes are down. 27.5 minutes last year per game, 22.9 per game so far this year. So he popped at times in the playoffs last year. He got pulled at times in the playoffs last year. This year has been worse, but we're dealing with only the first 7 games. So you hope that a different matchup and maybe a little moment to himself today will shake him free out of the trees.
And I wonder if that also then applies to Jonathan Kuminga in terms of the coaching staff, and not a big turnaround between yesterday's Game 7 win and tomorrow's Game 1 commencement of the semifinal series. But you got to get to Jonathan Kuminga and say one of 2 things. Either get cozy, JK, and you may want to wear street clothes tomorrow to the game, a la Iguodala, or, hey, JK, new series, new chance, new attitude. We may need you. Here's your role. You're going to get some minutes, Jonathan. It's got to be one of the 2. If you're going to need Jonathan Kuminga, and John Dickinson and I had this discussion when you were out laryngitic about Jonathan Kuminga. He looked like he was on the brink of not being able to be playable in this series anymore, and that's the direction it went. But does that mean you've now lost him for the balance of the playoffs?
Yeah,
I hope not.
I hope not. I don't think that they can, I don't think they can go all the way to the end if they're not getting good things out of Jordan Poole, because Steph just has to do too much. He has to play too many minutes. They need his scoring when Steph goes out of the game. Carlos in Hayward is next up. Hey, Carlos. Thanks for calling Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
How you doing, gentlemen? Good evening.
What's up?
So pretty much I wanted to piggyback on the whole Jordan Poole conversation and ask a quick question. What say you guys that Jordan Poole's productivity had a lot to do with the Kings being as fast as they were? And like you guys just said, the Lakers are going to slow it down on us. And that's looking like it might be better of a series or impact for him because it's slower and he's so fast, as opposed to the Kings being, a young group, young core, being able to stick with him. And it seemed like Mike Brown kind of noticed that Davion Mitchell, Malik Monk, all of them kind of stick with him defensively. What say you guys?
I think that what you have is a really interesting point, and the only way I can respond to it is to say that's something for us to watch. Like I could see it both ways, where Poole's quickness flies by the Lakers at such a level that he is able to get to the basket a little bit easier. I could also see it where the Lakers have trees waiting for him at the hoop, and they're going to block his shot because he comes in with the ball so low so often. He seems to try to get to the hoop first, and he does that a lot by reaching that arm out, cupped with the ball in his hand, and it's so easy for someone to block in the NBA, provided that they're there on time.
Right.
And so that's going to be part of the scouting report from the Lakers when they're watching Jordan Poole. And I can't answer the question until we see them all play tomorrow night. Is he too fast for the Lakers or is he too small for the Lakers? I don't know which.
I think he's faster than any Laker defender who's going to be on him. But like you're just saying, when you get to the rim and you've got Jared Vanderbilt lurking. You've got LeBron James, who has been known to chase down block. Anthony Davis, who's got like a 7'8" wingspan. You're dealing with a lot of tall, long defenders down there. The one thing that Jordan Poole needs to develop in his game, which De'Aaron Fox is so good at, is the mid-range. The burst, and then the stop, and then the mid-range. The 10-footer, the 8-footer, the 14-footer. Jordan Poole too often gets by his defender, and he's thinking only about getting to the cup. And that doesn't work when you are a slight, smaller offensive player. Now, it can work. Steph Curry with an unbelievable knack to throw the ball 22 feet in the air and kiss it high glass. His underhanded teardrop game is unbelievable.
Well, this is why you don't have comps for Steph Curry in the NBA. By definition, if you're 6'2", 6'1", 6'3", when you go into the lane in the NBA, what you're about to put up is, by definition, a low percentage shot. You have to be good enough to figure out how to turn that into a percentage that's workable. Steph has the creativity and the work ethic to do it. So he's putting in teardrops. He's throwing in finger rolls like Gervin. He's vertical and horizontal, and throwing the ball up in the air and nailing it. Poole, too often, it's just straight to the rim, and it's so out of control that he doesn't have the creativity around the rim to get it in there. And so that's what we're seeing too much of. But maybe his speed takes over in this series, or maybe their height is an even bigger problem for him. I don't know that until we watch tomorrow night.
I think that this series will be won from behind the three-point line. If you look at just the raw numbers, points per game and points per game allowed, they're almost identical. The Warriors are number 1 in points per game, actually number 2 in points per game. Lakers were 6. Defensively, the Warriors were 20th, the Lakers were 21st. Pace-wise, the two of these teams are both top 3 in pace. But the big difference is 3-pointers made per game. The Warriors are number 1, Lakers are number 25. So the Warriors are going to try to win this game from behind the three-point line if possible. The Lakers are going to try to 2-you to death.
The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. This is Willard and Dibbs. We'll continue with your phone calls. And also, coming up next, you've been listening, you've been hanging, you've been doing your homework, and now it's about to pay off. Coming up next is your chance to win your way in to Game 1 between the Lakers and Warriors at Chase Center tomorrow night right here on 95.7 The Game.
Sponsored by Macy's.
This week at Macy's, find great deals just in time for Mother's Day, like fragrance gift sets.
Poole off a screen. Takes a three off the dribble. It's no good. Rebound Payton out to Wiggins above the break. Lets it fly. No good. Rebound Looney. Payton to Poole. Inside Wiggins. Pump fake goes up. Flipped it on the rim. No good. Rebound Looney. Put back. Good.
Looney. Are you kidding?
Kevon Looney.
A ball magnet.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Mark.
Oh, Kevon Looney. I mean, I don't know what's left to say about him. I don't know what opinion you can have about him. We're starting to get things that almost feel like they're out of control because he's been so good. I know, for instance, on the changeover earlier, the idea of the potential of the future Hall of Fame for Kevon Looney came up. It's like, well, hold on a second. Like, let's just, right, maybe. I don't know what the hell's going to happen next in this guy's career. If he played like this every series for a bunch more years, I guess maybe. But I'd much rather have the conversation in a different direction, which is to say, is Kevon Looney one of the best centers in the current NBA? We've never talked about it that way. The center position has been sort of tossed aside in this NBA.
Devalued, yeah.
Right? This guy's being paid $7 million a year. He is being paid like a somewhat bit role player on a team. And he is an integral centerpiece of this team on the defensive end and certainly off the court. And even offensively, where he does things that don't really show up in the stat sheet, which is continue to play that pick and roll and then, have the ball at the free throw line and make decisions. He's an absolutely incredible basketball player. And maybe that's a better way to have the discussion. Instead of getting overly excited and hyperbolic and ending up in the Hall of Fame, why don't we have a conversation about where Kevon Looney sits among big men in the current NBA? And I think that's much more interesting, especially coming off a series where he absolutely easily outplays Domantas Sabonis, who's a big stat.
He's an all-star.
He's a stat
He's
sheet
all NBA.
stuffer.
He's going to probably be on one of the all NBA
leading
teams.
rebounder, all of that. So, but Looney was better than him in this series.
And Looney has been better than just about everybody when he needed to be better than just about anybody. And you look at what he's done in his postseason run, it's remarkable because you can look at the numbers for Kevon Looney and you're missing out on exactly what you were saying in terms of Kevon Looney, because you look at his career numbers, 5.8 points a game, 6.4 rebounds a game. This year, he's averaging 6.9 points a game in the postseason, 15.1 rebounds. So that number pops off the chart in Dennis Rodmanian fashion. Because I was just looking at the numbers, because people who want to say Kevon Looney Hall of Fame, Dennis Rodman's in the Hall of Fame. He averaged 7.3 points a game. But he led the league in rebounding 7 consecutive years, going from 14.9 to 18.7 rebounds a game. He was a singular force on the glass. Now, Kevon is a good rebounder, but he's doing it in the postseason. He's turning it up about 7 notches in the postseason, which is why this is even a discussion. But I like your question much more in terms of where does he rank against other centers in the association right now, because he's a unique guy.
Well, and seemingly almost all centers are, because the center position barely exists anymore. So each center is asked to do something different for their team. He's not asked to do what Sabonis does.
Or Joel Embiid, for example.
Right. But what he's asked to do, my gosh, he does it well. Okay, we're going to get back to your calls in just a second. Remember, we are moments away. In fact, I can promise you we are less than 10 minutes away from asking the question that you will need to answer on our contest line to win your way in to Game 1 tomorrow night at Chase Center. We will ask the question, and the first caller to call in with the correct answer is going to be the winner. The question will be based on something that we said earlier this hour. And one more time, the contest line, don't call yet, but the contest line, so that you're ready, is 415-951-2386. 415-951-2386. Have that number ready, and then we will ask the question, I promise, in less than 10 minutes, and then you can win your way in to Game 1 tomorrow night. Let's go to Bud in Oakland. Bud, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Bud, what are you doing?
It was good. Oh, man, I'm on my way home. I'm actually almost there, you know. Hey, listen, pertaining to Jordan Poole, so, I see, this last series he was pretty frustrated, and, I think this series was like a catch-22 for him because it actually fit him so much, but it fit him so well that, it frustrated him because the guys, they kind of match him. They're young, they're fast, they're quick. So it was like a catch-22 for him. But seeing how he was so frustrated, and, everybody seen the video surface where he kind of, lashed out against Draymond Green with his responses, where Draymond was trying to pull him to the side, give him a little bit of words of encouragement. He kind of shoved Draymond away. Do you think that his frustration from his play kind of led to? I mean, we all know what happened between him and Draymond, but at this day and on this stage of when you guys are down, you don't want to show anything like that. And as you've seen in the video, Curry was on the side, and Curry kind of like gave him a few words, and he kind of like outlasted him. Like, what are you doing? You can't show that side, even if you are having some, some feelings towards the guy, your teammate. You don't show that on the court. You don't show that in front of everybody. So, do you think that his play could have been the reason why he did that with Draymond? And also, do you think besides his bad playing, do you think Steve Kerr, because everyone saw it, do you think Steve Kerr and the veterans kind of had to sit him down and still kind of like teach him a lesson? Like, yeah, we still need his contribution, but at the same time, no one person is bigger than the team, and this is a team game. So with all of that being said, you still have to know how to put certain emotions aside. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that obviously we're talking about something that led to Steph Curry having to address the team with a speech the very next morning. I think it's a catch-all in professional sports that when cameras catch frustration on the sideline, guys will go, look, things happen on the sideline.
Yeah.
It's in the moment. It's frustration. Yes, it is all of those things. If we're acting like this is the first time it's happened, and it's not even close. I think all the information we need is out there. It's obvious. It's been addressed. It was reported even in the end by Marcus Thompson yesterday with his great article in The Athletic with regard to how this speech all came together. He said the words were definitely being pointed in the direction of Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga. There are problems here with these relationships.
Yes.
This is not speculation anymore. This is not guessing. There are issues with these relationships. So, no, I'm not going to blow it off as, a frustrating moment, tough series, tough game. No.
That's true, but this is example number 18 that we know about, Mark. And we have the mouthpiece throwing frustration to Jordan Poole. We have Klay Thompson frustrated. We have Draymond Green who walked off in the middle of a possession out of frustration. And we have Draymond Green who punched the very player at the start of the year. So we do have, Mark, all the things you're talking about, example after example after example. And here we are in this moment, a closeout game 6, and you have another visible example of frustration. It's the kind of thing, and I know we're not talking about next year now, but as we get further down this road, I'll be interested to see how this gets resolved, because I don't know if you can just straight up run this all back based on the frustration we've seen.
I don't know if this matters to anybody or not right now, but do you want to know what Jordan Poole did against the Lakers this year?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Do you have that?
I've got that. 4 games this year against the Lakers. Obviously, one of them.
No, Jordan Poole.
Well,
he actually does right now.
Getting closer. Yeah. So obviously there was opening night, and the Lakers and Warriors played, and the Warriors won that game by 14 points. Jordan Poole in 28 minutes, 4 of 15 for 12 points.
That's not good, Mark.
In the basketball game.
Yeah, that's not good.
4 turnovers.
That's a bad game.
Okay.
So one game in the bad side.
Next time they played the Los Angeles Lakers, you may remember there was a long break before they saw them again. Saw them on February 11th. This game was at Chase Center. The Lakers won the game, 109 to 103.
So sick of them.
However, Jordan Poole, 11 of 25.
Let's go, JP.
For 29 points.
It's a good game.
In the game. 3 for 10 from three-point range.
He's not a good three-point shooter.
29 points. He had 3 turnovers.
That's a good game. One good, one bad.
Saw the Lakers 2 weeks later.
It's got that.
Lost at L.A.
I am so sick of that.
124 to 111.
That's a road game, of course.
Jordan Poole, 3 of 13.
Bad game, Mark.
For 16 points.
What was he from 3? Da, 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 da.
2 for 7.
That's not good.
2 for 7.
Da, 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 da.
However, I saw the Lakers again just a couple weeks later, again in L.A.
Did I mention da, 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 da?
You did.
Thank you.
And did you mention that they lose most of their road games?
And?
The Lakers won this game 113 to 105.
Try to get me to swear.
Jordan Poole, 3 of 11.
That's a bad game.
For 10 points. 3 for 10 from three-point range.
Pass the rock. So hold on a minute. This is that game I remember. 3 of 10 from 3, 3 of 11 overall, which tells me he was 0 of 1.
0 of 1 inside the arc.
And this, Mark, is a reaction game where somebody, and I'm just theorizing, here, people. Somebody got to Jordan Poole and said, can you do me a favor and stop driving headlong into the lane and throwing up your garbage? And so he settled for threes. 3 after 3 after 3 after 3.
I'm adding this all up, and he is 17 for 49 plus whatever he did on opening night. So he is 21 for 64.
That is almost exactly 33.3. It's about 32.9% from the floor.
21
of 64.
64.
When I shot it 64 times.
Yeah.
21 of 63 would be exactly 3.
Right. So this is below that. That
just
is
a clip below.
That's a horrid field goal percentage.
Hey, baseball players, Hall of Famer.
One other. All right.
Have a beer.
A lot of misses. We are less than 2 minutes away from giving you the question.
I love it.
That will allow you.
I love it.
To call in, answer correctly, and win your way into Game 1 tomorrow night against the Lakers. I got to admit,
love it.
Man, this all is happening so fast.
Too fast.
Well, I don't know about that.
Too fast, Mark, for me.
Why for you?
Because yesterday was such an emotional roller coaster. I was able to decompress at a 12-year-old birthday party. Shout out the Culletons. And that was nice. Had me one beer. Baby got fussy. We had to go. He had to pull the plug on the dibber who was about to go too deep.
Hi, I'm Dan Dibley. And when I'm feeling stressed, I go to a 12-year-old birthday party.
If they would have lost that game, I would have gotten in that jump house, the bounce house, and I would have wrecked shop. There would have been a lot of bouncing going on up in that piece.
Billy Madison action.
Dude, no doubt. I was so frustrated. So yesterday ends. I wake up today. It's like, I cannot wait to get to work, talk about the King series. Yep. We're going to light the beam, and the beam is lit now behind you.
The beam is still lit
and
behind
I knew
my
that
head.
you and I were going to enjoy a great, hey, how was your weekend? Oh, yeah. And so I would have liked tomorrow to really get into it and then gear up for a Wednesday game. But tomorrow, we are right back at it, Mark. And it's coming a little bit too quick for me. I would have liked to have another day. Can we milk this baby a little bit more? Let everybody get rested. But I don't make the schedule. Thus, Game 1 tomorrow.
Let's roll.
At Chasen.
Let's roll.
I'll be ready to roll, but I would have liked to have had another day.
You know what, though? I mean, how many times in the NBA playoffs are we like, good Lord, they draw this thing out?
I got a bar mitzvah to go to tonight.
No, come on. Game, take a day to talk about it. Game, take a day to talk about it. Game, take a day to talk about it. That's what we're going to do.
I'm with you on the surface,
Let's do
but
it.
yesterday's game was game.
I know.
12-year-old's birthday.
I know.
Take a day to talk about the birthday.
You still got 27, 26 hours.
True.
25 and change. Anyway, whatever.
I feel you.
How about this?
Let's do it.
Earlier this hour, Dan Dibley, it's a Dan day, said this comment. What Jordan Poole brings to this offense, you already have in blank and blank. Once again, what Jordan Poole brings to this offense, you already have in blank and blank. Fill in those two blanks. First caller to do so correctly on the contest line only with the correct answer is into tomorrow night's Game 1. And again, the contest line, 415-951-2386. Don't call the caller line. You'll get nowhere. 415-951-2386. First caller to that contest line with the correct answer. What Jordan Poole brings to this offense, you already have in blank and blank. That came out of the mouth of Dan Dibley. Do not keep those words out your mouth. Call in right now. The first caller with the correct answer is going to game 1.
I feel like I have an unfair advantage having spoken those very words myself.
You did say them.
But with my short-term memory issues, I don't know if I would get it right. I'll be honest with you. Nor do I have the ability right now to call the contest.
You're like, is it salt and pepper? Salt? Is it peanut butter and jelly?
I mean,
Ren and Stimpy. What do we got? What is the answer?
Ren. You didn't know I did a. You didn't know I did a little Ren and Stimpy. Stimpy, you fool. Ren.
I did not know. I actually didn't watch Ren and Stimpy enough to even appreciate an impersation sensation.
Stimpy, you infernal idiot.
Yeah, it's just going to go right over my head.
Ren.
I don't know why that even popped in my head.
No, I like it.
Of great duos in American history. We got Salt and Pepper.
Yeah.
We got Ren and Stimpy. We got Starsky and Hutch. We
Laverne
got
and Shirley. We did this last week, I think.
Right. We did Penn and Teller. Right. Maybe it's Penn and Teller. What Jordan Poole brings to this offense, you've already got in Penn and Teller. I don't think that's the right answer, but I don't remember either what you said.
Stimpy, you moron. Ren was pretty hard on Stimpy, and Stimpy was just so lovable.
Key and Peele?
Ren.
What do we got? Is it Key and Peele? Lots of great duos out there. Peanut butter and jelly, we mentioned that one.
I think Stimpy was the one with his collection of nose gobblers, which it was edgy. It was an edgy show. John Crickfalusi, I believe, was the creator.
You got a lot more knowledge than I do. I'm just going to keep looking at you. Know this by now.
I was in need of a late night pizza. I was hungry.
Talking to me about TV shows, you're just going to get a blank stare.
This was in the sweet spot where it was in the 90s, pre-kids, where I was technically an adult, but
still aren't.
I was enjoying certain libations, and an offbeat cartoon late night might have fit the profile.
Yeah, it might have. Yeah.
I was in need of a Taco Bell run. Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah, it's going to go right over my head. But,
Stimpy.
But anyway.
My rent's pretty good.
Good luck to everybody calling in right now. We really want to see you get in to game 1 tomorrow night. Yeah, it's almost time for us to start transitioning to preview mode. But before we go, I just think it would be crazy to do this any other way. With a handful of minutes left, I think just kind of go back through the last couple, 2.5 weeks of our lives and go through some of the things that really stood out about this series. I do think this is the most memorable, greatest round 1 that I can remember in Warrior history. And I mean that in terms of wins. Right? Sure, we could go back to Sleepy Floyd and
he was Superman.
Right, we can do all of those things.
They won one game in that series.
Exactly.
And that was I think that was the last time that they played the Lakers.
Actually, I know what a lot of people are screaming at their radio right now. What about We Believe? Okay, that's fair. But as a favorite, at this Warrior run, this group, by far and away, this is the most fun that we've had in round 1 by far. And what started out as healthy debate and razzing each other and trash talk, and it stayed there, but it did evolve at some point. It clicked in that all the things Warrior fans were worried that the Kings might be, they were, and all the things that Kings fans were worried that the Warriors might still be, they are.
He is.
He is. Exactly.
He is him.
He's him.
I would say that this series was more entertaining than the Warriors' win over the Mavericks in terms of just raw entertainment. This was a 7-game knockdown, drag out. And I just brought up some of the box scores, too. Those games it was a 12-point game, a 13, an 18, a 4, a 6, and then a 25 in Game 6. The Warriors won 111-86. These games were all, almost all of them were nail-biters, right? Other than the game where Draymond Green was suspended, these games were all, other than Game 7 as well, they hung in the balance.
Yep.
And as much as that was an 8-1, we believe, 2007, that was a lightweight beatdown.
Well,
they put the
right.
smash on Dallas.
Yeah, they smashed them. And this one ended with an epic individual performance that will be remembered forever because of the number 50 that you can hang right over it. So that's, in the end, I think what we remember. A lot of stuff gets hazy through the years, but you remember the individual performance. Hell, like we just mentioned, Sleepy Floyd. I could tell you how many he scored in the fourth quarter of that game. The same way I'm going to be able to tell you years from now how many Steph had on the road in a closeout game following a speech the night before that allowed people to get onto the bus. That's memorable. So this was really, really something great. And by the way, we have something really, really great for one of our listeners who is a very, very lucky winner to the game tomorrow night. So congratulations to Ted in Pacifica, who wins a pair of tickets to tomorrow's game 1. He says, by the way, he is going to take his son to the game, which is already awesome.
Thank you, Daddy.
Father-son moment. And he will be wearing...
I was implying that I'm his child now. They liked it in the back. Thank you. Do you prefer Teddy or Daddy?
No, I liked it too. Don't talk about that. I tried to power through, and then
I'm sorry, bro.
I wouldn't say I liked it either.
Yeah,
I blocked the read. I'm a read blocker.
It's all good. Not only is he taking his son to the game, but he will be wearing his Kevon Looney jersey. There you go, Ted. And by the way, the answer was, for those like Dan Dibley who can't remember what he said,
man,
the answers were...
What Jordan Poole brings to this offense, you already have in Steph Curry and Klay Thompson if he's playing the way he needs to be playing.
So the answer was Steph and Klay.
Dang it. I had it wrong. I would have called in, but I wasn't listening.
I tried. I couldn't get through. It was busy.
No, it's great.
But anyway, our giveaway brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now, and remember, tickets are always available at Warriors.com, the only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed not to be fraudulent. I cannot say the same for the Los Angeles Lakers.
Oh, there it is. First shot.
They are not 100% guaranteed to not be fraudulent. We'll find out. But I do. I know they'll come up again, and this will sound campy or silly or whatever. Look, the bottom line was each and every one of you fans in our state's capital, you're adorable.
Oh,
you have a button. You have a beam. You celebrated like none other when you won, and you have set up something that is sustainable and built for the future. I really, really enjoyed the hell out of this series, and Sacramento Kings, the whole organization, the fan base, come on, give it up. Like that was really, really good. That was one hell of a show.
Great show, and the team looks good going into next year. You've got a few pieces that may be going elsewhere, but you got a good young core, and you got a great coach, unanimous coach of the year, and the fan base has been re-energized. A team that was this close to being on the move to Seattle or parts unknown. Vivek Ranadive came in and bought the team, saved the team. You got a great new arena. You have a good young team. They're going to be a problem in the future, but fortunately for the Warriors, they don't have to worry about them anymore until next October.
De'Aaron Fox, man, that is a dude. There's no question about that. The Kings, man, if you just get rid of that Sabonis guy, I think you're going to be fine. I really do. Just get rid of that Sabonis guy and everything will be fine.
It's just not quite that easy, but he's an all-star.
I'm kidding.
He'll get better.
No, he can play. He can play. He just
led the NBA in rebounding in the regular year.
No, he can't play. He can play, but I think some holes showed up in the series.
Big time.
I also think the Warriors put together one hell of a game plan. For as many times as they lost and you hated Steve Kerr after every game, I know how it works, fans. The bottom line is they won the series because they were able to back completely off of Sabonis and he didn't make them pay. That, if I had to pick one thing while the Warriors are moving on, that's it. And Looney and the coaching staff and Draymond deserve a ton of credit for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And they had a great strategy, and they went with it, and the Kings never made him pay. He started to make him pay a little bit in Game 7, but the rest of the Kings couldn't pick up the scoring slack, and then that was it.
My brother, Lakers tomorrow.
Predictions tomorrow, too.
There we go, for some of us.
Oh, my prediction's already been sent in, as is yours. We can reveal those.
I predict pain.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, no, okay, great stuff, everyone. Thank you for all of the communication, for the interaction, throughout the day on 95.7 The Game, and we're not done yet. But for Dan Dibley and Lucas and Grandy, in fact, there's going to be a whole lot more Grandy Man coming up, because what's next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Best of The Game, an hour of 95.7 The Game's best content, hosted by Mark Grandy. So for Dibs and Lucas and Grandy, I'm Willard, and shoot your shot, because it's all you got.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through June 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit per second internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required, and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 3.5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda dealer